Chapter 1, The Teenager Walking Out of the Trash. Chapter 1, The Boy Who Walked Out of the Garbage Dump. When consciousness slowly recovered, Lynch almost didn't vomit. It's so smelly. Then there is pain all over the body, and the feeling of being held down by heavy objects. What happened? Where is this? I remember that after returning to the dormitory, Lao Wang took the Jojo Props Aero bot on Dobeo and greeted the brothers alone. What happened after? It seems to be fragmented. Lynch was dazed in his heart, and opened his eyelids with strong fighting spirit, but couldn't see anything. There was only a dark area in front of him, and there was a glimmer of light in the gap. The indescribable odor is wrapped and lingering, making people feel nauseous. Lynch noticed when he moved that his body and limbs were actually held down by heavy objects, making it difficult to move. Is so smelly, could it be that I ran into the garbage? Is it because the wicked sons in the dormitory buried me in? Lynch continued to exert his strength, the heavy objects on his body rustled, but his current posture was awkward and couldn't be easily exerted, so he couldn't push away. He was breathless with exhaustion. Lynch stopped for a while, his nose was full of heaps, and he almost died on the spot. At this moment, a broken picture flashed in my mind. The face of a blurry woman, the rush of gasping and crying when running, the swaying boat, the rough and magnificent sea, the fight and laughter of the pirates, the pouring blood and the light of the sword, the hillside full of flowers, sheets and clothing fluttering on the rope in the warm Sunday. Lynch is not struggling anymore. He was stunned. These broken memories that suddenly appeared are definitely not his own. The sea, the flag, pirate, sword. There is also the name in the mouth of those pirates who laugh wildly in the memory screen. One Piece Golder Roger. Lynch continued to work hard, desperately pushing the on her body. The heart is pounding wildly. How can it be? How could this be? Why did I travel through it, and I also traveled through the world constructed by a comic? Roger has just died 2 years ago, this is the world of One Piece. The turbulent complex mood seems to make Lynch full of potential, and the strength to struggle is greater, rushing, and the pressing on him shook. Suddenly a hand with a blue flame pattern stretched out in front of him. Thank you. Lynch hurriedly held it. The blue hand grasped him tightly, and with a boom, he pulled Lynch directly from the depths of the garbage dump. Hey! Lynch lay on his back at the top of the garbage dump, grinning and inhaling greedily. Although the weather outside was gloomy and drizzling, Lynch's mood was exceptionally beautiful. Good fresh air. Hey, take 2 more breaths, wait, after getting used to it, the air on the top of the garbage dump is not so fresh. Lynch stood up on the top of the garbage dump angrily. At this time, he realized that his hands and feet became slender, obviously not like a young man in his early 20s, but like a 12 or 13-year-old kid. Sure enough, it's a soul wear. Lynch suppressed the complex emotions, forced a smile, turned his head and said, "Thank you for helping me just now." Turning his head, Lynch's pupils tightened. I saw drizzle and the wilderness was empty. Everything is quiet, only raindrops fall on the trash pile under your feet, making fine crackling noises. Where is anyone with blue arms? Lynch only feels creepy, his hands and feet are cold. If it rains like this, I'm afraid I'll catch a cold. He endured the beating heart, turned his head to observe the topography around the garbage dump, looking for a route where he could step down and quickly climb down. Suddenly, Lynch's wandering gaze met with a pair of bright dark green eyes, and they froze. The little girl with big dark green eyes has long straight black hair and beautiful bangs. She wears a simple sling jumpsuit. Her face is pale and yellow. She is obviously malnourished, and she is quite haggard. She seems to have trouble resting. At this moment, he was staring at the big boy who suddenly appeared on the top of the pile. The movement in the pile just now was actually a person. Lynch is also looking at her, but his eyes are quite interesting. Start with a robin? Vulgar. Lord is not fooled. He just smiled and said, "Hey, isn't this the 79 million Baileys walking? As soon as he finished speaking, Lynch's feet were soft, and he accidentally stepped on the hollow of the garbage dump. The whole person screamed and rolled from the top. Bang Dang fell to the ground with a sound, and fell sour. It took a long while for Lynch to get up, grinning in pain. In the broken memory, the original owner of the body seemed to be thrown into the trash after being hung up. This body bone can't stand up now. The little white rabbit slipped so fast. Lynch was drenched in the drizzle, sitting on the spot, looking left and right. Little Robin was indeed gone. I don't know what I have just broken through the 79 million identities and scared the entire island compatriots by the Navy, slaughtered by the Navy and fleeing in the high sea. What a scared little Robin, so that he disappeared in a blink of an eye. Why is my heart still empty? Lynch said sourly. Suddenly, I heard footsteps approaching with the rain. Lynch turned his head and looked. At the end of the wilderness, a burly man in a black suit and black hat ran up. Especially what made Lynch's pupils shrink was that the strong man in the suit was still holding a gun. Rainy day, little boy, man in black with a gun. Something is wrong, something is wrong. Hey! The kid over there. The brawny man in a suit and gun threw a dirty stray dog in front of Lynch and asked loudly in the rain, have you seen a long black hair, a thin body, about a girl with a head shorter than you? She has dark green eyes and a high nose. The stray dog was thrown rudely at Lynch's feet, and he whimpered twice, looking very pitiful. Lynch looked up blankly, looked at the face of the brawny man with a gun, and asked innocently, it's weird, uncle, it's raining on a cloudy day, don't you see the road if you wear sunglasses? Boy! I'm asking you, have you ever seen that girl? The strong man in black suit grasped the gun in his hand, kicked the dirty stray dog, and reprimanded, this dog met her just now. Run all the way here. That girl must not be far from here. Come on, have you seen it? The puppy was kicked and whimpered again, and walked to the trash dump nearby. Lynch grabbed her little tail and grabbed it. Is it true that you can't see clearly? Lynch grabbed the puppy's two front paws and wondered. Smelly boy. There was a muffled thunder in the gloomy sky, and the strong man in the suit kicked Lynch down. I'm asking you a question that I can't see clearly. Under the screaming rain, the stray dog whispered and groaned around Lynch, but didn't dare to rush towards the brawny man in black suit. Being stupid with me all the time here, it seems that you have actually seen it. The brawny man in a suit took out a rope, tied Lynch's hands behind his waist in twos, and said with a grinning intimidation, if you don't answer honestly, Uncle won't shoot you, so he will leave you here. Guess, this dog will be hungry for a few days, can't help but eat you. Lynch just wanted to curse in his heart. But I can't scold it. Is this going to cross again? Or simply die directly? What a pity, I knew I had to say a few more words to Robin. It's not right, but it scared her away, or she was caught up by the man in black. The man in black was not polite to him. Seeing that his mouth was tight, he went up with a few old punches, and Lynch, whose hands were bound, fell into the rain with gold stars in his eyes. The stray dog whimpered and ran over to lick the blood on the corner of his mouth, with tears in his eyes. The brawny man in black suit pulled Lynch up. The eyes of the black-haired boy did not waver. He doesn't care about the child's gaze. The kid thinks he is strong and brave, and he usually breaks with a poke. Ah! The brawny man in black suit suddenly yelled, as if he had been punched hard in the head by something. He covered his head and looked around. Under the rain curtain, besides the kid, where else was there? Who beat me? The brawny man in black suit yelled at the drizzling trash dump wilderness. The stray dog whined alertly beside Lynch's leg. Lynch stared in surprise at the place where there was no one in the eyes of the brawny man in black suit. There stood a strange person who was similar in height to Lynch and covered in darkness. Looks like a person on the whole, but it looks like an Iron Man armor. The body is full of mechanical sense, the beautiful lines outline the contour of the visor, there is no snout, and the narrow eyes are only a white light. The blue flame pattern on the left arm and the red flame pattern on the right arm seem to contain special abilities. The pattern extends and converges on the chest, forming a slightly luminous white inverted triangle. Just now, Lynch saw this thing pop up with his own eyes and punched the brawny man in the head. At this moment, the rope that Lynch was tied behind his waist suddenly loosened. Loosen with the rope, and there are pieces of floating petals, which are wet by the rain, making them look exceptionally beautiful. End of this chapter. Chapter 2, Double Messenger. Chapter 2, Double Messenger. It seems that she is hiding in the garbage dump or on the other side, so she just slipped away. Was it because I was scared away, or because she noticed the chasing soldiers? Lynch did not act rashly, thinking that Robin, who might have been observing in the dark, used the ability to help untie the rope, while staring at the Iron Man standing in the rain. Suddenly, the guy holding the gun in front of me can't seem to see it, the only Iron Man I can see. Lynch pretended to be still with a rope and sat on the rain ground, his heart moved. It seems that the guys who are unlucky enough to pass through are really benefited. The last memory before the journey came to mind, the JoJo surroundings bought by the roommate, the arrow that can activate the stand-in ability in the JoJo settings. A few silly roommates followed by one person, and Lynch is no exception. Just now the blue arm that suddenly appeared in the trash and disappeared after dragging him out seemed to sense Lynch's thoughts. The Iron Man who had been standing upright after he appeared turned his face, and his narrow, white eyes stared at Lynch. In the rain, on the ground, Lynch stared at him like that. Iron Man also stared at him facelessly. "What are you looking at me doing stupidly? You beat him." Lynch saw that Iron Man didn't follow the instructions in his heart, so he instinctively felt a little dazed. Can't read the eyes? Or is this stand-in rebellion? Who is it? The man in black raised his gun and yelled, turning a blind eye to the Iron Man who was next to him. He fired several shots in the rain indiscriminately, and his eyes were hideous. "If I don't come out again, I'll shoot this kid." Lynch's pupil shrank, and he suddenly saw that the man in black had a shot just now, which happened to be directed at Iron Man. But Iron Man did not react to being hit by a bullet. As for whether the bullet passed by or something else, with Lynch's eyesight, under such light conditions, there is no way to tell, let alone the trajectory of the bullet. However, under careful attention, Lynch suddenly discovered that even the drizzle of rain falling all over the sky at this moment passed through the body of Iron Man without obstacles, just like the panicked man in black next to him. Treat this guy like a battle armor as non-existent. This guy is really a stand-in. My stand-in. Lynch finally affirmed. Many features of avatars. 1. Only the double messenger can see the double. Secondly, only a double can defeat a double. A non-stand-in messenger, without a stand-in energy, can't even touch a stand-in. The man in black couldn't see the Iron Man who attacked him just now, and the rain passed through the Iron Man, which is undoubtedly in line with these characteristics. And here only Lynch can see Iron Man in front of him, which also proves that Lynch has become a stand-in messenger. Is it your kid's ghost? Seeing Lynch's weird eyes, the black man yelled and walked over, trying to kick the pesky little devil and interrogate him. At this moment, the Iron Man who Lynch thought was a bit silly suddenly moved, kicked the man in black on the side of the knee, kicked it over and fell into the rain concrete ground. I'm not stupid yet, I know to protect the body. Lynch secretly breathed a sigh of relief, his small arms and legs couldn't be twisted by the brawny man in front of him. But at the same time, he also discovered that his own Iron Man stand-in does not seem to be very strong, and it seems to be about the same as himself. This is now because the other party can't see it, so he can attack unexpectedly. Took a little advantage. Bang! As expected, the man in black suffered no injuries, just looked embarrassed, and when he got up and raised his hand, he shot the Iron Man. One shot in the air. The bullet passed silently through the pitch-black avatar shaped like a battle armor, and flew into the rain curtain in the sky. The man in black is going crazy. What is going on? Is there any evil spirits at work? You are chasing after the victory. Lynch almost turned his back with anger, and desperately gave the Iron Man who stood on the spot behind his feet a wink, but the other party was indifferent. Sure enough, your kid is making a ghost, isn't it? The man in black stared at Lynch abruptly and said viciously. Lynch was extremely innocent, and said blankly, "Hey. After I saw a shot blow your mind, can you continue to play this weird trick?" The man in black is no longer fooled, ignoring Lynch's innocent appearance, and raises a gun at him. Boom! Fuck me! Lynch rolled on the spot in a hurry. The other side. When the main body was threatened, Iron Man also attacked decisively, smashing the wrist of the man in black with his gun forcefully, causing his gun's quasi-head to deviate from Lynch's avoiding direction. Click! The gun fell to the ground in the rain. The man in black was covered with rain, with a ghostly expression, clutching his aching wrist. The substitute Iron Man stood quietly in front of him, but the man in black looked pale and looked around, but he couldn't see it at all. Lynch got up and wiped his face, and hurriedly shouted, "Silly son, get the gun to me." The man in black was shocked and exclaimed, "It really is you? Are you a so-called capable person?" According to legend, in this sea, there is a devil fruit called the secret treasure of the sea. Eating any of them can obtain incredible and peculiar abilities. A devil fruit has even been fired to a price of more than 100 million Baileys. The man in black is also a gang, and he has heard about it. Although the gang has been overwhelmed by the bullet led by the tank Becky in recent years, the territory has been eroded. But having said that, ordinary people with this kind of fruit and ability may not be able to encounter one in their lifetime. So the man in black didn't think about this at first. But now that Lynch shouts so, where is there any doubt? The man in black rushed to grab the gun that fell to the ground, but was suddenly hit by something. He snorted and yelled in his heart, "There is indeed an invisible evil in the air." However, after calming down a bit, he noticed that this so-called evil spirit turned out to be just as strong. The man in black stabilized his emotions. This evil spirit who resisted himself seemed to be nothing extraordinary except invisible. "You are dead. Smelly kid," he said to Lynch viciously. Then he snorted, and his muscles energized, slowly squeezing the Iron Man who was holding him away. "Don't move, man." Black Manji's muzzle suddenly stretched out. It was Lynch who took advantage of the gap between the man in black and the double, crawling, and quickly snatching the short gun on the ground, and pointed the gun with both hands at the head of the man in black. "You!" The man in black was shocked. Why is this kid called his brother? At this moment, the battle armor substitute that was strongly pushed back by the man in black suddenly removed the confrontation. Without its active attack, the man in black could no longer touch the substitute, and his body directly penetrated what he couldn't see. Evil Spirit fell awkwardly on the muddy rain ground. Lynch shook his hand, and his muzzle went fire with a bang. The man in black who fell to the ground screamed, and the of the black trousers was puffed up in the rain. "I was surprised, UTM scared me." Lynch complained to the evil spirit who was invisible to the man in black, "If I could play a gun, wouldn't this person be killed by me just now?" The man in black who is so numb with pain is almost about to vomit blood. "You can't shoot, are you pretending to be Nima here?" 2 minutes later, next to the garbage dump in the rain, Lynch raised his gun and pointed at the man in black. The latter took off his clothes, wearing sunglasses, and kneeling there, his was still bleeding, and the rain dripped to his feet. "Just a little Bailey." Lynch counted the banknotes found in the black man's wallet with one hand, showing a disappointed expression. The kneeling bare-ass man in black was extremely annoyed, gritted his teeth and said, "Don't go too far, ah!" He screamed. It was not that Lynch gave another cruel shot, but the evil beside him, which he could not see, punched him in the stomach. What's the point of hitting the stomach? You have little strength. This person is a social mess, and he is afraid of getting such a painless and itchy little fist. Lynch taught his own double-handedly, hit him. Egg. How simple, straightforward, and effective. The man in black suddenly knelt and tightened his legs, shivering all over, and shouted, "What do you want to ask? I'll just say it." "So, who are you? Where are you from? On which road? Where are you? Which towns are nearby? Where do I shoot to incapacitate you?" Lynch asked in one breath. He frowned inadvertently, and he felt a little uncomfortable after being exposed to the rain for too long. But still resisted, and did not show weakness in front of the black-clothed sunglasses man. "Don't think about delaying time waiting for your companion to find him." Lynch grinned and showed white teeth, making the sunglasses person shudder as long as he always felt that the terrible evil spirit hovering around him. His fist seemed to be floating near his little brother, making his scalp numb. "The ability of this kid, it's 2TM. I said it's not enough. You shoot here." Boom. After the last dull gunshot, Lynch took the gun, his eyes beckoning the rain-seeing evil to follow him closely, and walked away a little messy. The dirty stray puppy whimpered, and Lynch's figure was bumped up in the rain. The other side of the garbage dump moved, and a thin figure walked out, lonely in the drizzle. West Sea, South Kagoshima. There is a small port town called Chiba District not far to the east. The man in black just now was a member of Gunpowder, one of the 5 major gangs in the West Sea. Because someone in the town reported the trace of Nicole Robin, the son of the devil, the Gunpowder team immediately dispatched and scattered around the town. Start hunting. Lynch vaguely remembered that Supernova Becky was born in the West Sea, and according to the data, he quickly unified the forces of the West Sea gang when he was young. Only when he felt bored did he set sail as a pirate. Becky's gang is one of the 5 bullets, and maybe within a few years, Becky will behead the other 4 bosses one by one and bring their respective forces under their command. However, these have nothing to do with Lynch for the time being. The most important thing for him now is to find a place to shelter from the rain. It is best to drink hot soup to warm the body. Running alone in the rain, Lynch suddenly thought, "That's wrong, why should I get in the rain? Hey, help Dad and me block the rain." He reminded the war armor that followed automatically. The substitute was really obedient, and immediately walked towards Lynch. It overlapped, shrunk, and fitted his body as if it were a real Iron Man armor. Lynch was installed inside. Can this happen again? End of this chapter. Chapter 3, Oh, Shadow Clone. Chapter 3 Oh, Shadow Clone. Lynch found that the drizzle outside was really blocked by this not thick layer of battle armor on his body. Rain can't touch the substitute, but the substitute can attack the rain that is. At this moment, the little armor on his body remains aggressive, so it can achieve the effect of continuous rain protection. Lynch quickly wanted to understand the principle. He was walking in the drizzle, but the water did not touch his body. What a wonderful experience! Lynch smiled and asked in the war armor, "Are you an automatic stand-in? Can you talk? Do you have an autonomous personality? Hey, isn't it broken?" He raised his hand and banged his Iron Man helmet twice as if the TV signal was not good. The bright, narrow eyes of the battle armor stand-in seemed to flicker twice, and finally issued a response similar to electronic synthesis, "Yes." Lynch was curious and asked, "What is your name? Do you have any special abilities?" Generally speaking, avatars have names. And such a stand-in who has an autonomous personality will already understand his own name and abilities when the body is confused. Some sturdy stand-ins, even like a the Thigh, hand-in-hand on-site guidance on how to operate the body, how to swipe the boss. Back in black. The war armor double continued to reply with a magnetic electronic sound similar to the fusion of Jarvis and Friday that could not distinguish between men and women. Although the voice was weird and nice, but what he said left Lynch at a loss. Why is it still an English name? Can it be translated into Chinese? Pirate text is also okay. In this way, Lynch wore a B.I.B. stand-in armor, ran through the rain, and asked along the way. From the poor language expression ability of B.I.B., it was difficult to know its general ability. Retrieve, release, store. While walking, Lynch looked at his hands suspiciously. The armor is completely dark, but the left and right arm armors are wrapped with blue and red flame patterns, which seem to contain extra special abilities. The electronic sound of B.I.B. described it with difficulty, but to Lynch, the expression was still too vague, suspecting that it hadn't even figured out what the ability of the battle armor's hands was. Generally speaking, there are 6 dimensions in evaluating the ability of a stand-in: strength, speed, precision, range, continuity, and growth. And one of the basic attributes of Lynch's B.I.B. is the power, speed, and precision of the stand-in are completely taken from the body. In other words, when Lynch summons a substitute, everything about himself will be perfectly mapped on it. If Lynch is a weak chicken like the timid trio, then the stand-in he summons is also a weak chicken. If Lynch is a strong man who fought Kaiwahe, kicked the stars, beat the 3 calamities, and hardened all kinds of dissatisfaction, then, in other words, Lynch would have an intimate helper with equal combat effectiveness at the same time his own double, bib. Every time the avatar was released from the outside, the fatigue and pain experienced, even the experience and growth accumulated during exercise, will all be attached to the body when it is retracted by the body. In other words, is it an incredible double-like shadow clone? This kind of attribute is simple and easy to understand, and Lynch suddenly realized that he could not help but be surprised and happy, inevitably a little scared. What's pleasantly surprised is that, in this way, you are equivalent to carrying an external practice gold finger with you. You can exercise your body and your double at the same time, and you will have double experience. I'm afraid, he's not sure, he can endure this kind of cheating. In Naruto, only animals like Naruto can eat away the mental exhaustion and damage accumulated by the clone, without breaking down. Very exciting, very heartbeat. Lin Chi pursed her dry lips and walked in the rainy field wearing B.I.B., with boundless expectations and yearning for the future in her heart. Under curiosity, he was eager to try, and commanded, "Hey, come back." For an instant, the battle armor substitute that was wrapped around Lin Qi's body, which was invisible to ordinary people, shrank into Lynch's body like a phantom. "Hey! How did you understand how I named you Black?" Lynch's scalp was numbed by the exhaustion that was poured into his limbs and the fatigue that was imposed upon him as soon as he started thinking about it. "Rainy night," the sour and painful cry of the teenager sounded. This taste, but it's hard to say. After all, Lynch played this kind of operation for the first time, and was trembling for a while. Lynch's clothes were quickly wetted, leaving footprints of different shades all the way. Not far behind him, vaguely following the stray puppy, his little paw printed in Lynch's footprint. In front, the scattered lights of a town are in sight. Snapped. A pair of feet stepped on the rain on the gravel road. Da. The down-and-out boy walked through the empty streets of the town in the rain. After all, it is a pirate world with underdeveloped productivity. There is no nightlife entertainment at all. It rains and it gets dark. Most people close their doors and almost every shop is closed. The original owner of this body does not seem to be very innocent in his experience. Lynch held the gun in his arms and the wet Pele banknotes from the gun, frowning slightly. He struggled to search the only memory of the original owner in his mind. Was chased and killed? Still encountered a shipwreck and drifted here to death? But in the incomplete memory, there must have been swords and blood shadows. This kid is obviously not a serious person. It's a pity that those memories just came out of stress when they woke up just after crossing, and they were originally fragmented. Later, they were almost killed by the man in black, and found that they had awakened a substitute, repeatedly stimulated, and transferred attention, etc. Lynch looked back and wanted to check the incomplete memory of the original owner of the body. It was so fast that it was almost forgotten. Awkward big font size and bold. Behind some of the lighted windows of the left and right houses, there are a pair of peeping eyes hidden inexplicably. Lynch passed by the only lit-up tavern in the town, listening to the faintly squabbling and frolicking of fishermen and merchants. Sound, still didn't go in after all. I'm not sure if anyone else on this island knows the original owner of this body. Even the man in black next to the garbage dump is not sure if he is unconscious or will die completely. In the fascinating world of One Piece, where everyone is easy to die, Lynch's judgment on himself in the dark and rainy night, I'm not completely sure. You don't see, Sauron played with knives like that. And he slashed with people for an hour, and he was slashed with blood, but he couldn't kill people. The 3 knives in his hand are like fakes. Ghost knows under this worldview, a shot of the brawny man in black can have some effect. The original owner of the body had died, and was already weak. Coupled with repeated exhaustion, Lynch reluctantly found a remote alley, hid in a deep corner, shrank into a ball, and planned to rest for a while. When it's sunny, make plans. Fortunately, he was just hungry and tired, and he didn't feel sick. This guy has a pretty good physique. Lynch was about to fall asleep in a daze. Before going to bed, he suddenly woke up. After trying it twice, he finally succeeded in surfacing a black body energy, separating a figure from it. The whole body is pitch black, the left arm has a blue flame pattern, and the right arm has a red flame pattern. The white inverted triangle that converges to the chest, the mechanically shaped battle armor substitute B.I.B, stands silently beside the main body. Well, you just hang up here, don't walk around. Lynch vaguely told. B.I.B glanced over with white light, and nodded silently. Lynch was about to fall asleep, and then woke up again, worried, and said, "Watch out for the movement of the streets and lanes, don't let inexplicable people approach. As a last resort, remember, just beat him." B.I.B nodded to the main body again. Within a few seconds, the body woke up again, deceiving the corpse. Lynch curled up and hugged tightly, slowly, and groaned, "If I can't wake up, if I feel cold, please wake me up." This armor is an automatic stand-in, and some automatic stand-ins can continue to exist and continue to act even if the main body hangs. Lynch felt that his stand-in was dumb, for fear that it would watch him get cold, and stupidly stood by the side guarding the corpse. B.I.B continued to nod silently. After the explanation, Lynch finally closed his tired eyes and fell asleep with a smile. Between half dream and half awake, Lynch found himself standing on top of the garbage dump in the rain, and inside the garbage dump, a desperate boy reached out his hand for help. The picture turned, and he suddenly appeared again, punching a man in black on the head. Turning his head to look, beside the trash pile, it was the embarrassed boy, that is, Lynch's self. The picture turns again, and Lynch raps self, walking in the rainy night. Lynch woke up and turned around. What he saw in his dream was obviously the memory of the stand-in perspective he got after consciously reclaiming B.I.B before. It's dawn. The sky is clear. Lynch got up in the corner of the dark alley and looked at the alley where the white light was thrown in. The voices of people could be faintly heard outside. This is a small port town, often with merchant ships and cargo ships docking, and it is quite lively during the day. Wu-wong. There was something arching at Lynch's feet. He looked down and saw that it was the stray dog by the garbage dump yesterday. "You are here too." He didn't care, turned his head and looked at B.I.B who was standing beside him like a security guard. This guy stood guard for a night. Lynch seriously pondered a question. If he takes him back into his body this time, how much fatigue and sourness will be added? B.I.B the white-lighted eyes looked towards the main body. The ontology brother smiled awkwardly and politely, "You completely reproduced me, right? Then, in theory, all the memories that existed in my mind, you have all mechanically copied the past. Yes, hey. Bib really nodded silently. Lynch hooked his finger at it. The battle armor Xiao He was a little dull, and finally reacted to the main body owner's intention, silently walked towards him to overlap with him, and wrapped the main body. Putting on the battle armor, with the help of the eyes of the helmet, Lynch suddenly saw a picture that ordinary people could not see. It was B.I.B. playing back his own memory. It was what Lynch had forgotten. When he first crossed over, this residual memory emerged from his body. The beautiful flower garden in front of the wooden house, the beautiful woman named Lily, well, this should be this kid's hometown and mother? Lin Chi nodded silently, and quickly scanned the memory of B.I.B. playing. Because the memory itself is incomplete and all kinds of fragments are fragmented, he also seems to be struggling. Next is the rough sea and the fight between the pirates. I've been a pirate at a young age. At least wait until 17 years old before going to sea. Lynch whispered, because from some existing memories, the original owner of the body turned out to be the mother who abandoned his hometown and left alone. The family ran away on the pirate boat. What a filial son! What can be the end of being a pirate? Lynch continued to wear a helmet to check, and as expected, he followed the pirates on the ship to burn, kill, and loot, and finally kicked the iron plate and was hunted by the official police. A pale face repeatedly appeared in the incomplete memory, intertwined with the panic of the original owner of the body. Lynch shrinks his pupils and recognizes this face. Lafayette. The man on the Blackbeard ship in the future, the ruthless man who broke into the Navy headquarters single-handedly and negotiated terms with the Navy at the Kaiwahe Conference. This filial son actually provokes ruthless people like Lafayette? It's no wonder being chased by the sea, and finally killed in a foreign country. Lynch was in agitated mood, wishing to take the original owner of the body out and beat him up. Suddenly his expression changed, and a slight noise came from the top of his head. On the wall of the alley, there was a thin figure. Seeing that there was a person on the ground, Lynch suddenly raised his head and found himself. Robin straightened up silently on the wall, pursing his dry and pale lips, and with a small gesture, the petals flew from her feet to the ground and the wall. A vertical row of arms grows up. With the help of alternate arms, Robin quietly fell to the ground and stood in front of Lynch. End of this chapter. Chapter 4, I am not interested in flowers and fruits. Chapter 4 I am not interested in flowers and fruits. How are you? Lynch looked at the black and straight 8-year-old girl in surprise, then looked down at the stray puppy at her feet, and suddenly said, You came with it, right? Robin did not speak and nodded slightly. Because I didn't tell that person about you, do you think I can be trusted? Just when the little girl started to feel a little embarrassed, Lynch smiled and said, Actually you just don't even know where to go. It's so pitiful. Robin's thin body trembled, and his fingers tightened. The person yesterday did not die. She spoke. This is the first time Lynch has listened to her, but her childish and crisp voice is a little hoarse, probably because she hasn't spoken too much for a long time. Those gangsters may still trouble you. Do you think you are causing me trouble? Lynch smiled, Come to remind me. The black, long, and straight little girl bit her lower lip without saying a word. Then you can rest assured, I am not a good person. Those who want to kill me can be arranged from here to the ashes of Momonosuke in Wano country and then to Ralph Drew. What are some gangster three-legged cats? Robin was a little at a loss. Love Drew is familiar, what is the land of harmony? What is Momonosuke? However, Lynch said so, but it is really tricky to be targeted by the gangster. Lynch felt that he had to find a way. As a newcomer, the most important thing is to develop steadily, and only after training at a higher level can I have the leeway to mess with people. At this moment, white light flashed at the long and narrow eyes of the helmet on Lynch's face, and B.I.B. issued an electronic sound, extract, release. With a sharp heart, Lynch looked at his hands. The left arm armor is blue with flame-like patterns, and the right arm is red. The shape of the flame pattern is faintly whirlpool, which seems to be very similar to the characteristics of something. Devil fruit? When Robin saw the boy who was 1 or 2 years older than himself, he seemed to wink at the air again. He couldn't help but think of what he did to that gang member last night. Sorrow said that many people in the sea ate all kinds of strangeness. The weird devil fruit has incredible abilities. This boy should have eaten some kind of fruit just like she had eaten flowers and fruits. Is it a ghost fruit? Just as she thought so, the boy in front of her suddenly stretched out his right hand to her, just touched the chest of Robin's worn dress, poked, frowned and retracted. Robin was a little dazed, but saw Lynch change his left hand. This time without hindrance, he thrust it straight into her chest. Robin lowered his head and stared at the boy's hand blankly, so that it was completely submerged in his body. But, why doesn't it hurt? Still too painful, causing numbness? At this moment, Robin flashed back a series of pictures. When I was young, my aunt was not good to me. She was always inadequate to eat and wear. She was called upon. Finally, she was admitted to the doctor of history. She thought that she could study history with Dr. Kloba and the others. As a result, her hometown was taken by the Navy. Demon Slaughter was raised to a sea of flames. I made my first friend, and he was still a giant. He taught himself how to laugh, but he died to protect himself. Finally I saw my mother and thought I could finally walk with her and live with her this time. The result was still pushed away. I'm the last one of O'Hara. As a result, Dr. Kloba, Mother, and everyone, the hope that they have desperately saved will be extinguished here. Sorry, Doctor, Mother, people like me, after all, let you down. Sorrow, you said that as long as you go to the sea, you will always meet your partner, but I'm sorry, I'm going to be stabbed through my chest, dig a bleeding heart and die. Wait for your body to cool down. Will it be eaten by wild dogs and crows on the side of the road, or will it be picked up and sent to a naval base in exchange for a bounty? Hey, what are you doing? The boy's voice suddenly awakened Robin and brought him back to reality. She discovered that although her thin chest was still intact, there was no pain, and even her grey dress was not damaged. The boy's hand has been taken out. Robin looked at the boy's left hand stupidly, without a drop of blood. It's as if it didn't pierce her chest just now. My kid, do you have many question marks? Lynch teased, imitating Robin's trance expression just now. Ah, didn't I get killed by him? What the is going on? Robin gritted his teeth secretly, a little embarrassed, a little angry. On a level she can't see, Lynch's left hand, wrapped in a layer of blue flame pattern armor, is holding a piece, an inverted triangle crystal piece glowing with faint blue light. The surface of the triangular crystal is engraved with swirling patterns like clusters of flowers. What did you do? Robin asked softly. She was good at observing, and noticed that Lynch's gaze had been staring at his own left hand. What was he holding in his hand? Does his ghost ability? Try it. Can you still use the ability to produce flowers and fruits? Lynch suggested. Robin was taken aback, and immediately crossed his arms. Following the original instinctive method, he wanted to use his ability to flower and grow his arms on the face of the boy in front of him, but there was no effect. There is nothing in the body. What is missing? I lost my devil fruit ability. Linkai smiled slightly, and changed the inverted triangle-shaped flower and fruit chip with his left hand to his right hand, the right hand full of red flame swirl patterns, and slammed the chip into his chest. Robin could not help whispering in shock when he saw him suddenly self-harm. But in the next second, she had a flash of inspiration and opened her mouth in shock. Could it be? After the flower fruit chip was implanted in his body, Lynch took a deep breath, feeling that there was a kind of strange intuition all over his body. He smiled slightly, and raised his hands slightly. On both sides of Robin's slender neck, 2 arms were actually flowered. Lynch's arm. The 2 hands on her neck pinched Robin's cheeks. She said bluntly, You grabbed the porridge, the fruit torn, can be greasy. It seems like this. Lynch smiled, it's very interesting ability, very fun. Speaking, the two hands grasping Robin's cheeks quietly turned into petals and spread them on the girl's thin shoulders. Robin looked at the petals falling on his palm, and said in a flustered and frustrated way, how can you be like this? This is my ability to protect myself. Without flowers and fruits, how can an 8-year-old girl like herself survive this cruel sea? Little Robin's heart sank a little bit, not knowing what to do. Hey, you two little children! At this moment, a voice suddenly came from the entrance of the alley. End of this chapter. Chapter 5, This is afraid of evil spirits at work. Chapter 5 This is afraid of evil spirits. Standing at the entrance of the alley was a woman who came out to take out the trash in the morning. She looked nearly 30 years old and was full of vicissitudes of life. The woman finished taking out the trash, approached and looked at Robin and Lynch. I've never seen you before, is it a tramp? Lynch looked around, a man, a woman, and a dog, all in despair. It seems so. Robin pursed his mouth and looked at the woman warily. Oh, I blame the hateful Goldo Roger. In the past 2 years, there have been more and more homeless children like you. Poorly one of my brothers went crazy with me, shouting every day to go out to sea to hunt for treasures. I left home and became a pirate. It's been so long and there is no news at all. The woman whispered and scolded the devil who was executed in Luge Town, East China Sea more than 2 years ago, the man called One Piece. It was a sentence from that guy before his death, which opened this chaotic era of rampant pirates. The woman wiped the corners of her eyes and sighed, have you been hungry all night? Come home with me and have a hot soup. Robin wanted to turn around and escape. But when I think that I have lost my ability to make flowers and fruits, how can I escape? How far can you escape? How long does it take to escape? When she thought of this, the girl was very frustrated. Because of this boy, I took her fruit. Okay, Auntie. The boy raised his face, patted his flat belly, and grinned, I'm really hungry. Auntie, you are such a good person. Auntie. The woman is unhappy, but looking at the boy's handsome face, I forgive him. She chuckled, beckoned to Robin on the side, and said kindly and affectionately, poor girl, come with you too. Robin wants to run, but he can't pull it out like a root. Suddenly, a hand on her back pushed her. Robin staggered forward. Is my ability? Robin thought sadly. Lynch walked straight out of the battle armor he was wearing on a level that was invisible to others, his lips moved slightly, and he said a few words to B.I.B. White light flashed in the latter's eyes and nodded silently. Finally, Robin and Lynch were led out of the alley by the woman one by one, and returned to their home nearby. The stray puppy circled around a few times, and then followed up. In the room, beside the wooden table, Lynch and Robin each served a bowl of hot and delicious soup and a loaf of coarse bread. It's so fragrant. Lynch took a deep breath. He was really hungry. After all, this body hadn't been long since he died. He took a big bite of the bread and took a refreshing sip of the thick soup, feeling that he was really alive now. Robin nibbled the bread, but was absent-minded. After the woman brought them food, she went to the kitchen. Robin originally wanted to use her ability to flower and grow ears on the wall to eavesdrop on the owner's conversation, but fortunately, she immediately chose to run away when things were not right. At this time she realized again that she had no more flower and fruit ability. At this moment, the palm of her left hand suddenly flowered, and a mouth grew out. The mouth opened and closed, and Lynch made a voice, hurry up and eat, there will be no time if you don't eat. They are discussing in the kitchen, is it really worth 79 million? Robin was taken aback. Has this boy used his ability to flower on the kitchen wall and grow ears to eavesdrop? But how could he be so proficient at Hwawaguo? In the small kitchen next door, the woman suppressed her voice excitedly and said, I said that I have good eyes, right? The girl in the alley is indeed the girl of the son of the devil. The man next to her was holding a wanted notice in the hand. In the photo, it was a black, long, and thin girl, the son of the devil, Nicole Robin. A bounty of 79 million Baileys is offered. This is 79 million Baileys. It's just that I went out in the morning to take out the garbage, and I ran into it with luck. I just coaxed a few words and tricked the girl into coming home, and sent it out. This is 79 million Baileys. But, selling her to the gang or the navy, isn't it a bad practice? The man entangled in the reward order, and hesitated in a low voice. I don't think that girl doesn't look like a vicious villain. It's kind of pitiful. The woman cursed. You. She lowered her voice. What stupid words. What is she? The son of the devil. That hateful Golda Roger is the devil, she is the son of the devil, think about it, can she be? What good thing? How can this be called a betrayal? We are doing this for justice. Besides, this is minus 79 million. He lowered his voice again. At the same time, the woman opened the kitchen cabinet and took out a short-barreled shotgun from it. The Zahai gang culture prevails, which is evident in the sturdy folk customs. The woman put the short-barreled shotgun into the man's arms. I'll go out to report, you control the two of them. That kid mingling with the devil's son is definitely not a good thing. Just let the gunpowder guy take them away together. At this moment, on the ceiling above their heads that they did not pay attention to, a full 13 ears were formed in a circle, listening to the conversation of the men and women below from all angles. At the same time, among the two men and women who talked in a low voice, there stood a completely black, blue flame pattern on the left arm, red flame pattern on the right arm, and a white inverted triangle on the chest, watching them silently throughout the process. Conversation. The woman walked out of the kitchen with a basket on her arms, and said kindly and affectionately, "Hee, Auntie, go out to buy some food, so I can entertain you." Ah! Ah! The stray puppy who was licking hot soup at Robin's feet suddenly called to the woman who was about to go out. The woman chuckled and didn't care, she was pushing the door to go out, and suddenly there was nothing at her feet, the whole person turned over, bang! A dog gnawed from the front on the steps, 2 big teeth were knocked out, and blood was flowing. The woman is stunned. What has tripped yourself? She was clutching her bleeding mouth, tears burst out from the pain, she got up hastily, and looked back and saw that the boys and girls at the table were still eating, or the kind of desperate, hungry ghost who seizes the time. The way to eat. Looking at her while eating, the boy stuffed his mouth with bread and hot soup, and asked vaguely, "Auntie, why are you walking so carelessly?" "Yes, I walked accidentally." The woman smiled, and quickly got up, but she didn't stand still, she slipped on the ground again. Boom! This time, he not only smashed a tooth, but also accidentally bit his tongue, which made his mouth full of blood. Ah! The woman finally lost her temper and cried out with tears, "What is this?" Boom! A gunshot came from the kitchen. The panicked woman shivered with fright, and slumped on the ground. The man screamed in horror from the kitchen, what is this? Go away! Go away!" The man rushed out of the kitchen brandishing a kitchen knife, his face full of horror. Behind him, a short-barreled shotgun floated in the air, as if being manipulated by an invisible ghost, and then followed, the black muzzle pointed at the man. "You, don't come here!" The man was so scared that he brandished his kitchen knife. But suddenly, his wrist seemed to be held tightly by someone. In the man's panic, his mouth was sour, the kitchen knife in his hand suddenly fell off, but it did not fall to the ground, falling into the air and suddenly hanging. The kitchen knife floated up and gestured in front of the woman, scared the woman screaming straight to the side. The black man's muzzle pointed at the earth-colored man, who muttered, "I'm so stupid, I shouldn't listen to you, I'm so stupid." Lynch quietly gave a thumbs up to the B.I.B of the left-handed chopper and right-handed shotgun, and then solemnly said, "Auntie, Uncle, this I'm afraid there is an evil spirit at work." In Robin's stunned expression on the side, Lynch put on a serious expression and said, "But luckily you guys, I'm a serious spiritual eliminator." 10 minutes later, Lynch took the cost of expelling spirits 79 million receivables, made a 1 meal discount, and actually collected 79,000 Baileys and left the window with Robin holding a stray puppy. End of this chapter. Chapter 6, Iron Man is also blooming. Chapter 6 Iron Man is also blooming. Black Gunpowder Security Company, a certain room. Several members of Gunpowder gathered together and were discussing the news received last night and this morning. On the table is Nicole Robin's reward order. 79 million Bailey bounty, this number seems so attractive. The son of the devil has not left yet. Still on this island. Be sure to find her. The gang members in black suits are slightly outdated talking. Generally speaking, most of these guys with high rewards are on that great route, and they are all vicious and dangerous villains. Even when the gunpowder power is at its greatest, they will not be fed and have nothing to do with criminals of this level. If you have this skill to make trouble with that kind of powerful desperados, it is better to make more money. The gangs in Zihai are accustomed with a long history. Many of them even exist under official acquiescence. Some small countries themselves are supported by one or more gangs. With this special custom and culture, even the world government and navy are unable to interfere, so they have to close one eye. However, the devil's son Nicole Robin is not a dangerous monster on the Great Sea route, but a weak girl who is only 8 years old. Although I don't know why the navy gang of idiots offered such a high amount to such a little girl, but, this wasted money, who could not be tempted to meet it? It's too rampant. This is not putting our gunpowder in our eyes? Who doesn't know that the kingdom of Nwayulai, Nangkago Island is our territory? Someone said angrily, "Damn boy. Boss, she is just an 8-year-old kid, she may not know about an organization like ours." Someone said. Moreover, the recent persecution of the bullets is too fierce. It is difficult to say whether the kingdom of Nwali will be our territory in the future. Some people expressed concern. Which side of your TM? Talking about the bullet that everyone hears of the Zihai gang, especially the boss of the bullet gang, the unscrupulous Capone Becky in recent years, everyone's topic suddenly becomes crooked. The gangs have been grieving for a long time, merging, fighting for territory, fighting for business. Especially Capone Becky is a who does not play the card according to common sense, and his favorite thing is to assassinate the enemy, sometimes not necessarily the enemy, force the boss, take off the brain of the leader. It is rumored that he simply enjoys the chaos after throwing the table to kill the opponent's boss. What a lunatic! This kind of unruly villain could hate them much more than a little girl who offered a reward to the navy. Snapped. A big hand slapped a piece of paper on Robin's reward order. "Don't make any noise." The simple strokes on paper outline the appearance of a boy with short black hair, and a few lines of text next to it briefly describe its characteristics: age about 12 or 13 years old, good-looking appearance, cunning personality, suspected of possessing a ghost or evil spirit type of demon fruit ability. It is recommended to shoot first to disable the ability to move. Send a few more copies of the portrait to the other brothers. Be sure to find the two of them, especially Nicole Robin, the man ordered. Also pay attention to the port area. Don't let the two little ghosts get into the past. The merchant ship slipped away on the fishing boat. Yes. Wait, I will accumulate emotions. Outside the town, on the way to the largest town on the island. By the side of the river, Lynch finished speaking, taking a deep breath and doing a good job of mental construction for himself. Beside him, stood a black armor stand-in B.I.B. When using the flower and fruit ability, Lynch had a question. He took the power of the devil from Robin and injected it into his body through the ability of substitute. Can use the abilities of flowers and fruits? The answer is no. Not temporarily. Because Lynch quickly reacted, the current state of B.I.B. is a copy of the body of himself before he fell asleep in the alley last night. And the ability to acquire the chip to absorb the fruits of flowers was after the release of B.I.B. In other words, if you want to know whether B.I.B. can copy the flower and fruit ability, Lynch must first take it back into his body, and then release it again. Take it back. Lynch pinched his fingers, not to mention the amount of exercise he had previously taken at the house of the kind-hearted men and women. Even if he was just guarding him in the alley last night, the tiredness accumulated on Bib at this moment. He was brewing. Take a few deep breaths, and finally put on a brave face, and said to the battle armor, "Oh hey, I'm ready." "You, do it." Robin, who has been on the sidelines. She has no idea what the boy is doing. "A black? What is a hey? Is it his own ghost?" At this time, B.I.B. had obeyed the main body's instructions, turned into a phantom energy, and retracted into Lynch's body. Lynch fought a cold war all over. His 5 senses are crowded together, seeming to endure the unspeakable taste. With the recovery of the substitute, the additional fatigue and additional memory merged into the body, giving Lynch a double destruction physically and mentally. Lynch's back was covered with cold sweat in an instant. Robin is even more confused. What is this boy doing? Patience for a moment. Lynch can't wait to release B.I.B. again. After the black armor appeared again, Lynch sat down on the grass by the river and said tiredly, "Come on, let's try it now." Bib nodded silently, and according to the experience of using flowers and fruits copied from the main body, it made a move. The petals at Robin's feet were chaotically, and a battle armor full of blue flame patterns soon grew out. Arm. Wow! The stray puppy licking the water by the river screamed at the strange hand that emerged on the ground. Robin was also taken aback. What is this? The ability of flowers and fruits to make arms? But the boy's hands don't look like this. Oh, can you see it? Lynch saw it and nodded while sitting. Because it is a clone made with the ability of a devil fruit, can even ordinary people see it? He beckoned himself, so next to Robin's battle armor arm, the petals were floating, and there was one more Lynch's own hand. The 2 hands are held together as if they were breaking their wrists. The clear touch was passed to Lynch's real palm through the hand of ability creation. The entity made by the flowers and fruits shares the perception with the capable person himself. If this were not the case, it would be impossible to eavesdrop by creating ears. However, what Lynch thinks at the moment is that since the Bib stand-in can even copy the fruit ability, then if he learns to be armed and domineering, he should be able to reproduce and reproduce perfectly in the future. Use it? Think about it, that's really a bit strong. By the way, if you can use your ability, will you also become a land duck? Lynch suddenly realized a serious problem. Those with devil fruit ability will be abandoned by the sea. That is, once immersed in a large amount of water, the capable person will not be able to use the ability, and will feel weak in the limbs and unable to swim. It doesn't matter if you become a land duck, anyway. There is a substitute and you can help. But if even the double becomes a land duck because of this, isn't it funny? Lynch pointed to the little river next to him, and ordered the stand-in, "Go down and try. B.I.B. naturally, only the body follows it, and if you hear it, you will jump directly into the river." Wait. Lynch suddenly thought that if something happens to this guy, he will behave like a capable person if he is disturbed by the river, and he will become weak and uncomfortable. Then, after taking back the substitute, isn't it the only one who is unlucky? He hurriedly grabbed B.I.B. and persuaded, "Just go down the bubble with both legs, the main thing is to try the effect." End of this chapter. Chapter 7, Robin, is he going to disfigure me? Chapter 7 Robin, is he going to disfigure me? Looking at the legs soaked in the river water, it was like a cell phone that was in the water, and it broke down like a cell phone, and the double body B.I.B. twitched slightly. Lynch could not help but fell into thought. Do you want to take back this thing? Robin was beside him, and finally couldn't help asking, There, is there your ghost? The strange arm that grew out of flowers and fruits just now is also your ghost, right? She pointed to the spot where Lynch's eyes were focused by the river. It is the position where the battle armor stand-in is at the moment. That's it, Lynch said. He dragged the whole B.I.B. ashore, and asked, you can't release the attack river water, so you won't be touched by the water, won't it be affected? B.I.B.'s eyes flashed with white light, and an electronic voice uttered, don't be touched by water, it will also be affected by the special energy in the water. Is there such a cow? Lynch was puzzled, and tried to stretch his legs into the river. Robin exclaimed. She knows how it feels when someone with the ability touches water. Sure enough, Lynch's legs were submerged in the water, and he hummed weakly. Holding his chest, Lynch said, it feels like a feeling of weakness, dizziness, and suffocation after soaking in a bath for too long. This is just 2 legs. If the whole body is soaked in water, isn't it that the direct person is gone? It's no wonder that even Luffy's kind of livestock, even the second captain of the Whitebeard, who has been wading through the country like Ace, can only be rescued by the Overlord's luck after falling into the water. After falling into the water, a capable person will definitely die unless he is a murloc or someone rescues him. Lynch understood this deeply. After pulling his legs out of the water with difficulty, he seriously warned the stand guard standing next to him, remember from now on, when you stay in my body, you must make sure that I am not a capable person. You. After coming out, implant the demon chip on my body into me. B.I.B. nodded silently. Lynch looked at the white inverted triangle on his chest, the avatar reacted, and immediately inserted his left hand wrapped in blue flame patterns into Lynch's chest. From within Lynch, B.I.B. drew out the flower and fruit chip that was previously extracted from Robin's body, and then snapped it to the inverted triangle area on its own chest. Strictly stitched, perfect fit. Hey, come on, try it out. Lynch took a deep breath, his face determined. B.I.B. turned into pitch black energy, pouring into Lynch's body. Lynch pumped twice, adapting to the exhaustion and memory that poured into his body and spirit. He raised his hand, but failed to successfully bloom on Robin's face full of curiosity. Sure enough, the devil fruit chip is stored in the reactor in the chest of B.I.B., it's just storage. Lynch tried to immerse his legs in the water again. This time, he only felt the coolness of the river water. It was very comfortable and not the least uncomfortable. He was not uncomfortable at all, so Robin, who was observing carefully, was full of question marks. In a place she couldn't see, the black double energy flew out of Lynch again, condensing into the appearance of the battle armor double B.I.B. B.I.B. with the right hand with the red flame pattern, cut out the white inverted triangle flower and fruit chip on the chest, and pressed it into Lynch's body. Lynch hurried out of the water. Very good, this will be the case in the future. He told his substitute, at least we must make sure that one of us will not be affected by sea water or sea rocks. Then, let's try something else. Lynch feels that he has no fighting power right now, so naturally he has to think of a way from the substitute. Ordinary people can't see the substitute at all. Of course it is a good advantage. Through the egg-smashing tactics, there should be a very significant effect. But, what if the other party is not a man? What if the opponent is not a human at all, and there is no egg? Lynch first thought of the obvious feature that a substitute is not an entity. As shown before, ordinary people's gunshots, or even rain, can't be touched at all without B.I.B. actively confronting it. It is just a mass of energy. It is a phantom that is not a physical entity, and can even scale its own body shape. In the JoJo animation, Jotaro even let his stand-in put his hand into his chest, grab his heart, restrain his heartbeat to avoid the enemy's detection, and therefore his stand-in Platinum Star was awarded the Platinum Pacemaker. Fame, the protagonists have also shrunk their doubles to enter the human body and perform various sorrows in the blood vessels. In other words, Lynch can also achieve the goal of becoming a means of combat through similar methods. For example, in the battle, Lad B.I.B directly put his hand into the opponent's chest, hold the opponent's heart, and then materialize. Pang! The heart stops beating. The battle is over. As long as the opponent can't see B.I.B, as long as the opponent cannot attack B.I.B, this tactic seems incomprehensible. Test it. Lynch will do what he says, but of course he won't be joking with his own heart, but stretched out his arms after thinking about it. He beckoned on Robin's shoulders and blossomed into capable arms. Try it with this. Robin saw, well, she couldn't see B.I.B walking towards her, and she reached out to Lynch's arm on her shoulder. The hand of B.I.B was illusory, and it went straight into the arm of Lynch that bloomed on Robin's shoulder. The entities made by the flowers and fruits share the senses with the capable person himself. But when B.I.B overlapped its hand with Lynch's hand on Robin's shoulder, Lynch didn't feel anything strange. Until the next second. "I fuck." Lynch's face changed, and he screamed in pain. At that moment, the fingers of B.I.B placed inside the arm, one of the fingertips had an antagonistic intention, which was equivalent to possessing an entity. At that moment, Lynch felt a bullet embedded in his arm. The flesh and blood are torn and stretched, and it hurts deeply. Hearing the pain of the body, the fingers of B.I.B immediately returned to illusion, and the arm on Robin's shoulder was also scattered into petals. Fortunately, it does have an effect. Lynch smiled and rubbed his arm. Although there was no bleeding, the pain passed by his ability just now still couldn't dissipate in the arm. "I am also very thankful that after all, it was just a fake hand shaped by flowers and fruits, and the pain passed by it was not real and equivalent after all. I just touched it in my arm, it hurts. If you reach directly into your chest, reach into your head, squeeze the enemy's heart, and smash the enemy's brain. Then it's okay. I am invincible." Lynch laughed, and added to his heart, "Well, at the level of ordinary people. Let's go. Go and see in the city." He greeted Robin and the stray puppy. The dark armor stand-in does not need to greet, and silently follows the body. "Wow!" the stray puppy yelled, and Diana followed Lynch's footsteps. Robin didn't understand the whole process. What did this boy do? "I always feel that he is a little moody." The boy lifted his foot to go to the main city of the island, but Robin did not move. "It will be discovered," she said. "My look, there are rewards everywhere. If you don't tell me, I almost forgot." Lynch took out a pair of scissors from his trouser pocket, which of course was from the previous family member. Chiang Kong cut it twice, and Lynch smiled maliciously at Robin. "I've always been surprised, since you want to avoid hunting, why don't you change your appearance a bit?" Robin's face turned pale with fright. This person, should he use scissors to cut his face to a complete disfigurement? End of this chapter. Chapter 8, Robin, hey! Chapter 8 Robin, hey! Blood flowers are splashing by the small river. Oh, its black hair fluttering, falling on the river and floating away. Lynch is certainly not so frantic to disfigure Robin. Isn't it a violent thing to disfigure such a little beauty? Even if it is to avoid the navy or the gang, it shouldn't be. He shaved Robin directly. After he finished shave, Robin realized what had happened. There is a chill on her head. This may be the first time she has felt this way since she can remember. Robin looked at the picture reflected on the river. She had a pale skin color, a slightly erect nose, and her dark green eyes, who was just herself. But the person in the water did not have a black shoulder-length hair, but a large, rough hair, with rough roots growing on the white scalp. She reached out and touched the top of her head. The stubble is not very hard, it feels soft. Sure enough, only real handsome men and beauties can hold an inch head style. Lynch's face appeared beside the inch head the river, and he commented. Robin doesn't know what to say. But it is true that even she herself feels strange to shave such an inch. Ordinary people who have only met her on a reward order, at first glance, she may not really recognize her. Unfortunately, there is no hair dye, otherwise I will dye you individual colors. Lynch said regretfully, what do you think of white? Gold? Or red? You can call Robin red hair in the future. Haha. Robin adjusted his complex emotions, and finally couldn't hold back the doubts in his heart, and asked, who are you, on earth? Will actually crawl out of the garbage dump in the rainy night. When I saw her for the first time, I confessed her identity, but didn't tell the bad guys her secret. But if he had good intentions towards her, he badly robbed her of her faculty. Robin was hesitant. Without flowers and fruits, she really didn't dare to leave alone. Linkai smiled and said, my name is Lynch, for the time being, I'm just a nameless guy. Don't worry, I'm not interested in reporting a poor kid. Aren't you just 2 or 3 years older than me? Robin followed him silently and continued to the main city of the island, which is also the royal city of the small kingdom of Newley. As for flowers and fruits, I'm not too interested in this thing. Lynch said as he walked, it's too damn. The petals will fly in the sky as soon as you use your ability. You still grabbed the idiot cannon to use it, and you still use it so skillfully? Robin is upset and doesn't like it, so you will pay me back? Thinking so, she saw petals falling on her face. Then there was a strange feeling on the forehead and cheeks, it seemed to be covered by something. What did you do to me? Robin touched his forehead, cheeks, and nose, and found that they were all covered by a layer of meat. She quickly understood that this was Lynch's ability to use flowers and fruits on her face just now. Lynch said, simple disguise, it's easy to think of, right? You have played Hwawaguo for so many years, and it is strange that this kind of operation has not been developed. Do you know me well? Robin asked puzzled. Well, it's a long story. Lynch laughed, I won't tell you. Robin was speechless, and then asked, you are so proficient at Hwawaguo, how do you use it? Is it difficult? Lynch was surprised. He beckoned and raised his head, each blossoming on Robin's shoulders to grow ahead of his. The 2 heads opened up on the left and right sides of Robin and said, very basic. Operation. Robin was almost frightened by the heads on both sides of the shoulders and his eyes lost the highlights. When the 2 heads finished speaking, the fluffy petals dissipated as 2 clusters of petals. Lynch looked at Robin who was frightened, and smiled, well, wide forehead, plump cheeks, nose like garlic. With this sharp head, it's cute. Ha ha ha. The nose is like garlic. Robin was a little worried by his smile. What is it like to be ugly? However, thinking that this is only the result of covering up with the ability of flowers and fruits, it is not really disfigured. When I think that I have become like this, I am afraid that I will not be recognized by others, and I feel a little relieved. Lynch is a bit selfish, but he doesn't seem to be malicious. It's like some evil taste that doesn't know where it comes from. I said, Robin, can you do this? Lynch asked her with a suffocated smile, while her head was pulled back vigorously, her eyes turned white, the corners of her mouth were pulled down, and her chin was squeezed out, and then she shouted, what? Robin didn't understand, does this action have any meaning? The 2 were talking along the way, getting closer and closer to the entrance of the royal city. The road outside the city became flatter, and the flow of people increased. In addition to the residents of the small islands and towns, there are obviously business travelers and motorcades on the road, which is full of life. Entering the city, Lynch took Robin and quickly found a restaurant. Before robbed the gangster by the garbage dump, and the kind lady who tried to report Robin, Lynch still had a little money in his pocket. Not everyone has seen Robin's offer of reward, not to mention the way she is now, bulging forehead, big nose, chubby cheeks, refreshing bunny. If this can be recognized as Nicole Luobin, they are ruthless. The dark armor stand beside the table, with white eyes looking around, obeying the main body's instructions, always alert to the surrounding environment. The main body of Lynch is of course eager to eat, eating very refreshingly. At this time, he realized that the body he had traversed might not be bad. I looked weak before, probably because I had been dead for too long, and my body was a bit weak. The little bit of food in my kind-hearted aunt's house is not enough to fill my own body's stomach. Now I'm full, and my limbs are also showing resilience. I don't know if it's an illusion. Judging from the fragmentary memory replayed by Bib, this kid who happened to have the same name as me went out to sea when he was 8 years old. Now he is almost 10 years old. This kid is more than a head taller than Robin, who is 8 years old. Which one looks only 10 years old? But this kid has a good foundation, which is also good news for me. At the table, Robin was still a little worried. Eating in a restaurant full of diners really tested her mental quality. But after realizing that no one was paying attention to herself, she finally felt relieved. Touched the meat on her face, and the refreshing bun, she sipped a delicious meal that she had never enjoyed before, and couldn't bear to enjoy it alone, so she gave some meat to the stray puppy at the corner of the table. She asked in a low voice, "Where did you grow on my face?" The flowering ability of flowers and fruits is to grow a part of the body of the capable person through the petals within sight. Ass meat, how else could it be so soft? Lynch retracted his thoughts and blinked at her. Ass meat, Robin lowered his head to eat silently. Only feeling the unspeakable enthusiasm rushing to his face, filling his head, from the ears, from the mouth, from the nose, from the eye sockets. Of course it's not meat. It's not that Lynch is thin-skinned, but that this thing is shared by the senses. Lynch is not so trivial as to rub her face with her ass. Well, now his face can really feel the hot temperature of Robin's cheeks. For Robin to change his appearance, it is the flesh of his face made by flowers and fruits. The two were eating, and the other diners at the neighboring table chatted loudly and talked about things that happened all over the world. Some business travelers talked happily about the strange things in the West China Sea. Those with more experience would even refer to other places of interest such as the execution of one piece in Roach Town in the East China Sea, the ingenuity of the machinery in the South China Sea, the chaos of war in the North Sea, etc. Wait. Lynch listened with gusto. There are also some unscrupulous guys who are even talking about their mighty record on the famous sea flower boat in the Golden Cave. It is so yearning. Wow, the newly promoted Kaiwahei Moonlight Moria appeared in the West Sea. Suddenly, someone who was a few tables away grabbed the newspaper and yelled, attracting the attention of many people. Robin noticed that Lynch also pricked his ears while listening to the man nearby reading the news in the newspaper. Moonlight Moria, who appeared in the sight of the public after mysteriously disappearing, accepted the name of the world government's Kaiwahei. Today, this newly promoted Kaiwahei appeared on the island of Kur in the West Sea to help local residents solve a group of people. A criminal gang attempting to steal the tomb. The diners read the news loudly to interested people. Others applauded. In their opinion, Kaiwahei is a good pirate after being probabilized by the government. Now, as expected, the great pirate Moonlight Moria also did a good job. Morla himself is the one who robbed the tomb. Lynch thought in his heart, the world government's propaganda is also 6. Moria will leave after robbing the tomb. Isn't it just to help the locals solve a group of tomb robbers? Count time? Moria, this is just not long after being wiped out by the high-quality Star Kaido group in the country of Hezi. Now I start to collect corpses everywhere to make a zombie army? It really doesn't delay a bit of effort. Fate and drink, and listened to the gossip news for a while in the restaurant. Lynch checked out and took the little girl Robin out of the house. What do I do next? Robin asked hesitantly. The main reason is that she can't guess the boy's plan at all, and she doesn't know if he plans to live here or what. The boy is not familiar with the towns on this island, obviously not a local. Robin never had a stable life after leaving O'Hara Island, which was destroyed by the hometown of the Killing Demon Order. Now that she has a disguise for a while, it seems that she can hide her identity from being discovered, but she doesn't know what to do. Next, Lynch touched some of his deflated pockets. Maybe I should find a good-hearted big money to make some money. Robin. The invisible black armor stand-in followed them silently, taking advantage of the fact that other people could not see it at all, observing unscrupulously everywhere, and being alert to the surrounding environment. Lynch and the others did not go far. They found that the intersection ahead was very lively, the crowd was boiling, and there were singing and dancing sounds. Next, let us welcome the much-anticipated Victoria Sindori. End of this chapter. Chapter 9, Ugly and Rich. Chapter 9, Ugly and Money. In the streets and alleys, a big man in old suits shuttled, either holding a reward order or holding a blank piece of paper. The passerby residents here seem to know their identities, knowing that they will not casually deal with ordinary residents, so they are not too afraid to answer their questions truthfully, but after all, they are not a bright career, so they are not how enthusiastic about these people in black, and left in a hurry after a simple answer. Hearing the singing and dancing at the intersection, passers-by rushed over to watch the performance. Go on looking. The people in black said to each other. The pitch-black armor of people coming and going, all obsessed with it, looked around, and slightly noticed the black suits walking by the corner of the nearby street. On the open-air stage, accompanied by enthusiastic singing and dancing, a young girl with short blonde hair and short hair appeared on the stage, dancing lightly to the cheers and applause of the onlookers. This dance is really wonderful. There really is no in vain in this life. Listening to the crazy chatter of the surrounding crowd, Lin Chi on the edge looked at the graceful blonde girl dancing on the stage, and it became clear immediately. Victoria Scintillai, isn't it the horror bark, the zombie who was sewn by the dead fat hogback and Moria injected the shadow of a maid? It seems that she was indeed a famous stage actress during her lifetime, but she unfortunately passed away because she accidentally fell off the stage. Later, as a zombie, she showed her disgusting personality with dishes, which is more like the shadow of another maid who hates dishes in her body. It is very difficult for her to feel whether she has any consciousness left. But it's a pity that the fat Dr. Hogback, who is obsessed with her, doesn't care about who is in her body. The fat guy is just greedy for her body, and he doesn't even care if the body is alive or dead. What a beautiful pair of legs, a pair of feet. If you can be stepped on twice by such feet. At this moment, an extremely greasy groan came from near behind Lynch. Although the pure little Robin girl did not understand, she was so tired that she got goosebumps. She turned her head and saw that she was a short and fat middle-aged man, wearing round sunglasses, looking obsessively. Blonde girl dancing on the stage. When the fat man arrives, the fat man will arrive. Lynch recognized this guy. Isn't it the greedy Dr. Hogback from Moria's lair? This fat man has superb medical skills and is well known in the medical field. He is the idol of the reindeer chopper, who is pet, and ship doctor in straw hats. However, after he made some money theory rhetoric, naturally, the pure chopper's dream was shattered, and the idol's personality collapsed in an instant. Look at this fat man. Lynch has a round head, his neck and shoulders are integrated, his torso is like a meatball, but one pair of legs are extraordinarily slender. When these two legs are closed, it looks like a personal goblet. In the world of One Piece, most of the time, the heart is beautiful, but the heart is ugly. It is a villain that looks like this insignificant. The villain is ugly and rich. Since we have met by fate, is there any truth in the autumn wind without beating you? Suddenly, Lynch and Robin were jerked by something. Boom! Almost at the same time, there was a gunshot not far away. A splash of blood splashed on the leather shoes of the dead fat Dr. Hogback next to him. He hit again and again, screaming, "Dead dog, dirty my shoes. Know how much it cost Bailey to buy it? Is it customized?" What? The crowd was quiet for a moment, and immediately became agitated. The locals are okay. Although they are panicked, they evacuated in an orderly manner. When they go home and find a place to hide. Those who stayed for business or traveled by were more flustered and more chaotic, and the crowd was very chaotic for a while. The performances and singing and dancing on the stage suddenly stopped, and the actors were all terrified by the sudden shot. In hot dance, Xin Dolly made a mistake in her step and screamed in pain. She sprained her ankle and swelled up bulgingly. Fool! Who told you to shoot here? Not far from the street, a few people in black with gunpowder gathered together, and the leader of them yelled at the younger brother who opened fire. The newly debuted black-clothed boy said straightforwardly, "It's not that the boss said that they have evil spirits, so do you want to shoot in advance? There are so many civilians here, in case of accidental injury, let's not mix up." The leader scolded even more fiercely, slapped the back of the little brother's head. The other black-clothed boy next to suddenly pointed at the panicked crowd and exclaimed, "Boss, what is that?" A few gunpowder gang members looked over and saw that around the chaotic crowd, a wall was growing out of thin air on the ground. Seems to be a wall intertwined with individual arms. On the wall, each arm is squirming, intertwining, twisting, and forming a weird dynamic with each other, trying their best to squeeze into one another. Seeing this indescribable thing, several people suddenly had difficulty breathing. This is... Robin was slammed by something, and then he heard a gunshot. When he fell on the ground, he saw a cloud of shadow rising from the ground, covering the surroundings, and looking up, he saw a huge wall of arms. "Can it still be done like this?" she murmured, "is this really a fruit?" Then, she heard the whimper of a stray puppy. Lynch was pushed in time by the substitute B.I.B, and the bullet passed by, but it wounded the stray puppy who had been following him and Robin. The dirty legs of the puppy are now red with blood. "I'm doing it, can I recognize it if I make it like this?" Lynch glanced at Robin, who had a garlic-like nose and an unusually full forehead and cheeks, and then swept the pitch-black armor standing next to him, and quickly attached a few words to his ear. B.I.B silently nodded, passing through the wall of flowers and fruits like a phantom, passing by the flustered crowd, as if entering a no-man's state, and went straight to several black-clothed gang members who were approaching. Lynch himself is holding the injured puppy in one hand, pulling Robin with the other, and squeezing into the chaotic crowd with the shelter of the wall of flowers and fruits. The wall of flowers that was barely erected around, spread out with a loud noise, turning into petals falling in the sky. Robin was dragged into the crowd by him, but the look of Lynch was constantly replayed in front of him. Although Lynch didn't blame or complain, if there were any sharp dog eyes to those gangsters. But Robin still felt that gaze, penetrated deeply into his heart. She doesn't think she and Lynch are good friends or partners. But I still feel a pain in my heart. I am really a person who will bring misfortune to others. Stay away from me. Dead dog, and kid. Huckleback jumped and yelled with the dog blood splashed on his leather shoes. The actresses on the stage were panicked. Sinto Lee's feet were already swollen so that she couldn't walk. She felt cold sweat on her forehead at the slightest movement. "Doctor! Call a doctor!" the stage actor's companion cried and cried. "Here is a doctor!" Lynch took Robin and raised his hand in the audience and shouted. At the same time, an arm grew from Huckleback's shoulder, and he slapped his fat mouth severely, slap. "Ah! Yes! There is a doctor here!" The fat man's cheeks were flushed, and he suddenly recovered and shouted, "I am the doctor!" Lynch turned his head and looked out through the intertwined crowd gap. Although his avatar is automatic and does not need to be controlled by him, it can be said to exist relatively independently, but after all, it is the relationship between the main body and the auxiliary body, and they still have subtle feelings for each other. End of this chapter. Chapter 10, Ghosts Follow. Chapter 10 The Ghost Follows. Several gang members hurriedly ran towards the chaotic crowd, completely ignoring the oncoming jet-black armor. Hidden in the crowd, Lynch moved his fingers slightly. Under the feet of several gang members, several arms suddenly grew and grabbed their ankles. Boom! 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 Pang! Several people in black fell down instantly, making painful calls one after another. One of the pistols misfired, knocking on the forehead when he fell, and directly headshot himself. With a loud sound, the plasma splashed on the skirt of the passing lady, and she was so frightened that she screamed and fainted. Damn it! The other people in black were startled and angry. They were about to get up, but they felt something kicking in their face. The eyes of B.I.B. were glowing with white light on the visor, which looked cold and merciless, and unceremoniously gave the gangster a kick on the face, and the whole face was bloomed. Who is it? A ghost, it's a ghost. The gang members' faces were bloody, they were screaming, angry, or frightened, but they were unable to struggle. Unexplainable hands grew out of their joints, intertwined and temporarily bound them. The invisible evil spirit floating in the air took advantage of this effort to beat them mercilessly, screaming continuously for a while. Boom! 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 The gang members shot into the air in a panic. It was clear that the evil spirit attacking them was in this direction, but the bullet didn't hit anything. Oh, no, I hit the residents. Wow! The rough palm of a brawny resident was pierced by a stray bullet, punching a blood hole, and screaming. Among the chaotic crowd, there are some people who come out upstream. They are reporters from the entertainment section who originally interviewed the dance troupe. Now the dance troupe is halfway through, but there is a gunfight on the street. Lucky! There is no shortage of news. The reporter quickly picked up the camera on his neck and pressed the shutter frantically at the scene of the gunfight on the street. Shock! The West Sea gangster is chaotic to this point. Talking about whether we should oppose bad customs. Famous stage star Victoria Sindori was shot on the street, isn't it? The reporter double-clicked his finger, the flash blazed wildly, and a series of abdominal scripts were flashed in his mind. But, what are these gangsters doing? The reporter took a few pictures of the turbulent and evacuated crowd, and then pulled the camera back to the blood-stained, very embarrassed gang members. I saw these guys who are usually strangers, all of them seem to be in a hurry, as if they have experienced something. Unthinkable things, crazy operations in front of the air, not knowing what they are throwing, seem very neurotic. A question mark slowly appeared on the reporter's head. He took a few photos of gang members standing back to back, facing the air with no one nervous, and silently typed a draft, discussing the psychological alienation of ordinary people in the grey life of gangs. Obviously there is nothing. Are these gangsters playing mime here? Damn it! I can't touch it at all. The gangster who played the mime broke a bit. Although the boss said that the person to be caught may have ghostly devil fruit ability, but who knows that it is so rascal? Can't see, can't touch, can only be beaten. The blood-stained boss glanced at the open-air stage, and the two little ghosts who had just been staring at him no longer knew where they were going. Moreover, it's too chaotic here, even stray bullets accidentally injured ordinary residents. What a headache. The organization was already overwhelmed by the bullet people. It was exactly when they dared not offend the royal family and the government. Now the newcomers with their brains shoot directly in the streets. It really messed up the situation. As long as the injured residents ask the Kingdom Department for an explanation, I am afraid that the people in the King's Guard will find their gunpowder trouble again. Oh shit! The boss bit his teeth full of blood, and roared, "Retreat first!" He looked back and saw that several younger brothers had dragged the corpses that exploded, and limped away. Wait for me! A few bastards! The boss also slipped away, leaving a street of blood stains. Spots of blood are connected in a line. On these bloodstains, an invisible ghost followed. The sisters of the dance troupe helped Sindori, who was injured and swollen into lumps, into the carriage and rushed to the house and clinic of Dr. Hobacake. The carriage is exquisitely decorated, and the interior is filled with fragrance, which is very hobgoback. He let out a weird, sharp laughter of hiss and hiss, and said to Xin Duolai, "This kind of injury, as long as it is treated this day, it will be healed soon." "Thank you." Xin Dolly squeezed out a weak smile with her head in pain and cold sweat. Joanna, a member of the dance troupe, worried, "There will be no sequelae, right?" The talented dancer Xin Duolai is only 17 years old. Her stage life has just begun. She hasn't stood on the stage that has attracted much attention. With Dr. Hobacake's medical skills, there will definitely be no sequelae. Lynch comforted. This is Moria's special zombie army transformation physician in the future. Don't be too good at human surgery. This guy can even transform Sindori's weak corpse into a strength that can be used in combat. Huckaback is touted in front of the beauties he likes, so refreshing as if he took a refreshing bath in a private pool after running for 20 kilometers. "But who's your kid?" He suddenly recovered, looking at the black-haired boy who was sitting in the carriage and a short-headed girl, mainly wearing a dress, "Otherwise I really can't distinguish between men and women," screaming said, "Who allowed you to sit in my carriage?" Joanna, a member of the dance troupe, was surprised. "Aren't they your companions to Dr. Hobacake? It was these two children who reminded us that you are a doctor." "Ah." Huckaback seemed to remember that there was such a thing. "Ah, what a poor dog." Sindoli looked at the stray puppy in Lynch's arms. One leg was completely red with blood. She begged, "Dr. Hobacake, can you help him?" Huckaback exclaimed, "What a joke, I am not a veterinarian. And these two brats are so poor at first sight. How could he afford his treatment?" Lynch said, "You are a genius." Xin Duolai said pitifully, "Please, the puppy is so poor." Swish! Swish! "No problem, wrap it on me." Huckaback shrieked, and slandered in his stomach, "After he was cured by Scintillai, I would send the two little ghosts away. Poor and dirty, dare to bleed dog blood on my carriage, is this looking down on my genius?" On the other side, Black Powder Security Company. A few gang members dragged a corpse, scrambled and hurried back. The boss of this branch just opened a cigar, turned on the lighter, and roasted it leisurely. He was immediately shocked when he saw it. How did it happen? How long did it take to go out to achieve this kind of virtue? Bullets, people hit them here. Snapped. The blood-stained boss took the wanted order and the sketch on the table, leaving a vague blood handprint, and exclaimed, "Boss, that kid." Several people tell the story with one word and one mouth. Stupid. Shoot in the street. The boss was surprised and angry, pointing to the sketch of the boy full of handprints. "Are you sure it's the two of them?" "The boy must be the girl," said the blood-stained boss, and suddenly pointed at the boss opposite in horror. The boss himself was surprised. The cigar on his mouth seemed to be taken away by someone, and it floated in the air. End of this chapter. Chapter 11, Illiteracy. Chapter 11, Illiterate. The carriage bumped, crossed the street, and came to another block of Wangcheng. Compared with before, the streets here are obviously cleaner and cleaner. The clothes of pedestrians are relatively elegant and beautiful, and they look polite when they walk and talk and laugh. A single-family mansion is not far ahead, which is the mansion of Hobacake. And further afield is a wide staircase with higher terrain, above which is the magnificent palace. In the carriage, Lynch secretly said, "In the world of One Piece, it seems that the palaces of all countries have been built at high points, even the closed country of Wano is no exception." What the is he? It's the evil spirit. The evil spirit is coming back with us. In the Black Gunpowder Security Company, the gang members screamed in surprise. The cigar is floating in the air, with green smoke curling up on the top, and red sparks flickering and dimming. Damn it! The branch boss who was snatched the cigar furiously grabbed the ashtray and smashed it, but he hit it empty. The place where the cigar was floating was not like he thought, there was an invisible person. There is no one at all. The cigar floated leisurely, and then, on the desktop, Lynch's sketch paper, Robin's reward order, and a bunch of business documents also floated inexplicably. The branch boss gritted his teeth and turned over the tabletop, kicking towards the cigar and documents. Those things swiftly avoided, and the branch boss kicked it empty. He fell to the ground and looked back. The lit cigar heads were already leaning against the edges of the paper piles, setting them on fire. The spark sprang up, spread and burned, and soon became a ball of flames. Even if I knew that this was most likely the power of the devil fruit, it would not be a real terrible wraith. But there was still a chilly chill that rushed to the spine of the branch boss. Damn, how to fight this kind of enemy? The gang members have already thrown down their bodies. Anyone who likes to contact the funeral director to collect the corpses will go, anyway, they want to slip away now. Before they took a few steps, there was sudden pain in their shoulders. What? It seems that there is a cold hand reaching into their shoulders, separating and tearing their flesh and blood forcefully, grabbing their bones, and pinching mercilessly. This kind of pain can only be vented with screams. Ah! You, don't come here! There was a miserable cry in the room. On the street outside the house, it is not that no passers-by pass by and hear the movement inside. But, people who live nearby know more or less what this house is. The gangster thing, although everyone is quite used to it, but it's fine or less contact. In the room, pieces of paper after another, whether it is sketch paper, or reward order, or transaction slip, or various ledgers, and other documents, were pulled out by invisible hands from these people, and from the drawers in the room. Flew out of the bookshelf and was thrown into the fire on the ground. Peng, peng, peng. The flames became more vigorous. My Bailey. Blood-faced gang members fell into a pool of blood on the ground, watching with painful faces as the banknotes in their pockets were touched by invisible hands. Piles of Bailey were found out, and several gang members who had been put under their arms by invisible evil spirits watched their banknotes fly to the side of the fire. They seemed to hesitate twice, and finally threw them in. There was even a reward order in the drawer mezzanine that was turned over. It was a yellowed reward order, obviously very old. The photo shows a beauty with long pink wavy hair. Looking sideways somewhere, the corners of her mouth are raised, full of evil charm. Life or death. The bounty is 1.490 billion. Named Charlotte Lingling. After seeing the little brothers clearly, they all shivered and looked at their boss. There is actually a reward order from Big Mom, one of the cruel sea emperors, when he was young. Does it mean that when the boss smokes a cigar in the house, he will also take out the aunt's young reward order from time to time to appreciate it? Too boring. Charlotte Lingling's offer of reward fell, and it also slowly fell on the fire. The boss of the branch was reluctant. Even in pain, he wanted to prevent the treasured reward order from being burned to ashes. Just as soon as she was together, the evil spirit who was ruthlessly executing the command plunged into his arm, pinched his elbow, and dislocated. What? B. eyes glowed with white light, and the flames at his feet spread and burned, but I couldn't touch it, and naturally I couldn't burn it. It kicked every gang member again, picked up a wooden stick, stained it with blood on the floor, came to a wall, and removed the scroll hanging on it. B. recalls what the body told it before the action, after the gunshots fired on the street. Lynch glanced at Robin, swallowed bib, and said in its ear, after knocking down these people, follow them, find their lair, and teach them a lesson. That's right, I found anything like a bounty order, and they all burned. Finally, before you come back, write a sentence on their wall. Beholding the dripping wooden stick, there was a moment of silence, but he didn't start writing for a while. The gang members groaned in pain and rolled in a pool of blood, watching in horror the stick hovering on the wall. A ray of blood drips down the wall, branching and flowing along the tiny gaps in the wall. What kind of scary picture is vaguely woven? Does this have any meaning? This terrible evil spirit, what else does it have to do? The flame spread, burning the table legs. The wooden stick flew back suddenly, smashed the frightened gangster on the head, and finally the wooden stick fluttered and fell into a pool of blood. The gang members shuddered and did not dare to move. For a long time, there was no more movement in the room except for the sound of flames in Billy Blee. Is it gone? After B.I.B. left the Black Powder Security Company, the ghost stood at the door, and based on subtle induction, he recognized the direction of the main body now. It doesn't matter what street or route, it walks directly through the wall. Of course it is faster to walk in a straight line. B.I.B. is a group of energy bodies. Ordinary walls can't form an obstacle at all. It is like a cloud of wind that shuttles through half of the city. The elderly sleeping in the house, the nobleman eating at the table, the girl reading at the table, the urchin playing ball in the courtyard, the men and women playing in the swimming pool, and even the multiplayer sports in the bedroom. When B.I.B. finds a luxurious detached house in the upper block at the foot of the palace, enters and finds the main body waiting in an empty room. You, etc. Lynch was chatting with Robin, feeling a little bit, and when he turned his head, he saw the dark armor leaping over like a ghost. The blue flame's left hand pulled out the flower and fruit chip in Lynch's body, placed it on the inverted triangle area of its chest, and then immediately poured into the body. Ah! Lynch trembled like a goat, groaning in ecstasy. The meat pieces on Robin's face next to Robin turned into petals and fell, revealing their original appearance. Even if it's an inch, it's cute. A question mark slowly appeared on her head. Damn, hurry up. Lynch gritted his teeth and eased his breath. At this moment, in his limbs and his hundreds of limbs, a numb feeling is breeding, and the experience, fatigue, and harvest of the substitute are perfectly compatible with him without any dead ends. At the same time, the memories of the Avatar's time outside also instantly merged into Lynch's mind. But indeed, this method of reporting is much simpler and more intuitive than talking about it. Your kid is quite smart, you deserve me. Lynch laughed, and a dark energy flame gushed out of his body, releasing B.I.B. again. However, the illiterate can't write such a shameful thing, so don't come back to find me. He gritted his teeth, avoiding Robin, who was full of question marks beside him, lowered his voice and said in embarrassment, "You won't ask on the ground. Those people. Start today, fight for 2 more." End of this chapter. Chapter 12, People and Number 039, S Dream, Seeking Collection Recommendation. Chapter 12 Human Dreams, Seeking Collection Recommendation. After arriving at Huckleback's mansion, a maid came up to serve her when she opened the door. Together with Joanna, she helped Scintillye, who was so swollen with her ankle, to the room. "You two will talk later." Huckleback perfunctory Lynch and Robin, humming a song, and went to his room to get the medicine kit. "It's really rich." Lynch leaned on the soft sofa and sighed with emotion. Robin next to asked in a low voice, "You really want to grab? Are there still fakes?" Lynch was surprised. Robin stopped talking. She thinks that although the doctor named Hogback is not very good looking, and his attitude towards the two of them is very different from that of Scintillye and the others, but he has done nothing bad, right? Can you see him doing bad things? Lynch said nonchalantly, "This kind of rich guy, no one is wronged by robbing them. Besides, I didn't talk about it at the beginning, and I'm not a good person." "Then who are you?" Robin asked softly. "It's not clear yet, but maybe I will be a pirate hunter next. After all, I have to eat." Lynch touched his chin and thought, "But I will be a pirate in the end." "I think so. I went to look around on the sea. There are also those great guys on the Great Route, the strong men who go to the sky. I also have a gold finger like a substitute." Wouldn't it be wasteful not to pursue the path of the strong? How can it be in vain? Robin asked, if you want to go to the sea and look around, you can also be a navy. Lynch said, why did you say this from your mouth? Robin was silent. O'Hara, her hometown, was razed to the ground by the Navy's slaughter of demons. Of course she has no affection for the Navy. There is not much hatred. For a girl like her who has been lonely and helpless since she was a child, there is only fear in her heart when she flees all the way. But for others, the Navy should still be reliable, right? Although the Navy is pretty good, it has a decent camp, has a title, a salary, a bonus, and a good reputation. There is also a strict grade division, which should be a sense of escalation. Although the Navy's justice cloak is stinky and shameless, it is true. A little handsome. And the general sitting posture is also a little cool. Lynch said to himself something Robin didn't understand, but at last he changed the front and concluded, but, I don't want to go to work. A question mark slowly appeared on Robin's head. Lynch said plausibly, you can be a pirate freely, why should I go to work in the Navy? As they were talking here, Lynch suddenly felt in his heart, turned his head to look, and a group of dark ghosts rushed towards him. B. emerged from Lynch again. It immediately took out the inverted triangle chip on the chest and inserted it into Lynch's body with the right hand with the red flame pattern. Lynch regained the ability to make flowers and fruits. It is precisely the principle that he told the substitute before. When it retracts the body, the devil fruit ability in the body must be recovered, so that when it is released again, it will also be carried with the fruit ability, so that even if it is used as a substitute, it will be restrained by things like the sea or sea towers. Lynch waved, and immediately used his power to blossom on Robin's face. The flesh of his own face grew on her forehead and cheeks, and it also wrapped her nose, looking like a head of garlic. Robin. As an 8-year-old who can get a doctorate in history, her IQ is not low, and she has a strong ability to observe when she escapes all the way. Robin has already seen that this boy named Lynch has the special ability to take the devil fruits from others and absorb them. And this ability seems to be able to be used on him. Otherwise, he would not act as if he had flowers and fruits for a while, and then disappeared again. In addition, his other ability, the ghostly ability, should be by his side at this moment. It's just that I can't see it myself. However, illiterate people don't know how to write shame, so don't come back and look for me. Don't you ask those people on the ground. Robin saw him, gritted his teeth and whispered into the air, and curiously asked, what does your ghost look like? She is actually quite envious. Having such a ghost by your side is not equivalent to having a friend by your side at any time? Lynch angrily taught the substitute. Hearing Robin's question, he thought, it's almost like a big man in full armor, right? Full body armor. Robin is startled, isn't that like a guardian knight? I am more envious. Don't talk about this. Robin. Lynch leaned over and said embarrassedly, teach me to write a sentence? The words I can't read are really hard for NM to tell. The original owner of the body, Lin Chi, made NM run out as a pirate at the age of 8, and he didn't even know a big character. It's a pitfall. Lynch cursed in his heart. Robin smiled slightly, okay, what are you going to write? Listening to Lynch's words, Robin was slightly startled, a little lost, as if he didn't expect to spit out such a sentence from Lynch's mouth. The battle armor substitute B. I. took the newly learned phrase, and was sent away by Lynch, who was so embarrassed and angry. At first, he just thought it was fun for a while, and wanted to stay here at the crime scene. But there is a big oolong like illiteracy, today this line of characters must be written in it. It didn't take long for Hogback to pack the medical kit and walk out in a breezy face. On the sofa in the room, Xin Duali's ankle was wrapped in layers of gauze, and the lumps had disappeared a lot. Hogback looks wretched and has poor character, but his first-hand medical skills are not fake. He is also a medical idol that even the Straw Hat Boat Dr. Chopper worships. Why are you still here? Hogback was a little annoyed when he saw Lynch and Robin still holding that dirty dog with blood on his legs. These two ignorant scumbags really depended on him. I took Miss Sintigley to another room for treatment. Didn't it just leave room for you to feel ashamed, retreat, and get out of trouble? On the other side, the Black Powder Security Company ignited a big fire. Is on fire, of course the residents passing by will not continue to sit idly by. Some people rushed into the fire to rescue people, dragging out a few and incapacitated gangsters. Some called friends to fetch water to put out the fire, some rushed to tell, they called the guards and the like to rescue. The reporter who was covering the street shooting incident also rushed to hear the news. Click click. He took photos of the scorched scene, and inside the open door, you could see a messy room with smoke-filled walls. The onlookers talked a lot, guessing that this might be another gang fire. The reporter silently memorized keywords in his notebook, and suddenly heard someone exclaiming, "What is that?" The stone is flying by itself." Ah! Another question mark appeared on the reporter's head. Following the prestige, I saw a black stone floating leisurely in the ruins of the fire scene surrounded by blue smoke. The stone flew in front of a wall full of smoke, cracking, 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 actually stroked the wall one by one. That's it. It's a word, the stone wrote it by itself. The residents screamed and saw an incredible scene. But suddenly, these noises stopped abruptly, and everyone stopped talking at the same time very tacitly, holding their breath. Reporters can understand their feelings very well. At this moment, he was also sweating on his forehead, feeling that the atmosphere could not come out, staring at the line of crooked words left on the wall by the black stone with his own hands. A man's dream will never end, Roger. End of this chapter. Chapter 13, You Fine. Chapter 13 Your Fine Product. The weather is obviously good, and there is a fire in front of me that has just been extinguished. But the onlookers all felt a little bit of chill, pouring down from the heavenly spirit cover. Looking at the black-grey stone that seemed to be manipulated by an invisible hand, writing on the wall at will, the residents of the island collectively aphasia. People's dreams will never end? Roger? Is that, Roger? In an instant, the reporter recalled in his mind the Rog town in the East China Sea 2 years ago. Hundreds of people gathered in the square to witness the execution of a man who branded his name in an era. It was his last moment in the world. That day was windy and rainy. The man called the One Piece by the world, kneels and sits on the execution platform, but his body looks tall and straight. The Navy's sword and axe added himself, but he was smiling, leaving a sentence that completely ignited this crazy sea. Do you want my treasure? Find if you want. I put everything somewhere on the ocean. Obviously, it is not only the reporter who thought of the legend about the devil and the One Piece. Goldo Roger has been dead for 2 years. But the legend he left on this sea will never be obliterated. Rather, because of today's era, the sea is full of pirates chasing the back of One Piece, crazy for his last words, so Roger's notoriety has become more popular. Guru. Someone couldn't help but swallowed saliva, breaking the deathly silence in the street. Pop it! The sound of falling stones and rolling on the remains of the fire field shocked everyone. Evil spirit! I don't know who screamed sharply, and the crowd suddenly became agitated. It's Roger's grievance. Is One Piece not dead? Devil! Roger is an immortal devil. There seemed to be a gust of wind blowing, and the scene was frightened again. A few miserable gangsters even felt cold on the back of their necks. Roger? The evil spirit of One Piece? They couldn't help but feel terrified. They recalled the unreasonable evil spirit that could not be touched but beat them with no scruples. They also thought of Robin, the son of the devil and a boy of unknown origin that they wanted to track down. Hiss! A few people fought a cold war together. The son of the devil? Is Nicole Robin? And that terrible boy, Could it be the reincarnation of Roger the Devil? In other words, the unquenchable spirit of One Piece, the guardian spirit of the boy or the son of the devil, Nicole Robin. Can't think about it. I dare not think about it. They can't figure it out anymore, they need to report the talents to the next level of the organization. Kaka, kaka, kaka. The flashes were connected together, the reporter's fingers were trembling, and he pressed the shutter when he was crazy, facing the shocking line on the wall with the words "Human dreams will never end." Roger kept shooting continuously. On the other side, Hogback House. If you want this genius to take the treatment, if you don't have at least 200,000 Baileys, just stop dreaming, okay? Hogback was full of discomfort, lowered the sharp voice, and directly ordered Lynch and Robin to evict the guests. Lynch didn't respond much, he knew the fat man's nasty nature before him. Robin looked tense. Strange, isn't your face different? Hogback suddenly stared at Robin's face. Lynch is not a robot. Before and after the two changes, there will definitely be some differences in what he did. Using Hogback's medical skills and his understanding of the structure of the human body, he was keenly aware of these subtle changes. The pupils in Robin's dark green eyes shrank, and immediately became a little nervous, and secretly clenched his fists. But she found that Lynch next to him didn't react at all. Isn't he nervous or afraid of being exposed? Lynch is certainly not afraid. Even if B.I.B. is temporarily absent and there are flowers and fruits in his hands, in case something happens, he is confident enough to deal with the obese Hogback. You should know that flowers and fruits can also explode. Although I do not want to do this, as an emergency measure, this trick is quite safe. The world of martial arts, all invincible, no eggs are not broken. At this moment, Cynthia was wrapped in a bandage on her feet. With the help of her companion Joanna, she jumped out on crutches, and whispered, "Dr. Hogback, please help treat this puppy, it's so pitiful, how do you do?" "I like it." "Don't laugh, how can he afford my treatment fee?" Hogback retorted subconsciously. Lynch touched a puppy with an injured leg in front of Zindali. "If my sister likes it, give this puppy to you. If it's my sister's puppy, Dr. Hogback should be willing to treat it." Var. Seeing this picture, although it looks downright, you can still see that the handsome and cute boy has inferiority complex on his face. How can the 17-year-old girl of Sinto Lee eat this? Her heart melted on the spot, and she decisively took over the dirty injured puppy, and said softly, "Okay, sister will take care of this puppy for you, Dr. Hogback." Hogback, what else can be done? The beauty Choo Choo looked at herself pitifully, his fat heart had already begun to fight, and he immediately smiled and said, "Since it was the request of Ms. Zinduli, there is no way to refuse it. Then please ask my sister and the doctor." Lynch smiled, "Let's go." Robin was dragged away by him. She felt that Lynch could not stand it any longer, and could not wait to commit a crime and rob Dr. Hogback. Zinduli is a young girl, of course, it is impossible to stay here overnight. After making an appointment with Dr. Hogback for an inpatient consultation and dressing change, she rode in a carriage with her companion Joanna, and brought the stray puppy who was simply treated by Hogback with her injuries. And soon left to go back to the dance troupe. And Robin followed Lynch to the nearest commercial street. Lynch went straight into the clothing store on the side of the road. "Absent-minded, Miss Devil." Lynch tried a trench coat. "Is it reluctant to bear the puppy? The waiter is sweating, is this little boy serious? This big windbreaker can be used as a bed sheet to wrap your whole person in 2 layers. He glanced at the little girl next to him again. "Well, look at this dress, should it be a little girl? High forehead, chubby cheeks, garlic nose. They all look like this, you still want to call them Miss Devil? This boy has a really bad character. The waiter is slanderous." Robin shook his head, did not mention the puppy, but asked in a low voice, why do you want to learn to write such a sentence?" How do I know? Lynch rolled his eyes and laughed loudly. I just thought of playing this way, there is no reason. Hey, come and see, how about this white trench coat? Do you want it? Robin could only focus on the clothes he chose, and said in surprise, this is too big, right? They are all grown-up styles. Linkai smiled slightly and said, isn't it okay to do something adults thing? As soon as he finished speaking, he felt inwardly. Lynch turned his head to look, and it turned out that the dark armor came through the wall of the shop and went straight to his body. Hey! Don't come here! End of this chapter. Chapter 14, Textbook of Historical Text. Chapter 14 History Textbook. B.I.B. was obedient, and he slammed into the main body without taking care of himself, and stopped obediently. Lynch bought 2 large windbreakers in the clothing store that were obviously not suitable for both of them, as well as several sets of suitable change of clothes, and took Robin to pay and leave. The clothes are not heavy, Robin followed behind carrying large bags. Lynch continued to go shopping, and after leading her around for a few laps, he bought 2 exaggerated masks in a toy store. 2 masks, one is a peculiar pattern full of cartoon stars, the other is an exaggerated shape of a butterfly with open wings. Lynch played with the 2 masks he had obtained, and smiled, haha, interesting. Where is it interesting? Robin was carrying a bunch of bags, and a question mark appeared on his head. The dark armor followed closely. Lynch raised his hand and said to it, it's getting late, you can wait until I'm full. When B.I.B. returns, it is like the return of experience and exhaustion like a shadow clone. The dual tempering of spirit and body, that kind of taste, really makes him love and fear. This is just the normal activity of the stand-in. At most, it is just a few gangsters. It was so uncomfortable when returning to the fusion. After that, when you really exercise, the high-intensity fatigue and soreness, how difficult is it? However, on the other hand, with this kind of low-intensity activity, Lynch can vaguely feel his own improvement after the sour and refreshing moment of fusion when he returns from the stand-in. Visible the effect of the substitute practice method. But today, the number of fusions is a bit too much, which causes Lynch to consume a little bit of physical strength and is already starving. Soon, Lynch took Robin into a restaurant casually on the side of the road, ordered a table of dishes and started eating wildly. Pele, who touched the man in black by the garbage dump, and the dream fund sponsored by the kind-hearted aunt, passed away a lot in Lynch's pocket. In addition to the previous shopping, Lynch has no more money left on him. Robin ate the food silently, she has a high IQ, and she almost counted this in her stomach. Now that he was running out of money, it was even more impossible for Lynch to give up the idea of robbing Huckleback. She also didn't understand her position. I was hunted down by the Navy offering a reward. It stands to reason that he is not a good person in the eyes of others. But Robin is really reluctant to do this kind of housebreaking. But on the other hand, Robin's approach to Lynch is not to mention disgusting. Although he was only 8 years old, even though he had only left his destroyed hometown for just a few months, Robin had already seen many things on this sea. Including the gloom of people's hearts, including hidden evils, compared with those, this boy named Lynch has a good heart. To be honest, I have always had a question. Suddenly she heard Lynch, who was eating next to him, say so. Robin ate, gave a soft hum, and the ending sounded upward, expressing doubt. Lynch has finished eating almost after a short while. He patted his slightly drummed belly and said casually, those people are chasing you because you are the only one in the world who can interpret that kind of text, right? Robin's hand holding the spoon and spoon tightly. How does this boy know everything? Her mouth was bulging, she forgot to chew and swallow for a while, raised her eyes on the dinner plate, staring straight at Lynch. Unfortunately, the latter is really just talking casually, and the ears are still paying close attention to the chats of people at other tables in the restaurant. He smiled casually, in that case, if you compile that kind of text into a textbook and spread it all the way, you can get the learning method of that kind of text everywhere. Girl. Robin listened, this time he was really stunned. This. Robin's head buzzed, echoing what Lynch said. Compile the learning methods of ancient characters into teaching materials? Think about it, if Zihai is spreading the learning textbooks of ancient characters everywhere, even if there are only one or two, more than a dozen people have picked it up and studied, even if those people don't know what the text is, what this text represents, but will Robin still look so special? As for being caught and hunted by the Navy? I'm afraid they are still tired of searching for banned books, right? Why does this boy have such an absurd thinking? Why can't I think of this method? Although Robin has a good IQ, he is only 8 years old after all. When he was shocked by Lynch's thoughts, he couldn't think of a rebuttal, and his mind was messed up. Her mouth could not help but opened, and was immediately closed again. It was Lynch's eyes turning, the Hwawaguo ability was activated, and a hand grew on the side of Robin's table, pushing her open mouth to the ground, so as not to roll down the food in her mouth. Lynch spread his hands to her, saying that I just talked casually. If you don't listen, do or not, just feel free to do it. It's almost done. Lynch took Robin to the restroom of the restaurant with big bags. Don't continue wearing this dress. Do you think others can't remember your characteristics? Lynch at the door of the bathroom, handing Robin one set of underwear. Robin lowered his head, pursed his mouth, took the brand new underwear, and went into the bathroom. Looking into the bathroom mirror, the petals on the face were falling, revealing the little girl with her original appearance, and Robin hugged the new underwear in his arms. She didn't know why, so she wanted to cry, but desperately held back. This seems to be the first time I have received a gift of new clothes. Outside, Lynch beckoned to the pitch-black armor, raised his neck and closed his eyes. Come on. B.I.B. takes out his fruit chip, turns it into pitch-black energy and returns to the body. Lynch trembled all over, and beat the outside wall of the bathroom behind him with his fist like a convulsion, enduring a sense of fusion all over the body and spirit. Correspondingly, B.I.B. wrote down that line of words in the ruins of the fire, and it also came into his mind. So many people watched it. Lynch recalled the short memory picture of B.I.B., and the abnormal feeling in her body was also subsiding, or it was getting used to it. A trace of new power, along with the fusion, quietly sprouted in his limbs and the subtle corners of his body. Although it is very subtle, there is after all. Small accumulation makes more. Not long after, Robin walked out. Not only changed the worn-out dress, put on a neutral-style shirt and suspenders, cropped trousers, stepped on sneakers, matched the sharp inch, like a boy's style. She washed her face, revealing her original clean and delicate face. The hair is also a little wet. But Lynch didn't pay much attention. He once again released the dark armor double, who replanted the fruit chip into the body. Lynch immediately raised his hand. Hwawaguo grew pieces of meat on Robin's face, filling her forehead and cheeks, becoming fuller, and her nose turned into a garlic nose. Let's go. Lynch took her out. At this moment, in the restaurant outside, there were a few tables of people arguing fiercely. Fart. I'm not mistaken. That is clearly Roger's ghost resurrected. Fear. End of this chapter. Chapter 15, Thief. Chapter 15 The Empty Thief. Hey, where's the ghost? Frank, are you drinking too much? That is, that Roger was publicly executed by the Navy 2 years ago. It has been reported in the newspaper for several days. How could there be any ghosts? There are no ghosts in this world. The people at several tables in the restaurant burst into laughter. The red-faced old man named Frank smashed the table with a wine bottle angrily and shouted, I'm absolutely not mistaken. At that time, many people saw the line written by Roger's ghost on the wall. He was so said. Frank leaped onto the table with a bottle of wine, opened his arms, madly, imitating what he thought of One Piece's courage, and shouted, "I, Goldo Roger. One Piece. I won't die. My dream, it's not over yet. Damn, stupid Navy. Ha 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 ha." The laughter of the drunk old man echoed all over the room, and it actually gave everyone in the restaurant time to calm down. But soon, everyone coughed and continued to roar the hall with laughter as usual, mocking Frank's absurdity. But at this moment, the wine bottle in Frank's hand suddenly dropped, floated, and poured his head on the head of the nearest laughter. Wow! The liquor spilled all over the man's face, and also put out the laughter and noise in the restaurant. Everyone glanced at the wine bottle floating in the air. After the bottle was poured out, it shook in the air, and there was no drop. Finally, the empty wine bottle swayed, and then re-squeezed it back into Frank's hand, who was already stunned on the table. Lynch and Robin quietly left the door of the restaurant. Found a remote dead-end alley. Lynch made the dark armor to stare at the entrance of the alley, and be careful not to let anyone passing by one look into the alley. And he took Robin into the back of the alley. Robin put on a shirt and suspenders, with a long head, easy to wear ugly makeup, holding the pile of clothes and masks that Lynch bought before, just like a little boy in attendance. She is very curious, what exactly Lynch is going to do. Linkai smiled slightly, with a move with both hands, the ability of Hwawaguo was instantly activated. Suddenly, from his feet, a huge sea of flowers flew and piled up, woven into a foot, a leg, the tide tangled into a mass, supporting Lynch's original feet and wrapping them. Only this time, Lynch's height was raised in place. Robin opened his mouth in surprise. Ever since I met this boy, I always seemed to be so surprised. The boy in front of him had the same upper body, but his lower body swelled up a large circle and raised a large amount, as if the whole person had been enlarged 2 or 3 times intact. Flowers and fruits, can they still be used like this? Robin was surprised. Lynch was already familiar with this operation, and then continued to spur the flowers and fruits. The flying petals flowed with the fragrance, which wrapped his upper body, using the same material, as if I made an enlarged version of Lynch armor and put him inside. Hey, this kind of operation is really exhausting. Lynch sighed in a low voice. While talking, he moved his sturdy limbs and torso. Well, although the experience is strange, the operation is quite smooth. Robin looked at his doubled torso, but his head was a little small, and couldn't help but said, "Can it still be like this? How long did you take away my flowers and fruits? One day is not here, right? Used so skillfully? So many kinds of development?" Lynch puzzled, is there anything difficult? He really doesn't think there is any difficulty anymore. Isn't it a matter of imagination? I thought of it, I did it, and I succeeded. How simple! Lynch took the large black trench coat that Robin was holding with his large palm that was doubled out, and shattered it on him. The loose windbreaker also covered his unnaturally doubled body. Lynch put on his hood and buttoned the star pattern mask that Robin was holding onto his face. Haha! How about it, can't you see it? Lynch took a few steps triumphantly, and the voice came out from behind the mask, appearing much lower. It's not like a young boy's voice anymore. Robin looked at him. From the outside, he really would never think that the sturdy man in front of him was actually a boy in his early 10 years. Disguise, disguise. This boy, really played with flowers and fruits. Robin felt that if he could use the flowers and fruits to this level, he would not have been hunted down so hard by the Navy for a long time. The little girl's face darkened when she thought of this. I still wonder why these things, flowers and fruits, are not hers. Thinking like this, petals of petals rose from under her feet, wrapping her feet and calves layer by layer, as if they were thickened legs and feet. Lynch still has a bottom line. He didn't tightly wrap the girl's thighs and torso. He just made a layer of human armor with flowers and fruits to cover Robin. Of course, the arms are still tightly wrapped to facilitate Robin's movements. Robin. The vision is so high all of a sudden, it's a bit unaccustomed. At the age of 8, she is only about 1 meter tall. But now it's at least 2 meters high. Lynch is the same. Originally it should be a little over 4 meters tall, but now it's probably just 2 meters tall. This mask is for you. Lynch buttoned the butterfly-shaped mask on the silent Robin's face, and then pulled the white windbreaker on his hood. I can't see the shadow of Nicole Robin at all. You can call Su Lung Kuang Tiao. Lin Chi smiled and rubbed the big fist of the sandbag. I'm empty, Cheng Taro, I will take you to rob the rich and help the poor. In fact, if you think about it carefully, if you are rich, you can be on any remote island. Buy a manor and live in seclusion. The Navy's dog nose must have a limit. Robin was silent for a moment, and said, if I hide somewhere and do nothing, what's the difference between dying in the O'Hara fire? It's reasonable. Lynch nodded. The night is dark and the wind is high, and the moon is very big. Outside the courtyard wall of Hobacake's luxurious mansion, 2 tall figures approached quietly. Of course, such a mansion will not be empty, without any protective measures. But Lynch has the best landmine brother, the armor stand-in. He turned his head and was surprised to find that the size of B.I.B. had also been enlarged some time, and it became no smaller than his disguised body. A substitute is an energy body, which can naturally be zoomed in and out. It just takes energy to maintain the zoomed state. If it is a non-automatic substitute, the energy consumed is directly the physical strength of the main body, and all the external consumption of Lynch's B.I.B. will be fed back to the main body when it is recovered. Physical strength. You fellow, don't you want to be younger than me? Lynch glanced at his stand-in, beckoning it to go in and explore the way. B.I.B. passed through the courtyard wall of the mansion silently, entering like a ghost. After a while, it came out through the wall again. The white-lighted eyes nodded at Lynch, indicating that he had already figured out what was going on inside. Go. Lynch acted immediately, using flowers and fruits to grow arms on the wall, sending him and Robin the strong man into the courtyard. End of this chapter. Chapter 16, Have money to spend money. Chapter 16, Money spends money. Follow behind the pitch-black armor that only Lynch can see. Lynch and Robin, 2 tall figures in the early 2 meters, sneaked into the luxurious mansion of Hogback in the night. The stand-in led the two, avoiding all the servants along the way, as if entering the land of no one. Hogback, wearing a bathrobe, with a fat chest, silly on the bed with a smile on his face. During the day when treating Sindali, the touch of stroking the girl's swollen jade feet linger at her fingertips. The fat doctor imagined the bright future that might exist, and began to figure out how to go to the clinic for a change in the next few days. What clothes are more appropriate, what gifts are more suitable? Also, what are the better names for yourself and Zinduli's children? Hawkaback was laughing and rolling on the bed, and suddenly heard the creak of the window. The curtain swings, the moonlight shakes, and it falls to the ground. The floor-to-ceiling windows of his room unexpectedly opened. Strange, I'm obviously closed. Hawkaback stepped on his slippers and dangled to close the window, but heard heavy footsteps behind him, bang bang, bang bang, bang, more than one person. Hawkaback's fat forehead immediately swelled with fine sweat. In the moonlight beneath his feet, 2 tall and sturdy figures appeared behind him. One of them raised his hand and pointed it at the back of his head. The thing that the opponent is holding, you can know what it is just by looking at the shape. Don't move, doctor. Slowly, slowly, turn your head around. Hawkaback, with a greasy cold sweat on his forehead, said sharply, Who are you guys? He doesn't look back. who knows if the other party is the kind of neuropathy that kills people when they see their faces. At the same time, his brains turned quickly, and he quickly went through the people he might offend, or the patients who could have been saved but were too lazy to save. I can't think of it at all. Who is it that suddenly came to the door with a gun in the middle of the night without knowing it? He glanced carefully at the reflection on the floor-to-ceiling window. I saw the two tall figures behind me. One of them was a black windbreaker with a mask with a pattern of stars, the other was a white windbreaker with a mask in the shape of a butterfly. The man in the star mask was holding a gun against the back of his head, and the thick palm of his hand made the pistol very petite. "You ask who we are?" "Hee hee." The tall figure in the star mask made a deep voice, "Golden Spirit Duo, how about this name? I heard that doctors are very good at calculating the value of human life. Now, let's do some calculations. How many Baileys can be exchanged for the heart of a genius surgeon with a reputation and accomplishment? Golden Spirit Duo?" Huckaback was a bit at a loss at first. But after hearing the second half of the sentence, I immediately wake up. "Nima, robbery is robbery, even so tactfully. It turned out to be for money." Huckaback let out a sigh of relief, raised his hands and slowly turned around. "This is too simple. How much do you want?" 1,000,000 shells? Profit? 2,000,000. Under the light, under the hood of the black and white large windbreaker, the tall figure of the star mask and butterfly mask looks so imposing. Tall physique, average head. Weird robbers with good body proportions. 2,000,000? Didn't you think the rumored genius doctor was so humble? The tall figure in the star mask laughed lowly. "I think 200 million Baileys are more in line with your identity." 200 million? Don't be kidding. Huckaback jumped suddenly. "Who is joking? Maybe we can ask the doctor's own heart." The person in the star mask shook his pistol. "Listen and see what it thinks. It's fairer. What do you think?" He turned to ask his companion in the butterfly mask. The latter stiffened for 2 seconds, and said in a low and vague voice, "Both are crazy." Huckaback cursed secretly, but suddenly felt a hand on his chest. The fat man suddenly got goosebumps, and there was no one in front of him. He was so scared that Deng Deng backed away, but the invisible hand followed him, pushing him to the floor-to-ceiling window, pressing his chest firmly, and squeezing in desperately, as if to squeeze into his fat layer and flesh and blood. Huckaback was so scared that his face became thinner. He felt a chill in his heart. This kind of slowly penetrating threat, like a knife, implanted fear in his heart. Soon, that invisible hand actually held his heart. Ah! The fat man wanted to shout heartbreakingly, but was covered by an invisible hand, and he let out a groan. "Hee hee. It seems that Mr. Hart does not agree with the value of 2,000,000. The man in the star mask turned his pistol. "Doctor, do you think so?" The next day, Dr. Huckaback became ill. He ordered the servant to bring some medicines and medical advices to be replaced to Miss Xin Duolai of the dance troupe, and apologized to inform him that he was ill, and I was afraid that he would not be able to consult in person. Sindali was cultivated on the bed, and the dog lying on the bed was also bandaged. Companion of the dance troupe collects medicine and pays for her. Zindulai said politely, "I hope that Dr. Huckaback can recover soon. It is a pity that our dance troupe is leaving to go to other islands recently, so we can't visit the house." The servant accepted the words of condolences and left soon. "Really, I'm a doctor, but I'm sick." Joanna, a dance troupe companion, whispered, "But it's okay if he can't come, I don't think he is at ease with you." Cinderella looked at the puppy licking milk by the bed, smiled softly when she heard the words, and did not comment. On the other side, after the servant came back, he heard from him a weird rumor in the town for the past 2 days. Huckaback wrapped the quilt tightly on the luxurious bed, but couldn't stop shivering. After a day of fermentation, rumors about the evil spirits of Roger One Piece can be heard from time to time in the streets and alleys of this town. Roger? The resentful soul of One Piece. Could it be that the one who extorted 50 million Pele alive last night was the evil spirit guided by the resentful spirit of Roger One Piece? Thinking about it this way, I was only knocked 50 million, which seems to be lucky. Of course, Lynch doesn't know what others think. He is full of pockets anyway, carrying a backpack full of 50 million Baileys, and taking Robin away after robbing the rich and helping the poor. If you have money, you will naturally spend it. In other words, it is precisely because Lynch considers that he will need to spend a lot of money next, he will hit the Dr. Haubuck for such an autumn wind. In the comics, this guy helped Moonlight Moria to dig up graves, mending the corpse, and enslaving the shadows of others. His favorite stage actor Scintillai died unexpectedly. The first thing he did when he joined Moria was to take the body of his sister. He dug out the stitches and mended it, just stuffed a shadow in it as a resurrection, casually played at home as a maid. Such an unscrupulous fat man, Lynch has no psychological burden to blackmail. But if he didn't kill him altogether, would he be scolded by the Virgin? Lynch laughed, not paying attention, and took Robin all the way to another city. Where he walked, ears and eyes with condensed petals will grow in the hidden part of the wall. Check the passing pedestrians to see if there are any annoying gangsters coming to make trouble again. In addition, the black armor substitute B.I.B. was silent as usual, but meticulously executed the main body's orders, hovering in a range of more than 10 meters, paying attention to any movement around. It's kind of alertness, although the activity intensity is not high, but as long as it leaves the body, it can be regarded as part of Lynch's exercise. Exercise. The money Lynch made is of course to be invested in cultivating himself. In the world of One Piece, after all, fists are better. O'Hara's gang, if their fists are hard enough, will they be afraid of the Navy's order to kill evil? Dare to wash the ground with O'Hara's shells, let's set up a naval base to brush over, fight guerrillas with you, and flatten your branch bases one by one, to see who is more distressed. In the Four Emperors of the Sea, at least the anti-pirate group has a fixed sight, but there is no such thing as an order to kill demons from the Navy sent warships in the past. The Navy dared to issue a killing order. I am afraid that the ant would dare to carry the knife to the naval base to get sick. So to improve one's own strength, it can be described as a top priority. There are doubles with the characteristics of B.I.B. If you don't make good use of it, it would be too violent. However, both Lynch and Robin are a little bit shameless. If you want to establish a foothold in the towns on this island, if you want to settle a place where you can live, it won't work without a lot of money. Furthermore, after you start exercising, your body must have adequate nutritional supplements for its consumption. A lot of food is an expense. Under the disguise of flowers and fruits, Lynch and Robin were followed by a tall figure wearing a large trench coat, hood and mask, found a housing agency and looked at the house. The collection is rising slowly, the chapter says so little, and my heart is so unreliable. End of this chapter. Chapter 17, Exercise, Gymnastics. Chapter 17 Exercise, Gymnastics. Chapter Head Serial Roger's Ghost 1. On the blue sea, the man sleeps with a blindfold on his head, leisurely riding a bicycle, flipping through the newspaper with one hand. 2.5 older children are looking for a house to rent. After all, it will be a little strange. Wearing a large windbreaker and a star mask, it is Lynch's armor substitute B.I.B. He made the body tight and kept aggressive so that he could touch the material, then put the windbreaker on it, and then put on the hood and mask. This looks like a slightly taciturn weird person. This person is a little autistic. The intermediary businessman murmured directly in his heart. After these three came in, the half-and-half was basically talking to him, and the adult who was supposed to be in charge was just winking at the boy from time to time, seeming to be discussing silently. Is it a disfigured mute? Without much effort, Lynch settled on a single-family house with a courtyard on the edge of the town. Lynch didn't know how long he would stay here, so he only paid 1 year's rent. Bringing Robin into the slightly dilapidated house, Lynch went around in a circle. This condition can only be said to be not crude, and dust can be seen everywhere. Robin followed him through the stale house. The intermediary said that the original owner of this house was killed by a group of pigskin pirates who happened to be attacked by the pigskin pirates when the family went fishing in a port town. The house has been vacant for many days. Robin picked up the dirty sunflower-shaped doll on the sofa, and couldn't help but think of his hometown, the island that disappeared under the gunfire of the Navy. "Hey, let's go." Lynch turned around, beckoning her to follow. "Too far away from me, the ability of flowers and fruits will not be covered." He pointed to his face. Robin said, "If you are at home, you don't need to be disguised, right?" Lynch thought, "It's reasonable." The extra meat pieces on Robin's face turned into petals and fell, and a little bit of Robin's familiar fragrance lingered between the wings of his nose. Although the flowers and fruits have changed hands, the faint floral fragrance remains the same. "I don't know if there are any books to read here." Robin's mood became a little brighter after a long time, and he curiously looked for places like the dusty study. "I went to the backyard." "Be careful, don't go out with this face." Lynch casually exhorted, snapped his fingers, and asked him to go with him in the black armor stand-in. Robin looked back and saw the hooded windbreaker slipping off, and the mask was hanging in the air where it should be his face, following Lynch. Soon, the mask was also taken off by her invisible hand and placed gently on the table at the door. Invisible to the naked eye, a ghost rider in armor. Robin's brain made up a warped, colored crayon armor knight shape. "It's so cute. But how do you exercise?" Standing in the middle of the grass in the courtyard, Lynch thought about such a problem. There seems to be no martial arts secrets in the world of One Piece. 6 forms should be regarded as a systematic way of cultivation, but the problem is that he has no cultivation method. He looked at each other with the pitch-black armor. Is the only way to train muscles hard? Then practice hard. Lynch plans to spend at least 20 sets of push UPS in the courtyard this afternoon, 100 pull UPS, 200 squats, 500 sit UPS, and then run 50 laps around the courtyard. However, B.I.B. stood in front of him and pointed to the part of its own white eyes. Then it took the initiative to walk towards Lynch, wrapping Lynch like an Iron Man armor. "What's wrong?" Lynch was strange, but soon, he saw some pictures through the eyes of B.I.B. That is the memory fragment belonging to the original owner of the body, the original Linkai. The picture is very fragmented. It is the mother of Linkai, the woman named Lily. Self seems to follow the lily on the side of the hut's flower bed, bathing in the warm sunshine. What moves is doing the gymnastics? Lynch is very curious. This group of gymnastics seems to be taught to Self by the mother of the original owner of the body, and is used for physical exercise. "Do you think this gymnastics may be effective, so suggest that I practice it?" Lynch asked. The eyes of the dark armor flashed with white light, and he replied, "Yes." "Okay, it's not complicated to look at anyway, just practice it." In the incomplete memory, the mother of the original body is more used for playing with Self with this set of gymnastics. However, it seems to be good if it is to exercise coordination. Anyway, let's practice. Lynch took off the armor. The body and the double were separated side by side. "Ho, ho. Rub your hands. Ready, go." 1 hour later, Lynch's muscles were pumping and sweating. He collapsed on the seat and drank Robin's hot milk. With a pinch of his fingers, he used the fruit power to create a few petals and sprinkled them in, turning them into a bubble tea with flowers. And Robin looked at somewhere in the grass in the courtyard. It was obvious that something was moving continuously, leaving a series of traces of stepping on it. In Lynch's perspective, it was a black armor stand-in who was meticulously executing an exercise program around the courtyard. He wondered, why this guy like Iron Man's armor can get exercise in a form similar to fitness. This is really a riddle. In the evening, B.I.B. successfully completed all the exercise plans and looked at the body with piercing eyes. Lynch was a little uncomfortable by it, so he raised his hand seriously and signaled it to wait. How about going out first to fill up your stomach? Lynch turned to Robin and said. In the restaurant, Robin, who is disguised, always feels that Lynch's food is not as good as before, and seems to be worried. Back home in the evening, Lynch put on a decisive look and said to the air in Robin's eyes, "Come on." This night, Robin heard the saddest voice she has ever heard. Early the next morning, Lynch, who slept violently, only felt refreshed, and shouted full of fighting spirit, "Today I won't give up halfway." For an hour, Lynch sat slumped on a chair in the courtyard, sipping the soaked flower milk tea. At night, Robin knew he was wrong, and the voice yesterday was not the most miserable. At noon on the third day, Lynch ran profusely under the sun. "I cannot make it." He crawled to the side, guilty of avoiding his sight, and did not look at meticulously and continued to do a group exercise in the courtyard as a substitute. B.I.B. Drinking Robin's flower milk tea, Lynch said with emotion, "I'm alive." Afternoon. Lynch secretly said, Lynch, how can you be so depraved? Have you forgotten the dream of punching Kaiwahe and kicking the 4 emperors? How can I lose to my own substitute? So is the noble body. Where do you want to put this face? 2 hours later, at the grass table, Robin poured Lynch a cup of hot milk tea. Lynch sprinkled flowers, while drinking, looking at the dark armor that continued to complete the training mission meticulously, with a melancholy expression. Since he started exercising, when he reclaimed his substitute every night, he was a terrible sin. Time passes day by day. At the same time, through countless fax phone bugs, a piece of news born from the writing of a reporter from the branch of the West Poster Office spread to the 4 oceans, southeast, northwest, and Great Sea routes. The ghost of Roger One Piece will return to the world. The guys from Zihai have encountered terrible news. Roger was executed by the Navy when we saw it with our own eyes. How could there be any ghosts? Should be a prank by the guy who worships that devil. Follow it, since it is a good news, publish it. Well, but there is no need to occupy important pages. Damn it, why don't we have such news here? Not everyone has the courage to pretend to be that man named One Piece. That's true. Countless editors and reporters of the world's largest newspaper and the World Economic News Agency in every corner of the world are reviewing Ruhei's press releases and rapidly exchanging opinions. Through the fax phone worm, the final page news to be published will be sent to printing houses all over the world. Thousands of newspapers were quickly printed out, and after hundreds of well-trained newsbirds, with small bags on their backs and Shanghai hats, they lined up neatly to receive new newspapers, and soared into the sky one by one. End of this chapter. Chapter 18, Boxing Club. Chapter 18, Fight Club. Chapter head Serial Rogers Ghost 2. Yes, Captain. On an island on the Great Sea route, a man in a straw hat walks against the turbulent crowd, looking down at the newspaper in his hand. Newspapers with the scent of ink were carried by the hard-working newspaper delivery birds and sent to all corners of the sea in this way. The evil spirit of One Piece. Real or fake? There is such a thing. Ordinary people are surprised when they see such news, but they also have more talk after dinner. The timid person returned to normal after a while and joined the chat team. Hey, this kind of news is just made up at first glance. World Economic News has also fallen, and it actually publishes such articles. There are still many people who are dismissive of such grandstanding news. Perhaps because of the hellish experience of being reclaimed by the Avatar again and again, the torture has improved the endurance. Or under this kind of shadow clone type of high-pressure exercise method, with Lynch's own strength clearly improved. Although it is not a tall body, it has become a little stronger. As the main body, Lynch has gradually adapted to the rhythm of this kind of special training of the devil. The battle armor stand-in is still as usual, like a relentless exercise machine, meticulously completing the daily exercise plan. And Lynch can only insist on intermittently for 1 hour from the beginning, up to 2 hours, 3 hours. Slowly, he can also follow the substitute throughout the whole process to complete the daily exercise plan. But the corresponding result is that when the battle armor double is recovered at night and B.I.B is integrated into the body, the hell-like exercise experience and exhaustion seem to be double enjoyment. Fortunately, the physical quality of this body is really good, so that I seem to be a bit self-masturbating exercise, actually eating and drinking, absorbing enough nutrition, and after a good night's sleep, I can basically recover. If you change to his previous life's body, according to this training method, it is estimated that the whole body will be hard when he wakes up the next day, and it will be painful to death. In a few days, he had to be taken to the hospital. But this body of One Piece world is getting better and better. Navy Headquarters, Malinvander. In the office, the admiral known as the Warring States of Buddha was flipping through the newspaper. When he saw a small piece in the corner, his pupils shrank suddenly. Putting down the newspaper and took a look, he was even more angry. The senbei plate on the table is empty. Kapu. You stole my senbei again. Sengoku angrily threw the newspaper to the strong man in his 50s who was holding a bunch of senbei on the sofa beside him. Look at the newspaper, the bottom right corner of the 4th page. Wow, ha ha ha. Because this senbei is really delicious. Carp looked up and laughed nonchalantly. Warring States, the character of this old man is really out of touch. But fortunately, it is very reliable in terms of major events. How is it? What do you have after reading? Warring States asked, but when he looked up, Carp was holding the newspaper, but a big sleeping bubble appeared on his nose, and he fell asleep with his neck up. A big tic-tac-toe appeared on the forehead of the Warring States period of Buddha. Card Pu. Pop, the sleeping bubble burst. Carp woke up instantly, and said in surprise, "Ah, I fell asleep. I want you to read the newspaper." Warring States roared, patting the table. "I have seen it." Kaka, kaka. Carp continued to eat senbei indifferently, and smiled as he ate. Isn't the dream of a person going to end? It really looks like what that guy would say. Wow, ha ha ha. The Warring States period was silent. But Roger's ghost? What a joke. The fading Navy hero had a shadow over his eyes, and grinned. If there was such a thing in this world, I would have never known how many resentful souls lined up to find the gang of Tian Longren. Stupid. Speak carefully. The Warring States hurriedly stopped. Kapu ha smiled and said, "When I haven't talked about it. I'm not referring to the nonsense of Roger's resurrection of the evil spirit." The Warring States' finger pointed to a sentence in this news report that was briefly mentioned, island where the son of the devil appeared briefly. After the screams of every night, while eating and drinking, Lynch can feel that the potential in his body is being tapped little by little. After adapting to the rhythm of this hard exercise, I feel that every effort is rewarded. This feeling is really enjoyable. And most importantly, he only paid less than or equal to twice the hard work, but he could get twice the gain. After all, when the double was released, Lynch's own consciousness was not connected with the double. Lynch didn't know how it felt during the process. This is equivalent to on-hook leveling. It is a little painful when I was on the account after hanging up for a day. But it's not a big problem. This kind of passively absorbed pain, think about the gains you can get, gritted your teeth, and anyone can survive it. After passing through, it is very pleasant to reward yourself with a cup of hot milk tea poured by Robin and sprinkle some fragrant flowers. Night fell, and the main body Lynch was slumbering in the bedroom. And the battle armor double B.I.B was released, his eyes gushing white light shuttled around inside and outside the house, like a diligent security captain, paying attention to the movement of the night. In another room, Robin is reading a book under the lamp. Sometimes she would look too sleepy and fall asleep on the book. It was very late at night and the light was still on. B.I.B. remembered the reminder from the main body, and would come in through the door, put Robin lying on the table asleep on the small bed, covered the quilt, and walked away through the wall. So, unconsciously, 20 days passed. West Sea, South Kago Island, the fringe area of King City, rented house, on the grass in the courtyard. Robin spreads a thick book on his knees, but he rarely pays attention to the book. Instead, he looks at the boy on the grass and the 1-meter-long pipe stick floating in front of him. Lynch is naked, his young body has faintly visible traces of muscles, and his back is already sweating at the moment. He also carried a similar length of water pipe in his hand, as an iron rod, and his eyes were piercingly confronting the pitch-black armor holding the water pipe stick in front of him. Of course, no matter how much the confrontation is, there is no result. After all, he and the double are as one body. When it comes to fighting skills, or juggling with the skills that are similar to the pipe stick, it is only half a catty. Ding! Ding! State! Pong! Robin watched the boy waving the water pipe iron rod, and the water pipe iron rod flying up and down in the air. The iron rod of the main body cannot hit the substitute, but the iron rod of the substitute can really hit the flesh and blood of the main body. Lynch was hit by a few sticks, and all the green marks appeared on his body, grinning in pain. He threw away the iron rod of the water pipe and shouted, "If you are a man, don't use weapons, come, fight melee." Is a war armor double counted as a man? B.I.B. doesn't know, but what the body says is what it says. So he also threw away the iron rod of the water pipe and rushed up to fight with the main body. Now they have the same conditions, and they can fight each other. Equal strength and skill, judgment and reaction speed are almost the same, and the fight is endless. Robin watched from the side, as if Lynch was fighting with the air, his face flushed and sweating profusely, and finally fell to the ground exhaustedly and laughed loudly. "I'll do it, hey, Huff, you won't be tired, but the strength you have to be reimbursed for you later." End of this chapter. Chapter 19, Practice. Chapter 19 Practice. Chapter Head Serial Rogers Ghost 3 Rab, accompany me for a drink at the bar. Twin Capes, the old man with the strange haircut puts down the newspaper and raised the wine glass, the sea in front of him broke open, erecting the huge head of the black island whale with interlaced scars. Lying on the grass and resting for a while, Lynch got up with difficulty, endured the soreness of his body, and started the lily gymnastics with the substitute. This set of gymnastics that the original mother of the body used to play with him, although it does not feel very useful, it is not like Lynch initially imagined, there are any hidden tricks. The original owner of the body has been playing it for several years, but it seems that he hasn't achieved any results. But Lynch thinks that this set of exercises is still a bit useful for physical coordination exercise, so he will take a set to relax the body at the end of the exercise every day. Lynch finished the gymnastics in unison with the pitch-black armor, and then slowly retracted and stood at attention. "I'm ready," Lynch struck up, clenched his fists, and said in a condensed manner, "Come on." B.I.B. silently walked into Lynch's body. "Hey! Is that enough?" Lynch smiled disdainfully, thumped, and simply knelt on the grass, sweating all over, under the hot red skin. The muscles were trembling slightly. Robin. In the restaurant, a large table was filled with various delicacies, and Lynch, like a starving ghost, hugged a large piece of meat. After so many days, Robin has become accustomed to his eating habits. He silently took a meal that fits her appetite in front of him. He ate and listened to the movement on the dining table around him. Without the flowers and fruits, he cannot use his ability to grow ears and eyes on the surrounding walls to eavesdrop. Robin has become more attentive and is always observing the details around him. After all, although Lynch used flowers and fruits to disguise her, Robin is not sure whether he will always be next to him, or, will one day choose to betray her and abandon her. Moreover, people's energy is also limited. She watched Lynch exercise so hard every day, knowing that he may be in a state of exhaustion all the time, and it does not rule out that he might not have the energy to take care of her face. Disguise. In addition, the abilities of flowers and fruits are also limited, and the scope of display is not too large. To ensure that the disguise exists on Robin's face, she must always hover where Lynch's attention is, and she can't let him forget it abruptly. If he forgets, the disguise on Robin's face will naturally fall off. In short, accidents can happen at any time. Robin took a small bite and took a peek at Lynch, who was eating Hesse next to him. After 20 days, Robin's position has grown a bit longer. Her true face has always been an untimely bomb, carried by her side. Maybe it will explode someday. Robin believes he knows this very well. Although he has been with this boy named Lynch for 20 days, Robin still finds him mysterious. "Why do you always look at me?" Lynch said vaguely while eating. "Is there a flower on my face?" Robin couldn't help smiling when he saw a light petal grow quietly on his face. "I didn't lie. I lied to you, I just jump out of this window." At this time, someone at the nearby dining table was arguing and yelling. Robin and Lynch immediately cast their gazes. Yelling is a short old man in his 40s or 50 years old. Seeing their clothes at the table, everyone has the name of a merchant ship on their chest. It seems they are business travelers coming and going here. The little old man yelled to the person next to the table, "I'm absolutely not mistaken. It must have been the wind-chasing pirates when sailing in the direction of this island. They must have heard of the evil on this island about the pirate King Roger. Only after I became interested in the legend of the spirit, I want to come to your island to see the situation." "Old Henry, are you crazy? We are a member of the world government. There are naval bases not far away. What kind of stupid pirates dare to come?" someone retorted. The little old man Henry disdainfully said, "Is the Navy only available today? According to you, if you are afraid of the Navy, what kind of idiot would choose to be a pirate?" Turns out, it makes sense. Others who watched the excitement thought silently. Some pirates have indeed appeared on this island recently. Another table of people spoke. "The man came from a small port village along the coast and side. A group of pirates showed up in our town the day before yesterday. Who I don't know when they came, and where they docked their pirate ship. Although they did not deliberately make a statement or looting, they did dominate the town and disturbed the town. Everyone hid at home that day. Don't dare to go out. The guards, and the Navy, don't you care?" Someone was startled. "When they react, the pirates will have run away. The people with gunpowder will not go to fight with the pirates." Another person said, "It seems that it was all because of the rumors of the evil spirits of the One Piece King. I heard that the Devil's Son also appeared on the island a while ago." Someone added, "Couldn't the pirates be the evil spirits who want to find One Piece, and ask for the great secret treasure in the legend? Where is that kind of thing? Moreover, the evil spirits of One Piece must be fake, right? Fake a fart. What I saw with my own eyes that day was really the evil spirit of One Piece wrote that sentence on the wall." The people in the restaurant were all provoked to talk. "You came and I kept arguing." Someone said with certainty that he was drunk in the middle of the night and went out to pee and saw the ghost of One Piece wandering on the street. The other snorted and said, "Where can evil spirits be seen with the naked eye?" He stole with a telescope one afternoon. While holding a telescope to enjoy the scenery, he saw a supernatural event, and the curtains of the beautiful lady suddenly closed by herself. Too weird. It must be the evil spirit of One Piece. That's because someone found you peeping. Everyone around yelled at the guy. "Hey! Is it time to talk about this kind of thing?" A young man waved his arms anxiously and said loudly, "That's the wind-chasing pirates. Their boss, Lokia, is a large pirate offering a reward of 17 million. What?" Speaking loudly, the restaurant was quiet for 2 seconds. "Yes, that's a big pirate with a bounty of 17 million. Everyone seemed to wake up all at once. If the wind-chasing pirates really come ashore, who knows, they will come quietly and fast, just like those little pirates that don't have a climate, or they will burn, kill, and looting recklessly because they can't find the evil spirits of the pirate king. Even if the navy can manage, even if the kings can resist, it's not the ordinary people who suffer, nor the small towns of those ports. The little old man of the trader, Henry, depressed. I hope the pirates don't want to hit our merchant ship. The partner at the same table comforted, don't worry, we have hired a powerful pirate hunter on the ship. No problem. It seems to be attracted by the sentence you wrote. Robin finished eating, whispered to Lynch. Why don't you say that they were pirates because of Roger's words? Lynch was also bulging and felt his strength came back. He didn't care, since they are pirates, they won't come today. Harassment will come tomorrow. Don't harass here, or harass other islands, not because of the sentence I wrote, but also because of other trivial things. Maybe it's just a bad mood or a good mood, just passing by and robbing. One time. Robin nodded and said nothing. Go home. Lynch got up, paid the bill, and greeted. At night, Robin sat at the desk and poured 2 cups of hot milk. Lynch rubbed his fingers, sprinkled petals on both cups of hot milk, sat down on Robin's bed casually, and gurgled the flour milk tea. You don't seem to like milk. Robin opened the book and glanced at Lynch by the bed strangely, but I insist on drinking every day, why? It's going to develop. Lynch put the empty cup on Robin's desk and lay down to rest at will. In fact, it was the battle armor B.I.B. that reminded him and suggested that he should develop the habit of drinking milk. Why? Because if one day he can fill his teeth just by drinking milk, it will prove that he has learned a new skill. Lynch thinks it makes sense and rewards B.I.B. for doing 2 more sets of pull ups. Your ghost doesn't seem to be there, Robin said suddenly. Lynch looked at the ceiling. How do you know? Guess. Robin smiled secretly and read the book under the light. On the other side, the pitch-black armor is like a ghost, traveling through the dim night, heading straight to the small village in the port. End of this chapter. Chapter 20, Walking Database. Chapter 20 Walking Database. Chapter head Serial Rogers Ghost 4. Although you said, you will not die. Chambord Islands, slave auction house, in a large cage, the handsome old man with messy beard and grey hair, looking at the shackles on his hands, smiles helplessly. The night is dim, the streets of the small port village are dim, and the houses on both sides are lit with lights, and there are gossips or laughter, a breath of life. B.I.B. come here in accordance with the instructions of the body, walking through the streets and lanes like a ghost, observing any abnormal movements on a level that no one can see. At this point, only hotels and pubs are still open, with their doors slightly open. B.I.B. came here quietly, without any scruples, and regardless of whether the doors and windows were open or closed, he chose to go through the wall directly. A line of white eyes glowed on its dark faceplate, emerging from the wall, looking at the scene in the tavern. It was originally quiet at night. Even if you talk in a pub, it will appear noisy. But at this moment, the atmosphere inside the hotel seems strange. Beeb. B.I.B.'s eyes fixed on the row of people sitting at the bar. They were dressed dirty and had messy hair. They were greasy and uncut. They were yelling to the bartender and asking for a drink. As a stand-in for the armor shape, B.I.B. can see, hear, and even have the sense of touch, but it can't smell the smell. But I don't need to smell it. I want to know that there must be a salty and wet smell of seawater on these people. The other guests in the bar, obviously local guys, lowered their voices and glanced at the group of people at the bar from time to time, showing a suppressed and unrestrained expression on their faces. Obviously, the group of people at the bar are the pirates. It's just B.I.B. if no one walks in the bright bar, it directly collects the whispers of other people in the bar at close range. Damn it, these people have such a bad attitude. They must be pirates. It's too late, it's not good to contact the Navy. Fortunately, they didn't destroy it casually. Let's bear it for a while. They will leave when they have a good drink, right? I learned that this group of people suddenly appeared in the village in the evening. However, they neither steal nor rob. Although their attitude is very bad and their behavior is rude, no one can say that these people are pirates without evidence. After they entered the village, they asked everywhere about the bizarre story about the resurrection of Roger One Piece, the evil spirit circulating on the island a while ago, and even in the newspapers. They inquired all night, then swaggered into the bar to sit down and drink and make trouble. Although the people in the village knew at a glance that these people were not good people, no one had an idea for a while. Looking at the swords and guns on the waists of the opponents, the residents dare not act rashly. It's not the wind-chasing pirates group mentioned by the business traveler in the Wangcheng restaurant in the afternoon. B. quickly judged that the few dirty pirates at the bar were the kind that hadn't even boarded the reward order. But this is not surprising. B's twin pupils flickered in white light, directly calling up the memory copied from the body, turning out the 96th chapter of the One Piece comic. In this story, the Straw Hat Pirates began to be wanted, but only Captain Lu Fei had the reward, and the others were not weaker than Luffy's Soran and Sanji, who were all on the list. So, you can't take it lightly just because they don't have a reward. B. So judge. Although the possibility is extremely low, in case it is injured, all the injuries will eventually be fed back to the body. B. does not want this. The body has been exercising very weekdays, and it still doesn't burden him. So B. quietly moved over, hovering near the row of pirates at the bar, planning to listen to what the pirates are saying first. What the evil spirit of One Piece, how can there be such a thing? The pirate on one side flushed with drink and sneered. Hiccup, it doesn't matter. If I haven't heard the news, I will go to Wangcheng to see it tomorrow. The pirate in the center wiped the beard-filled froth, smashed the wine glass barrel, and slapped the table and shouted, "Hey! Come again! Barrel of wine!" The young female bartender was startled, her face turned pale, she squeezed a smile and said, "I'm sorry, guest, the wine has been drunk." "Hey!" The bearded pirate in the center made an angry look and frightened people. He slapped the table and said angrily, "Why are they out of alcohol? Isn't those people all on the table?" With a bang, the atmosphere in the entire tavern changed. The other drinking residents were kicked out of the bed by their mothers-in-law and sent to the tavern to stare at the group of suspected pirates who were not good at them. Their vigilance had already reached their fullest, and they immediately pushed their stools off the table and stood up. A row of pirates at the bar also stood up suddenly, showing a fierce look, in order to shock the good people. "Sure enough, do you still have to do it?" The residents either took out their sticks or lifted their benches, looking at them nervously and angry. B. looked at the face of one of the pirates closely, then reached out and grabbed the back of the other person's head, and pressed his face directly into the wine glass on the counter table in the voice of the other person. "Hey!" Boom! The pirate screamed. "How big is the wine glass and how big is his face?" A circle of blood came out directly. All the people present were surprised. I haven't waited for them to react. If there is a ghost, the pirates in the entire bar will call their names one by one, bang bang bang. They all seemed to have trouble with themselves, and smashed their heads on their wine glasses. "What? My face!" The pirates screamed, and the bartender girl and the other residents who carried the sticks and moved the stools were stunned. Everyone thought of the rumor, especially the children who came for this, and shouted miserably, "It's the evil spirit! It's the evil spirit of One Piece!" Before he finished speaking, he yelled even more miserably, and his teeth broke out, as if he had been hit hard by something, and his mouth was full of blood. The pirates panicked, drew their swords and slashed frantically at the air, but they could only cut into the air. The invisible ghost, the ghost that can't be touched at all. At this moment, a stunned resident took the stick in his hand by something. He stretched out his hand openly and watched the stick floating in his hand. In the air, the guys who are definitely pirates were beaten fiercely from various tricky angles. This is not a reciprocal situation at all. In the face of the ghostly One Piece evil, the pirates have only to be beaten, and soon they are full of mercy. Don't move. Touch us again and I will kill this chick with one shot. The bearded pirate who was in the center of the bar before did not know when he took out his gun and pointed it at the demon-faced bartender, shouting at the air that was no one but made him nervous. It's awful. The residents who could only watch this scene saw that the young bartender whom everyone liked was held hostage, and all of them died in a hurry. Seeing this, B.I.B. has no expression. Of course, it is a battle armor, of course it will not have an emoticon. The eyes of the white-lighted visor flickered slightly. It called the first chapter of the One Piece comic. The red-haired Shanks was pointed at the head by the bandit Sig, and the red-haired pointed at the opponent's muzzle. This is not a threatening item. Makes sense. B.I.B. directly towards the bearded pirate, who was nervous and didn't even know where to look. He stretched his hand into the opponent's gun-holding wrist and squeezed it lightly. The other party immediately uttered a brutal cry, "Ah!" The kidnapped bartender was so scared that she didn't dare to breathe. She saw that the gun in the hands of the pirate, who was full of alcohol and smell, suddenly turned its muzzle upside down and pointed it at the pirate's own head. "Ah, no, don't!" The pirate was sweating with pain, and when he saw that his gun was aimed at him uncontrollably, he immediately yelled in horror. The trigger self is pressed down. Pang! A splash of blood, sprinkled on the cheeks of the little bartender whose pupils were pale. The gun did not fall with the pirate whose head was exploded. Instead, it continued to float in the air, turned the muzzle, and swept over the other uncolored pirates on the ground one by one. It turned out to be trash fish, not the type of Soran Sanji. B.I.B. got it. These people really don't have the potential to offer a bounty. It motioned to other residents with its muzzle, and the pirates cleanly. Wait after daybreak, please do whatever they want. B.I.B. feels that the main body should have no interest in such pirates. The residents did it like earthy faces, in awe of the invisible ghosts in the air. Nima. Is it true that the legend of the evil spirits of the Shanghai Pirate King on the island is true? Is the king of pirates? How did you kill the pirates? Because of death, have you begun to protect ordinary people? It's too much. Everyone screamed in their hearts, but they all closed their mouths and did not dare to say a word. B.I.B. was about to leave. Suddenly people exclaimed in a low voice, "It's a phone worm." It looked back, but a resident pulled out a phone worm with bubbles spitting out from the pockets of the pirate's clothes. At the other end of the phone worm, the captain of the wind-chasing pirates, Lokia, who is offering a bounty of 17 million Baileys, put down the phone worm receiver and smiled and said, "So, is there really the evil spirit of One Piece on that island?" Oh. Captain! Are we going to ask the whereabouts of the big secret treasure? Idiot! Lokia cursed, who cares about the big secret treasure? Has it been snatched by someone else? He grinned and said, "Of course I want to ask the reason why Roger is so powerful. He is a stronger devil than the legendary Whitebeard. If you can know the secret of the powerful One Piece, I am afraid that there will be no treasure at that time." Oh. Captain Wise. But Captain, can we really deal with the evil spirit of One Piece? Some subordinates were frightened by the movement in the phone bug just now. Captain Lokia disdainfully said, "What are you afraid of? It is a ghost, but it must be driven by some devil fruit ability person. You probably don't know, the silly forks of the devil fruit ability person are all of a group of dry ducks. As long as you put enough sea water on it, there will be an evil spirit and a capable person. What counts?" Oh. Captain Wise. End of this chapter. Chapter 21, You are looking at me, right? Chapter 21 You are looking at me, right? When the sky was dark, a group of young men in the village, the naked pirates, dragged the guy whose head was exploded by self, and contacted the person at the nearest naval base. This is a franchise country. Every household on the island not only has to pay the celestial gold to raise the Tianlong people of Mary Joa, but also squeeze out money to pay taxes to the world government, and the world government provides protection for the franchise countries. The Navy does not produce production. Where does their military expenditure come from? It is not the taxes that the world government drew from the citizens of the participating countries. Therefore, there is an accident on the island and the naval base is harassed by pirates. In principle, the naval base should not be neglected and needs to be dealt with seriously. To some extent, the world government and navy are not much different from the sea emperors such as Baybeard, Anti, and Kaido. The world government covers the participating countries, collects taxes, and also collects extra heavenly gold on behalf of the Tianlong people, and then provides legal force to bless the participating countries. The emperors of the sea each gather part of the non-participating countries, or force them or not, and put their own pirate flags on them, provide them with protection, and collect some protection fees and the like. The so-called balance of the sea by the navy is to a large extent this kind of balance. If the pattern of sea emperors is relatively stable, those non-participating countries will not be too messy. Once there is a great chaos between the sea emperors, those non-participating countries under their respective banners will be in chaos. More people who have lost their blessings will find it difficult to live a normal life. In the end, they will all go out to sea as pirates. In the end, the bad luck still has to fall on the franchising countries, as well as people all over the world. Recently, the people at the naval branch base examined the body with a headshot, interrogated the naked pirates, and took the phone worm for a closer look. Finally, they determined that the phone worm had contacted the Winzu Feng pirates. It's not about reading phone worm data. The Marines tried their best to take out the best phone bug feed in the base, and they also took out the best maintained phone bugs in the base, with the smoothest color and the most beautiful appearance, to accompany it to relieve its boredom. The phone worm dug up information about the phone worm compatriot on the ship who had dialed to the wind-chasing pirates. In short, that's a fierce pirate with a bounty of 17 million. Placed in the weakest East China Sea, so many pirates who offer bounty are already ceiling-level villains. Even in their West Sea, it can be regarded as a first-class large pirate group, which can definitely be ranked first. That's why their naval branches in the West Sea are so overwhelmed that they can't be arrested and brought to justice, or simply wiped out. As for the more powerful pirate group, Zihai is certainly not uncommon. It's just that those brutal pirates who just think about their names will make their necks cold, and the tens of millions of bounty groups are basically ambitious villains, and they have long been impatient to stay in this corner of the West Sea. The land, jumped from Lost Gap Island, broke into the Great Route. Those unconventional brutal pirates, naturally they have their colleagues on the Great Route, and naturally people in the Navy headquarters are worried. The 17 million bounty villain is the responsibility of their Zihai branch base. It's just that I didn't expect such a vicious pirate to believe in such nonsense as the ghost of the One Piece. The Marines were very speechless, thinking that the pirates were pirates, a group of illiterate and barbarians. The young villagers bow their heads, look up at the sky, or whistles with a guilty conscience. They don't want to testify that the ghost of One Piece is real. What's good? At that time, the ghost of One Piece had no malice towards ordinary people like them, and even said that they still protected them in the hands of these pirates. On the contrary, if they inform the Navy and prove the existence of the ghost, maybe the ghost like One Piece will not be so polite to them. They saw the fierce pirates with their own eyes, how weak they were under the play of the invisible evil spirit, and they were unable to resist. The young villagers do not want to provoke such a weird existence. And among them, stood silently a pitch-black battle armor with blue flame pattern on the left arm and red flame pattern on the right arm. Only the visor left a pair of white-lighted eyes. It followed all the way to this naval branch base and was not discovered by anyone. Even when the Marines dismantled the pirates' phone worm, B.I.B. also leaned closer to observe, carefully paying attention to what kind of operation it was, and recorded them in the brain one by one. And what kind of feed the phone worms eat? B.I.B. thinks the body should be interested in it. After all, it originated from Lynch. To some extent, it is a certain aspect of Lynch's personality that combines with Lynch's potential life energy to give birth to a special individual. No one knows Lynch's brain circuit better than it. Finally, the branch base sent a team of Marines, armed with knives and guns, to the young and strong people back to the village. The seamen came to the village and scattered in an orderly manner, entering the villages and towns of the various coastal ports on the island, inquiring about news, and paying attention to the movements of the pirates. B.I.B. wandered around, looking at the sky. The main body should also get up. It wandered between the villages, passed by sea soldiers, passing by the small old man Henry and their merchant ships, quickly shuttled between houses and walls, across the wilderness between the port town and the city, like an invisible phantom straight through the woods. Soon, the dark armor returned to the house on the edge of the royal city and entered through the wall. Lynch was yawning, rubbing his messy hair, and squeezed Robin a little bit beside him, grunting and brushing his teeth in front of the mirror. He suddenly turned his head feeling, and saw the head of the pitch-black armor popping out of the wall. "Wait, I'm brushing my teeth." Lynch hurriedly took off the foam in his mouth, and stopped the nurse's nest-like substitute in time. "It's frizzy. Sit next to you for a while." "Oh, you don't need to sit. Just stand." Lynch continued to brush her teeth. B.I.B. silently retreated to the side and stood at attention, like a waiting suit of Iron Man armor. Robin is already quite familiar, knowing that Lynch's invisible ghost must have appeared. After washing, Robin and Lynch make breakfast together. Robin thought he was weird. Sometimes when she asked her to prepare milk or something, when she cleaned the house, Lynch was not welcome, let alone embarrassed. But sometimes, Lynch will happily clean by himself, or if he doesn't want to go to the restaurant when he is happy, he will make some meals at home, and Robin will read a book and don't help, he doesn't mind at all. At first Robin was still a bit at a loss, wondering what this guy was. But slowly I understand. Is to get along like ordinary friends. What? Lynch at the table drank the fresh flower milk tea happily, and soon screamed. Robin is calm, she is used to this too. "I went to read a book," Robin said after eating. Lynch grinned, his attention seemed to be elsewhere. He waved his hand and reminded, "Don't go out casually, there are naval ships on the island these days." Robin's heart jumped. Of course she was afraid of the Navy. Nodded silently, Robin saw that he was busy, and took the initiative to pack the tableware and wash it. "It's the same housework, but I don't have the feeling of aggrieved loneliness at my aunt's house." Lynch was on the table with his feet up, holding the back of his head and shaking the chair, checking the memories of another perspective that flooded into his mind after B.I.B. was in his body. However, he did not recall directly through himself. Instead, he released B.I.B. again, put it on his body, and played back those memories through its helmet. You can see it directly with the naked eye, and it feels more intuitive. Miscellaneous fish pirate. Navy branch. Phone worm. Oh, it turns out that this thing is disassembled and assembled like this. Can phone worms engage in beauty tricks? These navies are really talents. Lynch looked quickly, nodding from time to time. Wait. Stop it. Suddenly, Lynch quickly skipped the last memory. When B.I.B. was on the way back, he noticed something out of the corner of his eye. Go back a little bit more. The woods, yes, it's almost here, go ahead, stop. Lynch called. He opened his eyes and stared at the memory screen of B.I.B. When it was moving through the woods, the corner of his sight quickly passed by, and it was a small thing that was easy to ignore. The little thing climbed on the branch, two lollipop-like eyeballs, actually staring directly at the moving B.I.B. This guy actually saw the existence of B.I.B. The memory screen played by Lynch through the eyes of the helmet is opposite to the green wild telephone worm on the branch in the corner of B.I.B.'s line of sight. Why write such a self-contained substitute that exists relatively independently of the ontology? Because One Piece world has many unsolvable abilities. For example, the childlike fruit of sugar can be turned into a toy at the touch of a touch, and even its own existence is forgotten by others. For example, the sweet fruit of the Empress, who is not an idiot like Luffy, will be charmed and petrified, such as powerful hypnotism. I don't want to write that the protagonist is immune to insolvency, so there is such a special stand-in. And in order to reduce unnecessary troubles, such as when the substitute is interacting with the female character, such as when the protagonist seems too incomprehensible in the early stage, when the protagonist has no sense of existence, I designed the substitute into the form of Iron Man battle armor. End of this chapter. Chapter 22, Magical Creature. Chapter 22 Magical Creatures. Do you want to go out? Robin finished washing the tableware, and was about to read the book for a while when he saw Lynch coming over. Well, I found something interesting. Lynch nodded. You come together too. But... He blinked and smiled and waved to the air behind him. The agent is coming. Robin saw that the door of a room behind him squeaked open, and several things dangling in the air came towards them. Put a set of hair dye and comb into Lynch's hand. That is Lynch's night ghost. Robin is very calm. She feels that her resistance to supernatural scenes has increased too much. It seems to belong to the original hostess of this house. I don't know if it's useful. Lynch picked up a few old hair dyes and eagerly said, "Come on, give it a try." A question mark slowly appeared on Robin's head. She touched her head. Although she has grown a little bit, her hair is still far from enough to dye her hair, right? Unexpectedly, in the next second, Lynch waved his hand and immediately grew thick black hair on top of Robin's inch-long head. With the faint fragrance of familiar flowers, Robin realized what had happened. Hair is fine too. She was startled. The boy seemed to have played more delicate operations with Hwawaguo. Why not? Lynch asked rhetorically. In the comics, after 3D2Y, Robin can even use flowers and fruits on other people's bodies and on the ground to grow her upper half of her body, even to move freely, to talk, pass on or spy on. A complete clone of information. A complete clone includes more than just the hair. The clothes are all included. After 3D2Y, Robin is very likely to have touched the awakening category of flowers and fruits. So, eagerly Lynch pressed Robin in front of the mirror, eagerly squeezed out a bunch of silver hair dye, and fiddled with the hair that grew on Robin's head. The hair dye fainted, and he smeared the medium-length hair that was not too long. Lynch smiled and said, "Haha, the split limbs made of flowers and fruits, the five senses are shared with the body of the capable person. If the hand that grows out of ability is chopped, the body will also be very painful. But sure enough, hair is not tactile. Maybe you can use flowers and fruits to grow a lot of hair to fight. If it is cut and burned, there will be no any loss." As he said, he rubbed Robin's hair dye on his head. Anyway, it was the hair that was able to bloom, and he was not afraid of ruining it. At that time, will you be called the white-haired witch of the devil? Robin sat quietly, letting him toss. She looked at herself in the mirror, a little strange. After almost half an hour, he simply nodded and changed clothes to go out. Lynch and Robin looked at the girl in the mirror. Silver hair, cute face with a hint of cold silence. Boy-style shirt, trousers, and sneakers, with a short jacket and long-sleeved denim jacket on the outside. Lynch commented, "One Piece, become a human." Robin? The empty strip saloon with the sorrow of the original sorrow is actually Nicole Robin. Lynch laughed, and then sighed again. "Unfortunately you can't see Xiao Hei, otherwise you might be able to see Detroit, Become Human, and Detective Conan. B.I.B. perfectly copy the main body. Naturally you can play back the game guide videos and any comics you have watched in the main body's memory at any time. Robin didn't know what to say, the boy sometimes said something she didn't understand. It's a pity that Robin can't see B.I.B., and it's not even as good as the green phone bug. Lynch thought so, and then easily disguised Robin's face, blooming and growing a tuft of meat. He stretched out his hand, and the ghostly black armor handed over the large windbreaker. Let's go. Wow! While Lynch lifted the windbreaker and put it on, a sea of flowers surged from his feet step by step like a lotus, enveloping him, and directly magnified it more than doubled. Putting on the windbreaker and watching, he basically looks like an ordinary adult man. Robin secretly said, he has a better grasp of flowers and fruits. But how can you practice without seeing him? Lynch basically exercises there every day. Robin has never seen him have the ability to exercise fruit. And, contrary to his practice of snatching the fruits of the flowers at the time, Lynch doesn't seem to care much about the fruits of the flowers. For a long time, whether she was disguised or died just now, it gave Robin a ridiculous illusion. It seemed that they were all deliberately demonstrating it to her. Robin didn't have time to think, so he hurriedly followed. The pitch-black armor has long been accompanied by Lynch in the windbreaker fluttering. Lynch did not go directly to the forest, but went to the commercial street of the town first, looking for a shop that did not sell phone bug feed. Inquired, the biological taste of the telephone bug is not picky, basically you can eat anything, but the special feed is more nutritious. And phone worms are actually very mild-tempered. They don't mind being caught by humans, because that means having a stable source of food. Lynch picked 2 kinds of fodder at random, bought another handset for the phone bug, put it in the pocket of the windbreaker, and took Robin directly outside the city. On the way, the two saw a navy infested. Robin is inevitably a little nervous, and closely follows Lynch's trench coat. Lynch is very calm. Can Robin recognize him even if he disguised himself like this? If he recognizes this, he will eat B.I.B. on the spot. He is even more directly reborn, ripening at least as a teenager. At first glance, it's not a problem to say that it has changed from 10 years old to 30 years old. Passing by the navy calmly, Lynch took Robin to the forest outside the city where B.I.B. found the green phone worm. Can see the creature of his double B.I.B. Lynch is very curious about the little guy. Robin has no idea what he is going to do out of town. I saw that after entering a forest, Lynch talked to the unmanned air, the night ghost she couldn't see, and then took her around in the forest. He seems to be looking for something. Robin judged. What kind of flowers are you looking for? Robin has been opened up by Lynch's various operations these days, wondering if Lynch wants to further develop the flowers and fruits so that he can grow different varieties of flowers. Is it because you want to grow pollen that is poisonous? In that case, use the arm made of poisonous flowers to open on the enemy, gently brush it, and sprinkle the phosphorus poisonous powder. You can solve the enemy. Robin's brain is wide open here, and suddenly his head hits Lynch, who stopped. It turned out to be here. Robin turned his head and noticed that Lynch was staring at the branch of a tree. She took a closer look, and there seemed to be a green thing on the branch. Oh, it's a wild phone worm. That's right, Lynch bought those feeds and earpiece equipment. Lynch looked up at the green wild phone worm on the branch and smiled. Don't hide it, little thing, I'm looking at you. The green wild phone worm on the branch stiffened. Suddenly, under Lynch's gaze, its green body surface changed in color, and a layer of brown slowly emerged, completely blending with the branches under it. I do it. Lynch was shocked. Is this a phone bug or a chameleon? End of this chapter. Chapter 23, Euler, the wood is big and the wood is big. Chapter 23 Euler, Muda. There are many kinds of phone bugs in the world of One Piece, such as fuck, I can't remember it. Lynch blew a whistle, the whistle echoed in the empty woods, and after a while, the phantom black armor floated. Previously, it distracted from the body looking for the wild phone worm. Bewrap the body. Lynch used his helmet to play back the memory, and directly called up the Baidu encyclopedia that he had seen before. Phone worm, the shell is marked with your own number, which is a private number. It seems that the facial features are similar to the owner, and each phone worm is very distinctive. There are 10 buttons from 0 to 9 on the side, which are used for peer-to-peer communication. The size and function are equivalent to a home phone. You can take it with you, the signal is very strong, you can also call across the island, you can make international calls, and the call can be vivid, imitate the expression and tone of the speaker. The black telephone worm is small and will never grow up. I don't like communicating with the same kind. I am interested in eavesdropping. Can only receive, used for eavesdropping. The big phone worm should be immovable. It appears in chapter 500 of the manga. It is equivalent to our phone booth. I don't know how to charge. Monitor phone bugs, monitor the designated area and send and receive warning signals. Image phone worms, including phone worms for shooting and projecting images, used to record images or live broadcast. The self-propelled video transmission phone worm can walk on its own and is huge. White phone worm, appeared on the ship of Durag, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, slightly smaller than ordinary phone worms, used to prevent eavesdropping, and placed next to ordinary phone worms when used. Camera phone worm, appeared in the manga chapter 747, Kurlaw used it to photograph a trading ship disguised as a pirate ship. There are also golden and silver phone bugs, which are special phone bugs used by admirals to kill magic orders. Lynch nodded in satisfaction. B.I.B is there, and there is no need to worry about forgetting the story of One Piece or what settings. However, he did beta for a round, and he didn't find any phone bugs, which can change his own color like a chameleon. The green one on the branch is now almost integrated with the branches around it. Could it be that this little bug ate the devil fruit? Animal chameleon fruit? B.I.B separates from the main body and walks aside. Lynch raised his hand, and suddenly petals fluttered on the branch, and two Lynch's arms grew, grabbing the wild phone worm that turned into the color of the branch. As a result, Lynch only felt a slippery hand, and the phone bug on the branch slipped away. Surprised? Lynch was absolutely right, the snail-like little guy on the branch actually moved as swiftly as a bunny. As if it had an automatic roller installed under its ass, it squirmed and crawled behind the tree trunk. Bolu. The peculiar voice of the phone worm rang behind the tree trunk, as if to say, really startled. It poked out two lollipop-like eyes and blinked twice. This phone worm, where is it looking? Robin opened his mouth slightly in surprise, suddenly noticed the direction of the phone bug with eyeballs popping from behind the tree trunk, and subtly pointed it at Lynch, the air beside him. By the way, it's Lynch's ghost. This phone worm can actually see the ghost? You can see it as expected. Lynch smiled. He seldom crossed his hands in front of him and used the flowers and fruits seriously. Then, let's not let you run away. Be my partner. Haha. He was suddenly overjoyed. Robin didn't understand the joke of this sentence at all. Bolu. The wild phone worm behind the tree trunk seemed to perceive the bad atmosphere and was about to drive around, but hit something with its head. Small thing, two lollipop-like eyes suddenly discovered that a full circle of arms had been erected around it at some unknown time, and the tide was intertwined into a wall, and it rolled towards the center and leaped towards it. In a blink of an eye, this wild phone worm was passed to Lynch on the ground by a row of arms that grew on the trunk. Don't the phone worms resist being raised by humans? Lynch looked at the little guy in his hand. Unexpectedly, as soon as he spoke, the other party shrank in fright. He changed his color again, and the color of his body surface changed to the same skin color as Lynch's palm. So courageous! Lynch curiously poked the little guy, who blended into the skin of his palm like a chameleon with his fingers. Unexpectedly, this snail-like telephone bug was not too soft, not glutinous at all, and probably not too sweet. In short, the opposite feeling was a bit hard. This is strange. Lynch continued to poke 2 more times, which seemed to irritate the skin tone phone bug. Bolu. It arched towards Lynch's fingers and pushed Lynch's fingers away. You have a strong temper and strength. Lynch laughed, and took out the phone worm-specific handset device from the trench coat pocket. Come on, put on the work clothes first. The handset device is installed on the back of this phone worm. Bolu. The color phone worm screamed twice, and didn't know what it was talking about. In the next second, it shook all over, and Lynch seemed to see a bump on the soft body on its back, like squeezing out a tentacle, and pushed out the earpiece device on its back, and fell to the ground. Pulu. The color phone worm yelled twice, and that expression seemed to say that the phone worm will never be a slave. After appreciating the astonished expressions of these 2 humans for half a second, the skin tone phone worm planned to run away from Lynch's palm, but it was carried back by Lynch. You want to run if something falls. Lynch said, you have to pay. Plump. The color phone worm was vomiting bubbles, his eyes rolled around, not going to see Lynch. It seemed like a guilty conscience, and it seemed that he was too lazy to pay attention to him. Lynch murmured to himself, I really understand what I am saying. The phone worm on the palm opens his mouth wide. Robin, is the phone worm very smart? Lynch asked Robin. Children who read more. Robin glanced at the little guy in Lynch's hands curiously, and replied, there is no evidence that phone worms have intelligence beyond ordinary animals. The words and expressions they make during the call are like parrots. Take the special radio waves between the phone worms and imitate it. Then there is a phone worm that can change color with the environment like it does. I have no idea. Lynch thoughtfully looked at the telephone worm in his palm that was slowly frightening back to the green. He stretched out his hand to the side. B. Consciously overlapped his left arm with the main body's arm, and was put on by the main body. Lynch put on the armor covered with blue flame patterns, and grabbed the green phone worm. But after touching the body of a green telephone worm snail, it was not able to penetrate into the body of the telephone worm like before piercing Robin's body to take out the flowers and fruits. In other words, this phone worm has never eaten devil fruit. You wouldn't be like me. Lynch scolded. The green phone worm was startled by his tone, and the greenness on his body faded a bit. Could it be that the traverser is worse than him, crossing the One Piece, turning into a phone worm? Lynch suddenly said, Eula. A question mark slowly popped up on the head of the green phone worm, Bolu. Fortunately, his mother is not muda. Lynch nodded. At this moment, the green phone worm on his palm seemed to be fascinated, and rubbed his other hand. The hand wearing the double armor. End of this chapter. Chapter 24, 6-type telephone bug. Chapter 24, 6-type telephone worm. This guy. Lynch lowered his head and carefully observed the movements of the green phone worm in his palm. It's not just him, even the B. next to him also leaned forward. The 2 heads of the main body and the substitute were close together, watching the snail-like creatures rubbing against Lynch's palm. Lynch and B. looked at each other. If they read it right, this little guy, it's not Lynch's palm. It is the armor of the substitute in his hand. This little guy can not only see B. but also actually touch the double. Is it so magical? Lynch whispered to himself, with a thoughtful look. Telephone worms and telephone worms communicate through their special electric waves to help humans achieve the purpose of communication. It can be seen that a creature like a phone worm is born with a certain ability to read energy. Electromagnetic waves? Or what other energy wave? Substitute is essentially a special energy body. Some say it's spiritual energy, and some say it's life energy. In Lynch's view, this is the same thing. Mental energy comes from the brain. Isn't the brain just the structure of the body of life? However, the ordinary phoneworms found on the pirates did not show the characteristics of being able to see B.I.B. In other words, it's this green wild phoneworm that is stranger, or is it so talented? Euler. The green phoneworm in the palm muttered. Lynch frowned. The phoneworm has a strong ability to imitate. It can vividly imitate the tone and demeanor of the calling party during the call, and even the nose and tears are all present. At this moment, the wild green phoneworm rubbed Lynch's stand-in arm for a while. Began to imitate what Lynch had said to it just now. It seems that you like B. Come with me from now on. Lynch stabbed the little guy like a green snail with his finger. Ula. The latter struggled a few times before crawling away from Lynch's palm. Same as before on the tree, the action is very fast. The wood is big and the wood is big. Lynch smiled. Can you still shave in 6 styles? Speed is useless in front of flowers and fruits. He gently raised his hand, and the green phoneworm that was crawling away quickly was held back by the hands of Lynch that grew out of the ground. Bolu. The green phoneworm struggled. Lynch felt that the palm of Hwawaguo pressed the phoneworm. The feedback he felt became stronger and stronger, and even the phoneworm itself became harder. You won't really know 6 forms, do you? Lynch thought it was weird. A phoneworm can actually fail the iron in the 6 formulas? Acting so fast, is it really shaved? Come on, eat something. Lynch turned over the feed in his pocket and walked over to pour out a little. The green phoneworm came over and ate 2, then 2, then 2, and in a short while, he ate up the little feed that Lynch had poured. Lynch took the opportunity to put the earpiece device on its back again. Click, the phoneworm twisted while eating, shaking off the handset device again. Suddenly, lollipop-like eyeballs glanced at Lynch, as if saying, you can eat something with your face, but you can't do it with your hands. Said you are fat and panting. Lynch smiled and winked at B.I.B., who directly picked up the green phoneworm. The green phoneworm struggled in the hands of B.I.B., but the willingness to dodge was getting lower and lower, and finally he shrank in the hands of the stand-in armor, rubbing it greasily, showing an expression of enjoyment. The picture that Robin on the side saw was a phoneworm shrunk in mid-air. I don't know why, rubbing around there. The big man in the big windbreaker, surrounded by a silver-haired tomboy with a bad appearance and only dark green eyes with a little good-looking, this duo is walking on the streets of Wangcheng. Near noon, Lynch took Robin back to the city for dinner. Walking on the street, you can still see the seamen armed with guns on the side of the street from time to time, wearing white short-sleeved uniforms and caps with navy logos in the shape of seagulls. Entering the restaurant where they often eat, the two find a place to sit down, and soon a waiter comes over with a menu. Is it the same as usual? The waiter asked with a smile. Well, more wait. Lynch nodded. Is there another kid? The waiter asked casually. Playing at home. Lynch also answered casually. His windbreaker is sometimes worn by B.I.B., he and Robin are following, sometimes he wears it after disguising himself with flowers and fruits. He sometimes wears the star mask, sometimes he doesn't. There are so many weird guys in One Piece world. It's not that strange that they like to wear trench coats and masks. Not long after, plates of hot meals were served one by one. Lynch didn't exercise much this morning and did not consume much, but after getting used to that kind of appetite, as soon as he smelled the scent of the food, he immediately got hungry. He ate too fragrantly, and Robin next to him looked very appetite, and immediately buried his head and ate. Lynch took out the green phone bug in his pocket and took out some fodder to tease it. The little guy who was still thief in the forest before bumped all the way on the road. At this moment, he saw the fodder and immediately rushed over. At the same time, as usual, Lynch used flowers and fruits at the blind corners of many walls, blooming and growing ears, listening to what people at other tables were talking about. He and Robin were bored at home all day long, a boring exercise, a serious reading, and the rare channel to understand the situation on the island was only in places like restaurants and bars where fish and dragons were mixed. I heard that some powerful guys from Gunpowder came to the island recently. Hey? Could it be that someone from their headquarters? What does the gangster send someone to do? Do you also have to guard against pirates with the navy? How could it be possible? Hey, what pirate? I heard early in the morning that the wind-chasing pirates were going to call. How about people? Isn't it better not to come? Stupid. Lynch listened and ate, and when it was almost done, he checked out and took Robin out of the restaurant. After a short break at noon, Lynch put aside his distracting thoughts and continued to devote himself to exercise. Played a set of gymnastics to digest children, Lynch stretched and stretched his muscles and bones, and started training with the pitch-black armor. The training stopped, and it was evening in a blink of an eye, and the dim sunlight was shining on the grass. Lynch asked Bib to go to the house and bring a bucket of clear water over. He poured it down with his bare hands and shook his head comfortably. Lynch, that phone bug doesn't know where it's going. Robin walked over and said. Lynch took a dry towel and rubbed his body casually, and raised his chin at B.I.B. Go, walk around twice. The dark armor Yin wandered around the house ghostly for a few times. After a while, the phone bug hidden under the stairs and blended with the ground color straightly followed B.I.B. and crawled out. While it was rubbing against the heel of the armor, Lynch picked up the handset and pressed it on its back. Click, the green phone worm shook its body, and shakes the receiver off again. The wind-chasing pirate regiment has not been seen. The Navy patrolled for a few days, but finally gradually withdrew and returned to the base of the branch. Another day and night, a huge pirate ship quietly docked on the remote shore. End of this chapter. Chapter 25, The bounty is sent here, come and pick it up at night. Chapter 25 Bounty is sent here, come to collect it at night. In the early morning, Robin woke up on time. Opened his eyes, thought about where he was, and felt a little at ease. After a brief wash, Robin vaguely heard the noise from the street outside at the door. She went back to the room and took a look. Lynch hadn't come out yet in his room. Thinking about it, Robin went to take the butterfly mask and put it on, brought a chair and stepped on it, standing on tiptoe to watch the situation outside. The early risers on the street are still in their pajamas, talking to each other in a flustered expression. The guards of the kingdom are maintaining law and order, and they are talking loudly to the residents. Robin can vaguely hear words such as pirates, kills, and reassurances. It's those gangsters. Robin caught a glimpse of a man in a black suit passing by a street corner in the distance. Moving the chair back, Robin saw that Lynch had come out to wash, sitting lazily at the table, tearing off a loaf of bread to tease the green phone bug on the table. It was named Little Green. Something happened outside, it seems that a pirate appeared last night. Robin said, climbing up the chair and sitting down. Lynch poured a glass of milk for the two of them, then poured a little bit on the plate and handed it to Little Green, and said, well, I know. 17 million, it's all a big guy at the same price as Crick. Crow still has more than 1 million. Creek? Hundreds of crow? Robin looked puzzled. Did you solve the pirate that appeared last night? Lynch smiled and said, it's not me, it's Xiao He. I'm too lazy to run out and mess around without going to bed at night. Speaking, a humanoid armor made of pitch-black energy flew out of his body. After the latter appeared, he took out the chip from the inverted triangle on his chest with his right hand with a red flame pattern, and implanted it in Lynch's body. Xiao He, Robin nodded silently. Lynch used many names for his ghost, Xiao He, Old Black, Ah He, B, Ah B, Xiao. Lynch regained the ability to flower and fruit. With a flick of his finger, pink petals grew from the mouth of his cup with Robin, which gently floated to the surface of the milk, making slight ripples. Ripples in a circle. Last night, South Kago Island, a small port town. Suddenly a gunshot broke the peace of the town. Pirate! Pirate is coming! It's the pirates of wind chasing! Almost instantly, the whole town was full of horrified shouts, mixed with screams and crying. No one thought that the wind-chasing pirates, which I thought would not appear, would appear without warning on such an ordinary night. The arrogant pirates of the wind-chasing pirate group armed with guns and knives, they smashed the door from door to door, entering the door with a shot, or simply smashing the door with a single knife. Stupid pigs, get out of me! The sturdy captain of the wind-chaser pirates, Rakia, is wearing a greasy cloak. He walks in the middle of the empty road in the town without knowing his relatives, and shouts at the houses on both sides. Behind him, following the two teams, pushing the two large tanks with rollers at the bottom, they made a rumbling sound as they moved forward on the ground, and the tank mouth was splashed with sea water from time to time. Boom! 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 A gunshot sounded, forcing the residents of the town to walk out of their homes on this gloomy moonlight night in disorderly clothes. "Where's the Navy? Why doesn't the Navy come?" a woman cried with her baby in her arms. The pirate laughed wildly. "Navy? I'm afraid they are still sleeping. The kingdom guards will not let you go. They will definitely chase you." The old man in the town roared, and then he was hit by a knife, spewed blood, and sprinkled on the dimly lit ground. The pirate with blood on the knife disdainfully said, "Guard? What dream do you want? Ha ha ha! Stupid pigs, instead of expecting the Navy and the to rescue you, why don't you ask the evil spirit of the legendary Roger to come out for help? Ha 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 ha! Stop talking, hand over all your money and food." Under the dim moonlight, the gleam of the barrels and swords in the hands of the pirates resembled the fangs of the devil. The residents were either angry or scared, all pale. The young men trembled under the threat of swords and guns, gritted their teeth and said, "If you can bring down these pirates, whether they are the evil spirits of the Pirate King or whatever, come on! Ha ha ha! Do you think we are really afraid of the so-called evil spirits of the One Piece?" Lokia, the captain of the wind-chasing pirate group, sneered loudly. "Oh, by the way, you idiots, you probably don't know what a devil fruit is? Ha ha ha!" Seeing that this vicious pirate whose notoriety spreads to the West Sea is so emboldened, the residents can't help but become more afraid and panic. "Let that guy come out with the evil spirit of One Piece, let's see Lao Zi take him." Suddenly, a cold wind blows. It seems that something is touching the skin of my neck. I suddenly got goosebumps. Lokia's words stopped abruptly. He drew the long knife from his waist, and smiled grinningly. "Are you coming? Ha ha ha! Come on! Come on!" He slashed into the air here, and suddenly there was a scream from the men behind him. "Old boss!" A pirate suddenly bleeds from his nose and mouth, his pupils are dilated, and his body falls softly. The pirate next to him was so scared that everyone jumped up, and shouted, "It's an evil spirit! The evil spirit is coming! Hurry!" Half of his words, the crazy expression on his face was distorted, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. The whole face was bleeding like a fascination, and he fell on his back. The scene was dead for a few seconds. This weird scene, let alone the pirates, even the local residents who have heard of the ghost of One Piece, and even the young men who have seen what happened in the bar that day, opened their mouths in shock. No one thought that the so-called ghost would have such an invisible ability to kill people instantly. The pirates were suddenly crazy, roaring at the air, shooting at the place they thought the ghost was, and slashing with knives, but of course there was no effect. Ghost? How could he be hit by a knife and gun? Every scream that stopped abruptly was accompanied by a pirate's 7 orifices falling down in blood, silent. The pirates are scared to pee. The lethality is so terrible. Is this a ghost or a beast? This is completely different from the scary routine of the legendary ghost. Why can invisible and intangible ghosts have such destructive power? As the pirates are rioting, they are instantly killed by terrifying evil spirits that cannot be seen in the air, and the residents hide in haste. Too scary, too scary. They just watched the pirates go crazy, but one by one they bleed and died silently. Hurry up! The captain of the wind-chasing pirates roared grimly, pour the sea. Devil fruit-capable people are all land ducks and must be afraid of the sea water. As long as the water is poured on, his ability will be invalidated. He strode to one of the large water tanks, gave a low drink, and even lifted the large water tank weighing hundreds of kilograms. Lokia's muscles are bulging, his complexion is red, and the blue veins are bulging, looking like a terrible demon. The residents who are hiding on the sidelines can't help but be afraid. The look of Lokia carrying the cylinder is really full of boldness. This terrifying force is estimated to be able to tie them together and beat them to death, right? That's the end of pretending to be a god. Lokia roared, lifting the cylinder and falling toward the nearest man. Boom, the surging water poured over like a waterfall. Boss! The man was washed away by the small waterfall, but everyone found desperately that there was no ghost in the washed water. Ah! Another pirate fell softly, his body twitching, his face spurting blood, mixed with thick white. Hey! The cold wind blew on the streets of the town, and under the dim moonlight, the pirate's body was lying on the ground. The only one who could stand was the tall Captain Luo, who could kill more than a dozen people with one punch. Kia! Lokia's eyes are red, almost bursting into flames. He faintly heard the sound of Chuk-Chuk teeth trembling, and he was furious. Who is so spineless and afraid of being so scared? Soon he realized that this voice actually came from his mouth. The of gunpowder! Loki roared wildly, turned over and escaped into another large water tank, banging, splashing rows of sea waves. He suffocated his breath and sank to the bottom of the tank, his sturdy body was trembling. He couldn't believe it, he was scared and trembling. But, after sinking into the sea, the evil spirit will definitely not chase it. Just thinking about it, Loki suddenly felt a cold hand, gently reaching into his head. This hand is very soft, as if touching, gently stirring his brain. Woohoo! Loki opened his eyes wide in the water in the tank, struggling, but his strength became weaker and weaker. Smears of blood, mixed with white, flowing out of his loose eyes, nostrils, ears under the water. After a long time, the residents who were hiding came out hesitantly. Has it ended? Hey, don't go out, watch out for that evil spirit. The pirate, did you just say the of gunpowder? Anyway, these pirates have been solved. The residents looked at the tragic scene on the street, and their faces turned blue with fright. The women hugged their children and hid in the house, crying with fright. At this moment, everyone saw a corpse's blood rippling, and a splash of blood rose into the air and fell on the outer wall of the water tank where Lokia's corpse was located. Wow, wow, wow! The blood is walking in the water tank, writing a line of blood stroke by stroke. The bounty is sent here, and come to pick it up at night. End of this chapter. Chapter 26, Such a Character. Chapter 26. The personality is like this. After finishing the last stroke, the blood bounced to the ground and slowly penetrated into the soil. Guru! Everyone stared at the line of blood on the water tank blankly, swallowing saliva uncontrollably, and for a while, no one dared to speak or make any movements. After a long time, someone dared to run to the water tank and saw the tragic death of the captain of the wind chaser pirates. Lokia hesitated and said, I really want to go get the bounty and send it here. Everyone looked at each other, they all saw that there was still a color of horror on each other's faces. Otherwise, someone said faintly, if you don't listen to the evil spirit, the one lying on the ground will become us. He pointed to a pirate corpse in a place. Everyone fought a cold war together. Finally, the surviving residents restrained the fear in their hearts, and immediately acted after a brief discussion, and moved the corpses of the pirates on the ground together. The dim moonlight, the murderous street. The figures move around, the men push the cart together to carry the corpses, the women pick up clean water and wash the street, everyone is busy in silence. In the middle of the street, these people who come and go are constantly crossing a pitch-black humanoid armor, but they don't notice anything. B's visor was glowing with white light in the eyes, silently watching these people work, and fished out the body of the most valuable captain of the wind-chasing pirate group, Lokia, from the water tank. When I am almost busy, the sky has gradually turned white and is about to brighten. The old mayor in his pajamas ordered a dozen young men and asked them to take the corpses of the pirates to the naval branch base in exchange for a bounty. And the rumors about this thrilling one-night killing spread unstoppably on the island. Seeing that the time is almost up, he left in a hurry, returned to his home on the edge of the city, and walked through a wall like a ghost to the bedroom where the main body was. It stretches out the left hand of the blue flame pattern, and pulls out the chips from the body who is sleeping on the bed, turning itself into pitch-black energy, rushing back into the body. Linkai is like a ghost pressing a bed. In his sleep, he feels sore everywhere in his body, and also has nightmares. After a while, he frowned and woke up with cold sweat. Just toss your father. He sat up and cursed, rubbing his forehead, sorting out the memory of the avatar that flooded into his mind. Lynch drank the fresh flower milk tea and exhaled comfortably. After recovering the substitute in the early morning, all the experiences of the substitute last night merged with him, as if he had done it himself. The screams of the pirates, the palms of the substitutes confuse the touch of their brains. Strange, I don't feel much discomfort. Lynch shook his palm and muttered to himself. He looked at the pitch-black Iron Man standing quietly to the side, playing with a taste. Is it because you liberated the devil in my heart, or I am by nature? B also looked at the main body, as if grinning. No, it doesn't even have a mouth, how can it laugh? Lynch reacted, and it was him who smiled. Lynch, are you okay? Robin was packing the tableware, and inadvertently noticed that Lynch was smiling into the air, smiling terribly, which made her startled. Lynch stood up and said, I'm fine, I'm fine. He stretched his waist and is ready to work out this morning. Oh, by the way, Robin. Lynch said without looking back, I have a hunch, I'm afraid I won't be long on this island. In the memory of the avatar recovered, the phrase that the captain of the wind-chasing pirate group Ragia unwillingly roared before his death mentioned gunpowder. Does it mean that he was pitted by the gang on this island? Robin was startled slightly, and whispered, Oh, I see. She wanted to ask just now, if we want to leave this island, should we go together? Puzzling. The green phone worm crawled off the table quickly, chasing the black armor and went to the yard where Lynch exercised. Navy branch base, the seamen stared at the scene in front of them dumbfounded. The old mayor led a group of young men, pushing a cart with a pile of corpses and stopping at the gate of the base, a strong smell of blood almost overwhelming the Marines. Is it the wind-chasing pirates? How is it possible? How could that Lokia be? Ah, it's Lokia. He was really killed. That's a powerful pirate with 17 million Baileys. The Marines, especially the recruits who haven't been in service for a long time, couldn't help whispering. The old mayor negotiated with the naval officer of the base, and said in a deep voice, the reward order says life or death, right? Then, after examining the pirate's body, please cash out all the bounty. Ah. The Navy lieutenant of the branch came back to his senses and shouted loudly, hurry up and take all the reward orders from the wind chaser pirates to verify the identities of these corpses. Yes. The seamen stood at attention and started to take action. In a short while, the Marines brought a thickly bound edition of the reward order. One by one, they moved out the corpses of the young and strong people from the small town, and verified them with the pictures of the reward order. Wind-chasing pirates, Lokia, verified and correct, offering a bounty of 17 million Baileys. Wind-chasing pirates, Matt, verified that they are correct, offer a bounty of 9.1 million baileys. Wind-chasing pirates, Norxia, verified and correct, offering a bounty of 7.2 million baileys. Wind-chasing pirates. The corpses of the once ferocious pirates were counted. The sailors were shaking hands, not knowing whether they were happy or shocked. The lieutenant of the branch asked the old mayor suspiciously, "Can I ask you how you solved them? With all due respect, I don't think the people in your town are capable of destroying the famous wind-chasing pirates. There are people in the youth who have a difficult face and seem to think of bad memories, yes, if not." "Shut up." The old mayor's face sank, and he unceremoniously sprayed the Navy branch lieutenant's face. "Am I obliged to answer you? Anyway, these pirates were killed by the people in our town. You can record it like this. Okay. If you have to have a reason, just write that you were killed by the people in our town, or these pirates did their usual evil things, so when they came ashore and attacked our town, they suddenly died, massaging their bodies on the streets. In short, the corpse belongs to you, and the bounty belongs to us." "Damn old man!" The lieutenant wiped his face, cursing secretly in his heart, and embarrassed to spray with such an old man, and endured the anger. "Don't worry. There are many pirate hunters who are unwilling to explain the battle situation carrying the body to receive the bounty. Since the corpses of the wind-chasing pirates are here, the bounty will definitely be honored. Do you dare not honor it?" The old mayor secretly cursed in his heart that if the navy dared to retreat, he would dare to lead the whole village to stay at the naval base, and they would dare not go back empty-handed anyway. The ghost knows what the evil spirit of the so-called One Piece will do without money. In the afternoon, in a room near the palace on Nankago Island, the dim sunlight poured in through the windows, setting off the faces of the people in the house half bright and half dark. The fierce man in a black suit and black coat dipped his cigar and expelled a puff of blue smoke. He slapped the table with a smile and said, "Since the evil spirit of the so-called One Piece King is still on this island, it proves that the son of the devil is also still there." End of this chapter. Chapter 27, Island-wide Search. Chapter 27 Island Search. The captain of the Kingdom Guard on the opposite side looked very ugly, and gritted his teeth and said, "Just for this, in order to verify that the son of the devil is still on this island, you dare to collude with the pirates and sacrifice the safety of the residents of the island. Don't say it so badly, Captain." The fierce man sent by the gunpowder headquarters on the island spouted a puff of cigar smoke. "That's the son of the devil. You're Mr. King, shouldn't mind doing such a small thing for the world government. Right? It's just the safety of some ordinary citizens, so what's the point? Ha ha ha. The world government? You are gunpowder and the mafia." The captain of the guard snorted coldly. "Ha ha ha. Captain, you have to be careful when you speak." The gunpowder fierce man said with a cigar in his mouth, "Indeed, we are not attached to the 79 million girl wanted by the world government, but..." He smiled coldly, "The so-called One Piece evil spirit, dare to destroy our branch on this island and destroy our people. We can't count this account. The time when the so-called evil spirit appeared, it is exactly the same as the devil's son. I am afraid that the guy behind the evil spirit is to protect the little girl. If so, how can we make him do what we want? Mr. Captain, the next search is up to you. The devil's son belongs to you. The evil spirit ours." The fierce man with gunpowder crushed the cigar head on the ashtray. "You don't need to worry about it." The captain led people away. In the evening, Lynch, as usual, after a hard day of training, with a heroic expression, reclaimed the armor double. For an instant, intense soreness and heavy exhaustion rushed into Lynch's body like a flood, full of limbs and hundreds of skeletons, almost bursting into his head. "Ah!" Lynch knelt down on the grass, his forehead bounced with blue veins, his complexion twisted and squashed the turf, finally endured the most painful stage, and slowly, felt a trace of powerful feeling, breeding in the body. He lay down on his back wearily, the double gain was very refreshing, and the double pain was very sour. Fortunately, this sour and difficult experience is just a short moment when the avatar is recovered and merged, and it will be able to survive through gritted teeth. If not, if you have to endure the pain of double exercise throughout the whole process, Lynch really doubts whether he will simply give up enjoying the practice of accelerating power leveling with a substitute. Silently, Lynch released the pitch-black armor, and the latter planted the flower fruit chip back into his body. "It's getting late, go and bring the bounty back," Lynch said, lying on the ground stretched out his hand. B pulled him up from the ground, then nodded, fluttered away, and headed towards the small town by the sea. "Go, eat." After a brief rest, Lynch went back to the house to greet Robin, and then step by step, the lotus blossoms, the sea of flowers gushing, disguised him and Robin in disguise. Pulling on the big windbreaker, Lynch, who was so hungry, put the rebellious phone worm Little Green into his pocket and led Robin out. In the city where people come and go, B is like a dark phantom, ignoring all walls and obstacles, and moving forward in a straight line. It passes through houses and streets. You are in charge of the street in front. Keep quiet and ask from house to house. The son of the devil has been able to hide on the island for so long, and I don't know what method was used. You must search carefully. B heard such a conversation, and it stopped abruptly. The pitch-black armor floated along the sound, and saw a few people dressed in costumes scatter in serious expressions, walked into different streets, and knocked on the doors of various houses along the road. Facing the inquiry of the guards, the owner of the house looked surprised and nervous. He looked at the reward order of the son of the devil Nicole Robin in the guard's hand, and repeatedly shook his head and waved his hands to deny it. B floated to them, almost face-to-face distance close by, observing the guards and the residents being questioned. It wandered all over the street again, and soon found people dressed in ordinary clothes, watching people walking on the street from time to time, with newspapers or books in their arms or under their arms, revealing a corner of the reward order. B watching all this silently, speeding up and leaving, heading straight out of the city. When leaving the boundary of the royal city, it noticed members of the patrolling guards, checking the passing pedestrians at the intersection, looking sharply at everyone's face, especially paying attention to a child as tall as Robin. What a nonsense! To make such a big battle for a little girl with a big fart. Henry, a small old businessman who had dealt with the guards, turned his head and sank and cursed in a low voice, leading the caravan out of town. Go! If you want to seal it off, you can simply seal off the entire island. It's not as good as doing nothing. B quietly went out of the city, crossing the open field outside the city, through the woods, and soon the wet sea breeze began to become obvious, and the small town was faintly in sight. The setting sun slanted to the west, and the sunset was bloody. The old mayor led a few people and put a chest of money in front of the huge water tank in the middle of the street. No one has moved the big water tank, and the line of writing on the wall of the tank is running out of blood, it has dried up, and it looks a little fuzzy. The total bounty received from the Navy is 43 million Baileys. The old mayor gritted his teeth, gathered up a hole, and stuffed 50 million Baileys into the box. Just as the residents of the town were waiting nervously, suddenly, the cash box in front of the water tank moved as if being picked up by an invisible hand. The evil spirit is coming. Everyone, including the old mayor, became nervous. The cash box moved at a fixed height in the air, and the invisible ghost came and walked quietly. It didn't mean to pay attention to these people in the town. The young people in the town subconsciously followed the floating cash box, and the cash box suddenly stopped. Everyone was startled and hurriedly backed away. The courageous people jumped directly into the side window and jumped in. The cash box was thrown high and over the wall, but the residents did not hear the sound of the box falling. After a long time, everyone walked around the wall, it was empty, and the cash box and the ghost were long gone. Dragging his exhausted body, Lynch took Robin to the city restaurant and ordered a large table of food as usual. "Lynch, today, the atmosphere doesn't seem to be right," Robin whispered, and she was used to paying attention to her surroundings along the way. "The number of guards has increased." "Well, I saw it too." Lynch began to eat hard as soon as he sat down, nodded, and his thoughts moved. The ability of flowers and fruits has been activated. Within the range covered by ability, in every hidden corner in the restaurant, flowers are quietly blooming, forming Lynch's ears and eyes, peeping and eavesdropping on other people's movements and conversations. Lynch keenly felt that the atmosphere in the city had changed this afternoon. The diners in the restaurant also lowered their voices, whispering about something. On the back under their table, an ear made of petals grew quietly, and they could clearly hear the content of their conversation. "Search across the island. The son of the devil. Restrict entry and exit, strictly check." Lynch and Robin left the restaurant after eating, walking on the way home as usual. A man in black reading a newspaper on the side of the road carefully looked at them, especially the short-haired boy. After seeing that it was just a bad-looking boy, he shook his head and looked elsewhere. On the wall behind him, one eye staring at him decomposed into tiny petals, and the pieces fell. End of this chapter. Chapter 28, Go Out. Chapter 28, Going Out. Back home, Lynch slumped down on the sofa and said, "Robin, help pack out 2 backpacks. Just change 1 or 2 clothes. We are ready to run away." Robin pursed her lips and nodded. The changes in the atmosphere in the town and the movements of the guards made her feel uneasy. Lynch said to pack up and leave here. Robin already had a hunch. "I need to regain my strength." Lynch rubbed his forehead. Recovering the substitute after exercise, the extra double fatigue, experience, and memory impact is very strong. After Lynch bites his teeth, the situation will be relieved a lot. After all, humans are very adaptable creatures. In other words, Lynch's body is very adaptable. But, after a day of double exercise, it's okay to go out and have a meal, but if you have to drag such a tired body to continue exercising, or to deal with a possible battle, it would be too reluctant. Of course, Lynch does not think that at this stage, as the main body, there is any need to fight. Because there is no strength to fight head-on. Although this body is very good, although he has been practicing for more than 20 days as a substitute, he does feel a lot stronger and his strength has been significantly improved. But in the final analysis, this is just a boy in his early 10s. Don't even talk about fighting against the guards and serious gangsters. It should be incomparable with the age of Ace, Sabo, and even Luffy. The 3 brothers have been beaten by Tekken Kapu all the year round. They have been struggling since they were young, and living in the jungle all day long to fight tigers, bears, and dry crocodiles. Their fighting power is messed up. Before he has the strength to fight head-on, hand over the battle to the stand-in armor for surprise attacks. This is why Lynch can safely exercise his body to such exhaustion every day. "The money is left in the bedside table in my room, it's not locked." Lynch relaxes as much as possible on the sofa. After a full dinner, he feels that his strength is recovering rapidly. "As for the book you read," Robin said, "I have finished reading the book, no need to bring it." "It's okay if you haven't finished reading it." Lynch tapped his temple with a finger. "I have read it casually when I have nothing to do." "Well, I have read every book at least." He laughed and said, "I'm actually a little unforgettable skill." Lynch is certainly not memorable. But as long as it is something that his eyes have seen, as long as it is something that leaves a trace in his mind. After being perfectly copied by the avatar B.I.B, the mechanical-like intelligence of B.I.B can be used to retrieve the corresponding memory fragments anytime and anywhere, even if Lynch himself has forgotten everything. The books that Lynch has generally turned over by quantum reading can be retrieved by B.I.B and reproduced. Robin quickly finished packing, carrying a backpack and another in his hand, and handed it to Lynch on the sofa. Bundles of Bailey banknotes exuding the fragrance of ink were put in Lynch's backpack. At this time, one hand penetrated the front door and came in, opening the door from the inside. Robin was shocked when he saw the door opened by himself. Then he saw a suitcase floating in the air outside the opened door and entered the house. She reacted immediately, and it was Lynch's night ghost who opened the door. This also confirms Robin's conjecture that Lynch's ghost can really ignore material obstacles and go through walls and doors. The dark armor walked to the sofa, put the money box he was carrying all the way on the coffee table, and clicked it open, revealing a tightly packed stack of Bailey banknotes. Robin was obviously a little surprised. She didn't know that the Bib group destroyed the Pirates of the Wind and got the bounty. She thought that Lynch had let his ghost go to blackmail something like Hogback. Regal. Lynch glanced at the box of money at random, although he was a little surprised why there were so many, but he didn't care much. Come back, although your current fighting style has little to do with strength, but it can be a little bit more. Lynch lifted his chin to signal the pitch-black armor to return to his body. It was in front of him that Lynch released again after exercising in the evening. What it reproduces is actually the body that was exhausted at that time. Although its characteristics lead to it, even if it is set with a exhausted debuff, it will not make it less and less physically active in independent activities. All the consumption of independent activities will be returned to the body through excavation. Ontology's potential method is written off. When B.I.B. went to collect the money, Lynch had eaten enough and rested until now, and his physical strength has recovered a bit. B.I.B. drew the fruit power of the main body and returned to his body. After the main body twitched like a splash of water on the sofa, it was released by the main body again. The movement of this raid is not small. Lynch rubbed his forehead and quickly went over what he saw and heard on the way. B.I.B. was collecting money. He saw the guards on the streets and alleys, and learned something about it. A group of invisible black energy emerging from him constitutes a humanoid Iron Man-like armor. After it appeared, it immediately picked off the flour and fruit chips stored in the chest and replanted it into Lynch's body. Middle. Call. Lynch let out a long sigh, turned over and left the sofa, took out a part of the banknotes in the cash box, and picked it up. Maybe there will be 30 million. He stuffed 10 million of them into Robin's backpack, and stuffed the rest into his own backpack. Snapped. Lynch closed the box with the remaining 20 million, and handed it to the pitch-black armor on the side. Operation funds, go to the city to make some noise. Asked the double to scream, while he and Robin took advantage of the chaos. B.I.B. nodded, took the box, and floated straight away, this time through the open door. Carry the box, and can't go through the wall. Robin is more silent than usual, and his mood is a bit depressed. The stable life of this period of time, it is finally time to end. Lynch thought for a while, and went to find the makeup equipment of the former hostess of the house. Flowers and fruits have the ability to create more than a dozen arms. Lynch operates with amazing efficiency while giving Robin and himself simple makeup. The whole picture is very frightening, as if the table is full of busy, slippery tentacles. Lynch also shaved a green-skinned head easily. After shaving him, he made a grimace at Robin. The little girl who was originally upset couldn't help but laugh. When she remembered that Lynch was the same that day, she couldn't help but give her an inch. Sure enough. Only real handsome guys can hold this head shape. Lynch took a picture in front of the mirror handed by Hwawaguo's ability to make, with a little makeup on her face. Although the substitute had almost destroyed the gunpowder on his sketch, and after this period of exercise and nourishment, his whole image and temperament have also changed greatly, but what should be prevented is still to be prevented. Shaving an inch, changing clothes, and drew some strange makeup on his face, Lynch himself can't recognize himself a little bit. Oh, he didn't have a deep sense of substitution for his appearance after crossing. Flower mask. After finishing the makeup and changing clothes for the two of them, Lynch made a move with both hands, and suddenly the petals flew, flocking to his and Robin's faces, making a second layer of disguise, or disguise. Suddenly, the two people who were cute and handsome turned into ordinary children. It's a pity that the rent for a year. Lynch carried a bag on one shoulder and looked at the furnishings in the house. Although he didn't live with much emotion, it was inevitable that he was emotional. One last look, he greeted Robin and strode out the door. Gone. End of this chapter. Chapter 29, Freezing has arrived. Chapter 29 Freezing has arrived. It's getting more late. There are fewer people on the street. Some go home to eat, but some have already eaten. They go out and get together in groups to discuss what happened today. The guards are arresting people today. Not only the guards, but people who heard of gunpowder also participated. It seems to be catching the son of the devil. I heard that the son of the devil is the evil spirit of the One Piece that has been rumored on the island recently. There is this saying? Tell me carefully. Ah! What is that? Under the hazy night, among the passers-by walking in the park square, someone suddenly yelled, pointing somewhere as if seeing an incredible sight. Someone around quickly exclaimed, "The box, is it floating?" I saw a black suitcase floating about 1 meter from the ground on a square with poor light. Passers-by were shocked and stepped aside. A ghost. The ghost rumors are really true. Oh my God! The uneasy and tense atmosphere quickly spread, and the guard soldiers hovering nearby, as well as several gunpowder members in black, hurriedly approached. Then they saw that a suitcase that was floating in the air suddenly clicked open. Wow! A wad of Bailey banknotes spilled out, as if caught by an invisible hand, and lifted into the air forcefully. The more and more people gathered suddenly became a commotion, yelling at each other, "Don't push, don't be impulsive," then quickly grabbed a handful of flying banknotes, and finally fought each other. Who stepped on my hand? Ah, I'm sorry, grass, the money under my feet is mine. Damn, who got me a kick? Ah! Who punched Lao Tzu? This is my own wallet, I don't know why it fell to the ground. Who believes you? The money here belongs to everyone. The guards and the gunpowder people reacted violently and shouted, "The ghost has appeared. Tell others, the devil's son must be nearby. Hurry up, call in more people, and intensify the search. The cash box is gone, chase it, there is still money in it. No, it's the ghost that ran away, grab it." B.I.B. is like a ruthless money-spreading machine, leading the crowd to move, creating greater movement, and finally throwing the cash box into the sky. The crowd underneath all leaned their necks up, watching the box that slowed down to its apex and scattered banknotes. B.I.B. strode through the crowded crowd, ignoring any obstacles, punching the person from time to time, kicking the person, or taking out the person's wallet and putting it in the hands of the person next to him. The crowd is more chaotic, and the guards have a headache. They must separate their hands to maintain law and order. B.I.B. passed through those black guys like ghosts. The members of gunpowder were suddenly killed by thunder, leaving a scream behind B.I.B. Looking down from the sky, the town is centered on the square, and the chaos quickly spread to the surroundings, and B.I.B. is like a real ghost, wandering in the chaos unhurriedly. While it shuttles between streets, walls, and houses, it senses the approximate position of the main body. Suddenly, when passing by a room, it hears someone mentioning something like devil fruit. The guy who pretends to be a ghost, what a ghost! It's nothing more than grasping some kind of devil fruit. How dare to provoke us gunpowder like this? The headquarters let me come, just to let the kid who doesn't know the sky and the earth know that he has the devil fruit. He is not the only one. B.I.B. stopped, this person also has devil fruits? It floated past, and saw the speaker who was wearing a black cloak, dangling a big cigar, wiping a gun, showing the sulky smile of a standard gangster. In front of him, several gunpowder members showed excitement. The boss of the devil fruit ability in the headquarters, this is not easy to see. As long as that kid dares to show up, I can use my pipe fruit ability to deliver explosives directly into his mouth, ha 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 ha. The gangster smiled grinningly, and the cigar in his mouth suddenly changed into a short hollow tube under the eyes of others. He walked under his hand, raised his hand to press the latter's shoulder, and a circular cavity appeared on his face, as if the entire head had also become a channel through which he could pass. The gang leader took a deep breath and spit it out. A cigar smoke passed through the pipe on the man's face like a sharp arrow, hooting, booming, and completely shattered a corner of the wall. Scared me to death. The face of the subordinate returned to normal after the gang leader's hand was taken away. After that, he touched his face in fear and confirmed that it was okay, and he was relieved. Ha ha ha. So, whether it is a ghost or something ghost, in front of Lao Tzu's ability, it can be connected by a pipe, ho ho. After the cigar burned back to normal, the man laughed triumphantly, but suddenly the laughter came to an abrupt end, his face covered his neck in pain, his face quickly turned blue. Who is it, evil spirit? He had difficulty breathing, and he clearly felt an invisible palm pinching his neck, but he couldn't see anything in front of him. He immediately wanted to use the fruit ability to counter the invisible ghost in front of him, but found that the ability that was once as familiar as instinct, at this moment, seemed to have never existed, and there was no trace of movement at all. The invisible hand smashed his throat. He fell softly to the ground, the horrified cry of his men in his ears was going away, he was too lazy to think about why that invisible hand could grab his own throat through his skin and pinch it off. The cigar fell in the pool of blood dripping from his mouth, and his vague consciousness muttered a question. Why is my devil fruit ability missing? The palm covered with blue flame patterns is holding an inverted triangle chip full of tubular patterns. B.I.B. put the fruit chip sent by the enemy into the inverted triangle reactor on his chest, and continue to walk between the walls. The position of the body has not yet left the city, and it will continue to create a little confusion and divert other people's attention. B.I.B. through the wall, this time I entered a tavern. People are noisy in the tavern, and many people are arguing loudly about the chaos outside. It was about to cause some trouble in the bar by the way, but suddenly looked to the side of the bar. A very tall man, wearing a waistcoat, suit, tie, and a sleeve mask on his face, picked up the wine glass on the bar in front of him and breathed in. Crack, click, the inner wall of the cup was immediately wrapped in a layer of cold air, and the surface of the wine also surfaced with thin ice. The lazy-faced man drank the wine, let out a cold breath, and said casually, "Ah, who seemed to have come in just now?" He pushed the blindfold up and glanced back. Is this going away? Ling Chi, who led Robin and carried Bajan on his back, walked out of the city, suddenly turned his head and saw the pitch-black armor hurried back towards him. Why are you back here? Lynch was a little puzzled. Something unexpected happened. B.I.B. replied in an electronically mixed voice, and immediately wrapped it up towards Lynch like Iron Man's armor and told him to put on himself. Lynch took Robin around the corner, and he was about to leave the city. He was about to check the replay of the eyes of the battle armor helmet. When he touched the wall of the street corner, he suddenly felt a biting cold. So, this is really unexpected. Lynch sighed. What happened? Robin was puzzled, but suddenly saw a layer of frost condensed on the corner wall and the road, spreading towards their feet. The phone code is really awkward. End of this chapter. Chapter 30, Do You Believe in Gravity? Chapter 30 Do You Believe in Gravity? Before he met Lynch, Robin had only one person who could be called a friend, Hagul D. Sorrow. Sorrow is a former lieutenant admiral of the Navy headquarters and a giant like a hill, but his personality is gentle and kind. If it hadn't been for his life to save, Robin would never have survived the slaughter fire that covered her hometown on O'Hara Island. If it hadn't been for his righteous words, the Admiral Cusin, who seemed to be made of ice, would never have survived. Will not let her, the son of the devil, escape O'Hara. Cusin. Ice. Robin looked at the frost spreading to his feet, and there was an unconcealable panic in his eyes. She will never forget that Sorrow was frozen into a huge ice sculpture by this ability, and died with a smile, is that terrifying and invincible powerful navy chasing him? Snapped. Lynch's palm lightly patted Robin's head. Go on, why are you surprised? Robin awakened suddenly and was dragged by Lynch to continue running away. She couldn't help turning her head back, the frost spreading on the ground, following their steps like a snake. Lynch also noticed this situation, of course. What does the green pheasant mean? He wondered. At this stage, he should still want to see Robin, the last fire of O'Hara that his former friend Sorrow desperately rescued, and finally he can come to it. What's the point? So I don't want to kill her. In that case, what does this guy want to do when he shows up? Could it be that the green pheasant came at him? Is the double exposed? Or the green pheasant guy, just not seeing Nicole Robin settle down, not allowing the little girl to have a friend or something? Lynch's footsteps gradually slowed down. Robin was surprised, and slowly stopped. She looked at the distance she could leave before, then looked back at Lynch who had stopped, and suddenly an uneasy panic came to her heart. She saw Lynch's left hand slowly inserted into his own chest. It was like that day, this hand entered her body. Could it be? Robin bit her lip. These days, she had imagined this possibility countless times, but at this moment she didn't want it to happen. Lynch took out the inverted triangle chip covered with flower patterns from his body, and handed it to the right hand wearing the red flame pattern armor. The petals fell on his face, smiled, and walked towards Robin who was helpless. The disguise on Robin's face is also being lifted, the petals wither, revealing his true face. Her sensitive intuition realized Lynch's attitude, stepped back a half step, and begged in a low voice, "No. Let's go together." "Okay. Nicole Robin, do you believe in gravity?" Walking to Robin, his left hand held the girl's slightly trembling slender shoulder, and Lynch looked directly at the latter's dark green eyes, perhaps soon, or maybe 20 years later. No matter how big the sea is vast, we are destined to see you again." Speaking, the right hand covered with red flame patterns grasped the chips of Hwawaguo and inserted them into Robin's chest with red eyes. For an instant, there seemed to be a tiny electric current rushing into the limbs. Robin feels it, he is back, everything about Hwawaguo is back. And the air conditioning and chill also followed. Robin couldn't help but fought a cold war. She looked at Lynch, but couldn't muster the courage to call him to go. She is a son of the devil who is destined to be hunted down by the world government. "Let's go, now you should be able to make better use of flowers and fruits." Lynch said, "If you are alone, that person will definitely not embarrass you." Does he know about the Navy? Robin had noticed that Lynch always seemed to know everything about her. Lynch gently pushed her, "Let's go." Robin squeezed the straps of the backpack, his mind was messed up, he turned around and wiped his tears, and then asked, "Why are you so good to me?" Lynch suddenly laughed and said, "Sister Robin, because I am your fan." Robin was even more at a loss when she heard it. She held back her tears, and through the surging chill, she almost made a big hand of frost. Finally, she glanced at Lynch's appearance, and finally ran away with her bag on her back and disappeared into the hazy night. "So cold. What's the matter? Did the temperature suddenly drop?" Lynch vaguely heard the direction Robin was running away, and there were some exclamations. Maybe the green pheasant was using his ability to clear the way for her? This unlucky navy, helping a little girl is so awkward. Seeing how bright Capto was, One Piece entrusted his son to him, and immediately took him back and raised him as a grandson. How could it be like a green pheasant, following and monitoring like a stalker, and it seems to be very unpleasant, so that an 8-year-old girl flees across the ocean? Lynch thought as he walked on a street with few pedestrians. He has one hand in his pocket, and the other is holding the backpack on one shoulder. Tens of millions of dollars in cash, although the face value of Bailey's banknotes is large enough, it is also heavy enough. But after so many days of high-intensity exercise, this level of load is not too much trouble for restricted Lynch. Through the eyes of the helmet, he carefully examined what he had seen and heard along the way when B.I.B. had caused chaos, especially the part where he encountered the blue pheasant in the tavern repeatedly. "Hey! You kid!" At this moment, someone called Lynch. "Is a uniformed guard." The night was dim, the guard squinted at Lynch who was passing by, and asked, "It's so late, don't run around." Speaking of coming closer, Lynch rolled his eyes and shrugged. The bib who had a great understanding of him broke away from his body in an instant, turned into a dark phantom armor, and went up to the guard who came up to do what he planned to do. The team punched. Boom! A heavy punch hit the back of the opponent's head, and he was caught off guard and fainted directly to the ground. Lynch did not stop in his footsteps, carrying the bag in his hand, and continuing to walk on his own. B.I.B. to follow slowly. In the eyes of outsiders, it was as if the guards were planning to touch the porcelain. After a few steps, they lay on the ground before they met the child. Lynch chose a place different from where Robin had left and planned to leave the city. If you can leave nothing, of course it's best. But Lynch stopped suddenly, a trace of chill wrapped around his ankle, and the cold air whirled around, slowly dissipating. "It's here after all," he thought. Zi, frost spread from Lynch's toes forward. Bing Shuang climbed onto the tires, onto the rod, onto the seat, onto the black leather shoes, onto the clean trousers, onto the stiff trousers. Under the faint moonlight, there is a bicycle in the middle of the road. The tall man with his natural curly black hair pressed the sleep goggles on the ground with one foot, his elbow pressed on the bicycle head and his cheek, his other hand was playing with a hovering frosty air, and he yawned lazily, with the thick set in his voice, "Ho ho, kid, is the one next to you the so-called evil spirit of One Piece?" Lynch squeezed the straps of the backpack a little nervously, alert and confused. "Who are you? In other words, don't you deny it." Kuzan's tone was a little serious. Flicked his fingers, a few icy debris splashed, he left the bicycle, and walked in front of Lynch with his hand pockets. The big man over 2 meters, standing so close, even if he doesn't do anything, he feels a huge sense of oppression. Kuzan looked at the seemingly empty air beside the boy, and the pitch-black armor that ordinary people could not see stood quietly in front of him, staring at him with white eyes. Could it be a ghost-type demon fruit ability? Lynch changed color suddenly, and said in surprise, "How do you know?" End of this chapter. Chapter 31, ISN and number 039, T the son of the devil incense? Chapter 31 Isn't the son of the devil fragrance? Kuzan doesn't care about Lynch's gaffe. The boy's fruit ability is indeed a bit tricky. Even with his excellent knowledge and domineering level of the Navy Lieutenant Admiral, he can only see a vague shadow lingering in the air beside the boy, a ghost of some kind of human silhouette. It is no wonder that people are considered to be so-called evil spirits. It is conceivable that ordinary people who have not mastered domineering will have no defense at all in front of such an ability evil spirit. I am afraid that this boy has been brave for too long with this ability, and it is reasonable for him to feel nervous and bewildered for the first time by an outsider. Although the so-called evil spirits of One Piece are not unexpectedly artificial rumors. Kuzan copied his suit and trouser pockets by hand, bowed his head slightly, and looked down at Lynch. "However, it is you who manipulate the ghost behind you. A child, it's really surprising." "How unexpected?" Lynch asked. Kuzan scratched his hair and said lazily, "If you are an adult pirate, now you have no chance to continue talking, but you are an ignorant and fearless child. What should I do with you? It is a headache." Lynch looked ignorant and fearless, and exclaimed, "It's such a big tone. What am I doing?" "Whatever you do, weird uncle." Kuzan said, "It should be considered a bit related, after all, what I say is also a sea soldier." "Seaman? What about the seaman? I am a ghost, but invincible." Lin Kite waved his hand in the second place and exclaimed, "Let's stop me, let's watch." His voice fell off. The B.I.B. who had been waiting by the side suddenly moved. It's really impatient, kid. Kuzen's knowledge and experience accurately captured the fist that the phantom ghost swayed towards him. He didn't intend to make any defenses. With his own physical strength, a fist with this kind of strength was probably similar to tickling. Wait, that's not right. Dangerous. Just as the ghost's fist approached, Kuzen's domineering vision aroused his instinctive premonition of danger. How can it be? There is no opportunity for hesitation and thinking between the electric light and flint. The fist of the phantom ghost has already touched. No, it has no touch at all, but the other's fist has already submerged in his chest. Kuzen did not choose to turn the elements into ice cubes to avoid attacks, but chose a more reliable method to deal with unknown fruits. A layer of black energy, that is, armed domineering, quickly covered his chest. Boom! After the fist of B.I.B. entered Kuzen's chest a few millimeters, it seemed to hit the entity suddenly. The fist full of blue flame patterns was slowly squeezed out by the black domineering layer of Kuzen's chest. Sure enough. Lin Chi saw it and said secretly, I guess it's not wrong. You can see B.I.B. when you see and hear the domineering, and the armed domineering can also touch it and attack it. When he awakened the double, Lynch immediately had a guess. I am a stand-in made of energy. Bullying and bullying ordinary people are fine, but in the face of the powerhouse who is proficient in armed and the domineering, I am afraid that there is no way to opportunistic. That's why he will keep his feet on the ground and work hard to exercise himself. The green phone worm in his pocket was able to see and touch the double, which also confirmed his conjecture. Since phone worms can do it, the domineering energy of unreasonable powerhouses can't do it. The future Admiral of the Navy, Ching Pheasant, now proves this point even more with facts. What a dangerous and impulsive kid! Kuzen breathed a cold breath, almost ashamed in front of such a kid, really shocked. Lynch shocked and said, how could it be possible that my ghost attack is invalid for you? Ah, this is a matter of course. Kuzen copied his neat suit trouser pocket with one hand, straightened his tie, and said calmly, after all, I am also in the Navy, so, he said from his arms. Take out a piece of paper. It was a wanted order for offering a reward, and the picture printed on it was a picture of Robin. Could you please tell me why did you mix with her? The fish belly is white at the sea level, and it is clear that it is not yet winter, but there is a large stretch of frozen ground on the shore. Under the safe bicycle tire, the swaying posture of vegetation was frozen and shaped. A man in a suit close to 3 meters standing in place with his pockets in his hands, and in front of him was a boy who kept trying to attack him. Unfortunately, his fists and feet attacked this tall man without pain or itch. The unseen ghost hovered around, waiting for an opportunity, but every time its fist shook the man, black energy appeared on the opponent's body, easily resisting the ghost's attack. Hey, stop calling! Lynch yelled and lay down on the ground in rough clothes. The cold ground touches the hot skin after intense exercise, it is really a little refreshing. The pitch-black armor returned to Lynch and stood beside Lynch, staring blankly at the man standing leisurely by the bicycle. The latter put on the green sleep goggles, yawned and raised his hand. Pushing the blindfold up, he lazily said, Ah, is it over? As a massage while sleeping, it's still pretty good. Thank you so much, I slept very well. Yin and Yang people their ass. Lying on the ice, Lynch rolled his eyes. Actually he was a little envious of the calm and powerful attitude of the green pheasant. It's dawn, if you are almost making noise, just get in the car. Kuzen's long legs lifted a little, and he straddled his bicycle. He propped his chin on the front of the car and yawned, or, you are more willing to be killed by me in the name of justice. Even if you are a navy, you can't behave like this. Lynch lay on the ground weakly. What am I doing? You want to catch me? Nicole Robin. Kuzen chanted his name lazily. Yes, I know she has been offered a reward of 79 million Baileys, she is a wanted man. Lynch said silently, I am not interested in money, and she is so cute, what happened to making friends with her? Navy? Do you want to arrest everyone who has spoken to her? The world government offered a reward for the wanted Robin, but in fact, it has not disclosed O'Hara to the public. After all, intelligence such as historical text and 100 blank years is something that the world government is trying to cover up. Therefore, in the eyes of the absolute majority of people in the world, Nicole Robin on the reward order is just a kid with an inexplicably high-bound kind of an outrageous bounty. If you are a little more active, you may suspect that this kid possesses some dangerous and powerful devil fruit ability, and only the top-notch existence with the best intelligence will know about Nicole Robin and Oha. Pulling in the history text. Of course, Cusin would not mention O'Hara and other intelligence to Lynch. He emphatically repeated the use of the world government on Nicole Robin without divulging O'Hara, historical texts, and other information. With the dirty water that arouses people's sense of justice. The son of the devil. So please. Lynch lay on the ice floor and raised his fist. Demon or something, doesn't it sound very popular? You gave her the cool nickname Son of the Devil, I really want people to dislike it. She is also difficult. Cusin. He really didn't know what to say. This child's brain circuit is really different from ordinary people. Lynch put his arm down wearily, and complained, I think I want to catch the guy who gave her the nickname. It's really like what the kid who claims to be the One Piece ghost can say. Cusin stepped on the pedal of the bicycle and lazily said, about this so-called One Piece message you wrote on the wall with the ghost, how can you quibble? The light of the morning light spilled on the ice, and the reflected light made Lynch's face extremely white and pure. He said seriously, actually, I gave my ghost a nickname named Roger. Cusin. End of this chapter. Chapter 32, Help, the Navy has arrested people. Chapter 32 Help, the Navy is arresting people. This kid is really bold and willful, and with his fruit power, I am afraid that the people in the branch will not be able to restrain him. Cusin thought so in his heart. Boy, where are your parents and family, are they on this island? Cusin asked lightly, I want to take you away. Presumably, Teacher Zifa would be very interested in hitting this kind of kid and transforming him well. You have something wrong, uncle. Lynch sat up on the ice floor, annoyed, you said you are the Navy? Can the Navy take away innocent civilians with such a disagreement? I won't go with you. Cusin said coldly, a little devil who has no fear or suspicion for the notoriety of One Piece, and who is particularly close to the son of the devil, who is offering a huge reward from the government, do you think? As a Lieutenant Admiral of the Navy headquarters, is there any reason to legally take you away? Are you re-education? Oh. Why bother? Lynch scratched his head dejectedly. There are so many kids with worse character than me, why have to take me away? Or if you beat me, even if you have been educated. Cusin said, you said that the ocean is full of children, and most of them can't make any waves. And you, if you leave it alone like this, you may go astray in the future, causing trouble to the Navy and the world. Maybe. You really have a sense of responsibility for justice. Lynch rolled his eyes. For example, the conversation we are doing is not something ordinary children can do. Cusin said lazily, boy, how old are you this year? It should be in the early 10s, I don't remember much. Lynch scratched his hair. The ice was too cold, and his was uncomfortable with the cold, so he hurriedly stood up. Cusin looked up and down Lynch a few times, and said, really? It looks like it's 12 or 13 years old. Lynch said, perhaps I am developing better. Uncle, you are so tall, when you are 10, you should be taller than your peers, right? Cusin nodded, not knowing whether he agreed with Lynch's previous sentence or the latter sentence. Lynch patted his pants and said nonchalantly, when I woke up, it was under a garbage dump in the wild by the beach of this island. It seemed that I was treated as a dead kid by the roadside. I forgot the previous things. Many. I just remember that there was a woman who looked like my mother, but she was not on this island. Other than that, the only pictures I remember were the undulating sea. He tried his best to recall the memories of the original owner of the body that were replayed repeatedly in B.I.B. in the dead of night. It's just that the memories of the sea are not very pleasant, the tones are always full of dark colors. Lynch shook his head and sighed, it shouldn't be any interesting memory, no wonder it will be so completely forgotten. In fact, not thorough. At least, Lafayette's pale and perverted face left an indelible impression in the memory of the original owner. Lynch can imagine how fearful the original owner was for Lafayette, devil sheriff. He guessed that the pirate ship where the original owner was located should have been hunted and killed by Lafayette for thousands of miles. In the end, the original owner drifted to this island alone, and finally died on the roadside, and was thrown as garbage by the person who might be picking up the garbage. Dispose of it under the heap. So. Cusin sat on the bicycle and loosened the tie of his tie. You may or may not know that the power of devil fruits are all land ducks. In the memory you have lost, I am afraid that you encountered it when you were at sea. For shipwreck or something, it's probably that you kid was lucky and didn't drown because of it. In the end, you drifted to this island, in this case, you can't just ignore you. Ding ding. Cusin rang the bell. You should also want to find your memory, go back to your hometown, and see your mother again? Then get in the car. Lynch said slowly, but I really don't want to be a Navy. He told Robin before that he did not want to go to work, so he would not go to the Navy. This TMD, has been worn into the world of One Piece, is the true fragrance law still valid? Whether you can become a Navy, that is not a certain thing. Cusin said flatly, at least, I don't want a child like you to end up as a pirate. Lynch sighed, you are great, you have the final say. Since the Green Pheasant is determined to take him to the Navy headquarters, he has been reformed and educated. What else can Lynch do? In the face of the Blue Pheasant, who possesses armed colors and domineering colors, the invincible tricks of the previous stand-in B.I.B. have lost its magical effect. It is even more impossible for Lynch to slip under the eyelids of the Blue Pheasant with those two fists of Lynch, who was reenacted with his stand-in. And speaking of it's impossible to slip under the eyelids of the Blue Pheasant, the so-called son of the devil slipped away from under the eyelids of Lynch and under the eyelids of the Green Pheasant. But Lynch glanced at the future admiral and decided not to die to pierce him. Death and death are also different. Hard-mouthed and not breaking the law, Lynch can safely provoke Cusin without fear of revenge by the Lieutenant Admiral of the Navy headquarters. But the matter about the Green Pheasant deliberately letting Robin off, in case you say anxious to the Green Pheasant, or kill Lynch, although this is unlikely, or the Green Pheasant will think about it, it will be yours. The kid sees through, then I won't paddle. He simply chased him out and caught Robin and killed him. That's not blood loss. But your car doesn't have a back seat, uncle. Lynch walked slowly, only to notice that the Green Pheasant's bicycle did not have a back seat. That's it. Where do you get him in the car? In the car basket? But you don't have a basket. Is it on the handlebar of the car? When Lynch stared at the 3-meter man on the bicycle with dead fish eyes, ice ridges slowly stretched out on the rear wheel of the bicycle. As if an invisible mold was in the air, flowing ice was poured into it, and it quickly condensed into a rear seat. Wow, Cusin took off his white suit and placed it on the back seat of the ice cube to save the kids from freezing. Lynch climbed into the ice car seat with a melancholy expression. The pitch-black armor walked into him. Lynch shivered in the seat. Well, even though the white suit with a Green Pheasant is padded, it's still pretty cool. Cusin stepped on the pedals and the bicycle rolled towards the sea. As soon as the front wheel touched the sea immediately froze into ice. In this way, the bicycle is on the sea all the way forward, like walking on the ground. Lynch was in the back seat checking the backup memory recovered in his mind. Looking back, the island drifted away. Where the bicycle passes on the sea, leaving an ice trail. Ding ding! Kuzan's long legs stepped on the bicycle easily and casually, and when he encountered marine fish jumping out of the water on the road, he also rang the bell and said politely, "Excuse me, please let me." The sea fish rolled and dived into the water. Lynch hugged his knees and squatted in the back seat, staring blankly at the vast blue sea. Suddenly, his eyes sharpened. "The is still so cold." "Hey!" Kuzan, who was riding a bicycle, suddenly wondered, and he stopped the bicycle slowly. As the long legs were put down, the sea was frozen, and he stepped on the ice to stop steadily. "What are you doing?" Lynch rubbed his in confusion. "Did you hit a red light?" He followed Kuzan's gaze. "I saw a broken wooden board floating on the sea not far ahead. On the board, there was a faint person lying on it." "People who died at sea?" Lynch was puzzled, and suddenly saw the person lying on the wooden board, a straw hat on his face, and a few strands of red hair leaking from the edge of the straw hat. "Help! The Navy has arrested people." End of this chapter. Chapter 33, The Mechanics of Pirate War. Chapter 33, The Mechanics of Pirate Warfare. Lynch stood on the ice back seat of the bicycle, and shouted out with a bit of milk. Kuzan didn't respond, just glanced back at the kid standing in the back seat. And not far ahead, lying on the broken plank, covered with a straw hat, drifting with the red-haired man, probably heard Lynch's yelling, "Woo!" Stretched his limbs on the plank, comfortably stretched a big lazy waist. "Ah, did you drift to some island?" the man muttered to himself, removing the straw hat covering his face, revealing a handsome face, sorrowful scum, and unruly eyes. He sat up on the wooden board, putting the straw hat on the head with one hand, and looking around. "There is still the endless blue sea." Disappointed, "Why haven't you gotten ashore yet? Do you really want to learn from Mr. Raleigh swimming, hey?" He noticed that not far away, there was a tall man wearing a suit and sleeping goggles above his head. He stepped on a bicycle and stopped on the sea, looking at him faintly. "Yo! How are you guys?" Shanks stood on the broken plank, waved to Kuzan and said hello. "Are you also lost at sea?" "Haha, what a bad luck." Kuzan sat on the bicycle, stepped on the frozen sea with one foot, loosened his handle and straightened his bow tie, and said coldly, "Red-haired Shanks, as the captain of the newcomer pirates, you should be it's right to be on the great route with your pirate group. Why did you come to the West Sea alone?" "Oh, you know me? It seems that my reputation has risen a lot, ha 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 ha." Shanks burst into laughter, helped the straw hat on top of his head, and put his coat on one shoulder with his other hand. He glanced at the arc-shaped sea horizon glowing randomly. "Zihai is my hometown. I've always wanted to come back and take a look a long time ago. Something happened recently, so I finally decided to take a look at someone's, but the boat I borrowed was destroyed in the storm. It's really unlucky. Fortunately, I didn't bring with them, otherwise I don't know how to laugh at me." "Ha ha ha." Kuzan said, "Zihai is your hometown? It's really surprising. I've heard that many clues point your origins to the ship of a terrible man. So are you arresting me here, Lieutenant Admiral of the Navy Headquarters, Mr. Kuzan?" Shanks smiled slightly, and said slowly, "The Navy that the kid in the back seat said just now is you, right?" "That's right," Lynch said vibratingly, standing on the ice back seat of the bicycle. At the same time, his body was surging with pitch-black energy, and a humanoid phantom was separated from it. "Hey! How old is the green pheasant now? How old is the redhead? Can he do it? Although I want him to get me away, don't let him in too." Lynch quickly asked his good brother, the armor substitute B.I.B. Kuzan frowned slightly. "This kid?" Shanks showed a surprised look and paused for a while. He looked at Lynch and the dark shadow around Lynch, and asked, "What kind of dialect are you talking about?" B.I.B.'s eyes flashed with white light, searched the past life memory copied from the main body, and quickly found the relevant information of One Piece comics. It also replied in fluent Mandarin Chinese. Now, it is the timeline when Robin was only 8 years old, which was 20 years ago when Luffy went to sea. So, the green pheasant is about 27 years old, and the redhead is 17 years old. According to Chapter 0 of One Piece, when the redhead was 15 years old, he witnessed the public execution of his old captain and One Piece Roger in the town of Raj in the East China Sea. It was he who stepped on a small wooden boat and took Usopp away from Usopp's hometown. Pu's father, Jesus, put a few frames on the boat, considering that they are all in the East China Sea, so the time interval between these two things should not be long. And from what the green pheasant just said, the red hare has formed his own pirate group and entered the Great Route. In addition, the redhead pirates stopped at the town of Windmill where the protagonist Luffy lived. It was 10 years before the story of Luffy's going to sea began, that is, when the redhead was 27 years old. It is now 10 years later. As for the time when red hair became the Four Emperors, it was 6 years ago in the 2 years later plot. It was when red hair was 33 years old, which is almost 16 years later. Lynch spit out in Mandarin speechlessly, "Loli, a lot. As a result, I don't know if my Anza can beat the pheasant now." He touched his chin and muttered to himself, "The green pheasant is now 27 years old, so his strength should be regarded as a complete body? That is to say, the combat strength of the general level of Taiba. And the red-haired man is only 17 years old, maybe even the quasi-general's strength has not reached the level of the emperor and vice level. But from another perspective, if not unexpected, in the future plot, when Luffy will defeat the Four Emperors and win the One Piece King, he should be only 19 years old. That's it. The same protagonist's lifestyle, and he has also been mixed on the boat of Roger, the One Piece. Witnessing the red-haired Shanks of the second generation of Straw Hats such as Roger, Raleigh, Whitebeard, Mycian and other monsters, maybe it is him. The 17-year-old now has the fighting power of the general rank, and even the fourth emperor rank. What's more, he has Tibet on the new era with one arm, is a complete body with sound hands. Shanks stood on the wooden board, very surprised. He noticed the kid standing on the back seat of the bicycle, and seemed to look at him with inexplicable eyes from time to time. What kind of look is this kid? It's really weird. Kuzan sighed lightly, lifted his long legs a little, and walked off the bicycle. The tire was wrapped in a heavy ice block, stabilized and did not fall. What? Kuzan's mouth and even his body began to exude a wisp of cold air. As a pirate, you start to discover with your conscience that you want to do a good deed. His steps forward, every time he settles, the frozen area on the sea spreads more, and in the end, the rippled sea surface of several tens of meters is solidified into a crystal ice layer. I don't know if this is considered a good deed. Shanks held the hilt of the saber around his waist with his backhand and smiled, but the kid in your car obviously doesn't want to go with you, doesn't he? Kuzan raised his right hand that was overgrown with ice, and said with a cold breath, "It seems that you really want to be taken to prison by me. That's not okay." Shanks drew the knife a few inches and smiled, "You are really powerful, I may not be able to beat you. But, this is on the sea, and you ate the devil fruit, right? Could it be?" Kuzan's eyes condensed, and Shanks smirked, and the knife in his hand flashed into the frozen sea under their feet. End of this chapter. Chapter 34, Black Knife vs. Black Knife. Chapter 34 Black Knife vs. Black Knife. Boom! The frozen sea was instantly shattered and torn apart under Shanks' slash. The huge ice rolls over and the sea gushes. Although the bicycle was stabilized by ice, Lynch stood in the back seat and swayed from side to side. Finally, he jumped out of the car and grabbed the hand of B.I.B. to stand firmly on the broken, rolling ice. Kuzan waved his hand, and the cold air screamed in his palm, and the sea water jets gushing up from the cracks immediately froze, acting like an adhesive, freezing the fragmented and rolled ice layer for a second time. Shanks praised, it's really a powerful fruit ability. He lifted the knife and slashed out again. The light of the knife flashed and turned into a flying slash, slashing on the rugged ice lined with spikes. This time his slashing only left deep and shallow cut marks. Chop the ice layer. Has the ice become harder? You deserve to be a Lieutenant Admiral of the Navy headquarters. Shanks smiled slightly. Is it possible to develop the fruit to the level of awakening? He held the knife in his hand tightly. Cuzin's suit was filled with a cloud of cold. I have to remind you. The dark energy wrapped Shanks' entire fist in a slamming way. Cuzin squatted down, stretched out his hand to hold down the ice on the sea surface. The little demon you want to help is also a demon fruit-capable person. Lynch shook his head and said, I'm not afraid. Look at it. Shanks chuckled lightly, and his armed domineering quickly spread from his fist to the blade. The original shiny and sharp blade became pitch black, like a black knife. Cuzin's eyes condensed, and Shanks slashed down. Almost condensed into the essence of purple-black energy, it burst out like lightning when the knife fell, turning into a huge arc-shaped slash, starting from the black light of the blade in Shanks's hand, falling onto the frozen layer of ice. Fell on Cuzin's surprised face, fell on the bicycle behind Cuzin, splitting one into two. Boom! The power of the sword that carries the domineering armed color. The ice layer strengthened by Cuzin's fruit ability, Cuzin himself, and Cuzin's bicycle, were all split in half. The ice layer split neatly into left and right halves, churning and shaking in the gushing sea water. Wow! Damn! Lynch yelled in Chinese, would you like to be so awesome? It's one thing to watch anime, but it's another thing to witness this kind of non-human battle with your own eyes. High-level armed color? Flowing cherry domineering? Or is it mixed with the overlord color burst? Lynch took a breath. It was really cold, and the air conditioning was running around because of the green pheasant looking at the black blade. Shanks, with wisps of black energy flowing, with this shape, this kind of boldness, at the moment just now, Lynch couldn't help being frightened and almost kneeled in embarrassment. Lynch was shocked in Chinese and said, as expected of Shanks, he easily pretended not to be forced by others. The ice layer shook too violently, and he was still able to stabilize him from falling with the support of B.I.B, who was not affected by the ice swaying. Although he is not actually a demon fruit-capable person, there is no such thing as the curse of a dry duck. But just falling into the sea under the ice layer is still choking. It's cold to death. Oh, as for Cuzin, who was also split into two halves by Shanks, of course he wouldn't be hacked to death by Shanks. The broken cross-section of his left and right halves is a piece of ice crystal, standing on the cracked ice layer with one leg, as if standing still on the mountain. Sure enough, the body of the element turned into ice. It is difficult to coexist with the armed color, right? Shanks laughed, so I had to use the visual color to predict my slash and separate the body in advance. Cuzin's separated body exudes a chill, attracting each other, and pulling the ice layer under their feet close to each other. Bent down on the left half of the body, stretched out his hand to take out a handful of seawater before the ice layer gradually closed. The seawater poured down between his fingers and quickly froze into an ice skate. Boom! The ice layer closes. Lynch took a step. Cuzin's body merged, holding the sea ice skate and rushing to Shanks. Shanks raised the knife to meet. The two of them hold the knife in their hands at the same time. The famous knife griffin, and the sea ice skates, the knives are quickly wrapped in a layer of black armed color domineering. Shanks and Cuzin looked at each other and swiped the knife at each other without hesitation. Boom! A staggering gust of wind blows out from the blades of the two fighting each other. Lynch hugged his body and said depressed, damn, it's all cold wind. It's so cold. Shanks' dark hand grasped the dark knife, his eyes were as sharp as an eagle, and red and black lightning burst out of his knife. Hey! Cuzin saw a trace of cracks appeared on his dark ice skate blade, the cracks continued to expand, and finally with a loud sound, the ice blade shattered into powder. Of course he can use his ability to repair ice skates. But the premise is to remove the armed color domineering on the ice skates. The armored and domineering ice skates can be removed, and they can't stand the black sword of the red-haired guy in front of you. More chills appeared from Kuzan's body, wrapping Shanks in front of him. Shanks shivered and moved back. Wow, it's so cold, so cold. He sticks out his tongue, and keeps slapping the condensed ice on his shoulders, arms, and body. The black armed color used to protect these parts is domineering. If only you have a good knife, maybe we can cut it for a few days. Shanks laughed. He seemed to think of some distant past, and his always cheerful smile showed a trace of sadness and nostalgia. Kuzan said coldly, very few people with natural abilities will continue to be swordsmen. Shanks smiled and said, it seems to be the same thing. I heard that the brutal Sakaski of the Navy was originally a swordsman? Because he couldn't be elementalized with the sword in his hand, so don't use the sword at all. You are too much nonsense. Kuzan's body spewed out a wave of cold, sweeping the sea, leaving a solid layer of ice. I think too. Shanks held a black knife and chopped out more than a dozen black sword auras in a row. The ice of the sea is like this, under the frantic ravages of these two people, it is continuously broken, solidified, broken, solidified, in a short while, it becomes a mess. Lynch hugged his arms and was trembling from the cold, and complained, this, there is no place for the footwear. Where to step on? It seems that there are all raised ice thorns, neither standing, nor standing nor standing. Finally, this unexpected sea encounter ended with Kuzan's voluntary withdrawal under the witness of Lynch. Fighting at sea is indeed at a great disadvantage for someone with his ability. If you accidentally fall into the water, your abilities will not be activated, you will be unable to move your whole body, and you will drown. Kuzan patted the icy debris on the shoulder of his suit, and looked back at the boy who was not so cold. He was also speechless in his heart. The boy cheered for Shanks, as if he was a lieutenant admiral of the Navy headquarters with a hot face and a cold buttocks. End of this chapter. Chapter 35, That Man Walks Freely and Boldly. Chapter 35, The Man Walks Freely and Boldly. The bicycle that was split in half by Shanks was bonded by Kuzan with air conditioning. Kuzan got in the car and yawned lazily. Before pulling down the blindfold above his head, he remembered something and asked, "Boy, do you remember what your name is?" Lynch was walking towards Shanks. Hearing this, he stopped halfway with a tiptoe to the ice. "It seems to be called." He put his elbow in one hand, and held his face with 5 fingers in the other, thinking, looking back at Kuzan, and replied with a serious face, "Brando Dior." Kuzan nodded, not knowing what it meant. He pulled down the blindfold and yawned. Soon, Kuzan rode a repaired bicycle, as if in a wild mountain, bumping out of the rugged ice. There was a narrow ice path that was rolled by wheels and refracted light on the sea. Shanks put the knife into its sheath, looked at the back of the cyclist who was going away, and suddenly said, "Did you tell him his real name just now?" Lynch retracted his gaze and said, "My name is Lynch." Shanks laughed, "My name is Shanks." He walked over and rubbed Lynch's head, and asked, "Speaking of which, who is your kid? Isn't he a pirate? How could he be caught by the Lieutenant Admiral? I shouldn't be a pirate." Lynch touched his head and said optimistically, "I might have worked as a handyman on a pirate's ship before, but I almost forgot it now." Immediately, standing side by side with the red hair on the messy ice, he simply told what happened. He was probably in a shipwreck, and when he woke up, he was already in the trash dump on Nankago Island. He had forgotten many things. Later, because of contact with the Devil Son who was offered a reward, and using his special ghost power to do some things. Kuzan passing by thinks that he is a potential dangerous element, plus he is still a homeless orphan, so he wants to forcibly bring him back to the naval base to educate and reform. Shanks listened, and sincerely suggested, "If you become a pirate in the future, it is better not to be run into him again." I can probably understand. Lynch sighed. When I called you for help, he probably felt very disappointed. So he gave me up in his heart, a kid who doesn't know what to do, no try to save the value again. If you really become a pirate in the future, you will directly destroy him, and so on. Are you really good to say that you are? Shanks smiled indifferently, but quickly said seriously, he really doesn't have a strong will to fight, he looks like he lacks interest. Isn't the green pheasant just looking lazy all day? Do you expect a guy who wears a sleep blindfold all day to be full of energy? With that guy's ability, if he wants, he can completely freeze the sea water under our feet to at least a few hundred meters underwater. Shanks stomped on the ice. A few hundred meters of ice, even if it is broken, it doesn't make much sense. Shanks, you are a pirate, aren't you? Lynch pointed out Hua points. He doesn't bother to continue to care about me, so why not try to catch you? Don't think of me so weak. Shanks smiled easily. Lynch said, but I think that Uncle Navy is stronger. General level strength, kidding you. Tactical backward. Shanks said, who knows? Maybe he is on vacation today. Lynch laughed and said, after talking for so long, I think Shanks, you are not like a pirate at all. Maybe he thinks that although you are a pirate in name, you are not dangerous. Who do you think is not like a pirate? Shanks pretended to be angry, smiled and rubbed Lynch's head angrily, turned and walked towards his broken plank that was frozen along with the ice. Shanks drew his sword, slashing. Lynch could only see a few strands of the knife passing by, and Shanks' knife was already in its sheath. Shanks lifted his foot and gently kicked the broken plank. The broken plank and the surrounding ice layer were split and the ice layer was broken. Lynch hurriedly followed Shanks to jump onto the broken plank ice floating on the sea. It feels like being on a small book by the terrible navy. Lynch, who stood still, touched his head and said optimistically, fortunately, I gave a name casually, and after a few years I don't know how handsome it is. How can he recognize it? The two of them continued to float on the sea on the broken planks and ice cubes. Shanks vomited, what's the use of the fake name? Your ghost ability is so obvious, as long as you enter his sight in the future, you will definitely be recognized. Lynch laughed, that's true too. Shanks smiled and said, aren't you worried? Worrying is useful. Lynch sat down casually, was frozen by the ice, moved his and sat down on the plank area. He lazily said, anyway, even if I was taken by him to the naval base for reform and education, I might find a chance to slip away someday. Really? It seems that you really don't like the Navy. Shanks said, why is this? Lynch said, you are a pirate, ask me why I don't like the Navy. Shanks smiled and said, I'm more curious about you. He pointed to the bib who always followed Lynch's side. After all, you have used this spooky ability to make big news like One Piece Ghost. Although I didn't expect it, it would a child as young as you. Lynch pointed to B.I.B next to him, and asked, oh, Shanks, can you see it too? In your eyes, what does it look like? Well, after using a bit of skill, I can barely see it. As for what it looks like, Shanks touched his chin, squinted his eyes and approached Bib, while observing intently, while describing, probably it is a group of black figures. Besides, the chest and eyes seem to glow with white light. Understood, I can see B.I.B with a domineering look, but the picture quality is not very high. Lynch nodded clearly, raised his hand to pat the B.I.B on the side, and whispered a few words in his ear. B.I.B looked at Shanks and asked for the body, but haven't you doubted that what the newspaper says is true? Is it really the ghost of One Piece? And, is it because of the news in the newspaper that you ran all the way to Zihai? Lynch was puzzled, because in the previous conversation between Red Hair and Green Pheasant, he seemed to have mentioned that he was looking for a certain talent in Zihai. Shanks was a little surprised, but soon he smiled slightly, holding the straw hat on top of his head with one hand in the faint salty sea breeze. One Piece, he has already lived a wonderful and heroic life. That man, but he left this world freely and heroically. Lynch nodded in thought. The voice of the stand-in will also be caught by the sight and smell. P.S. I remember that there is no elementalization of swords and other weapons in the comics. I can't remember. If you have any trouble, please let me know the first few words. I will go and see. As for the clothes that are elementalized together, it is my personal one. The brain hole is that nature is the fruit of natural half-awakening, but because of this it is more difficult to fully awaken, which is the opposite of the easiest animal system to awaken. End of this chapter. Chapter 36, 4 Emperors and Number 039, Knife Grilled Fish. Chapter 36 The 4 Emperors Knife Grilled Fish. The ice is frozen with broken planks, drifting on the still calm sea. Drifting until noon. The sun is shining, and there is no shade on the sea, so the sun is irritating. Fine. Lynch's backpack was put down, carried by B.I.B., and placed on the frozen broken wooden planks aside. He lay on the ice block and exhaled. The ice made by the Navy's devil fruit ability is also difficult to melt under such sunlight. It really helped a lot. Shanks pressed the straw hat with one hand, glanced back at the dark ghost, and smiled, yes. Speaking, he drew the famous knife griffin from his waist. The cold light flashed. As if the sea surface exploded, the ice shook, and Lynch sat up in surprise. What's the matter? Saw Shanks cut through the sea with a single knife, and after a short while, patches of blood fainted under the water. Soon, a huge marine fish almost the size of a mature human body came up. A wound was torn from its white belly, and its internal organs were diarrhea. Are you hungry? Shanks' long knife swept the sea behind him, and the strong wind blasted the sea, pushing the ice on the broken wooden plank they were riding on to the dead fish. Shanks picked the blade of the knife, and put the dead fish on the blade and brought it up. I'm really hungry. Lynch touched his belly, sighed, and tore a piece of fish from the big fish resting on the Shanks knife. He sniffed, a bit fishy, and tried to take a small bite. It's really fishy. Ha 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 ha. Shanks laughed wildly. Until now, are you an idiot? Just eat it raw. Lynch took 2 bites, pinching fish with fishy smell. Otherwise, even if Shanks wears a lighter or something, there is no fuel here. Did you take down the broken plank and burn it? The broken planks burned. When the ice melts, they can't all swim in the sea. Do you think I was floating on the sea? How did I eat? Shanks smiled triumphantly. He skillfully hollowed out the internal organs of the big fish, and simply swiped and washed it twice in the sea, and finally flipped his hand to easily pick the big fish on the blade again. Is just a blink of an eye. Lynch saw that Shanks's knife was once again dyed with a layer of lacquer black armed color domineering. Then, where the pitch-black blade of the knife was in contact with the fish, there was suddenly a sizzling, meat. Pang! Shanks' black knife suddenly burst into an orange flame. Zi. 4 emperors cook and grill sea fish with a knife. Lynch opened his mouth wide, opened his mouth to speak, hesitated and stopped, stopped and hesitated to speak. He thought of a lot in an instant. Nishanman of the foxfire, clearly eats lustful fruits, but can cut out the flames, cut out the flames. Lu Fei, obviously it is the rubber fruit to eat, and in the Sora Island chapter, he was madly charged by Anilo with a voltage of hundreds of millions of volts. It proved that his rubber fruit is very difficult to be electromelted, and it is difficult to be damaged by electric shock or friction. In the 2 years later, Luffy used the fire punch more than once. Also, when Luffy's Xiang Cone confronts his opponent, it is often sparks with lightning. And those moves with flames and thunder and lightning. Whether it's the sword of Kinemon or Luffy's fist, there is one thing in common. Is attached to the armed color domineering. Soon, a scent of meat floated from the flame-wrapped jet-black knife. Shanks laughed and said, How is it? Cut. Lynch curled his lips. I can eat sashimi, can't I? He squeezed the fishy fish in his hands into the seawater and rubbed it frantically, then threw it on the fairly clean ice cubes and rubbed it back and forth, and finally closed his eyes and threw it into his mouth to chew. It's very fresh, very Q-like. Lynch commented pretentiously. Shanks said silently, you don't need to love face to this point. That's right. There is no mustard. Lynch sighed, it's better to eat cooked. He laughed, and sat down to grab the cooked fish with Shanks to eat. The taste of seafood in One Piece world is really good, even if it is such a simple hard roast without seasoning, it is also very delicious. In fact, the sashimi tasted just now didn't taste that bad. Shanks, your knife. Lynch asked as he ate, why does it burn? Shanks replied as he ate, use some tricks. He licked his fingers, smiled and recalled, I have seen someone, who can cut out the thunder at will. This is about Raleigh, the king of Pluto, or Roger of One Piece. Lynch is curious, it's Mitsuki Mida, or the handsome swordsman with a single ponytail, I rely on, there are so many great people on the One Piece ship. But why, what techniques can make a knife made of metal catch fire? Lynch didn't understand this, and asked like a curious baby, also, Shanks, your knife has turned black, right, why? Going black? Well, this is just a pretend. Shanks was stunned, and probably rarely met children who were so inquisitive. However, he is a more easygoing and good-tempered person, and he didn't think it was a secret, so he smiled and raised his other hand. A layer of lacquer black quickly covered his palm, and even faintly seeing thin flame-like black energy lingering on the palm. This is called armed and domineering. Creating flames is a kind of domineering skill in the use of armed colors. By the way, he removed his arms and domineering, pointed at his own eyes, and pointed at the dark armor beside Lynch. The technique of being able to feel your ghost is with the help of its seeing and hearing color domineering. It's domineering. Lynch grumbled and swallowed the fish, paused, and said with emotion, leaking sideways. Shanks laughed. Can I learn? Lynch asked immediately. He motioned for B.I.B. to come to Shanks, stretched out his hand and grabbed it. Shanks looked at the hand of the ghost that entered his body in a puzzled way. He reached out and grabbed it, but did not touch the hand of this ghost. Frowning, Shanks wrapped his arms around his arms and domineering, this time he truly grasped the arm of B.I.B. and pulled it out. Lynch said, the previous navy used this, armed look and domineering to defeat my ghost. He scratched his head, it's annoying. So I want to learn this too. You are really amazing. Shanks looked at the vaguely dark ghost who retreated to Lynch and couldn't help but be surprised. With this ability, ordinary people can't do anything about you, right? Not only can I not see your ghost, but I can't even defend against it. I understand why Kuzan would take you such a little devil himself. End of this chapter. Chapter 37, I am not interested in managing fruits. Chapter 37 I am not interested in managing fruits. But, I can't teach you. Shanks finally shook his head. I came to the West Sea willfully, my friends are still waiting for me on the Great Sea route. So sorry, Lynch, I don't have time to teach you how to be domineering. In that case, forget it. Lynch laughed. Everyone has their own adventure. I am afraid that only an old guy like Laeli who retired and lived in seclusion would have that leisurely mind. He deliberately spent 2 years instructing Luffy to practice domineering. So next, can I only drift slowly in the sea like this? It seems to be. Shanks laughed. It's boring. Lynch lay down directly, resting on the backpack full of banknotes. Come back. He hooked his finger at B.I.B. The battle armor double turned into a cloud of pitch-black energy and returned to Lynch's body. Lynch frowned and hummed twice, adapting to the experience points attached to him. He took out the green telephone worm from his pocket, and peeled the fish that he had left to eat. Bolu. Little Green saw the sky again, too lively, arching around in Lynch's palm, eating happily. Lynch continued to organize the memory of the substitute. From the chaos on the island, to the original plan to take Robin away from the island, and then suddenly encounter the green pheasant. If you can see the green pheasant in the tavern in B.I.B., it will be much more convenient if you know it for the first time. Lynch thought. Bolu. Lynch felt that the phone bug humming in his palm was too itchy, so he put it on the ground and sent it to the pile of fish bones to bite slowly. His own thoughts moved, and he released the substitute B.I.B. again. What? The moment the pitch-black armor appeared, Lynch and it both moved slightly. The body and the double looked at each other and noticed a certain change between each other. Lynch thought for a moment, and smiled. It seems that your growth is not low, is it A grade? Come on, give it a try. He reached for B.I.B. B.I.B. wiped his ear and then took it off a small piece like an in-ear headset. It threw the headset to Lynch. Lynch raised his hand to catch it, put it on his ear hole, and tapped his finger twice. Hum. A light curtain appeared, covering the upper half of Lynch's head. Especially in front of his eyes, something similar to a virtual screen was formed, which was presenting in real time what B.I.B. had seen at this moment, that is, Lynch, who looked dumbly at the nearby virtual screen. Don't move, let me control it. Lynch said, focusing on the virtual screen in front of him. Gradually, his perspective seemed to be unified with the stand-in armor, and part of his consciousness seemed to be injected into B.I.B. His heart moved, and he controlled B.I.B. to rotate in place. When the angle of view flickered, it turned to Shanks. The red hair was holding a fish bone and teasing the green phone bug, stretched out and shrunk in a shameless manner, and finally was bitten by the annoyed little green. Wow! Shanks hurriedly shook off the little green, patted it on the broken wooden board, and blew his fingers. Damn it, it's a phone bug, why does it hurt to bite? Lynch's own ears and Shanks's voice heard through B.I.B.'s headset seemed to have a subtle overlap deviation. It seems that there is a delay. Just like playing a game, the slight delay of tens to hundreds of milliseconds does not affect the operation much, but it still makes people subjectively uncomfortable. Lynch thought for a while, and felt that this flaw was still within the acceptable range. Pang! The black double armor suddenly disintegrated. Faceplate, helmet, breastplate, carapace, arm armor, leg armor, like mechanical parts, entwined with the dark substitute energy, floating in the air. The visor with white light on the eyes floats, rotates in the air, and finally right-ends. It's really hard to control. Lynch thought secretly, try the limit distance. Thinking so, helmets, breastplates, back armors, arm armors, leg armors, all the mechanical parts spread out in all directions, flying far away against the sea. Only the veil with white light on the eyes floats in place, spinning slightly. Shanks, sitting on the broken wooden plank, pushed the cleaned pile of fish bones into the sea, teasing the green phone bug, and noticed the sudden change of Lynch's ghost ability, and he couldn't help but whispered. He joined hands and looked around, gloating, "Oops, has your ghost betrayed? It's just a new trick I have mastered." Lynch said through the visor, while thinking, sure enough, it's just like the original characteristics of B.I.B., there is no distance limit at all. Lynch felt that even if he was trapped by someone and temporarily unable to get out of it, Bib could exist forever, even wandering around in every corner of the four seas. It's just that if he does that, if he is delayed indefinitely. When it returned to the body, Lynch didn't know how serious he would suffer. Even if he was a stand-in for Bib, he didn't have the confidence to withstand that level of experience. Even if it is the physique of Naruto from non-human to Naruto, it can't bear the exhaustion of a large number of shadow clones and faints on the spot. Lynch would not let B.I.B. be separated for a long time if he didn't want to die. Thinking about it this way, he moved his mind through the manipulation of the virtual screen. The battle armor parts wrapped by the dark avatar energy scattered over the sea 100 meters away suddenly stopped, turned the direction, and all flew upward. Is it only possible to raise about 10 meters? Lynch wears a virtual screen on his head, and looks at each other with a visor floating in the sky at a height of 10 meters. When his attention accidentally shifted from Ling Chi in the eyes of the visor to Lin Chi watching the visor in the sky, Lynch broke away from the state of remote control hosting. The visor floating in the sky shook twice, and the consciousness of B.I.B. itself went online, stabilizing the visor. Lynch concentrates, through the virtual screen in front of him, substitutes the stand-in perspective again, against the delay, once again manipulates B.I.B. With a thought to him, all the scattered armor parts flew back. Under Lynch's gaze, the armor covered with red flame patterns flew against the sea, and went straight to the ice surface, focusing on himself on the virtual screen in front of him. He saw that he stretched out his hand, but passed by the red flame-lined armor. It's really difficult to move when hosting Bib. If you are not careful, you will be dropped on Bib. Lynch secretly said, I feel that my own delay is higher than the control substitute. What's going on? The red flame pattern armor that flew over the head twirled, turned around, and went straight to the body on the ice cube again. Lynch took a deep breath. This is a wonderful experience. He felt that his perspective was divided into two halves. While he was manipulating the various parts of the avatar, he moved his own actions at the same time. Crack! Lynch's right glove came into the flying red flame pattern armor, and his fingers moved as usual. Other battle armor parts have also flown long ago, wrapped in a layer of black substitute energy, floating in front of him. The visor lowered, floating in front of Lynch himself. Lynch watched himself stand up, grabbed the floating breastplate with his right hand covered with red flame patterns, and grabbed a triangular chip covered with tubular patterns from the white-lighted reactor of the inverted triangle. Fruit. Lynch thought about the devil fruit ability that seemed to be gunpowder in the memory of the avatar. The right hand full of red flame patterns grasped the glowing devil fruit chip and planted it in Lynch's own chest. End of this chapter. Chapter 38, Supreme Red, you will meet someone who gives you 3 scars. Chapter 38 Supreme Red, you will meet the person who gave you 3 scars. The moment the tube fruit chip enters the body. Like the flower and fruit chip implanted in Robin, Lynch immediately felt a certain change in his body. There is a certain kind of instinctive intuition. He looked at his hands, recalling the memory from B.I.B. that the boss of the gunpowder used the ability to control the fruit. What is this kid doing? Shanks played with the green phone worm in one hand, resting his chin in one hand, and sitting on the broken plank looking at Lynch with a strange expression on his face. In his perspective, Lynch's shadowy ghost suddenly fell apart. It was very similar to the abilities of people he knew, and Lynch seized a part of it, from another part. He took out a white thing, and finally forced it into his own chest. Is this some kind of application of this kid's ghost power? Shanks thought so, and saw Lynch trying to hold his hand on the ice surface. As soon as Lynch's hand touched the ice, a circular cavity suddenly appeared on the ice. Hey! Shanks was taken aback. Hey! Lynch was also taken aback, looked up at Shanks, and in the next moment, there was a pop. Lynch fell through the hole in the ice, splashing a wave of water. Shanks' excellent sight and hearing, and can even hear Lynch's gurgling sound when he sinks into the sea under the round hole on the ice surface. After Lynch fell into the water, the hole on the ice surface was immediately closed, leaving no trace of damage. Really? What's up? Shanks did not hesitate, and immediately jumped into the sea in a standard diving position. Almost at the same time as him, when Lynch slipped and fell into the sea, the various armor parts floating in the air immediately acted. Whoosh whoosh! The face armor of Bib took the lead, followed by breast armor, arm armor, shoulder armor, carapace, and leg armor, passing through the thick ice like a phantom, rushing into the sea. Did not cause any changes in water flow. Shanks suffocated his cheeks and snorkeled underwater like a fish. Following the series of floating bubbles, he quickly found Lynch, who was drowning, a classic devil fruit-capable person who rolled his eyes when he fell into the water. Sample. Just when he was going to get Lynch up. With a movement in his heart, he turned his head and saw a pair of dark white eyes flashing past his shoulders quickly, approaching the drowning Lynch straightly. The visor slapped Lynch's face, which rolled his eyes and vomited bubbles. Then the helmet, pop, cover it. Shoulder armor, snap, cover, arm armor, breast armor, back armor, leg armor, all the parts of the armor are dazzlingly worn on Lynch's body. Lynch's eyes suddenly condensed blankly. He clenched his fists underwater, realized that he had recovered his strength, and quickly understood the situation. Damn, what a shame! He found the red-haired Shanks swimming towards him in the water. In the surprised gaze of the other party, Lynch shook his arms and kicked his legs, moving up towards the sea very flexibly. Wow! Wow! The water splashed, and Lynch and Shanks' heads came out of the sea one after another. Lynch was wearing battle armor and quickly climbed onto the ice not far away. Whew! Lynch lay on the ice and let out a sigh of relief. When he fell into the water as a capable person, the feeling of powerlessness was really TMD uncomfortable. The pitch-black armor was stripped from him, forming B.I.B beside him. Wow! Shanks returned to the ice from the sea, squeezing his wet clothes, and curiously said, "What's the matter? Are you not a capable person? You can actually swim up by yourself." He shook the drops of water from the straw hat and put it on his head. B.I.B pressed Lynch's chest and pressed out a fountain from Lynch's mouth. Lynch wiped his mouth and sat up. This is the special feature of my ghost ability. When I wear it as an armor, if my stamina is lower than its state at the time, I will can act with its power as the main body. Is equivalent to a spare stamina slot that you can carry with you. This is easy to understand. After all, from the beginning, B.I.B was a relatively independent stand-in for Lynch on the body. And what B.I.B copied was the state of Lynch himself when he was separated by Lynch. After the separation, whether Lynch has exercised until he feels weak, has been beaten and disabled, or just like before, falling into the water with the power of the devil fruit, it's okay. After putting on Bib, it's okay. Directly use the physical strength of the copy carried by Bib. Because of Lynch's previous instructions to B.I.B, when the main body is a person with devil fruit ability, you must never return to the main body. Only after being separated, can the devil fruit ability be given to the main body. This guarantees that when Lynch falls into the water as a demon fruit ability, there will definitely be an incapable substitute B.I.B to rescue the body. But in fact, Lynch thought that after he fell into the water just now, B.I.B had at least 3 ways to rescue. First, just like before, let the main body wear it as a battle armor, and let the main body use the power of the substitute to swim up. Secondly, B.I.B directly pulled the weak body and swam up. Third, B.I.B can directly take out the devil fruit chip in the body to remove his status as a devil fruit capable person. Naturally, the body will not be cursed by the sea to become a bad luck duck. However, B.I.B may have avoided the third point because he did not want the red hair to know that it can disarm the demon fruit ability of the capable person. Although this kind of caution is dispensable in Lynch's view. After all, the red-haired Shanks is a handsome, open-minded, big-hearted person, even if Lynch is telling him about things like crossing and all the secrets in his body, it's not a big deal at all. People don't necessarily care about your secrets. After hearing about it, red hair is more likely to just laugh. It's really convenient. Shanks heard Lynch's explanation, although surprised, but not too surprised. Those with the devil fruit ability can overcome the sea, although it is rare, but not without it. For example, the Lieutenant Admiral Cusin I've seen before is one of them. For Cusin, as long as he wants, he can turn anything made of water into ice. But you didn't get rid of your ability after falling into the water. This is still relatively rare. Shanks pointed to the hollow ice surface after being touched by Lynch just now. But the hole you made disappeared after you fell into the water. It's strange, it seems to be a contradiction. Lynch smiled and said, "It's okay for you to think of me as a person with multiple abilities of two kinds of devil fruits. Will there be such a person?" Shanks was surprised. "I thought I would die immediately after eating 2 devil fruits." Lynch said, "The sea is so big, there must be people like this, right? And that kind of person will leave 3 scars on your face that will be unforgettable for a lifetime. Supreme Red, that is your destined evil fate." In this way, the story of the boy and the red-haired drifting on the sea is still going on. Time goes by, and it is getting westward. Lynch fumbled for the new guan fruit. Unknowingly, the night slowly evaporates on the sea, reflecting the sky full of stars. After all, it is different from the many uses of hua fruit in the comics. Lynch hasn't heard of this unknowing thing about the fruit, so naturally you have to play with it. Isn't this the crossing ring of Doraemon? Is it the lower fruit of Menmenkuo? Lynch lay wearily on the broken wooden planks, with a pitch-black headset in his ears, and a virtual screen appeared in front of him, playing the replay memory of B.I.B. at this moment. What are you stupid about? Drifting on the sea most of the night, Shanks was boring too. Seeing Lynch's leisurely look with Erlang's legs up high, he couldn't help being very curious. Watching cartoons. Would you like to see? Lynch waved his finger, and the helmet of B.I.B. immediately disintegrated and snapped onto Shanks' head. Through the white-lighted eyes of B.I.B., Shanks saw something like a telephony rebroadcast screen, and what cartoon was on display. In the picture, a blue fat man Chiang took out a small hula hoop-like ring, pressed it against the wall, and suddenly opened the wall to reveal a circular hole. End of this chapter. Chapter 39, Spoiler not spoiler. Chapter 39 Spoiler not spoiler. After watching 1 or 2 episodes of Doraemon, Shanks was wrapped in armed domineering on his hand, took off his helmet, and threw it back on the neck of B.I.B.'s headless battle armor. Although I don't understand, this cartoon is quite interesting. Shanks smiled. Is that the dialect of your hometown? Sure it. Lynch sighed. B.I.B. replays images from the depths of Lynch's memory, and Lynch has hardly seen the Japanese version of Doraemon. The red-haired watch just now is naturally the Mandarin version of Doraemon that Lynch had seen when he was a child. Now, he can only listen to the real local accent from the ears of B.I.B. Lynch pillowed his backpack, and controlled B.I.B. to play the Marvel movie through the virtual screen expanded by the headset. No way, floating on the ocean, no way to exercise, and no sleep. Boring. Shanks put the straw hat on his face, humming an unknown tune in his mouth with his legs up. Lynch unconsciously browsed the surprise tigers on the virtual screen, while his thoughts were flying wildly. Have he thought of playing One Piece directly to Shanks? For a moment, I really wanted to. Although Shanks can't understand Japanese and Chinese subtitles, but only from the screen, Shanks should be able to see a lot of content. But, Lynch carefully tasted it. Playing One Piece for Shanks, what's the point? Let him know about the adventures of the Straw Hats? Ask the redhead, is he interested in it? Let him know the whole picture of One Piece world? Please, this is the red-haired big man. He has been on the boat of One Piece since he was a child, and he is the chosen son of the ultimate island of Ralph Drew just by 1 foot. For this world composed of 4 oceans and great sea routes, Shanks must know much more detailed than what can be shown in One Piece. As for the cultivation system of this world, various settings, and so on. The red hair of the 4 emperors on the New World side of the second half of the Great Route in the future is definitely much clearer than Lynch. The only so-called information that has some value is Shanks' broken arm incident. In order to save Luffy, one of Shanks' arms was bitten off by the King of the Sea. About this, Lynch is even less interested. He turned off the Marvel movie of B.I.B. playback, directly called Chapter 1 of the One Piece comic, and read the whole story of the red-haired broken arm. Sig the thief bullied Luffy in the windmill and threatened to sell the rubber boy to the circus. So, the red hair group made their debut. It's a pity. Seeing that the thief Sig was in a bad situation, a smoke bomb took Luffy away, and he rowed a small boat out to sea. Look and see. Your product, your fine product. A whole future 4 Emperor group. A thief mixed up with a cigarette and took away the Luffy they wanted to protect in front of them. Could it be any more outrageous? Shanks was bitten off an arm in order to save Luffy, making it even worse. Oh, in what he said to Baybeard, he bet that arm in the new era. Why did Lynch bother to remind Shanks that the arm was given away voluntarily and voluntarily? Remind him not to break his arm. Maybe then, he betting on the new era is just a leg. If you don't get it right, you can put your life in. So, if you break your arm, you break your arm. Shanks's protagonist life, facing the war with a face to persuade all troops to retreat, the World Conference single-handedly entered the Holy Land and talked and laughed with the 5 old stars. The adventurous journey of others is already wonderful and extraordinary, no regrets. What kind of care does Lynch need to worry about? What's more, Lynch is willing to be spoiled, but people are not willing to be spoiled. When they were in the Chambord Islands, Raleigh, the king of Hades, could tell them the secret of the final island at any time, everything about One Piece. But Luffy said, as Raleigh said, his boat will end here, so he will not take risks. Ns. It can be seen that people with Luffy's personality are resistant to spoiler. Lynch thought about these and none, and fell asleep unconsciously. Hey, Lynch! The red hair with a straw hat on his face suddenly stopped humming an unknown song, and asked, "A human dream will never end. Why do you write this sentence?" He waited for a while, but did not hear an answer. Lifted the straw hat and turned his head to see that the boy had fallen asleep with his bulging probably all Bailey backpack. Shanks smiled, about to put his straw hat back on, and caught a glimpse of the ghost next to Lynch. The night is dark, and Shanks's seeing and hearing are useless and focused. The dark ghost seems to be non-existent. If it weren't for the white light glowing in its eyes and chest, Shanks would ignore the past. He is asleep, are you still there? Shanks asked unexpectedly. B.I.B. has always been silent, but nodded slightly. Oh? You really have a relatively independent consciousness. Shanks put on his straw hat, stood up and walked to the front of Bib, and looked at the pitch-black armor. The capable Lynch has fallen asleep, but you still can. I reacted to my words, that is, what you said before was not what Lynch said through your mouth, but after you got Lynch's instruction, did you speak yourself? B.I.B.'s eyes flashed, and he nodded slightly. He guessed that the body should be willing to have a good relationship with the future 4 emperors in front of him. Then answer, your. Shanks suddenly didn't know how to describe Lynch to Bib. Your boss. Why did he write that sentence? Did he let you write it? Or did he say a human dream will never end? In fact, you, the ghost, want to write it yourself. B.I.B. said, it's just because it's fun. It knows that red hair may think what it says is fun. It is fun to borrow One Piece's name to write a message, but in fact, it knows that what the body really thinks is fun, it is borrowing Roger's name to embezzle Blackbeard's famous saying, which is very interesting. Is it just for fun? Really wayward? Shanks sighed, and glanced at the sleeping boy. Although he was handsome and he was a bit maverick, it seemed that it was not the Joey boy that the captain and the others were waiting for. Lynch was groggy and sound asleep, and suddenly felt that someone was pushing herself. Hey, Lynch, wake up! Lynch opened his eyes abruptly, his palm half stretched out and then retracted, almost using the fruit. Woo, what's up? He sat up with a yawn and looked up to see that it was still dark, the sea was still dark, and the sky was dim and starry. We are lucky. Red hair stood on the melting ice, pointed aside, and smiled, "A boat is passing by." Lynch looked over, and sure enough, in the dim night, there was a huge black shadow on the sea over there, mixed with a little light, coming slowly on the sea. The top of the black shadow, hunting and shaking in the sea breeze, is probably the flag on the ship. "Hey, no, that's the pirate flag?" Lynch vaguely saw the skull pattern on the flag flying at the top of the flagpole by the sporadic firelight on the ship. "Hey!" The pirate ship approached. Shanks waved vigorously on the ice and said loudly, "Is there anyone? Please let us get on the ship and take a ride." "Hey? What sound is this?" On the side of the pirate ship, a few drunk pirates heard a voice shouting in the sea under the ship, and couldn't help but stare at it. In the middle of the night, "Where's the unlucky ghost at sea?" one of the drunk pirates snorted, snorting, "Go away! Go to death!" Speaking, he smashed the wine bottle toward the person on the sea. End of this chapter. Chapter 40, Everyone, give me a face. Chapter 40 Everyone, give me a face. The wine bottle brushed with the red-haired straw hat, slammed it on the ice and bounced into the sea. The drunk pirates rushed to the two people on the side of the ship, ridiculing arrogantly, full of vulgar language. "Fuck!" Lynch narrowed his eyes and looked up, in the dim night, the shadows of the pirates on the side of the 10-meter-high ship. In his eyes, the heads of these pirates have become Pele banknotes. But Lynch found that Shanks next to him had no reaction at all, and didn't care about the insults and mockery of the drunken pirates on the ship. "It's a pity, they don't want to carry us." Shanks sighed. "Aren't you angry?" Lynch asked curiously. "Obviously you can cut this ship in the middle with a single draw, right?" Red-haired Shanks just smiled for this question. Linkai suddenly understood the implicit meaning of this smile. Just these few stalemates, are they worthy to make him angry? Is he qualified enough for him to draw a knife? Shanks was smiling, intending to spread some real manhood styles, but found that Lynch next to him took a few steps back, retreated to the edge of the broken wood, and made a posture ready to start. "Hey, what does the next kid want to do?" A drunk pirate on the pirate boat noticed and asked in confusion. Another drunken pirate mocked, "Does he want to jump up? Haha, what a fool! Prepare, run!" Lynch stepped on the broken pieces of wood and rushed out. With Shanks' surprised eyes, he leaped towards the hull of the pirate ship, and the dark and ghostly B.I.B. floated behind the body. "Really?" The two drunken pirates on the side of the ship looked down with wide-eyed eyes. Sure enough, they saw Lynch approaching the hull and they were falling down, and they obviously couldn't touch the hull. "Haha, idiot!" Just a few fists away, Lynch was about to touch the hull. B.I.B. floated from behind him, grabbed the arm of the main body and pushed toward the hull. After Lynch touched the hull with his hands, he instantly opened a hole in the wooden hull, and he jumped into it with a single leap. Boom! Grumbling. Lynch jumped into a bottom compartment of the ship, rolled a few dexterously on the wooden floor, and stood up easily. He found that the lily gymnastics used purely for relaxation before was not without any use, at least it exercised the coordination of his limbs quite well. The round hole on the ship's body because of the fruit has disappeared. The pitch-black armor penetrated the hull like a ghost and followed in. "Hey, why didn't that kid make a sound when he fell into the water?" The drunken pirates on the side of the ship rubbed their eyes and were very confused. And Shanks sighed, lifted his draft hat and scratched his red hair. "Really?" He walked over and picked up Lynch's backpack, then put the dozing green phone bug into the bag, and complained casually, "Bring your own things." Shanks casually slung the bag on one shoulder, holding the handle of the knife with one hand, and squatting down with the straw hat on top of the head with the other. "Hey, what does he want to do?" The pirate on the boat belched a drink. Under the straw hat, Shanks smiled slightly, his feet pressed hard, bang. The ice surface and the broken plank were completely cracked, and Shanks turned into a black shadow and jumped high and gently fell on the deck of the pirate ship, The eyes of the drunken pirates on the side of the ship behind him almost stared out, rubbing each other's eyes desperately, thinking that they were too drunk in hallucinations. Under the cabin, Lynch patted the dust on his clothes, smeared, and walked to the door of the cabin. He clicked without pushing. Locked. B. went through the door, and there was a lock on the outside door. Lynch raised his hand and pressed it behind the door. A circular hole suddenly appeared in the door, and he walked out of the hole calmly and came into the cabin aisle full of sweat, feet, and body odor. I rely on. Lynch was hit by the smell and almost lost half of his life. Come on, help, help. Lynch held his breath, covered his mouth and nose, raised his foot, winking at the B. on one side. B. knowingly, put your hands together and let the body's feet rest on it. Lynch stepped hard and jumped up. The cabin is not high, it can only allow people to walk around. With this jump, Lynch directly hit the ceiling and immediately opened a hole with the tube fruit. He grabbed the edge of the hole, pulled up lightly, and turned over silently. Happened to meet the bald pirate who was hurriedly getting dressed in the cabin room and looked at each other. The bald pirate looked at Lynch, then at the hole he had climbed up just now. The hole was gone. Boy, who are you? He was full of anger, and turned over to get the pistol on the wooden box. The pitch-black battle armor B. floated up from the floor, snatched the pistol first, and threw it to Lynch on the main body. Lynch grabbed the pistol casually, took one of the apples piled in another box on the side and threw it to B. The pistol in his hand, with the ability to manage the fruit, instantly transformed into a thick hollow tube with a pistol pattern. Lynch pointed the hollow tube at the bewildered bald pirate. B. caught the apple and smashed it towards the hollow tube in Lynch's hand. The transmission of the apple through the pipe hit the face of the stunned bald pirate like a cannonball. The nosebleeds suddenly spurted and several big teeth broke. Fainted on the spot. The pistol in Lynch's hand returned to its original shape, he turned the spear and fell to the ground. He picked up an apple again, took a bite, stepped on B. and crossed his hands that had been prepared, and jumped up again forcefully. When hit the ceiling, the technique was repeated, and a hole was opened as a conduit to transport him. Lynch climbed out of the hole, sat on the edge, and finally came to the deck of the pirate ship outside. On the deck, a group of pirates have gathered, clamoring loudly, as if arguing about something. Lynch was gnawing on the apple and his face was speechless. He clearly saw that it was Shanks sitting on the deck in the middle of the pirates who were spitting and full of anger. B. brings the pistol, catches up from the hole, and hands the pistol to the main body. Dare to provoke our pirates of the wind. It's really looking for death. Who is this guy? Captain, kill it. Let me kill him with a bottle of wine, Grandma, dare you scare me. The pirates were noisy, and Shanks just sat on the deck casually, as if not listening to them at all. Just take a ride, don't be angry. Shanks grinned. The pirate captain with a fierce face drew out a knife, and smiled cruelly, is it a downwind boat to hell? The men next to were about to remind the captain, wouldn't they mean that their ship was heading to hell, not lucky. At this moment, a gunshot exploded behind everyone. Pong! The pirates were all stunned. When they turned around, they saw that under the dim lights, a boy holding a gun at the night sky came out from the shadows on the deck. His muzzle was full of green smoke, and the other hand was holding an apple. Nibbling. Everyone, give me a face. How about you accompany me to the naval base to exchange bounty? End of this chapter. Chapter 41, Let You Respect Me. Chapter 41 Let You Respect Me. Lynch's words directly angered all the pirates. Who is this kid? Give you a face, how much face do you have? Damn it, where did this kid come from? A pirate shouted. A pirate said with drunken eyes, hey, didn't that kid fell into the sea before? Crack. A sturdy pirate had a cold face and pulled out a pistol full of greasy stains. The black muzzle was aimed at Lynch over there. You shoot, I can kill you first if you shoot. Click. Lynch took another bite of the apple and calmly looked at the pirates with their guns, and the guys with bad expressions with their swords and swords drawn. Damn! Cold sweat appeared on the forehead of the sturdy pirate holding a gun, his face turned pale, his arms trembled slightly, the body, can't move. Shanks patted his to stand up, crossed the sturdy pirate, and held down the opponent's gun-holding hand. Shanks glanced at the trigger of this dirty and stained pistol. On the pirate's finger, a ghostly palm hovered here. The other hand of B.I.B. plunged into the pirate's chest. It looked at each other with the red hair, and was ready to stop the opponent from shooting and kill the pirate with one blow. Shanks calmly said to the pirate, "Can you please, don't point your gun at my friend." Pounding. The sturdy pirate had foam at the corners of his mouth, and fell to the ground as soon as his legs became weak. Puff, puff. Several other swords came out, and the pirates who had already pounced on Shanks pounced on the street, lying on the deck at the same time, panting with sweat. "How is this going? Damn it, what did you do?" The captain of the pirate roared furiously. As soon as he lifted his foot, he found that his feet were soft, and he fell on the deck with a boom, looking like he had knocked Shanks' head. The other pirates were all frightened. Really, why save them? Lynch chewed on the apple and walked over. If it weren't for the red hair to disarm these pirates with a domineering look, Lynch might have killed them clean with B.I.B. Shanks said silently, "Why are you so murderous at a young age?" Lynch scratched his head and said, "Is there? Oh, then forget it." He laughed, and listened to Shanks' advice with kindness. Even if these people are walking Baileys, don't cut off at any disagreement. The pirates couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. "Although my head is dizzy, I haven't realized what happened, but it seems to have escaped." "What did you just do to make them foam, roll their eyes, and fall to the ground?" Lynch asked casually, observing the pirates' expressions. Shanks returned the backpack to Lynch and replied, "Well, it's another kind of domineering called the overlord color. This is different from the armed color and the knowledgeable color. Probably everyone is born with it and cannot be taught." Lynch took the backpack, slung it on one shoulder, curled his lips. "Anyway, even if you are armed and sensual, don't you plan to teach me?" Shanks laughed and said frankly, "In fact, this kind of domineering thing, when you need it, you will naturally have the opportunity to learn. This thing is very common in the Great Sea Route, but you think that the 4 major oceans must be better than the masters of physical skills. Are people who can domineering weak? No, domineering, especially armed domineering, is just a skill to deal with special enemies. In an environment where most masters are not domineering, perhaps domineering itself is not something to be mastered. Things." Lynch nodded thoughtfully, and suddenly said, "In other words, as long as there is a chance to enter a great route, there will always be a chance to learn domineering." Shanks smiled and nodded. "Don't want to fool you." Lynch pointed at the red hair and laughed, "In the future, I will go to the Great Sea Route to ask you for money." Shanks also smiled, "If you haven't learned how to be domineering then." The pirates looked at each other when they heard that the 2 masters actually started to talk and laugh. Especially the sturdy captain, who was frightened by Shanks, was tortured with shame and indignation. Several times he wanted to stand up and drew a knife to cut Shanks's thin-skinned neck. "I can think of the fear that my heart seemed to be pinched just now. After all, I didn't dare to pull out the knife." "They seem to be shocked by your domineering look," Lynch said suddenly. Shanks didn't care much and said, "It will be restored. The influence of the overlord's domineering is not so long." "Hey, will you attack him again?" Lynch pointed at the redheads to the pirates. The pirates only thought that this kid had asked a super idiot question. If they had ever done this redhead, they would definitely want to cut him off. But the question is, have you ever done it? A terrifying look at the other party made them all frighten their legs. "Okay." Lynch pointed to himself again, and said, "He has calmed you down. But I think, in your eyes, the respect for me is not enough. Fug! You stinky kid, if it wasn't for the redhead. How many green onions do you count? After all, there are explosive hairs in the pirate, and I can't help but curse." "Very good." Lynch shrugged his eyebrows, not surprised by this reaction. "In that case, let you respect me." He tossed the half-eaten apple in his hand, grabbed a small piece, and fed it to the green phone worm that had half a head out of the mouth on his back. "Think of this apple as..." Lynch held a half of the apple and pointed at the pirates, cruising left and right, and finally put it in the hands of the fierce-faced captain, and smiled, "As it is your own heart, okay." The captain with a fierce face didn't know what the kid was going to do. He grabbed the apple with his big hands. And a big question mark spouted out of his eyes. Lynch stepped back a few steps, raised his hands and said, "Protect your heart, okay? You kid. What do you want to do?" The captain with a fierce face snarled, pretending to be. Lynch said, "I will tell you a piece of information. I am the detonator who ate the detonation fruit. I can detonate your hearts with just one finger." His hand pointed at the captain of the pirate who was holding half an apple. "Blow the fruit?" "Shanks has a black thread." He saw that Lynch's dark ghost walked up to the captain of the pirate and squatted down, reaching into the opponent's broad and rough hand like nothing, and squeezing half of the apple directly. The fierce-faced captain pirate spread out his hands and looked at the apple that had been squeezed into a pulp. He was dumbfounded. How could this be? He could swear that his hands just didn't exert any force. The pirates who watched this scene also took a breath. What happened? Is it really like this kid said? What terrible ability does he have that can detonate a human heart? I don't want to be stabbed in the back by you when I relax my guard." Lynch spread out his hands innocently and said loudly, "So among you, the murderers, please raise your hands." The pirates all changed their faces, staring at each other, without moving. "Caca, caca, caca." The pile of rotten apple meat in the hands of the fierce-faced captain pirate seemed to be grasped by an invisible hand, and squeezed even more pulpy. Captain Pirate was the first to raise his hands full of apple juice. The pirates on the court deck all raised their hands. Shanks watched this scene without speaking. "Hey!" Lynchie leaned back slightly and continued to raise his hands in a loud voice, "If there is no bounty, put down your hands." Several hands immediately put down. "If you haven't killed a woman, let go." A few hands down again. "If you haven't killed an old man, let go." No hands down. "If you haven't killed a child, let go." Hesitated with his hands, and finally put it down. Lynch looked at the only trembling hand held on the deck at the moment, a gloomy middle-aged man with a pale face. "Sorry," Lynch said. "Smelly kid." The gloomy middle-aged pirate was full of gloomy birds, suddenly stood up, and said coldly, "Who do you think you are? How dare?" Lynch pointed at him and said, "Boom." The gloomy middle-aged pirate took 2 steps, and under the gaze of the other pirates, he was shocked, sprayed a mouthful of blood, and slowly fell to the ground. P.S. Dry, mist. End of this chapter. Chapter 42, Wave of the Times. Chapter 42 The Wave of the Times. In this way, Lynch and Shanks took control of the pirate ship. Of course, there were also brain problems, and they suddenly violently attacked them. But in the end, they either fainted and sprayed foam from the overlord look of Shanks sideways, or they were watched coldly by Lynch's guardian spirit. Intercepting the anti-kill really made the head of the pirate who attacked there is a problem. But most pirates are still secure. This group of uninfluenced pirates, most of them, half a year ago, were just peasants who could not survive in their hometowns, or the rogue gangsters and murderers running around on the island, and even just heard of One Piece deeds. Even after being fooled by someone, they followed them out to be pirates on the sea. These mobs didn't talk about cohesion at first, and even if the captain was replaced, it didn't matter much. They mainly don't know what their future is like if this continues. Lynch said before that they need to take their heads to the naval base in exchange for a bounty. Although not all of them are wanted to offer rewards, although the rewards are not very high even if the rewards are offered, but who knows? In their eyes, the kid didn't look like an ordinary kid at all. God knew what he was thinking. Actually, there is the magic of detonating the heart. These two people, are they human or ghost? The pirates looked at the corpses on the deck that were getting colder, and became scared in their hearts. Walking into the captain's room, Lynch threw the backpack aside, pulled a chair to sit down, and exhaled comfortably. I'll take a break first, and you will come back when I wake up. He turned his head and said to the B.I.B. who rushed to the side. The dark armor nodded beside. The green phone worm stuck his head out of the gap in the backpack and rubbed the hand of B.I.B. with a satisfied expression on his face. Shanks was rummaging in the room, but it was a pity, let alone the book, not even a few decent charts were found. He casually said, "It's really amazing. It's obviously your ghost ability, but you get along with it like a friend. Even if a person likes to talk to himself, it's no surprise, right?" Lynch slumped in the chair and said lazily that he was a little sleepy. "Yes." Shanks smiled and sat aside, "But don't worry, I will not put you in danger." Lynch followed kindness and said with a smile, "Okay, then." He waved at B.I.B. Little Green reluctantly watched B.I.B. after pulling out the tube fruit chip in Lynch's body. It turned into a dark shadow and merged into Lynch's body. "It seems to come from you." Shanks vaguely saw a luminous white object taken out of Lynch by B.I.B. While waiting for him to be puzzled, he suddenly noticed that Lynch's face was slightly distorted, as if he was suffering from unspeakable pain. After a while, Lynch's forehead was sweaty, and he let out a long breath of heat. Shanks keenly observed that Lynch's skin was slightly red, as if the temperature was very high. "Hey, what's the matter with you?" Shanks grabbed Lynch's arm with concern. He was surprised to find that Lynch's whole body muscles were tense, as if he had just run through the length of the 2 islands in the sunset. "Didn't I tell you? My ghost and I are originally one." Lynch slowed down, and quickly adapted to the numbness and soreness of his whole body, and said lazily, "All it consumes outside, and even the accumulation of exhaustion of existence itself will eventually be attached to me when it is taken back by me." Shanks was surprised. "Although your fruit is strange and you have developed a lot of functions, this side effect is too big, right?" "Side effects? No, I think this is very suitable for cultivation. Lynch really wants to sleep to death now, eating and drinking, and sleeping, which is more conducive to the recovery of the body. I have done this all the time. It is like another body of mine that ordinary people can't see. I exercise with it, so that it has double the effect." Shanks said silently, "This is too messy. You are young, can your body bear it? How can you survive in this sea if you don't think of yourself as a monster?" Lynch whispered softly. This is already a little bit in his head, and he is about to doze off. Shanks smiled slightly and said boldly, "You are quite enlightened. So, what are you going to do in the future? Are you a pirate?" "I don't know." Lynch was tired, cheered up a little, and thought for a while to answer, "After a while, I will probably be a pirate hunter. By the way, I wonder if I can meet that guy again. As for whether to be a pirate or not, it's okay, but I'll talk about it later. Anyway, no matter what my identity is, I don't think I should be a wicked person." "So you don't think all the pirates are evil people?" Shanks asked with a smile. "Then what do you think are evil people?" Lynch was silent for a moment, and replied, "Those who oppress or help oppress ordinary civilians are evil people and are evil. Therefore, I will not be a navy. I will not be on any island or kingdom. Living within the order of the world. It's annoying to look at it." He yawned, muttered vaguely, and said regretfully, it's a pity that I didn't listen to the politics class seriously. Lynch thinks that he does not have the ability to lead a revolution, so he has no choice but to look out of sight and out of mind. Fortunately, in the near future in this world, there will be a man named Monk de Durag, who will form a team to resist oppression. What about you, Shanks? You said you came to Zihai to find someone. Lynch asked. Yes. Shanks looked at the ceiling of the captain's room of the pirate ship, straightened his legs with his pants in his pockets, and fell into memories. I heard from my former captain that the father I had never seen since I was born was buried somewhere on the island in my hometown. As he was talking, he could not help but smile when he heard the sound of even and deep breathing on the side. Lynch's head tilted to the side, with a wisp of saliva hanging from the corner of his mouth. He fell asleep, sleeping soundly and deeply. Think of yourself as a monster. Indeed, the men I have seen before are all like monsters. Shanks looked at Lynch's sleeping face, and meditated, double the effort and double the hard work? You are such an interesting little guy, where will you go in the future? The captain said that the wave of the new era will truly be set off in 20 years, when the whole world will be turned upside down, and the captain and the others will be able to accomplish what the captain could not do. Lynch, will you be a part of that wave? And I, will be there again, and where can I be in the wave? Shanks was in the dim captain's room, his thoughts flying. Gradually, a strand of white fish belly from the sky passed through the window lattice and sprinkled on the stubble of Shanks's lower jaw. In the morning, Lynch gobbled up a large wave of ingredients as the pirates in a boat were watching in horror, and patted his belly contentedly. Then released the pitch-black battle armor B.I.B. As soon as B.I.B. appears, take out the white inverted triangle on the chest and implant the tube fruit chip into the body. Lynch took the jet black armor to the empty pirate ship deck, alone, and began to exercise. The pirates emerged sparsely, and looked at each other when they saw this scene. They have never seen such a hard-working guy. Shanks also yawned and stood in the corner, observing Lynch exercising on the deck, and the dark ghosts invisible to the other pirates doing the same exercise almost rhythmically with Lynch. Lynch lifted a wooden pier in the corner and turned it into a wooden hollow pipe more than 1 meter long in his hand, using it as a long stick. Sorry, it's too late. End of this chapter. Chapter 43, Sea Flower Boat. Chapter 43 Sea Flower Boat. Chapter head serial Do you believe in gravity? 1 Escape, once again. Wheezing run. Endure crying. Where Robin went, the vegetation froze. Frost words condensed on the ground, run away, you are such a person, stretching to the beach. Hey, hey, hey. Lynch fought with the B.I.B. stick on the deck. In the eyes of the pirates, the kid who can detonate the heart unexpectedly used another magic trick, turning the wood into a stick, and was mad at the air. Boom! Lynch tapped a stick on the head of a pirate, hooked his finger. Come on. Fight. Shanks was watching. The 10-year-old boy wielded the pipe stick made with fruit ability. Although he faced a mob, he could fight back and forth without losing the wind. Double efficiency growth. It does happen twice. Shanks touched the stubble on his chin. The pirates are all confused. What's the situation? This kid does not use that kind of black magic that detonates the heart. It is so powerful. Is he still a normal person? A pirate was swept away by Lynch with a stick and rolled to Shanks' feet. That's right, Shanks asked, lowering his head, does anyone on your boat know how to get to Musexan Island? The pirate with a greasy face and a smelly body, against his puffed forehead, asked blankly, what is Zendeo? Musexan Island. Shanks repeated. What is Zexan Island? The pirate whose forehead was knocked and swollen looked bewildered. Meow. Shanks sighed helplessly when he saw him look illiterate. Forget it, you should get beaten. Good. The pirate drove off quickly. Although that witchcraft kid is fierce and bad-tempered, this red-haired guy is obviously more terrifying. Only one look can make people almost scared to pee. The limbs are stiff and unable to move, foaming at the mouth. Compared with that kind of fear experience, the pirate is more willing to be beaten by a wooden stick twice. Lynch uses these pirates to practice. He doesn't know if the efficiency of the exercise has improved. However, it's definitely a lot more refreshing than before on South Kago Island, hiding in a rented house and doing exercises. After all, he and B.I.B are from the same source, and they are perfectly reproduced. Even if they hold water pipe sticks to practice against each other, it is impossible to distinguish between them. At this moment, with the help of the gang of rookie pirates, Lin Kake suddenly discovered that his skills have been exercised, with a little effect. At least, it's not a problem to chase the adult pirates who are at the level of ordinary trash fish with a stick. This kind of combat power. Lynch estimated it. Maybe it's not too far from the skill of Ace and Sabo of the Water Pipe Brothers trio of the Boyhood. Of course, if B.I.B is released, the Boyhood Ace, Sabo, and Luffy will not be enough to kill even the pirates of this ship. Boom! The wooden stick in Lynch's hand flew away. The wooden stick is spinning at high speed in the air. The pirates with more or less colorful faces either raised their heads or looked at Lynch, who was slightly absent-minded. Among them, a pirate's eyes flashed fiercely. The wooden stick fell behind him and was caught by a palm covered with blue flame patterns that he couldn't see. When he was about to lift his foot, it hit the back of his head with a cruel stick. Boom! All the pirates' jaws were about to be dragged to the ground, and they looked at the wooden stick behind the pirate's head that had just hit the ladder. Do it yourself. Click! The stick fell to the ground. Grumbling, the hollow wooden stick rolled down to the feet of other pirates, scared them to shiver, like avoiding snakes and scorpions, crawling back and forth again and again. The hollow wooden stick is restored to the original wooden pier. B.I.B moved Mudun to the pirate who was knocked on the back of his head. Lynch just walked up here, sat down, and stepped on the back of the pirate's hand. Hey, I'm hungry, how about you come and help me prepare lunch? The pirate was stepped on the back of his hand, kneeling and crawling in front of Lynch, enduring his dizzy sight, gritted his teeth and said, yes. Lynch smiled heartily and patted the back of the pirate's head. You shouldn't poison me. That's not great. Ha 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 ha. How could it? The pirate was startled. The other pirates couldn't help swallowing, thinking that this kid, this terrible boy really looks like a lunatic. The pirate with a big bag swollen on the back of his head came to the kitchen. He took out the stored ingredients one by one. His face was stern, as if he really wanted to poison the ingredients, but soon a look of fear appeared on his face. Struggled for several times, cold sweat appeared on the pirate's forehead. Possibly, I was taken to the navy, not bad. When he was busy, in the kitchen, a slap-sized visor was floating in the air, his eyes glowing with white light, staring silently at this person. The pirate ship Borrowed continues to sail on the sea. At the table side of the not-so-clean and tidy kitchen, the black visor with white eyes came through the wooden wall, flew towards the faceless Iron Man standing still beside Lynch, and returned to his place. Pop! B.I.B takes out the tube fruit chip in Lynch's body, turns it into a shadow and returns to the body. Hiss! Lynch gritted his teeth, twisted his neck, trembling all over, and smashed his head on the dining table. Boom! With a sound, the pirate outside the door jumped, thinking that something was happening again. I said you. Shanks saw that after adapting to extreme fatigue, he began to sweep the food on a table. Lynch gobbled up the food, thoughtfully. You said you can use this ghost power to get twice the training effect, but the human body's endurance limit is sometimes also a self-protection mechanism. Blindly squeezing double potential like you. It's really amazing to survive and live to the present. Woomoo, really? Lynch's cheeks bulged with food. After the substitute practice method, his energy was consumed greatly, and now he was so hungry that he couldn't stop his mouth for a moment. Shanks took a sip of the soup, shook the spoon, and smiled. I think you may have some kind of talent. Lynch swallowed his mouth full of food, took the time to laugh. I think so too. Bolu. The green phone worm was also placed on the table, eating happily on a plate full of potato soup and breadcrumbs. Lynch asked as he ate, "So, Shanks, where you are going this trip, is the so-called Museum Island?" Shanks said, "Yes. But the people on this ship don't seem to know how to sail. Maybe the navigator is among those killed by you." He made a joke. "I can't find any serious charts on this ship. They are all hand-painted scribbles. Forget it, let's go to the nearest island and stop at the nearest island. Anyway, I have taken a vacation for almost half a year with my friends." Shanks muttered. "Should be enough. The captain is not here, your companions will wait for you half a year innocently." Lynch continued to gobble, "It's really interesting." "Haha, that's my partner." Shanks said triumphantly, "But they should have a good time by themselves now, having banquets from morning to night, having fun everywhere, etc. Before I come out, listen." Said that they also deliberately caught the phone bug on Happy Street. Happy Street. Lynch caught the key word. Was saying that, and there was an exclamation from the deck outside. "There is a boat. What a big boat, and so fancy. It's the fragrance of women. Damn, I've been floating on the sea for half a year, and finally I can smell the smell of women again. What flag is on that boat? It's not the pirate's skull and crossbones, like a flower? And what kind of pattern is that, drawing a street? Ha ha ha, the boat that the ladies drove. Lucky." Lynch and Shanks heard the sound, walked out together, and saw that the pirates on the deck seemed to be resurrected, no longer in the state of, and became quite enthusiastic. In front of this ship, a huge flower boat sailed up. The canvas and the flag flying at the top of the mast are painted with similar patterns, the room between the dancing petals of flower petals, hiding a zigzag street. "That's the banner of Happy Street." Shanks rubbed Lynch's head and laughed, "But it's too early for you. I fell asleep with my computer last night. Until now I dare not open a comment. Must write the second update today. Even third. Come on, you bayo." End of this chapter. Chapter 44, Happy Street. Chapter 44, Happy Street. As the huge flower boat approaches, it seems that there are waves of powdery fragrance. Vaguely, you can see the girls walking on the flower boat. All of them are dressed in flowers and grass, and they are very cool and beautiful. The eyes of the desperate pirates on the ship straightened in an instant. Rapid breathing. "Damn, I can't help it." A pirate drew the knife on the spot. "Hey, are you really okay?" Shanks saw it, pointed to the flag on the flower boat, and said in surprise, "That's the flower boat on Happy Street. It's better not to light up your weapons, and you can't afford the expensive ones here, right? After all, this ship has just been beaten severely by the Kid Lynch. Whether it's the street or the street. The pirates didn't dare to mess with Shanks and Lynch, and didn't they dare to mess with a boat of women? That's a boat? It's just a bunch of bitches, what are you afraid of? Brothers, go up and grab the woman." The other pirates also learned a lot, yelling, "Fuck him 3721, do it. Is the consumption high?" Lynch heard the words, ran back to carry his bag on one shoulder, flushed the red hair and said proudly, "Do you have money on you?" "I think it's too early for you." Shanks reached out into Lynch's bag particularly unceremoniously and took out 5 million. "Now there." Shanks shook the stack of banknotes in his hand, grinning. Lynch didn't mind, looking at the huge flower boat in front of him together with Shanks. He could already clearly see the gorgeous women on the other's deck, which was like a windy woman. He curiously asked, "So, what exactly is Happy Street? Have you ever met this flower boat before?" At the same time, he released Bib. While the latter implanted the tube fruit chip into his body, he also pulled the headphone from the ear of Bib, tapped twice, and called up the virtual reality in front of his eyes. The screen quickly found the ante of One Piece comics, and confirmed that among the underworld kings who appeared in the Cake City, there is the so-called Happy Street Queen Stutzy, who looks young and beautiful but is actually quite old. The 10-year-old woman is a CP0 agent of the world government behind her back. Shanks smiled and said, "I have never been on the flower boat. It was a samurai on the boat I had been to. He was very excited to tell us when he came back. The pirates of Wiang carried knives and guns, and yelled and jumped onto the flower boat." "Samurai? That is Mitsuki Mita, right?" Lynch was speechless. This old man took his wife and children on the boat of Roger's gang, so he was so embarrassed to go to the boat for prostitution? Is this also a Haguo characteristic? The flower boat on the sea is a custom that has been circulated for a long time. These pirates who have never heard of this kind of thing are probably guys who didn't ask for life on the sea. Shanks recalled, according to what he said after his return, in the earliest era, the so-called flower boat was just a general term for sailors on the dusty places on the sea. But, probably for hundreds of years. In the past, among the flower boats on the sea, the city group named Happy Street was gradually erected. Rumor has it that this flag came from the hands of some women on the sea who have the same destiny and united and resisted. The horrified screams of women from the deck of the flower boat, and the screams of the pirates who were so excited that they lost control. Since then, more and more flower boats have erected the same city. Even some women who can't survive at sea took the initiative to take refuge under the banner of Happy Street. Lynch thought about the situation and couldn't help being speechless. As long as it is a flower boat with a banner of Happy Street, it can be used as an ordinary prostitute boat to play, but it must not be used unruly on it. I don't know when, between the sailors and the pirates, there has been such a conventional rumor. Shanks said slowly, "It is said that on every flower boat, there is a strong female master sitting in the center." Lynch touched his chin and thought, Guanjiao Meishan went on a flower boat to prostitute. How did he know that someone had a master on the boat? Could it be that he was beaten by someone without any money? Or took his fart son Momonashuk to Harpy and was kicked out? Ah! The woman on the deck screamed and fled. Hiss! Some women couldn't escape, their beautiful little skirts were torn, and they tried to avoid the dirty and ugly pirate in panic. "No," she yelled, her eyes turning left and right, and there was a mess on the deck. "Hey hey!" The pirate approached with a treacherous smile, his eyes gleaming yellow, and his saliva was dripping onto the deck. At this time, someone brought May out of the cabin, and didn't panic when he saw this. He laughed and said, "Haha, I really didn't expect to encounter such a stupid gang of pirates, robbing the flower boat on Happy Street? Is your head crazy?" The enchanting beauty next to her covered her mouth and smiled, "Sayuri and the others are acting like this. It's probably been a long time since they have encountered this kind of thing, think it's funny. Haha, don't care about them. Little peony, let's still." The man was smiling, and suddenly a fragrant wind passed by, and a figure strode out of the deck. His expression changed, "These pirates are really miserable. That, even let Sister Srali go out in person. Trash on the sea, who allowed you to mess around on my mother's boat?" The woman in the petal pattern dress came to the deck. She wore a tall hair bun and dangling a pipe. Her face was indifferent at this moment, and she glanced at the situation outside. As soon as she appeared, the women of flowers who were scurrying around like white rabbits, immediately behaved like little lambs, and ran behind her sullenly. Sister slowly, they are all of them. Suddenly popped up, taking advantage of us. We thought it was a guest ship, but it turned out to be an unruly pirate. It's just. The women chirped. The woman named Srowley was so quarrelsome that she drew her pipe and yelled, "Don't quarrel. With this strength, don't you hurry up and entertain the guests. Women suddenly do birds and beasts. As for you, incoming trash pirates," slowly said coldly, taking a puff of blue smoke, "speak, How do you want to die? The pirates reacted at this time, and their faces flushed with anger. Damn, I was bullied by an inexplicable red-haired and witchcraft kid before. It was already hot enough. They're brothers, since when they went to sea to kill people, when did they feel this anger? Now that a mere woman would call him 5 and 6 drinks? It's done. Smelly bitch, you first. The strong pirate with a greasy face brandished a long knife and rushed over, slashing at the woman with a pipe. When the sharp long knife slashed on Sroli's weak shoulder, but it made a sound like it was slashed on an iron block. You broke my skirt, dead rubbish. Slowly spit out the green smoke in front of him, and after a cold breath, he stabbed his fingers with beautiful nail polish into the pirate's neck at random. Like cutting tofu with a hot knife, her fingers are fast in and out, and there is no blood on the fingers. The pirate was kicked away by her, making a ho-ho sound in her mouth. The blood hole on her neck spurted blood, and she couldn't cover it. Damn it! Dead bitch! When other pirates saw this, they roared and shot. Boom! The bullet went straight into the woman's chest. But her body was like soft plasticine, and it was horizontally concave, so that the bullet passed by. Boom! 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 The bullets of the pirates fired in a burst, and Slowly's body was like a glimpse in the wind, without any bullets touching him. This. When the pirates saw this, where did they not know that they had kicked the iron plate again? Some of them wanted to pull out the knife and hack the woman to death, some of them started to have weak legs and wanted to kneel down before talking. I don't know if they will be forgiven again. It's decided, I'll hack you to death with your boat. Dada, Slowly stamped his high heels. On her smooth and straight legs, thick animal hair emerged. Her beautiful face is also distorted, showing the characteristics of a beast, and 2 strong horns emerge from a thick blonde hair. Finally came up with the second chapter, Scared to Pee. End of this chapter. Chapter 45, 6 Forms. Chapter 45 6 Forms. Chapter head serial. Do you believe in gravity to thunder? He 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 he. A boat on the sea, Robin is facing the broken small mirror, petals surging from her body, wrapped in layers, changing her body and appearance. On his crying and laughing face, the flying petals covered the dripping tears. In a short while, the original wavy blonde beauty in a floral dress has already turned into a shape of a mixture of humans and animals with sharp horns on the top of the head. Dangling, when the sword fell on the deck. The pirates who broke into the flower boat were almost unable to hold their guns, and their hands were trembling. The body of the monster has become a bit stronger, especially the hairy arms and legs, which bend strangely like animals, full of explosive power like beasts, as if they will rush out like a cannonball at any time in the next second. What kind of monster is this woman? A monster. The pirates were so frightened that they had to pee. On the contrary, the other gorgeous women on the deck of the flower boat, whether they sneak out to play or accompany the guests to blow the air, they all see this scene, they all have red eyes and become big and small girls. Boo sister Slowly is so handsome. I can see Master Sroli getting angry again, so happy. Animal series bull fruit gazelle form. Fur. The monster resembling a human-shaped gazelle glowed with red eyes, took a deep breath with a pipe in his mouth, and slowly expelled a puff of smoke. Fur, 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 smoke ring floating ring by ring. And the human gazelle has disappeared in the original place of the deck. She turned into an afterimage that was invisible to the naked eye, and flashed through the gang of short-eyed pirates on the deck. Day, the high-heeled shoes stopped on the side of the flower boat, the yeep hoof stomped lightly, stopping the figure. Fur, the human-shaped gazelle held a long slender pipe in its mouth, and gently spit out a blue smoke ring. Behind her, the pirates either left a blood hole in their chest, or seemed to have been slashed by a sword, and the blood surged. Puff, puff. The pirates fell softly on the deck. Boo! Lord Sroli is so handsome. The flowers on the boat watching this scene screamed and cheered like crazy, like the most loyal fans. As expected, Lord Slory. How dazzling and beautiful. Some fans were so moved that they burst into tears on the spot, cried and screamed. I was shocked by the male guest next to me. Was it terrible that I was so strong on that woman? What's so touching? You were beaten and cried by her, right? Go. Go. At this time, all the pirates on the pirate ship who had not had time to board the flower ship panicked, and this woman was too terrifying. It's really amazing. Shanks held the straw hat with one hand and looked up at the antelope man on the side of the flower boat. The fruit of the animal department. Lynch exclaimed, she is so fast, I can't see it at all. He turned his head to look at B.I.B., the latter shook his head, the body was invisible, and it was completely reproduced at the level of the body, and of course it was invisible. Lynch took out the green phone worm again, Xylo was so hairy by him, Bolyabolu. It also shook its head again and again. I thought you were so special. Lynch sneered, and put it back into the backpack to sleep. At this time, the horror of several pirates around was loud. Lynch suddenly felt light on his feet. It turned out that Shanks was carrying his shoulders and jumping high from the deck of the pirate ship. He carried a backpack on one shoulder, and when he turned his head in the air, he just passed by the antelope man who had jumped from the flower boat to the pirate boat. Da-da, Shanks jumped up high while carrying him, and fell directly onto the fence of the flower boat. On the deck were a bunch of pirates lying in a pool of blood. The men and women were shocked when they saw the two jumping on the boat. Lynch looked back. The antelope man jumped in the air, and the air under her feet heard pop and pop bursts from time to time, and it stopped in the air. The remaining pirates on the pirate ship were scared crazy, and those who had guns shot the monsters in the sky frantically. Remember in 2. Trash Pirates, this is the ship of Happy Street. Gazelle slowly kicked up in mid-air. Call. Heavy wind was wrapped around her sheep's hoof-like feet, and there was the sound of wind tearing. Whirring whirring. Slowly slashed both his feet, and even the two sword-like horns above his head shone with cold light, constantly cutting out air-flying blades. For an instant, a storm-like flying slash, like a rainstorm, hit the pirate ship below. What? A mist that was visible to the naked eye burst out on the pirate ship, and then with a sound, the entire ship seemed to have been chopped off with thousands of knives, the mast broke, the deck shattered, and the cabin was chopped with countless gaps, and it instantly became dilapidated. Woo! In the blood mist on the deck, a pirate who fell in a pool of blood was covered in wounds, and he dared not move. Snapped! The air blasted under his feet, and the gazelle-shaped Sroli seemed to step on an invisible step in the air and jumped back on the deck of the flower boat. Fur! She held her slender pipe in her mouth and spit out another smoke ring. Master Slory! The woman with long green hair raised her hand and pointed to the dark-haired boy with a backpack on one shoulder on the deck, and a red-haired man in a straw hat. There are 2 more pirates here. Lynch said, Hey, don't get me wrong, we are not a group with those pirates. Really? The green-haired woman obviously didn't believe it, but I clearly saw that you jumped up from the pirate ship. Yes. Everyone has seen it. Little brother, although you are all handsome and cute, it's not good to lie. The other girls in the flower boat also nodded in agreement. A bunch of stupid women. Slowly yelled, the horns on top of her head retracted like 2 sharp swords, the animal features on her face faded, the structural proportions of the body and limbs recovered, the hairs on the arms and legs faded, returning to a delicate and smooth human skin. She clamped the slender pipe with 2 fingers, spit out a puff of green smoke, and glanced at Shanks and Lynch. You haven't noticed how scared the pirates looked at them just now. Are you a pirate, or a pirate hunter who got into the pirate boat? Slowly asked in a haze, stepping on high heels and walking back to the women's pile, and a fangirl immediately put her on her long clothes. Shanks calmly smiled and said, "This is the flower boat on Happy Street, so of course we are just guests." Srali looked back, took a puff of smoke, did not continue to talk, and entered the cabin with the support of the flowers. The woman with long green hair greeted enthusiastically, "I'm really sorry, I misunderstood the two of you. But such a small child can't be regarded as a guest." Shanks laughed, "What does it matter? I've seen someone younger than him go to the flower boat to play." Lynch. He turned around and saw Lynch on the side of the ship, stopping to look at the broken pirate ship going away. Intentionally not completely destroying the ship, leaving only one or two alive. Shanks explained to him kindly. "Well, I know. After all, they have to spread the prestige of the Happy Street flag on the sea." Lynch said, turning around and asking with a pure face, "Brother Shanks, what kind of moves did the antelope eldest sister use just now?" Shanks said, "You are really curious. Okay, I will tell you later." "What big antelope sister?" The long green-haired woman knelt down and rubbed Lynch's head angrily, and warned fiercely, "You have to call Lord Slory or Sister Slory." Lynch ignored her and hurriedly stopped the B.I.B. who was planning to do something behind the green-haired woman. End of this chapter. Chapter 46, Life Return. Chapter 46, Return of Life. "What did you do? If I didn't stop, did you just give someone a chest pass? Too violent." "What? I didn't want to do that, just gave her a punch to teach her a lesson. Do you dare to talk back?" "Oh, I didn't talk back." "Then you should give me a good reflection." The woman with long green hair led the way into the cabin, and when she heard the boy muttering behind her, she couldn't help being curious. She couldn't understand even a word, or could not understand. She looked back and saw that the boy was not talking to the red-haired man, but more like talking to himself. Shanks is also speechless. This kid Lynch actually took his own ghost and muttered, "Is this the so-called self-talking?" Seeing the woman's eyes with doubts, Shanks smiled and said, "Forgot to ask, what's your name?" "The women in the flower boat are named after flowers." The green-haired woman smiled, "You call me Sayuri." Lynch was playing with B.I.B. to relieve her boredom, and she was taken aback when she heard the woman's words. "Mom, your name is so strange." In the sparse fuzzy memory, the voice of self-questioning flashed through. "In front of me is the gentle woman named Lily." Her face looked blurred in the backlight, and the corner of her mouth stretched out with a smile and touched it. "This is the custom in my mother's hometown. Women use flowers in the name." Lynch frowned slightly, and followed Shanks and the green-haired woman, who was Hanabu Sayuri, without a word, and soon they came to the beautifully decorated hall. At the bar, on the sofa, on the dance floor, a couple of men and women laughed in an ambiguous atmosphere. So many gorgeous beauties, even Shanks is eye-opening. Sayuri strongly recommended the set meal. While he looked at the freshness, he didn't forget to let them open a private room for Lynch to rest first. "Yes." Sayuri pursed her lips and looked at Lynch jokingly, "Such a small boy, can't be broken by you." Shanks laughed loudly, "Don't worry, this kid probably won't be damaged by anyone. Added in my heart, I'm afraid it won't be taken by anyone." Lynch was really interested in taking a good look on this flower boat, but now she is really out of interest, and silently follows the waitress. Sayuri greeted him. Shanks looked at Lynch's back, wondering in his heart, this kid, is it in the wrong mood? He is a completely different boy from Momonashuk. He thought of Mr. Mitta's son, who was only a little older, and he was born with curiosity and yearning for women, and he was also unique. B.I.B. stopped and watched. It glanced at the many men and women in the hall with its white eyes, and found that apart from the red-haired Shanks, no one's eyes remained on its side for a little longer. B.I.B. to keep up with the body. The noise faded away, and Lynch followed the waiter to the private room and opened the door. "Take a good rest." The waiter is also a woman in her 20s. She is probably responsible for the rough work on the ship because she is not outstanding in appearance and stature. She squatted down and touched the hair of the boy who seemed to be in a bad mood. Why are you not happy? Sister, what is your name? Lynch looked up and asked. The waiter smiled and said, just call me Shin-Chu Lan. Lynch asked, the women on the boat on Happy Street all use flowers as their names, really? Ah, did you listen to Sayuri? The waiter smiled, yes, I haven't been to other flower boats, but I heard it is like this. I have been troubled for a long time because I can't think of the name of the flower. So. She stuck her tongue out, Shin-Chu Lan was actually made up by me. I told them it was the name of a kind of flower in my hometown. Why? Lynch asked, is it bad to use your own name if you can't think of it? The waiter said, but, everyone on the boat has similar names. It would be weird to be Maverick. And this is a flower boat. The women on the flower boat have the same names as flowers. Isn't it romantic? Romantic? Girl, are you serious? Lynch looked at her. At this moment, B.I.B. passed straight behind her and stood quietly to the side of the main body. Bib looked down and saw the waitress woman, rubbing her body's hair, probably because she felt that the other person was a child. She sighed slightly, and said, everyone on the boat was originally just poor people who had been suffering. It's not unacceptable to be able to change to a new name and forget the past. Looking at the back of the waitress leaving, Lynch closed the door. He made a move, B.I.B. understood, took off his head and placed it on the body's hand. Lynch put on the helmet and signaled to B.I.B. to replay the memory. When the original owner of the body, Lynch, had a conversation with his mother Lily about the name when he was younger, confirming that the fragmented memory that suddenly appeared was correct. According to what she said, using flowers as the name is the custom of her hometown. I rely on, the mother of this body, is the so-called hometown a flower boat on Happy Street. Lynch lay down on the big pink bed, staring at the ceiling with exquisite wallpaper, imagining the flowing patterns as the face of the gentle woman named Lily in the memory picture. Although I have no prejudice against her past, but, it really doesn't look like it. Lynch thought silently, moreover, her tone, the name after the flower, is more like real name, rather than the so-called pseudonym of the Huachuan woman who forgets the tragic past, otherwise, she already has it. She has a stable life and has a son, so why continue to use the stage name on the flower boat? Isn't it good to change the individual name? It can be seen that her so-called hometown may not necessarily be the flower boat. But this is a coincidence. Her hometown and the flower boat on Happy Street, both have the custom of women using flowers as their name. Lynch rubbed his head. Whenever he thought of the memory of the mother of the original body, he would feel agitated. There is a question he has been avoiding, deliberately too lazy to pay attention to it. Do you really inherit the social identity of this body? Although I don't remember the hometown of the original owner of the body, should I try to find it, try to find the mother? Before, Lynch had always thought that this body was completely dead when he was crossing, and his crossing gave a new life, so the original life of this body is nothing to do with him? Although his parents can no longer be seen in another world on the earth, Lynch is unwilling to run to find another woman to recognize her because of this. Ah, you haven't slept yet. I don't know how long it took. The door of the room was pushed open, Shanks walked in full of alcohol, laughed and jumped to Lynch, shook the bed, and Lynch bounced. Lynch turned his head, looked at the red hair strangely, and then at the door. This guy came back alone. Are you sick? He asked sincerely. You kid. Shanks was speechless, snorted, and looked at the ceiling and said, this place is not easy. The animal woman before. Animal type? Oh, the devil fruit that the woman ate is the so-called animal type devil fruit. Lin Chi knowingly said, bringing this setting over, and asked, her strange moves are also what she eats? Is it given by animal fruit? No, that's a very special move. Shanks lay down and said, even on the great route of masters like clouds, there are few special moves that few people have mastered. Lynch continued to ask knowingly, oh, is it the domineering you said before? No. That is another special technique different from domineering. Shanks explained a little bit. Oh, what kind of technique is that? Lynch asked. Shanks could not help but ponder. He felt so strange. In his cognition, after he mentioned a special move that few people have mastered just now, this conversation should end in Lynch's shock and thought. Unexpectedly, this kid is quite deliberate. However, a hardy person like Shanks does not think there is anything that must be concealed. If you are asking about the name of that kind of move, it is called six style. But if you are asking about those moves that are similar to domineering the principle. He paused for a while, then smiled, it's called life return. 6 formulas are derived from the return of life. This should be a mainstream idea. In addition, I have read a lot of various analysis posts on the internet, and sometimes I don't remember which ones are my own brains and which ones are not. If there is something familiar to you in this book, don't doubt, I copied it. End of this chapter. Chapter 47, Similar. Chapter 47 Sameness, Small Differences. According to Shanks, 6 forms, just like the various tricks that are used after being entangled in the domineering of the armed colors, are based on the application of life return, 6 powerful martial arts. Simply speaking, Shanks stretched out his hand to the ceiling in bed, snorted, and said, life return is a complete control of the human body. And domineering, such as armed domineering. His palm was quickly entangled with a layer of black, it is an application of the potential energy circulating in the human body. Lynch nodded silently. Domineering, at least armed and domineering, whether it is from the principle of luring moves, or from the problem of dominant consumption that Luffy often appears in comics. All show that domineering is undoubtedly a kind of energy that does exist in the human body. In the comics, when Lei Li taught Luffy, he said that domineering is actually in everyone's body, but most people don't realize this power, and don't know how to use it at all. Being able to perceive this energy in the body, use it flexibly, and wrap it around the body, it is the so-called armed domineering. Control your own body and master it completely, you can stimulate the potential far beyond ordinary people, and even harden the body, as indestructible as an iron block, and it can burst out with terrible speed in an instant. Shanks was obviously talking about the moves that the woman who turned into a human-shaped antelope had performed on the deck of the flower boat. Lynch also nodded in cooperation, and agreed, oh, that's it. No wonder the pirate's sword can't hurt the woman, and she is so fast that she can't see it. By the way, she seems to be able to instantly use her fingers. Leaving a fatal wound on the pirate is actually through your so-called return of life technique to perfectly control the body and flexibly use what you call the iron block effect, but only hardened the finger part, and it's not a defense, but an offensive technique. Your thinking is very quick. Shanks put down his hand and nodded with a smile. Yes, it's actually the same thing. The technique of hardening the body is called iron nugget, the kind of attack made with fingers. It's called a finger gun, and it's really no different in essence. It's all hardening of different parts of the body after proficiently using the life return ability. Then, that incredible high-speed movement and the incredible ability to stay in the air are probably the same thing. Haha, it's actually 3 tricks. The high-speed movement is called shaving. The ability to stay in the air you mentioned is not just standing in the air, it can even be like walking in the air. That's called moon step. Shanks why with a smile, and the last move used by that animal woman. Lynch said, think of the hands and feet as swords, and cut out the wind blade. Yes, it's called land foot. Shanks nodded. That's it, shaved, moon step, and land feet look like 3 martial arts. Lynch sat up, shook his fingers, and suddenly realized, but think about it and you will know. The tricks are almost all related to foot strength. It seems that they are all returned through the proficient use of life, and after the perfect mastery of the body, the legs and feet can make amazing explosive power in a short time, so as to make high-speed movement, step on the air, and tear. Split the air and kick it out like a slash. Lynch paused, then suddenly high-fived and said, "No. What's wrong?" Shanks was still lying down, breathing out alcohol. Iron block, finger spear, shaved, moon step, arranging feet, these 5 moves are basically the same thing. Lynch curled his mouth, opened his palm, and slowly held his 5 fingers. He smiled and said, "In essence, they are all proficient in the return of life. After the body is perfectly controlled, different parts of the body can be independently stimulated with amazing explosive power. It is just that the iron block and the finger gun make this explosive power form. In addition to the hardening of the body, the latter 3, shaving, moon step, and arranging feet, turn this explosive force into a powerful athletic ability. But in fact, these 5 methods are similar to the same." Shanks sat up all of a sudden, looked at Lynch carefully, and smiled. "I didn't think it was wrong, you kid, you do have a certain talent. Just listen to his description of the 6 forms and the return of life, and you can see at a glance. The 5 forms of the 6 forms are essentially the same thing. This kind of high-rise building vision is really rare." Lynch didn't care about this. He felt that what he did now was no different from pouring water on forms and people in his previous life. "Isn't it 6 types, what about another trick?" he asked casually. "The other trick is paper painting," Shanks said, but the conversation changed. "You know, it is said that those who are the most proficient in the return of life can even command every part of their body at will. Even the hair can move like a living snake." "I get it." Lynch lay back again. When the woman was avoiding bullets, her body was like plasticine, or was it like a piece of paper? Anyway, she changed her body shape very strangely. "I think it was paper painted, right?" "Yes, that's paper painting." Shanks smiled. "Freely manipulate every part of the body to make it bend and change at will like a piece of paper. The trick of returning life is the most powerful. It is to give self-consciousness to every part of the body. From this point of view, iron blocks, finger guns, shaved, moon steps, and feet are not painted on paper, closer to the original intention of returning life." Lynch said with emotion, "Life is returned. Life is returned. The so-called perfect control of the body, from the literal sense of life return, is probably the so-called control of vitality, or life energy, right?" He turned his head to look at the pitch-black armor that had been standing still beside the bed, the substitute B.I.B. There are many theories about the principle of surrogate. Some are said to be secret ripples, and some are said to be manifestations of mental energy. But there is also another saying. Life energy. Shanks smiled and said, "Do you know why I said you must have some kind of talent?" At this time, the door of the room was knocked and Shanks came in with a word. Soon, the waitress came in with a cart of food. The waitress put plates full of delicious food on the table. Although she was wondering why these 2 guests seemed to use their flower boats as hotels and restaurants, but she still spoke with a polite and gentle smile. "Please have a meal," so I pushed the dining car out, and gently closed the door. "According to what you said, the characteristics of your ghost make you the equivalent of having 2 selves exercising. While reaping double growth, you also have to endure double fatigue. Ordinary people practice the method like you do not care about the ability to bear it. I am afraid that they will break down the body long ago." Shanksy slipped Lynch out of bed and put him at the dinner table. Lynch was indeed hungry. He called B.I.B. to take out the fruit chip from his body and return to his body. Lynch swiped his body expertly twice, and immediately swept the food on the table like a hungry ghost, and gobbled it up. Shanks pointed at him and smiled. "You can quickly make up for your body's deficiencies with a large amount of food in a short period of time, and a deep sleep can wipe away the fatigue that is too heavy for ordinary people. Empty, these are actually typical manifestations of those who have the ability to return life. Lynch gobbled it up, cheeks puffed up. My own talent in life return, I'm afraid it's the life energy awakened as a substitute, and it's a gift. End of this chapter. Chapter 48, it end number 039, S too crazy to say that. Chapter 48 It's too crazy to say that. Redhead brother, let me tell you frankly, my so-called ghost. Lynch had a full meal, finally feeling less hungry, wiped his mouth. He immediately gushed out the black substitute energy, and the steel armor-like figure with white light in the inverted triangle area of his eyes and chest slowly walked out of him and stood beside Lin Chi. It's not a devil fruit ability. Lynch thought for a while, and said to Shanks very simply. Ah! Shanks nodded and prolonged his voice, leaned back, held the straw hat with one hand, and hung the other arm on the back of the chair. Lynch smiled and said, You don't seem to be too surprised. Don't look at me like this, Shanks smiled indifferently. Looking at people's ability, I am still a little bit. I felt like you were concealing something deliberately. But I don't have much secrets to others. I'm interested, but, that's it, it's that way. He nodded slightly, then, this makes sense. If ghost is not a fruit ability, then channel is just that, right? Shanks started to look domineering, staring at the dark shadow on Lynch's side, especially the luminous inverted triangle on the latter's chest. After appearing, B.I.B. did not avoid Shanks' gaze, and directly took out the tube fruit chip from it and implanted it in Lynch's body. I think you have never avoided my meaning. So, your ghost can actually give you the power of devil fruit. Shanks remembered that when everyone was floating on the ice before, Lynch had been touched by his ghost holding a glowing triangle. It's a bit crazy to say that it is bestowed. Lynch waved his hand and pointed to B.I.B. on his side. In addition to being a clone, allowing me to double my spiritual growth, it also has the ability to extract, store, and plant the devil fruit. This tube fruit, when I was on that island before, saw a lot of some gangsters who arrested people in the city, felt quite interesting, so they took it over and played with them. Speaking, he gestured to B.I.B. The latter understood, stretched out his left hand full of blue flame patterns, plunged directly into Lynch's chest, and pulled out the fruit-carrying chip from it. Grasping the triangular white chip covered with tubular patterns, switching to the right hand with the red flame pattern, the pitch-black armor passed through the dining table ghostly, and came to Shanks. The latter leaned on the back of the chair, with a pair of long legs on the edge of the table, staring at the dark shadow in front of him with a domineering look. Looking at the right hand of Bib's red flame pattern like this, he plunged straight into his heart. He didn't even call a trace of armed domineering. Lin Kai could not help but secretly praise when he saw this. Is worthy of being the overlord-looking Sea King in the future. This heroic and unruly mind is really rare. Being so trusted by this kind of charismatic guy, Lynch felt that if he had a slight tendency to want to mix with red hair, he might have paid his respects now and recognized him as the captain. Oh, that's how it is. Shanks was after B.I.B. implanted the tube fruit in his body. Looking at his hands, he suddenly realized. His heels tilted on the table, knocked gently on the tabletop, and immediately imitated Lynch's method before, using his ability to make a circular duct hole on the tabletop. Unbelievable ability than devil fruit! Shanks exclaimed, but, let's take it away, I really like swimming. Lynch waved his hand and signaled B.I.B. to take the tube fruit chip out of the red hair. He said, if you extrapolate based on the information I know, this should be regarded as a kind of, well, after a special stimulus, a certain special endowment of life energy mutated and born. I think, you say the so-called life return talent that I have, and I now realize it later, is because of it. Shanks nodded his head seemingly complacent, and asked curiously, but, why did you tell me suddenly? Because I don't explain the settings clearly, I can't continue to ask you about the future. Lynch pressed his feet and sat cross-legged in a chair. I thought it was troublesome to explain before, so it's better to do more than to do less. He smiled and said sincerely, "And I think, I also have such a trivial and human-looking vision." Ha 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 ha. Shanks raised his head and laughed. "Your kid is really funny. What do you want to ask?" Lin Chi said, "I'm strange. You said that I can make up for the superload of my body by eating a lot of food in a short time and digesting it quickly, so as to avoid my body from collapsing because of my nonsense practice. You say this it's a typical performance of a person who has the ability to return life. But, I'm not very strong." He looked at his fist in wonder. Aside from being able to eat and sleep, there seems to be nothing particularly powerful. At least I definitely can't be as fast and hard as the antelope sister on the deck before. Shanks put down his legs, sat upright, tapped his fingers on the table, smiled and said, "I think you are confused about something. I never said that the ability to return to life must be equal to powerful strength." A question mark slowly appeared on Lynch's head. "For example, still domineering?" With a sound, Shanks tapped the tabletop with his fingers, and was entangled with the domineering paint black-armed color. "You have to know, in fact, the energy of domineering exists in everyone's body. And in this world, there are people who are born to use domineering power even without any learning or hard training, and that kind of person must have great strength, or, in other words, force." Lynch was a little dizzy by these counterintuitive remarks, but soon, he remembered a certain character in the comics of Kong Jima. The domineering little girl who was born awakened enough to cover the entire empty island. Domineering, in the final analysis, is just a kind of energy that everyone is born with. Only when combined with powerful martial arts, can they be equal to a strong man. Shanks slowly said, "Similarly, the return of life is only one. It's just an understanding of the body and the self. It's even rumored that the person who first realized the return of life was actually just an ordinary person who lived in the mountains for a long time and lived and sleeplessly. Only physical exercises supplemented by hard exercise, such as 6 poses. Only in order to create a great master. Of course, I heard that in some places, it is the other way around. Through years of training 6 poses, you can deepen your proficiency in the return of life." End of this chapter. Chapter 49, Look Forward and Backward. Chapter 49, Looking Forward and Backward. Shanks' words made Lynch suddenly enlightened and his thinking became clear. Life is returned. Domineering. In front of his eyes, 2 roads extending in parallel were formed. It's like a fairy, like the legendary Chinese food, wind, drink, dew, or after arduous cultivation, or just because of an epiphany, he has meticulous control over his body, hair, and skin, and he can even infuse consciousness into it to make hair flexible like roots. Waving your arms can stretch and contract any part of your body, and you can even absorb and digest a large amount of energy in a short period of time based on your subjective wishes to make up for your own consumption. This is the return of life. But learning to return life does not mean strong combat effectiveness. It is a master with a strong combat power. After learning the return of life, he can perfectly control his body and burst out stronger combat power. Everyone, whether they are frail and sick from a young age, or a natural monster that can wrestle on the ground, has energy hidden in their bodies. And this kind of energy is called domineering. Some people even awaken this kind of power from birth, and naturally know how to use it. For example, the Sky Island girl Aisha, she is born to be domineering and strong, and the heart network of Ainalu, which is blessed by the ability to catch the thunder fruit, can cover the scope of the Sky Island, hear everyone's location. But learning to use domineering does not mean strong combat effectiveness. It is a master with a strong combat power. After learning to use domineering, you can play a stronger combat power. For example, domineering. This kind of domineering, which can't be exercised, just look at the face, is known as the king aptitude. Obviously it has nothing to do with the strength of the awakened. When Ace was still very weak, in order to protect his brother Luffy, who was in danger, he aroused the domineering look on the spot and stunned the thieves who hijacked Luffy. But when he grew up, he became the captain of the powerful Whitebeard Pirate Group 2 team, but he forgot that he still had this skill, so that when he was on the battlefield, he needed to rely on Luffy's temporary overlord appearance. Domineering to retain people under the knife. Lynch suddenly realized that he might have been due to the perspective of the comics, and preconceived that he was the only way to become a strong man. People who don't seem to be domineering are not qualified to be called strong. And domineering, especially the strength of the armed domineering, is an absolute indicator to evaluate the level of strength. But actually, is it really the case? Not domineering, but CP9 agent Rob Lucy, who is proficient in Type 6, if he is thrown to the island of 9 snakes where domineering users are running all over the floor. If not counted as the Empress of Kaiwahe, Rob Lucy may be able to kill 9 snakes all the way. Wear it right. The bow and arrow of the 9-snake warrior is indeed strong enough, but it may not be able to catch up with the speed of Liu Chi after using the 6-style shave. The armed and domineering female warrior of the 9 snakes may not really be able to break the iron block defense. Since the power of domineering, it can be different because of different people. The proficiency of life return and the power of the 6 types of mastery should be the same, and the upper limit can be continuously increased. Relying on the powerful 6 forms, even if it is not domineering, it may not be able to compete with the Empress. Rob Luck, who lost to Luffy on Judicial Island, didn't lose to the domineering that Luffy hadn't mastered at the time. Instead, he lost to the opponent's miraculous blood lock, which abruptly consumed him to death. Then there is reason to believe that after Liu Chi loses to Liu Fei, he will continue to strengthen his hard power and continue to hone the 6 styles instead of learning domineering. Therefore, Lynch suddenly felt that it may not be impossible to exist, the iron block supernatural monster, the situation of hard and hard armed with colored iron fists. Without the use of armed color and domineering, you almost have the existence of the King Kong indestructible body. In the world of One Piece, it seems that there is such a person. The Aunt Charlotte Lingling of the 4 Emperors. Her skin is called a steel balloon, so strong that even Caesar's confident missiles can't blow up a piece of oily skin. Lynch seriously suspects that the extremely talented ant on the road of eating is a genius of returning life in a sense, and she even unconsciously, can maintain a super strength high rank anytime and anywhere. Iron block. So in the final analysis, what really matters is your own hard power. Lynch thoughtfully, with enough strength, my so-called talent in life return can be fulfilled with stronger strength. Shanks smiled and said, for example, with your talent, if you want to learn the 6 formulas, you will get twice the result with half the effort, much easier than normal people. On the contrary, if the body strength is not enough, even if you understand the method, you will not be able to exert enough explosive power to use the moves of walking in the air, let alone the body can withstand the attack of the sword. Lynch said, the same. Yes, if the body is inherently weak, even if you cover the body surface with the kind of black, armed domineering, I am afraid it will not have much power. Shanks said, it's almost the same thing. Lynch suddenly thought of something, haha laughed, if I am not as weak as I am now, but with a stronger foundation, did you agree to teach me domineering before? Shanks breathed out alcohol and made a grimace, yes, you are too weak. I don't know how long it will take to teach you domineering. After all, while teaching you domineering, it will inevitably also train you my own strength, these are originally complementary. And I only took half a year of leave with my partners, it is definitely too late. Outside the porthole, the sea gradually darkened. Red Hair didn't think of Lynch as a child. He spent a lot of time and drank alcohol in Huachuan before. At the moment, he is also very happy. Lynch thought suddenly and curiously said, the return of life can make the body as hard as iron, and the armed and domineering can also cover the body and strengthen the defense. Then if you learn both at the same time, you can use both inside and outside, not invincible. NS. The light in the cabin room was not turned on, and the light appeared dim. Only patches of starlight spilled through the small round portholes. Shanks lay on the bed with his legs cocked, turning his straw hat in his hand, and smiled slightly. The idea is really good. But in fact, life return and domineering are difficult to use at the same time. Lynch wondered, why is this? Who knows? Shanks joked, perhaps, this kind of domineering energy has little to do with the power of life return. This seems to explain why very few people use 6 forms and domineering at the same time. Lynch thought thoughtfully. Shanks casually said, as a reference, in fact, the power of the devil fruit is also difficult to stack with the domineering. Ah! Lynch prolonged his voice, rushing to the side in the dimness and beckoning with B.I.B. doing push-ups on the floor. The latter quickly understood, reached out and wiped the side of his head, took off the small piece of headphone, and threw it to the main body. Lynch plugs the headphone into his ear, taps twice, unfolds the virtual screen in front of his face, and quickly recalls the memory reproduced by Bib. He quickly flips to chapter 784 in the One Piece comic book. Luffy and Ming in one of the scenes of the decisive battle, when Ming kicked Zhong Lufei's body, he was very surprised that Lufei maintained the flexibility and elasticity of rubber, but also possessed the superior defense power of the armed color. In contrast, Ming Ge has never covered the line made by his string fruit to strengthen his power. Similarly, when Smog wants to use the armed color when the element is turned into a smoke state, he will also keep his fist solid. The left arm armor full of blue flame patterns, separated from the fuselage of B.I.B. under Lynch's remote control, flew in front of him, and took out the tube fruit chip from his chest. If the principle of the devil fruit ability is also using a certain kind of special energy, Lynch said to himself, observing the white lighted triangular chip and the swirling tubular patterns on it. Then can it be assumed that the reason why it is difficult to superimpose the use of fruit abilities and armed color domineering is essentially because it is difficult for different energy forms to be compatible with each other? Hey! Shanks turned his face in surprise. Or more simply, Lynch murmured, whether it's life return, domineering, or devil fruit ability, it's actually the same thing. Essentially, it's the different manifestations of energy in the human body. That's why the reason why it is difficult to use 2 of these abilities at the same time. After all, it is difficult for a person to really do 2 purposes, 1 mind and 3 purposes. A sincere person like Luffy, on the contrary, can do 1 mind and 2 purposes unconsciously. We can't look at the front and back at the same time. So we can't keep the iron block while covering the domineering armed color. Your guess? Shanks put the straw hat on his face. It's really bold, but it's really interesting. Looking forward and backward. Lynch tapped the headphone twice, and his left arm covered with blue flames flew back, clicked, and returned to the left elbow of the pitch-black armor. Lynch and the substitute B.I.B. looked at each other with white light, feeling that each other should be thinking about the same thing. It's just 1 mind and 2 purposes, it doesn't seem to be any difficulty. When was the capital of water? Oda already had Carp's fist to help Luffy foreshadowing. Obviously, at least in the chapter of water, Oda already had a domineering setting. End of this chapter. Chapter 50, it end number 039, too late. Chapter 50, it's too late. Who are going to get on this ship? The next morning, when Lynch got up, Shanks was still asleep. He kicked Shanks awake quite unceremoniously. The 2 yawned together and swayed open the hatch to go out. Compared with the situation of men and women coming and going, talking, laughing, and playing last night, at this moment, the cabin is quite empty, and there are not many people. Wake up like Lynch and Shanks so early, there are probably very few situations on this ship. Lynch and Shanks left the cabin and came to the outside deck, which was quite empty. Looking at the hazy morning light on the horizon of the sea in the distance, with the fresh sea breeze blowing, Lynch suddenly asked this question while moving his body. Shanks stretched out and looked around and said, "I don't know, this kind of ship doesn't seem to be docked frequently. Happy Street, sea flower boat. After all, is doing business in the underground world. Perhaps not as disgusting as pirates, but after all, there is no good reputation. Ah, someone is cleaning, just ask." Shanks noticed that there was a waitress walking on the deck and went to ask about the situation. Changed the morning shift, walked around on the deck, and the waitress who threw some into the sea talked with Shanks. Most of the guests let their boats come by, and they will return to their boats and leave soon, and they will not stay on the boats for too long. The waitress explained politely, "The phone bugs on our boats are dedicated. If you know that there is a flower boat passing by, you can find the flower boat through the phone bug if you know that there is a flower boat passing by. When you choose to disembark the ship." The girl pursed her lips and chuckled. Customers like this are very attractive. Living on a flower boat and not going down until docking, the consumption during this period is not low. That's it. Shanks nodded. "And over there?" Lynch just asked casually. He didn't come over, but after stretching his muscles and bones, a jet-black substitute energy gushed out of his body. The battle armor came out from it, and together with the body, he did a simple thing on the deck. Morning exercise. The waiter girl is probably also willing to take the opportunity to be lazy and stop by Shanks to watch Lynch exercise. Lynch and B.I.B. gestured with each other in a decent way. In the eyes of the waiter girl, this is the big black-haired boy, punching and kicking into the air on the empty deck. Is he exercising or playing? The waiter girl curiously asked. Perhaps all of them. Shanks smiled, and out of the corner of his eye, he saw a somewhat familiar figure. It was yesterday that he incarnated in the human form of an antelope, and almost completely wiped out the woman who was not in the pirate group. Siroli. The waiter girl stuck her tongue out, hurriedly went over to say good morning, and went to work. A woman with an animal ability named slowly moves her body freely on the deck. I don't know if she has noticed Shanks or Lynch, who is also waking up early to exercise. However, Lynch noticed her anyway. He and B.I.B. arms seemed to be sticky and pushed back and forth. Quite a few old men who played Tai Chi in the park in previous lives were pushing hands back and forth. The eyes of the pitch-black armor were gleaming with white light. Suddenly Lynch moved forward and pushed it away. B.I.B. floating towards the woman who simply moves her hands and feet. Snap, slap, slap. Sloth waved at will, drawing a crisp sound in the air. The dark shadows rushed towards her and rushed in front of her. There was no change in her vision or expression. B.I.B. went around her for a while, then floated back to the body. Gurulu! Lynch screamed, and together with B.I.B., as usual, practiced the gymnastics taught by the original mother of the body. Slowly warmed up casually, leaning against the fence beside the ship, taking out the slender pipe from nowhere and holding it in his mouth. When the ignition was on, he casually looked at the boy who was not far away. A set of gymnastics was finishing. Fur! Slowly burst out a cloud of blue smoke, and suddenly asked, "Boy, where did you learn this set of moves?" Lynch was about to go to have breakfast with Shanks, and when he heard the words, he turned around and said, "What's the matter with the family's teaching?" "Oh!" The woman held her slender pipe in her mouth, thoughtfully behind the smoke. "Is it? Sister, is there any problem with this set of actions?" Lynch asked. He knows that the woman in front of him who is proficient in the 6 forms is likely to be a secret agent of the world government and a member of the CP. Is an agent of the world government, and there are various intelligence gathered by the grey industries such as Happy Street. The woman in front of her may have seen nothing from the gymnastics movements taught by the mother of the body. The problem is okay, it's just a bit familiar. Slowly spit out a faint smoke ring. I seem to have seen a boxing with similar movements. I probably didn't think there was anything to talk about with a child. After a few words, she walked away on her own and went to the other side of the deck. Boxing. Lynch and Shanks returned to the cabin together, and looked at his hands unexpectedly. That set of movements has no power at all, it's just gymnastics at all, it looks like some boxing. In the broken memory of the original owner of the body, Lynch has watched the scene of the mother named Lily many times. He hadn't known this gymnastics for hundreds of times. You can only exercise the coordinated movements of your body. What kind of boxing can you do? Shanks, what do you think? Me? Shanks smiled, I think that woman doesn't seem to be lying. I don't know the others. They came to the spacious hall. Compared with the atmosphere of the world last night, it looked empty and quiet at the moment. Most of the guests went to the cabin to rest, but some were wrapped in blankets and slept on the sofa. The waitress girls were cleaning up the venue, picking up empty wine bottles and other garbage. Lynch and Shanks went to the small dining room in the corner to sit down and ordered a table of breakfast. Lynch's appetite is still so amazing, the movement of eating early in the morning made the waiter girl who served the food completely stunned. On the contrary, Shanks looked unremarkable, even the appetite was not too big, and the food was elegant. Lynch took out the green phone bug from his pocket and put it on the table, and dialed some food for it. Little Green immediately became energetic, bowed his head and started eating. Looking at the little guy with full of personality, Lynch let out an ah, turned to look at the dark armor standing on the side like a bodyguard. And gave another ah. What? Shanks took a sip of the soup and put down the spoon. I think I might know why it can see my ghost. Lynch smiled thoughtfully. Oh. Even if Shanks hadn't heard Lynch's words, he had already discovered the anomaly of Lynch's green phone worm with his power of observation. Lynch rubbed his finger against the little green who was concentrating on eating, and muttered to himself, telephone bugs can make themselves look exactly like the person on the other end of the call, right? Think carefully. If you think about it, they are simply born masters who have perfect control over their bodies and change at will. Shanks curled up his hairy legs, touched his chin, and said in surprise, hey, what you said like this? Moreover, this little guy, even among the phone bugs, is a very personal type. Lynch remembered, Bib has not been exposed to other phone bugs, but it hasn't been seen, let alone the real body was touched by those phone bugs. It's probably because it is different from the life energy of ordinary insects, so that you can see my ghost. They are eating breakfast here and chatting freely. After some time, people began to come out, gathered in twos and threes at the bar over there, rubbing the head that seemed to be suffering from a hangover, and continued to drink some wine. Listening to their rants, they seemed to be pirate hunters. Lynch sent B.I.B. over and listened to the bragging content of this group of people at close range. End of this chapter. Chapter 51, Pirate Hunter. Chapter 51 Pirate Hunter. Chapter head serial. Do you believe in gravity? 3 Sulun with empty strips. On the streets of the town, the guard on patrol asks a man in a trench coat, who lifts his hood, revealing long green hair, and turns around to say his name. B.I.B. very naturally walked straight over, holding his arm back against the edge of the bar. On the other side, Lynch was packing up the rest of the breakfast. With his other hand, he was playing with a headset made of black substitute energy. He flicked his thumb up and stuffed it into his ear. Tap twice. Lynch immediately unfolded a virtual screen in front of him, showing what he saw in the eyes of B.I.B. at this moment. Lynch's attention was immersed in the virtual screen. The conversations of the few people who eavesdropped at the moment B.I.B. over the bar also entered Lynch's ears like a tide. This time I really made a lot of money, I do the calculations, plus those crazy heads, this time the harvest should be 10 million Baileys. I can be on the flower boat for a long time. What is this? One day, our brothers can also hunt big pirates who offer a bounty of 10 million and 20 million. At that time, we will return to the village to get married. Tisk tusk tusk. Don't say 10 to 20 million, even if 50 million, what about a 100 million bounty? Cut, pirates are pirates, but just some low-level scum, someday, kill them all. Ha ha ha. Even without the headset and virtual screen, Lynch could hear the unbridled laughter from the bar not far away. The guy who was missing in the flower boat. Lynch rolled his eyes. I am ashamed to say that other people are scumbags. Are you interested in pirate hunters? Shanks was holding a spoon and curling his hairy legs, looking around. Is it convenient for your ghost to spy on intelligence? Oh, I think of it. Yes, you said before that you want to be a pirate hunter next, right? Lynch continued to eat and smiled. You are a pirate. If you can do it, come and catch it. Shanks chuckled, and then became a little more serious. I think with your current skill, being a pirate hunter is too reluctant. Accidentally, maybe I lost my life. Lynch pointed to B.B at the bar. Shanks groaned, but in that case, you can't get exercise yourself, right? Please. Even if it is not for strength, we must make money. Brother. Lynch knocked on the edge of the plate with a spoon, and said speechlessly, you also see that my appetite is gone. If I don't have money to eat, I still practice a ghost. The money you spend on this ship is still taken from my bag. Shanks laughed and said, haha, I really forgot about this, sorry. The two of them were eating and chatting, so Lynch's attention went in and out of the virtual screen in front of him. The chat content of the few pirate hunters he heard was also intermittent, except for some bragging rights. What useful things get? Just ask them directly. Shanks smiled and waved directly to the bar. Friends over there, can you come over for a drink? Hey! Several pirate hunters were taken aback when they heard the words. Lynch stared at Shanks deadly, took out a wad of bills from his pocket and threw it on the table. Shanks reached out and rubbed his head. A few pirate hunters are now carrying wine glasses, carrying knives with guns, and walking over. The aura looks like that. Learning that they were asking about pirate hunters, they looked at Shanks up and down, shook their heads and said, give it up, you can't be a pirate hunter with a fine-skinned young man like you. That's right. Another pirate hunter said with a shadow on his face, serious and solemn, this is not a job that ordinary people can do. If you are not careful, you will lose your life. Shanks curled up her hairy legs, propped her cheeks and smiled, then you guys are really amazing. Lynch couldn't hold back a single one, and the spoon slipped on the plate. A few pirate hunters paused for a while, and laughed together. How do I become a pirate hunter? Lynch took the initiative to ask, the most important thing is, how do I know the information of the pirates who need to hunt? At least, you have to know where the pirates appear. It's not easy. Although pirate hunters think it is strange for a child to intervene in this kind of conversation, they don't care too much. Hundreds of thousands of small gangsters who offer bounty, scurry around like cockroaches and mice, and even find them directly in the bar. The Navy guys are too lazy or unable to manage. The pirate hunter named Zoe slapped the table and said, it's all because of that Roger. Many idiots who have no abilities also learn to be pirates. I don't even know where the entrance of the Great Route opens. It's really a group. Fool. But thanks to this stupid pirate, our income has increased a lot, ha ha ha. In this respect, we have to thank One Piece. Several pirate hunters talked about high, and happily clinked glasses and drank. As for the intelligence of some larger pirate groups, Zoe, the pirate hunter, burped a drink, hooked Shanks's neck and smiled, either exchange information among the pirate hunters you know, or you can hear the news from the mouths of other pirates, or even more simply, go directly to the naval base to inquire about the situation. The Navy wants someone to help solve the pirates, and save them some military expenses. The bounty is a little bit of money, and compared with the cost of dispatching their warships, it is drizzle at all. What pirate? 10 million, 50 million, 100 million. Is there a difference? The drunk pirate hunter mocked, but it's all the meat and bones thrown by the Navy. Those stupid pirates. I feel quite proud of the value of the flesh bones that the Navy gave them. Even the pirates with a bounty of 10 or 20 million are just stupid, the guys who rushed into the great route like crazy are even stupid. The idiot in the egg. Shanks smiled and said, is that idiot, maybe? Lynch asked, if the bounty is meat bones, then what are you uncles chasing after meat bones? What? Several pirate hunters did not react for a while. After carefully tasting Pin Linkai's words, their complexion suddenly turned red and yelled, who do you think is a dog, stinky kid? The drunk man opened his hand and patted Lynch on the head. Shanks grabbed the opponent's wrist, pinched the score and couldn't move. Under the straw hat, Shanks raised his eyes and said solemnly, calm down. He looked at the ghost behind the drunk, who had already put his hand into the drunk's body. B. looked at the red hair and took out her hand. Lynch continued to eat harmlessly, and the last bit of fried noodles was not wasted at all, so I sucked it up and ate it cleanly. End of this chapter. Chapter 52, It End Number 039, Me Voldemort. Chapter 52 is Voldemort. Chapter head Serial. Do you believe in gravity? For oops. In the clothing store on the side of the road, the green-haired woman carrying a butterfly pattern dress suddenly collapsed and the petals peeled off. Damn it! Asshole! The pirate hunter struggled to withdraw his hand from Shanks' restraint, rubbing his red wrist, and after a few rants, he planned to take his brothers out. Unexpectedly, he ran into a sturdy body when he turned his head. Bang! A few pirate hunters fell to the ground. The shadow of a behemoth enveloped them. Looking at the faces of evil spirits, staring down at them, coldly said, who are you? Who are you talking about? Zoe and other pirate hunters turned pale. They only discovered at this moment that the cabin hall at this moment had become very quiet. Tron Pilot, a reward of 21 million yuan. The savage name Megatron, the big pirate in the West Sea. The people around were faintly whispering, dodged their gazes over the huge figure and the few fierce-facing pirates who followed, and from time to time read the name of Tron Pilot. 21 million? Big sheep. Lynch finished eating, and immediately raised his head, his ears pricked up. He turned his head to look, it's really fat. Yes, I'm sorry. The pirate hunters were all faceless, and fell on the floor, being pressed back by the terrible pirate in front of them. Tron Pilot sneered, if I'm sorry, it's useful. Several men also sneered. He raised his big foot and stepped on the face of the pirate hunter. Zoe, what else do I need to kill? Damn, I knew I wouldn't brag. Zoe frightened Chrysanthemum tightly and closed his eyes. The companion next to him exclaimed. The terrible pain Zoe imagined that his head exploded did not happen. He opened his eyes and saw the huge sole of his foot that was close at hand, and he was stuck with a pipe. Just block it. Slow used a long slender pipe to block the trampling of Trang Pilot, with a strand of black hair hanging down on his forehead, and coldly said, you can't fight or kill in the flower boat, otherwise, all will roll me into the sea. Woman, do you think I'm afraid of you? Tron Pilot said coldly, if it wasn't for the flag on your ship. Oh! Slowly slender and beautiful eyebrows raised, and he pulled back his pipe and took a sip, then you can step on it. Just. She spouted a cloud of blue smoke, I haven't killed one or two in a long time. Pirate, I should relax too. Nonsense. You obviously only killed so many pirates yesterday. Many people here are silently complaining in their hearts. Humph. The ferocious West Sea pirate Trang Pilot had a gloomy face. After all, he didn't step on his foot and exploded on the stinky face of the pirate hunter who was angry looking at him. Call your girl over here. He walked away with his men, and when he turned his head, he thought in horror, it is obviously such a thin pipe, but it can't be stepped on at all. slowly raised his chin at the girls, let them go over to greet the business, and leave leisurely, wherever they went, except for the girls in the flower boat. The men quickly avoided. Zoe, the pirate hunter, almost peed under his crotch. He thought blankly, thinking that Slowly hadn't even glanced at them on the ground during the whole process. What he didn't see was that in front of them, a dark mask with white light glowing in his eyes flew across the sky to catch up with the pirates. Lynch took off the visor of B.I.B., closed one eye and aimed it, and threw it at Tron Pilot, who was leading the girls to consume. 21 million, can you still run? The visor of B.I.B. was wrapped in the dark substitute energy, and it fell on the back of Tron Pilot's huge head. Tron Pilot didn't notice it at all. There was a black mask on the back of his head, and his eyes were still glowing with white light. Why do you see me? Lynch noticed the look in Shanks's eyes, and the humans and animals spread their hands harmlessly. Make money, not ashamed. You are really ridiculous. Shanks sighed, if you don't master your domineering, there is really no way to use your ghost. I understand more and more why the Lieutenant Admiral would use you. Took it away. There is no way if there is no domineering. Lynch didn't care, he stretched out his arm, and suddenly, the left arm of the faceless battle armor standing still on the side broke away and slipped into Lynch's hand. Lynch's fingers in his left armband teased the green phone worm that was lying on the table. Shanks took a closer look, and indeed, the green phone bug squinted, rubbing against the black ghost covering Lynch's hand, and didn't really touch Lynch's finger. If it is assumed that the phone worm is born easier to awaken life return because of its simpler physiological structure and its own racial personality, this little guy who is also a strange species in the phone worm can see my ghost and touch it. If you encounter it, it means. Lynch said to himself, human masters who have mastered the return of life to a higher level of proficiency, even if they don't have any domineering, should be able to deal with my ghost. What you say is like you are dealing with others. Shanks tapped Lynch on the head with a spoon, be careful. Are you silly? Lynch rolled his eyes and smiled, or, because I paid the tuition, I was willing to remind me again and again. Shanks also smiled, your little money is enough to pay me the tuition. Yes. Lynch smiled, thank you, I will pay attention. The ghost is not ghost, and you can cheat comfortably in the novice period. The most important thing is the hard power of my body. Shanks shook his head. Lynch is too detached and he doesn't hesitate to act. He might be caught by the Navy one day. By the way, did you know when you can get off the boat? I don't know, maybe I have to stay on the boat for a day or two. The two chatted for a while, then got up and separated. Shanks is continuing to look for his sister. Lynch led the B.I.B. who had no face and could only follow the induction of the body, and returned to the box together to exercise indoors. Wow, wow, the flower boat flying the Happy Street flag is sailing on the sea, followed by a brig and a pirate flag. Gradually at dusk, the huge Trang pilot led a few younger brothers from the flower boat back to his pirate boat. Walking on the deck, several people seemed a little vain, but they were all satisfied. Little ones, set sail. Tron Pilot waved his hand. On the back of his head, the eyes of the pitch-black mask shone brighter white light. As if sinking into the sea, the dark mask wrapped in dark light and shadow slowly sank into his skull. I wake up from a doze, it's dawn. Before finishing these 2 chapters, I dare not log into the background, dare not open the starting point. End of this chapter. Chapter 53, Mommy Tsukiro. Chapter 53 Moonlight is so beautiful. After the ecstasy, the pirates returned to their ship with satisfaction. Their captain, who is burly and sturdy like a mountain of meat, has a bounty of 21 million yuan. The naval bases in the West China Sea have a terrible headache. The fierce big pirate, Trang Pilot, suddenly screamed. The men underwent a tight prostate. This scream is so stern and unfamiliar, I thought it was an enemy ship landing, and it was about to go to war. This The other pirates discovered that it was their awesome captain who screamed, and all of them opened their mouths wide. The captain who used to be cruel, ruthless, and even a little sick to enjoy, the terrible look on his face that was distorted by the pain at this moment was no different from any person they had slaughtered in the past. Save! Tron Pilot's eyes widened, and 2 eyeballs almost jumped out of the blood-red eye sockets. He hung 2 steps, seeming to endure the hellish pain, and walked towards his men, but at this moment, the latter hid back like a ghost. At this moment, Tron Pilot's face, almost at the same time, the eyes, nostrils, mouth, and even both ears, sprayed out red and white plasma. That look is really not much better than the legendary evil spirit. More importantly, that is why Captain, what's the matter with you, Captain? This is great, what's wrong, this is? Captain! A pirate shook his legs and cried out in tears, I'll say let you call fewer girls. Boom! The whole deck trembled. Tron Pilot was almost full of filth, with a trace of unwillingness, he fell on his back weakly. The crew of the pirate ship looked at each other, not knowing what to do. They disbanded on the spot, dividing the treasures, banknotes and the like on the ship, and going back to their respective houses? Or did everyone do a game like this, choose a new captain, and continue to be a pirate? What is that? Look! Suddenly someone screamed and pointed to the side of Tron Pilot's body. The pirates looked sideways, and saw that the thick slurry flowing out of the corpse suddenly seemed to be swept by something, swept the thick liquid, and on the deck on the side, strokes, wrote a line of numbers. 21000000. After writing the number, that invisible hand actually hit A at the back. The pirates all tightened together. Everyone felt a chill, from the soles of the feet, from the spine, from the back of the head, slowly and swiftly, rushing to the bottom of my heart, cold hands and feet. Haunted! Oh my God, the captain was! The pirates were so frightened, they hugged their faces and shouted. Someone was even more shocked, and tremblingly said, a while ago, there seems to be rumors of the evil spirits of One Piece. Obviously the weather was good, but everyone fought a cold war. Someone screamed loudly after a cold war. What? The scared pirates shout louder. The one they looked at screaming was their deputy captain, who was so strong and fierce that he could not lose to their captain. At this moment, the deputy captain was clutching a soft and prone arm, and his face was pale with cold sweat on his head. The evil spirit is still there. The others cried out strangely. At this time, the unknown hand was dipped in blood from the captain's body again, and on the deck under the feet of the deputy captain whose arm was broken, he clicked, slapped, and slowly drew a big symbol. The pirates who didn't see any aura in the past, now they understand the meaning of this question mark at the same time. How much is this person worth? Damn it! Who? The deputy captain drew out the long knife on his waist with his other hand, cold light slashed in the air beside him, and shouted angrily, pretend to be a ghost. Die to me! The next second, he screamed again, and his knife-swinging arm was also broken. The deputy captain yelled in pain. Just now, he felt something like a steel plate suddenly appeared in his arm, crushing his flesh and blood, and squeezing his bones. Others were terrified by the miserable and hideous appearance of the deputy captain. Someone simply shouted, 19 million. The bounty of the deputy captain is 19 million. Stupid. The deputy captain with both arms down and down slid in his heart. Before he finished the word idiot, he felt that steel plate suddenly appeared in his mind. Inside. This thing doesn't even need to do anything, it doesn't need to squeeze his arm like just now, it only needs to appear in his mind to pronounce the ending of the deputy captain. At this moment, the deputy captain fully understood why their captain, the only man he admired just now, would show such a weak expression and scream so painfully. The same tragic dying cry. The deputy captain has heard it in many people's mouths, but in the past, this kind of cry usually made him feel happy. In the last few seconds of his life, he realized that when he screamed, he was no different from other people he had disdained. The other pirates saw with all their faces in fear. Beside the body of the deputy captain, the invisible hand slowly wrote a line of numbers on the deck, 19000000. At this time, the pirates on the ship did not understand what was happening, and they were too slow. A pirate drew out the knife angrily. "Damn it! Come on, fight with it!" After finishing speaking, he turned his head and dashed towards the ship's side, but before he jumped to the side of the ship, his legs suddenly softened, and he rolled out a few laps and hit the ship's side. Tick, tick. In the air, the invisible hand dripped with the thick slurry that had been dipped in it, and drifted towards him slowly. The black mask had white eyes and blood stains on his chin, wrapped in the black substitute energy. On the deck beside the pirate who had broken his legs, he wrote a big question mark in a hurry. Woo! The pirates were about to collapse. Ah! On the pirate ship leaving the flower boat, screams kept sounding. I don't know how long has passed, when the sea rises with a bright moon, the frosty moonlight is spilling on the deck of the pirate ship splashed with patches of plasma. 21000000 1900000 550000 220000 170000. The corpse of the pirate was scattered all over the deck, in a variety of strange shapes, full of the deck. On the ground beside him, without exception, there were icy numbers written in blood stains. In the past, the number of bounty offered would only make these people happy. But now, beside these numbers, they are just cold bodies. At this moment, there is only one living person on the ship. The only pirate seemed to be the weakest, his eyes lost the highlight, as if demented, watching the tragic scene in front of him. Who could have imagined that the Blood Hand pirate group, whose brutal name spread far in the West Sea, would be destroyed so inexplicably? Is this the fate of the pirate? This is the sea? The pirate's heart is nothing but despair. If he knew this was the end of being a pirate, he would never go to sea, and be a gangster in his hometown, wouldn't it? Just then, he saw a bloodline dangling in the air and flying towards him. He didn't even have the strength to fear, staring blankly at the invisible ghost's hand approaching, but unexpectedly, the hellish pain of death did not come. That hand didn't seem to touch him, but wrote this sentence on the deck in front of him: "If you want to survive, follow my instructions and set sail." The last pirate on the boat trembled with his legs, and at the same time he felt a rush of warmth while he collapsed. Woo! On the other side, Lynch on the flower boat yawned, rubbed the headset with his fingers, and said to the faceless armor next to him, "Do you think I am a pervert?" After a while, inside the mecha of B.I.B., a voice replied, "If you are, so will I." Lynch smiled slightly, stretched out his fist, and lightly touched the left fist of the stand-in armor full of blue flames. "Maybe, you are a remembrance of the past world in my subconscious." It didn't take long for Shanks to push the door back, and the probe greeted, "Hey, Lynch, get ready, I'm about to dock." I seem to be the protagonist who wrote such a murder for the first time. End of this chapter. Chapter 54, The Light of the Right Way. Chapter 54, The Light of the Right Path. Chapter head serial: Do you believe in gravity? 5 Weirdo went over there. On the street, the owner of the clothing store pointed a direction to the patrolling guard. In an inconspicuous place on the side of the road, a flower petal fell on the face of the short-haired boy, against a brain door, with a garlic nose, bulging cheeks, and his big, dark green eyes expressing a relieved expression. The flower boat moves forward, and the waves are bursting. In the dim night, a shadowy thing is faintly visible in the front. Is an island. Many people walked out of the cabin and came to the deck, blowing the cold sea breeze at night. The flower boat is good, but after being bored at sea for a long time, no matter how strong the man is, it will inevitably feel monotonous. Many people have already planned to disembark here. If you don't leave, your underwear will be all gone. Unlike the men, the gorgeous girls looked at the shadow of the island that was getting closer and closer, but the sounds of laughter and frolics gradually disappeared. If I can, I really want to live on a flower boat for the rest of my life and never set foot on land again. Lynch heard not far from the side, a girl named Sayuri, leaning on the ship's side, muttering to herself in the sea breeze. Because the other party's name is very similar to the mother of the body owner, Lynch still has a little impression of her. But that's all. He can't move his body now, so Lynch doesn't have much interest in it. After getting close to the island, the flower boat sails around the sea, looking for a suitable port and the like. Lynch squinted at somewhere on the island in front of him. With good eyesight, he seemed to see something. Is there anything? Shanks pressed his straw hat and followed Lynch's line of sight, looking into the distance. On a certain shore of the island, there is a round thing wandering and docking, which seems to be a strange-shaped ship. It looks like a disgusting boat. Lynch said. A certain position of the round boat should be the position of the bow. It turned out to be a lifelike human mouth with blazing red lips and 2 rows of dense white teeth, reflecting the faint moonlight, especially oozing. People. Shanks touched his chin. I seem to have seen a similar ship somewhere. Lynch said, a guy with such a bad taste is definitely not a good person, right? It's probably a pirate that makes me familiar. Shanks nodded. If you are not a good person, it seems right. It didn't take long for the flower boat to find a small port where it could dock, and slowly stopped. The guests who put down the boat boards and were willing to disembark all brought their backpacks to salute and kissed and waved goodbye to the girls in the flower boat, either sincerely or in a fake way, and turned their heads with a smile, and turned towards the faint light ahead. Go to town. A wind and dust game, it's good to get together and get away. Seeing the pirate hunters happily and leaping back on their shoulders as they were okay, Lynch and Shanks also packed their luggage. Of course, it was mainly Lynch, carrying a heavy backpack full of clothes and Bailey's cash on their backs. I picked up the green phone bug and got off the flower boat with the flag of Happy Street. Shanks was a bachelor, except for the baby straw hat on his head, and the famous knife griffin hanging from his waist. He followed Lynch with empty hands. Very cool. A fragrant wind passed by. Lynch saw that, under the leadership of the woman of the antelope animal line, several flower boat girls also took the night to the town. Go to buy supplies, right? Lynch thought. If the animal-type woman was protecting these girls from the boat. He turned his head and looked at the gloomy flower boat under the night of the sea. Could there be other CP0 masters sitting here? Go. You haven't stayed enough on this ship yet. Shanks greeted. Lynch slightly sensed the visor of B.I.B, and after the approximate direction and distance at the moment, he quickly followed Shanks. Entered the city and found a hotel. Boss Lin paid the bill and opened a double room. Hey! Shanks lay down comfortably on one of the beds, pillowed his hands, and raised his hairy legs. It's really shocked. I've been floating on the sea for a long time this time. You are a pirate, do you still hate floating at sea? Lynch said casually, putting down his heavy backpack and sitting on another bed. It can't be said to be disgusting. Shanks leaned sideways, propped his cheek, and smiled. It's just that if it's not your own boat, I don't always feel so comfortable. Lynch took out the dozing green phone bug, put it in his hand and played with it, looked at Shanks with a serene smile, and curiously said, being a pirate, do you still recognize the ship? Hey! Shanks grinned, you can try it out by yourself, don't you know? Cut! Lynch curled his lips. Shanks lay down in a large font and looked at the ceiling and said, without the noise of those guys, it really feels like eating and drinking are a little bit off. Lynch shrugged, temporarily unable to empathize. Shanks used to be on someone else's ship, right? He asked, since you have already gone to sea, why do you want to be the captain and continue to float on the sea? Shanks was slightly silent. Lynch turned to look, Shanks lying on the bed with a pillow in one hand and the straw hat Roger gave him in the other. The crew and the captain are still very different. Shanks put the straw hat on his face. I used to be behind the captain and everyone, but now I want to stand in the position of the captain and see what he once saw scenery. You admire your former captain very much. Shanks's mouth under the straw hat cocked, and he turned to say, I didn't know where everyone on the boat went after they were separated. The old guys should have retired. I'm really curious they see the expression on my reward order. I should be envious to death. Ha ha ha. I really don't believe you don't know where Kurikas and Raleigh cats. Lynch was silent. Speaking of it, Raleigh is hiding in the city, hiding in the mixed Chambord Islands. It doesn't matter if the Navy can find him in the dark. Kurikas, the pirate king, who is terminally ill, has survived for several years. The fate of the ship doctor can actually live in seclusion at Gemini Cape, the entrance of the Great Sea Route. There hasn't been any in more than 20 years, which is also amazing. On the contrary, it was just Tom the Murloc, who built a boat for Roger. Not long after One Piece was captured, he was immediately liquidated by the world government. Hey, Murlocs have no human rights. The night got deeper, and in the dimly lit room, Lynch suddenly opened his eyes on the bed and sat up. At the same time, pitch-black energy gushed from his body, and the faceless armor came out of him. Boom, boom, boom. Warehouse. Lynch got out of bed and opened the door, without deliberately letting go. The opposite sound was quite obvious. B.I.B. opened the door, and Lynch looked back at Shanks who was still sleeping on the bed. A while after Lynch left, he folded back again. I said, you really didn't hear it. Lynch muttered, and saw Shanks in the room sitting on the side of the bed, staring at him. Shankster was speechless. Why are you going tonight? Punish and eliminate evil. Lynch said. Shanks looked at him without moving his ass. Lynch showed a sincere expression. There is a good fruit, brother, let's go and pick him up together. End of this chapter. Chapter 55, Think About It, TMD. Chapter 55 Thinking About It, TMD is coming. It is night, and the city is quiet. Oh, I almost forgot. Shanks pressed the straw hat on his head back to his head. In this way, he stepped on flip-flops, flicked a pair of hairy legs, copied the pockets of his big pants, and followed Lynch danglingly. Lynch released B.I.B., wandering around like ghosts, seeming to be looking for somewhere. But not long after, B.I.B. flew back again. Lynch put the headset in his ear, tapped twice, and a surround virtual screen appeared in front of him. When he concentrated on it and substituted into the B.I.B. perspective, what I saw before my eyes was the scene of riding the wind and waves in the night. And, a guy with a pale face and barely steering the pirate boat. I'll do it, forget this. Under the faceless armor in front of him silently gazing, Lynch covered his face in ashamed. The visor of B.I.B. was removed by him, and he was temporarily escorted to the pirate ship for his birthday. He was escorted with a bounty that he did not get. Without visor eyes, B.I.B. can't see anything, and can only listen to the movement. At this time, he can only rely on his body to show the way to the substitute. Shanks laid his hands on Lynch's hair and rubbed Lynch's hair vigorously. I said, what the are you doing? You won't sleep at night, where is the fruit? Lynch did not resist. He rubbed his head and asked, Shanks, judging from your experience of walking the rivers and lakes for so many years, in which direction will the cemetery of this town be? Cemetery. Shanks was surprised. Aren't you able to be so domineering? Lynch added, if you use it, can you perceive that there is an abnormal guy on this island? Do you want to rob the grave? What a bad boy! Shanks smiled, or catch the tomb thief. No, is there any delicious fruit that matures in the cemetery? Lynch slapped his hand away and cut it out. Why pretend to be an idiot? You should have guessed that the fruit I said refers to the devil fruit. You kid. Shanks was a little surprised, but also very interesting. With a flick of his finger, he pushed Lynch's forehead, and with one hand, he lifted Lynch's feet off the ground. Let me see, the possible direction of the cemetery, and the suspicious devil fruit capable. Shanks's plain black eyes seemed to be flowing with unknown power. At this moment, the energy reaction of the tens of thousands of lives on the entire island was all reflected in his heart. Men and women, old and young. Humans, animals. It is like tens of millions of light spots, woven into a picture describing the distribution at this moment. More than 90% of the light spots are ordinary energy responses. It's really a bit difficult. Shanks slowly closed his eyes and became more focused. A wisp of night breeze blew through, curling up the dead leaves, and pasting them on Shanks' hairy legs. Hey! What are you doing over there? At this time, it was probably the guard who was patrolling the night and spotted Shanks, who was pestering like a wooden stake in the street most of the night. This guy was still carrying a big boy in his hands. How could he not look like a serious person? The breath of a strong man was revealed by Shanks' domineering color, reflecting the general direction. Really incredible guy. I didn't expect such a monster to appear in the West Sea. Shanks opened his eyes and muttered to himself with a slight dignity, Lynch, why would you want to provoke such a person? Speaking, he slipped Lynch, stepped on flip-flops, and walked in that direction with his hairy legs. Hey! Stop it! The night guard yelled, I haven't seen you, tell me who you are. Hey! Shanks passed by him without looking at him. The night guard's hand reaching for the holster suddenly froze. He felt dizzy. Soon, he knelt down with sore limbs. I don't know why, his forehead couldn't stop squirting cold sweat. Lynch did not pay attention to this unfortunate guard who was affected by Shanks' domineering side leakage. He was slipped by Shanks in his hand, staring at a pair of dead fish eyes, and thought angrily, you should play more with your left hand now, and you won't have to play in the future. Cemetery. Under the moon, a huge strange figure with a slender neck stretched out like a basilisk, looking up at the moon leisurely. Stepping on the faint moonlight and starlight, moonlight. Moria walked between the graves with her hands, observing the name engraved on each tombstone. He, I found it. He stopped in front of a tomb. It is said that more than 10 years ago, the unparalleled guards on this island. It is a pity that no matter how brave warriors are, there will be a day of decay and death. But now, I will give you new life and immortality. Moria let out a weird he laugh, and drew out several prepared shadows from his body, turning them into bat-like shadow groups, and rushing into the cemeteries in front of him. Not far away, Shanks clearly saw that in front of the big man who was 6 or 7 meters tall in the night, the ground of the tomb suddenly broke open, and a figure appeared from it. Under the dim moonlight, several figures crawling out of the tombs crookedly surrounded the 6 or 7 meter high figure in front of them. What devil fruit ability is that actually brought the corpse back to life? Shanks was surprised. It's strange that those corpses haven't completely decayed yet. Your focus is wrong, right? Lynch said to the side, that's Moonlight Moria. When I was still on the island not long ago, I saw him become Kaiwahe's newspaper. His ability is the fruit of shadow, and he can cut off other people's shadow, inject it into anyone or a corpse. Moria. I have heard of him. It turns out that his ability is like this. Shanks suddenly said, but I heard that he has gone to the New World. I didn't expect to become Kaiwahe so soon. Appeared in the West Sea. The person who was removed from the shadow by him will be completely wiped out as long as the sun shines on it. Lynch hid behind a tree, very good ability, he used it so badly. Damn, when I saw Moria's force, I remembered the horror bark, the transparent man Abusaram who died 10,000 times is not enough, this dog thing. Even relied on the transparent fruit to lick Robin's sister's breasts, TMD is really angry after thinking about it. Lynch pointed towards the dimly lit graveyard. Faceless armor B.I.B.'s left arm full of blue flames, immediately slid from the body, wrapped in the dark substitute energy, and flew towards the 7-meter-high moonlight Moria silently. I still can't understand why Oda asked Abu's AROM to lick Robin and Nami. Japanese authors really like NTR? If this is the net author, dare to write this. End of this chapter. Chapter 56, if you can, give it a try. If you can do it in Chapter 56, just give it a try. Under the faint moonlight, the blue flame pattern armor flew silently towards Moria. This arm is the left arm of B.I.B. It has the special ability of extracting the devil fruit chip. As long as you can hit it. Lynch is sure to Mariah's shadow fruit. This guy has no shadow fruit, so naturally he won't create an army of zombies. In that case, the pattern on the horror 3-masted sailboat would be very different. At least the transparent fruit dog will no longer become the commander of the zombie army. In addition, if Moria has no shadow fruit, he will of course not take Brooke's shadow, so that he can no longer see the sun and can only be sleepy. In the thick fog of the Devil's Triangle. In short, although Lynch is not interested in shadow fruit. But, it's all here. There is another red-haired brother who is in the bottom. Even if he misses, he should not be let him be killed by Moria. If you can take this opportunity to take away Moria's ability, no matter how you think it will be a stable profit. The blue flame-patterned left arm armor quickly approached the extremely tall Moria, and hit his back. Successful. Lynch as the main body hides behind the tree. But who knows? Originally led a few zombies, Moria, who looked like elementary school students queuing to leave, suddenly turned her head and opened a big mouth full of fangs, biting the armor that leaped towards his back. Where did the little bug come from? Crack! Clear fangs clenched in the silent cemetery. The armors covered with blue flame patterns, wrapped in the dark substitute energy, overlapped with Moria's clenched teeth, and looked at the other side as nothing. Open the palms of the armor and take Moria's deflected chest. Morla clenched her fangs, bloodshot in her cold eyes, with a hint of anger, and her gaze quickly chased down the blue flame pattern on the fingertips of the armor's palms. After touching Moria's chest, soon, it stopped as if plunged into a mud. Fucked. Lynch murmured, hiding behind the tree. Who said Moria would not be domineering? A layer of black-armed color domineering, covering Moria's chest, isolating the action of B.I.B. trying to extract the devil fruit chip from his body. What the is it? Moria said coldly. He raised his palm, and the black-armed color was wrapped around like a splash of ink, and grabbed the ghost that sneaked on his chest. Are you capable of devil fruit? He. I really don't put me in the eyes. Moria grabbed the struggling armor. He opened his mouth wide, and the tips of his mouth-full fangs quickly emerged with a touch of pitch black, unexpectedly wrapped around the tips of his teeth with armed domineering. In a short time of fighting, he quickly judged the key. The thing that attacked him was not solid, and only armed colors could catch it. Morla was dotted with armed and domineering fangs, gnawing at the armor he was holding in his hand. Please wait a minute. At this time, another domineering hand entwined with pitch-black armor came in horizontally, blocking Mariah's fangs and the struggling armor in his hand. Morla nibbled on that hand and arm, and the domineering fangs dotted with armed colors bit the opponent's dark skin, only to sink slightly, without actually piercing. Moria stared at the owner of the arm coldly. A red-haired man in a straw hat. Compared with Moria, who is nearly 7 meters tall, Shanks is not tall enough. At this time, it was held by Moria with one hand and hung in the air. Let your toys calm down. While Shanks was speaking, the few zombies that came around behind him to pounce and froze immediately, their hands and feet trembled, and they could no longer move. Shanks' other left hand, without hesitation, drew out the famous knife griffin from his waist. Shocked, the sword flashed across in front of Moria. Bah! Moria spit, took the handkerchief from her arms, wiped her mouth upwards, and looked down at the red-haired man. I seem to have seen you somewhere. Between real masters, even if it's just a simple round, they can roughly figure out that the opponent's is not easy. This red-haired one is not simple. Morla definitely did not admit her mistake, the guy just exuded with a domineering look. Obviously, this red-haired man, compared with the burly Kaito, who is as big and strong as a hill, is as thin as a monkey, but he has a slightly similar astonishing spirit. Maybe. If you were in the place where you started and ended 2 years ago. Shanks smiled slightly. He played with the blue flame-patterned armor in his hand, put it on as if he was wearing a glove, and looked over and over. That's it. He. Have you watched that One Piece last moment? Moria laughed. It's hard to imagine that a guy who conquered a great route like him would actually be caught by the Navy. Live, really poor guy, obviously the captain of the greatest pirate group. When he was dying, he was alone. He opened his arms and said loudly, if he had his original companions by his side, how could he not end up like that? Is he alone? Shanks moved the palm of his left armband and said to himself, why do I seem to see that the sea is full of guys following in his footsteps? Really, that's it, you are such an idiot. Moria looked at the red hair carefully, and smiled happily, but give up, one day, you will lose everything like me at the beginning. It's like rushing to the sea to die. How ridiculous! Shanks smiled and said, I didn't expect Kaiwahe would say such unambitious things. Or, this is why you became Kaiwahe. The smell of gunpowder is on the verge. Then one touch and receive. He just left. Lynch came out from behind the tree, looked at the other side of the cemetery unwillingly, and led a few zombies slowly away, hiding into the back of the little giant like Moria in the night. The armor covered with blue flame patterns detached from Shanks's left arm, flew back to the standby B.I.B, and clicked back to his left elbow. Go back. I'm so sleepy. Shanks just yawned, pressed the handle of the knife, flicked a pair of hairy legs, and stepped on Herringbone to drag him back to the hotel. Lynch let out a long breath. As long as Shanks can make a little effort, just need him to do a little feint to distract Moria a little, Lynch is sure to let the left arm armor succeed in a sneak attack and it from Moria. Shadow fruit. After all, Mariah may be aware of the danger of the unknown ghost attack, but he will never know what kind of danger it is, let alone know that as long as a hit can take away his devil fruit ability. I can only say, what a pity. What a pity. I missed this time. I am afraid it will be difficult to have this kind of opportunity for a long time in the future. At dawn the next day, Lynch opened his eyes on the hotel bed. Shanks next to was already sitting by the bed, and the morning sun in the window behind him shone in a shadow. Obviously, if I help a little bit, you may be able to get what you want and take away the devil fruit ability of that guy. Isn't it unwilling? Turn this unwillingness into your motivation to work hard. One day, you don't have to ask anyone for help. In the backlight, the red-haired man in the straw hat beside the bed said with a grin, I originally wanted to say that. But you don't seem to need me anymore, right? Cut. Lynch turned over and sat up on the bed, pointed at Shanks unceremoniously, and said loudly, you. I will give you the most useless devil fruit ability. Let you become a land duck. Fart boy. Shanks laughed loudly, if you can, try it. Are you leaving? Lynch asked. Yes. Shanks pressed his straw hat and stood up beside the bed. In the last few days, this chapter you posted says only visible to me, of course I can see it in the background of the author, it should be released after a while. End of this chapter. Chapter 57, Collection of Reward Orders. Chapter 57 Collection of Bounty Orders. People come and go on the streets of cities and towns. Lynch sent the red-haired man away. You asked me before, why do you want to be the captain by yourself since you have gone to sea? Shanks held the hilt of the knife around his waist, stopped and asked, Lynch, if you go out to sea in the future, do you want to be the captain yourself, or under a certain banner? Lynch said strangely, why choose one of the two, can't I take a merchant ship? It's really not good, the flower boat is actually pretty good. He touched his chin. Shanks laughed, you guy. Anyway, I have no interest in being a captain. Lynch finally took a little more serious thoughts and said, but it seems that there are few flags worthy of my service on the sea. Shanks smiled and frowned, took a closer look at the young boy in front of him, and suddenly asked, Lynch, how do you know Morla's devil fruit ability? Lynch said, I just know. Shanks nodded, well then. Would you like to come on my boat? No, Lynch said. Okay. Shanks smiled freely. He looked around, but didn't find the strange ghost of Lynch. I don't know if it was not released by Lynch, or if he was wandering elsewhere. Lynch said, if you become my captain, how can I fulfill my promise and turn you into a land duck? Shanks tongue out, making a face, you can't do it. Goodbye. He turned and left, raising his fist and waving. Lynch was also going to wave goodbye, and suddenly touched his pocket, In front of, Shanks was holding a few Bailey bills between his fingers, and he turned his head and smiled as he walked, don't forget, I'm a pirate. Lynch smiled and gave him a middle finger, sending off the red-haired brother into the crowd. People come and go in the surrounding streets. Hey! Lynch exhaled hard and patted her cheek, anyone, what should I do next? Well, let's get some food first. He returned to the hotel room, took some money, and saw the green phone bug crawling around the floor, so he grabbed it. The phone won't settle, I'm used to it. Lynch flicked the small green snail shell, clicked, and accidentally cracked the shell. Lynch and the green phone worm opened their mouths wide at the same time, their shocked expressions are very synchronized. Am I so strong? Lynch didn't look at the green phone bug's expression, put the little green in his pocket with a guilty conscience. He walked to the wall facing the street, pressed his hand on it, and opened a fruit with a tube. The hole that is taller than others, walked through the hole quickly, and jumped from the second floor of the hotel to the street outside. I have been exercising for more than 2 months, isn't it ineffective? At this moment, somewhere on the coast of this island. Whistling call. Large black coat fluttering sound, tall back, facing the sea stand on the shore. In the salty sea breeze, there was a faint smell. A pirate ship docked slowly. On the deck of the pirate ship, da. Slowly came out a guy who looked very desolate and pale. And in his hand, dragging a big sack. The sack is bulging, and it seems to contain something. At its bottom, it was soaked in black and red liquid, exuding a thick odor. The pirate raised his eyes and saw that a tall figure wearing a star mask, a windbreaker, and a hood, was already waiting for him on the shore, and immediately couldn't help but weaken his legs. I didn't escape," he said tremblingly. Although on this road, it was the terrible murderous ghost who marked the direction of the sailing with plasma. But at this moment, the murderous ghost was still not by his side, he didn't know, and he would never dare to guess. Pop! The pirate grabbed the mouth of the sack, got off the boat and accidentally fell into the sea, and then climbed ashore in embarrassment. Not only was he drenched all over, the sack he dared not let go of when he died was also soaked in sea water, and he could vaguely distinguish the outlines of the spherical objects inside. The hem of the black trench coat is close. The pirate was startled and looked up. The big man in the star mask raised his hand and grabbed the air, as if he had caught something, and pressed it to his own star mask, as if he was wearing another star mask. A mask! The pirate had already turned his pupils pale in amazement. He clearly saw that the hand stretched out by the man in the windbreaker mask just now, there was no hand. Between the gloves and the sleeves, there was nothing but nothing. The pirate, who was soaked all over, trembled. B. pointed to the pirate and the sack in his hand, and then pointed towards the island behind him. The pirate stood up holding the sack numbly. Go! Go now! Where is the base of the Navy branch? I will go now. Help! Such a terrible thing, I don't want to stay for a second. Lynch walked on the street, along the way, buying all kinds of snacks. Basically he wiped out all the snacks within a few seconds of getting them. He cleaned his fingers and opened a carton of milk. Looking for a long time to smell the scent of milk, Lynch still feels a little bit emotional. He is almost used to making flower milk tea for him by the quiet and lovely little Robin. Grumbling, Lynch took a couple of sips and found that the little guy in his pocket was noisy. Why, do you want to drink it too? Lynch took out the green phone worm and poured a little milk in his palm. Green immediately stretched his neck to lick it, and licked Lynch's palm. The little bit of milk was licked clean. Lynch fell a little bit more, and was quickly licked up again. Repeatedly, the green phone worm drank and satiated. And at this time, Lynch also noticed that the crack in the little guy's back shell that had been ejected by him had disappeared as if it had never existed. Lynch smiled and put the contented phone worm back into his pocket. He looked up and found that the naval branch base was not far ahead. Walking around, Lynch really found a small shop with a specially edited book of rewards for a thick pile of pirates, which was originally sold. How much? Lynch took a copy. 10,000 Baileys. The boss looked at him a few times, and thought it was an idle boy, but didn't take it seriously. Are they all the latest bounty orders? Lynch flipped through the West Sea Pirate Bounty Orders collection in his hand at will. As expected, in the bunch with the higher bounty, it turned to 21 million Baileys bounty. Tron pilot, as well as the few subordinates on his ship who had a good bounty. Of course it's the latest. The boss said, reaching out to get the reward order collection back. Don't look at this kind of thing, kid. Where's your grown-up? Lynch casually turned sideways, avoiding the boss's paw. He rummaged it briefly, and he did not find the captain of the wind-chasing pirates, Lokia, who had a bounty of 17 million. He was killed by his bib long ago, and then the townsfolk went to the naval base in exchange for the bounty. Then he passed the bounty to the guy in bib. Since it's quite new, it's it. Lynch photographed 10,000 Baileys on the table and turned directly to leave. The boss stared blankly at the back of the boy who offered the reward order when he went out. What a strange boy! At the same time, the naval branch's base is in the office responsible for processing rewards. This is really the head of Tron pilot. A few seamen looked at the ground in shock. From the drenched sack, Gurulu rolled out of a human head. Among them, there is the famous big pirate who shook the West Sea, Trang pilot, who offered a bounty of up to 21 million Baileys. Joseph Spiden, 19 million Baileys, Wood Francie, 5.5 million Baileys, Hippie Kevin, 2.2 million Baileys. The unbelievable naval officer flipped through a stack of reward orders, one by one against the heads of the deadly pirates on the ground. Each time they said a name, they would be more shocked. The other Marines on the scene looked at the man in the windbreaker and mask who escorted the only surviving pirate, and they all couldn't help swallowing dry saliva. What a terrifying aura! Coupled with the pirate who is already shaking like a sieve beside him, and the pirate head that smells of blood all over the floor, it is even more dare not to approach. When did such a fierce pirate hunter appear? So quietly wiped out the Trang pirates. Bib kicked the pirate who was shaking like a sieve. The latter could not wait to ask the Navy to arrest him and explain the general ins and outs. They were the gang of pirates who were completely wiped out by this windbreaker masked man. In that case, although the Navy thinks this bounty hunter is very silent, and is wearing a large windbreaker, wearing a hood, and even covering his face with a mask. But the bounty hunter never lacks mavericks. If more pirate groups can be eliminated, the Navy would like to have more freak bounty hunters like this, the better. Waiting for a while, the Navy finally cashed out all the bounty, a total of 52 million Baileys. Watched by the Navy in the room with complicated and unspeakable expressions, the man in the windbreaker with the star mask turned and left without a word, carrying the cash box. At this time, the door of the office was just pushed open, and boys who were not very tall came in with a book probe. When he passed by the brawny man in the windbreaker and mask, the navy in the office couldn't help but squeeze a sweat for him. The child didn't know where he came from. This taciturn weird pirate hunter is really there are not many people who are ruthless, and it really makes people worry that he will kick the boy aside when he is on the way. Uncle Marines, can I know the information of this pirate? Lynch flipped through one of the pages of the book and held it up to the navy in the house. I want to catch this bad guy. Write another 1,000 words to split into 2 chapters. What a pity. End of this chapter. Chapter 58, Growing Up. Chapter 58 Growth. Chapter Head Serial. Do you believe in gravity? 6 Korojo Jotaro. On the unfamiliar street, the boy with a garlic-nosed nose looked at a piece of news in the corner of the newspaper in his hand, staring blankly at the photo that was not well angled. Barely able to see the familiar wide trench coat and the man in the star mask in the photo. Where did the little guy come from, so frizzy? The navy in the office blamed it. Lynch turned around and said, that big brother in the trench coat just now is so handsome. Don't provoke that kind of person casually, little guy. The navy reminded, it's dangerous. Okay, what's your name? My name is Corono. Lynch said, holding up the reward order collection book in his hand, indicating that they don't want to talk about it, and quickly get their business done. A few navies looked at the page of the reward order held by the boy. The picture shows a pirate carrying a knife, with a scar on his face from the left eyebrow to the corner of his mouth. The name is Sueli, and the reward is 130,000 Baileys. Youth, you want to catch pirates, it's good, quite ambitious. The navy said to Lynch across the desk, but it's too early. Let's talk about it in a few years. Another seaman with a gun on his shoulder smiled and said, join the navy and become a member of justice. It's better to exercise your ability to deal with pirates first. Lynch said, but I want to catch pirates now. And I don't want to join the navy. Why is this? The several seamen present were all surprised, but no one was angry. In their opinion, the young people's likes and dislikes were nothing but willful words. But I still want to ask why. Don't you like our navy? We are an army that guards justice. Lynch said loudly, the navy's clothes with the word justice written on the back, it's really too shameful. Who can stand wearing that stuff? Several navies were overwhelmed, and smiled, it's really a little devil. The uniform with the word justice written on it is an honor. That dress is only qualified for senior officers. Who cares about that? Lynch said, I want to know information about pirates. The navy groaned, no, your age is still too young to tell you the information of those dangerous pirates. This kind of hot-blooded kid, after knowing the information of the pirate, might be killed on an impulse. Oh, all right. Lynch closed the book, turned and left. When I went out, I kind of politely took the office door. The navy in the room looked at each other and said silently, strange guy. Whether it was the dumb windbreaker masked man or the young man named Jiao Luno. Lynch walked briskly, with the book under his arm, and left the naval base. After turning a few streets, he found the windbreaker and the star mask on the corner of the street. There was also a box, and when I clicked it open, it was full of brand new banknotes. Ah, a lot of money! An exclamation came from behind Lynch. He raised his head, and he didn't look back. He knew that it was the little gangsters in several towns who were staring at his face-to-face boy, or staring at the guy who passed by with the box before bib. Click, Lynch closed the cash box, his arms folded in the trench coat, the star mask and the bounty collection book were sandwiched together, and he continued to move forward, ignoring the clamoring gangsters behind him. Hey! Brat! Are you deaf? Let's stop you! The gangster pointed at Lynch and yelled, and followed him. But as soon as he turned, the boy disappeared. The little gangsters were dumbfounded, looking at the dead end in front of them, touching the thick wall in disbelief, and looking up again. How could he turn over such a high wall in an instant with a box? Just when they thought this way, several gangsters had a sharp pain in their minds almost at the same time. B.I.B. was floating behind them like a ghost, and one of them rewarded an iron fist. Bang 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 bang, several gangsters rolled their eyes and passed out. There is a lot of money. In the hotel, Lynch opened the cash box and spilled the ink-scented banknotes on the bed, covering the floor. B.I.B. entered through the wall and touched the main body lightly with a fist. Funds are in place, continue to exercise. Early morning, in the woods outside the town. The black-haired boy ran wildly in the mountains, running through the bushes and jumping over the stream like a parkour. Not far away, the ghostly dark armor, doing basic training silently. The green phone worm sticks to the armor body, squinting his eyes and dozing off with enjoyment. Tired, Lynch almost crawled back to the hotel room. He lay on the floor and turned his head to see the mechanically black feet of the armor stand slowly approaching. Goo! Lynch couldn't help swallowing and saliva, and finally turned over, lying in the big font, closing his eyes, and shouting, "Come on! Don't pity me!" The clerk who was passing in the corridor heard a weird sound coming from Lynch's room, like pain and a groan. He looked up at the house number and couldn't help showing a strange look. Now the child, the development is really fast. The clerk listened sneakily for a while and left in a whisper. Lynch was asleep on the bed in the hotel. "Mom!" he muttered in his sleep, turned over, kicked the green phone worm by the bed. At night, the bars in the town are brightly lit, and opening the door is a noisy scene. Like a ghostly dark armor, hovering between tables of alcoholic beverages. It is watching the words of the people who are fighting and bragging, and there is no topic about the pirates. On the other side, in its white-lighted eyes, it is constantly recalling the collection of bounty orders that the body has flipped through, and it is constantly comparing it. On the street, Lynch wearing flip-flops bought a few bunches of flowers. Beside the coast, B.I.B. was running around, and at the same time, I also checked by the way to see if there was any suspicious boat docked. Sweaty Lynch sat back in the hotel room, warmed up a large glass of milk, twisted a few petals into it, and nodded in satisfaction. He drank the fresh flower milk tea, turned over and fell to the floor, supported it with one hand, and did a few push-ups easily. Navy base, the man in the windbreaker wearing a star mask appears again. He dragged a guy who seemed to be scared, and threw it directly into the Navy office. As soon as he saw a man in a Navy uniform, this guy crawled over and cried out how terrible the man in the windbreaker mask was. The Navy looked at each other. B.I.B. dubbed his pockets without saying a word. Even these people who don't know how to be domineering and domineering can't hear it. Day by day, time goes by. The name of the bounty hunter with a star mask, Jotaro Sora-jo, began to spread on this island, and then slowly spread outside the island after passing through circles of merchants and bounty hunters. It is rumored that the taciturn bounty hunter is a real monster. According to the Navy's confirmation, the Captain Trang pilot bounty totaled 21 million, and the deputy captain 19 million. The famous pirate group in the West Sea was personally destroyed by this Sora Jotaro. Many people are very interested in this powerful hunter who suddenly emerged. It is said that even the big gangs in Zihai, shotgun, gunpowder, dagger, venom, and even the most powerful bullet, have inquired about this empty strip Chengtaro in their respective channels. Unfortunately, this person has a mysterious origin, and his whereabouts are more mysterious. Even the Navy who redeemed him for the bounty had no idea about him. It's him. On another island in the West China Sea, a well-known doctor who looked like a human-shaped goblet accidentally turned to a certain page of the newspaper while drinking red wine, and was so scared that he sprayed all the red wine in one gulp. Came out. Sora-jo Jotaro, this trench coat, this mask. Damn it, it's definitely this guy. Asshole, he is a robber, he actually became a pirate hunter. Huckleback went out for a walk to get some breath, and suddenly a tall figure stood in front of him. He, are you interested in working for me? The door of the bar was kicked open. The noise in the house was immediately quiet for a moment, and many people looked at the door together. The boy, full of heat and sweat, swaggered in, took off his drenched vest, and put it on his shoulders casually, revealing his already quite strong body with obvious muscle lines. I'm doing. He covered his mouth. It turned out that a tooth broke accidentally during exercise today. It hurts, my lord. Lynch turned over and jumped onto the round stool by the bar, patted the table and said, "Give me a glass of milk." Ha 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 ha. Milk. There was a roar of laughter in the bar. The little bartender also endured a smile, and brought a glass of milk to the sturdy handsome guy. Lynch didn't care at all, and pours milk to himself. At this moment, a ghostly palm covered with blue flame patterns patted him on the shoulder from behind, and pointed him in a certain direction in the bar. Lynch licked the white beard on his upper lip, and in the direction pointed by B.I.B, among the laughing people, he saw a familiar face. B.I.B retrieves the reward order that Lynch had turned over when he first went to the naval base half a month ago from the memory bank. The pirate named Sewell was worth 130,000 Baileys. 130,000, it's not bad to practice your hands as a serious first battle. Lynch flicked the white teeth that had just grown out of the missing tooth and grinned. Excessive chapters are really a headache for the writer. End of this chapter. Chapter 59, It and number 039, S not a cloud, It and number 039, S just a cloud. Chapter 59 can't be regarded as rising clouds, just climbing clouds. What? You said you have seen giant sea soldiers. Yeah, it's more than 10 meters high. It's just a stubble and stubborn look, it's disgusting. Ha 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 ha, you brag over there if you drink too much. The pirate named Sewell carried a bottle of rum, with a long knife or long sword slung around his waist, kicked open the door, walked out of the bar full of quarrels and noisy smoke, and left by night. In the bar, Lynch took out a banknote and patted it on the bar counter. The little bartender took the paper money and stopped talking. But Lynch had already jumped off the high stool and walked towards the door. In the mixed bar, someone has long been eyeing the kid who ran to the bar to order milk. They secretly observed, and after noticing that Lynch had money in his pocket, they looked at each other, smiled and put down the glass, followed Lynch out of the bar. Starry night, town, quiet street. Pirate Sewell was drinking rum while walking, rubbing his mouth, and pressing his other hand on the handle of the knife around his waist. He glanced slightly and looked behind him. Yo way, cold, morning dew, wet black, dress. Lynch followed a dozen meters away, playing with a green phone bug with an unhappy face in his hand. Stones, slab roads, fog. Lynch hummed a little song casually. And not far behind him, the few who came out of the bar to follow him, not knowing whether they were gangsters, or unknown bandits or pirates, followed him with a grinning face. Father, present, whisper. B.I.B wrapped in the dark flames of energy as a substitute, he arbitrarily stretched out his feet to block the hooks of these people, bang. Several people were caught off guard and all planted a dog-gnawing shit. What kind of love? Several unkind people with nosebleeds on their faces, lying on the ground in a stupefied astonishment. Lynch continued to follow the guy in front of him, ignoring the intensive beating and screaming behind him. When he passed a roadside garbage dump, he picked up a shabby and twisted metal plate from it and held it in his hand. B.I.B because of the improvement of the body's strength, its own attack power is also increasing. What's more, for these gangsters who came out of the bar, it has the advantage that the other party can't see it at all. To solve this level of miscellaneous fish, B.I.B doesn't even need to use the heart that transforms from virtual to reality. It doesn't take much time, these guys will be beaten with swollen nose and swollen, unconscious. B.I.B takes them off, and uses their blood to write a line of signature on a Pele banknote, empty note Jotaro. Essay, the banknotes fluttered down to a few unconscious guys. Kaka, the pirate Sewell stepped on a yellow leaf. He stopped abruptly, squeezed the hilt of the knife around his waist, and said lightly, "Let me see, this time it is, which one is desperate?" Lynch followed him to this dead end. The shabby metal plate in his hand quickly tangled into a pipe iron rod, and Lynch raised it in his hand and smiled, "Oh? It seems that you are no stranger to being a pirate and being hunted. Do you think I got money by robbing ordinary people?" Chiang, Sewell drew his sword, and when he turned around, he was already with a dangerous smile. The ignorant and fearless bounty hunter always thinks that the level of the bounty represents the strength of a pirate. "My 130,000 Bailey is offering a reward. Jin, it makes me earn more than $13 million. It's all like you, hey." He hadn't finished his words. He was unavoidably stunned when he saw that the person at the opposite intersection was only a boy about 4 or 5 meters tall. It turned out to be a kid. Lynch will not hesitate. He carried the pipe iron rod straight forward. A visor wrapped in pitch black energy, with white light in his eyes, turning and flying from behind him, flying against the ground to the running Lynch. Lynch lightly stepped on the visor, leaped high, holding the iron rod of the pipe too hard, and almost squeezed a handprint, using his whole body strength, to smash the forehead of the pirate in front of him. When Sewell drew out the knife and slammed Lynch's head against him. The knife body was reflected in the moonlight, and it struck the pipe iron rod, trembling constantly. This kid! What a great strength! Sewell was shocked. At this time, Lynch had landed, raising his arm was a flying elbow, and hit the pirate's chest and abdomen fiercely. "Wow!" Sewell yelled, but gritted his teeth, grabbed Lynch's hair with one hand, and slammed a flying knee fiercely into the center of the latter's collarbone. Lynch's expression was suddenly distorted, and after eating it, he almost didn't mention it. "I don't know the sinister kid in the sea, let's go to death." At this time, Sewell had already sneered and raised his knife to chop down. The knife light reflected Lynch's painful expression, and he raised his head slightly. Only where he could see, the pitch-black faceplate had already been embedded halfway into the back of Pirate Sewell's head. Lynch only needs a look in his eyes to let his tacit substitute B.I.B. kill the pirate in seconds. Use the pipe fruit to make a hole in the ground under you, and you can also avoid the danger of this knife. Sewell slashed with a knife, and even slashed. This little devil swiftly avoided the knife, and only his arm was cut into a shallow wound. "Bah!" Lynch spit out blood on the side, twisted his neck and said, "You are amazing. It really doesn't look like a bounty of 130,000 yuan. It's much better than those pirates who don't enter the stream." Sewell said indifferently, "It seems that your kid has fought against other pirates." After that, without waiting for Lynch to respond, he slashed. When the pipe iron rod collided with the long knife, Lynch almost tried his best. Strength, speed, reaction, flexibility. He will play out all the results of the 2 or 3 months of training after coming to the world of One Piece. But gradually fell into a disadvantage. Although Lynch seems to act unscrupulously, he has actually paid attention to avoid premature exposure of his own self. All battles are won by reducing dimensionality with the help of the character of the stand-in. When it comes to normal combat experience, Lynch is very clear that he is still very lacking. Encountered different from the infamous people who were kicked by the flower boat woman before, but the murderous pirates who ate in the sea. Lynch deliberately restricted himself not to use substitutes and not rely on the ability of the fruit. It was still very tricky. Gradually into danger. Be stronger. Faster. Lynch avoiding the light of the knife, a scar was drawn on his cheek, and a drop of blood floated out. He stared at the movement of the pirate in front of him. In my mind, it reverberates with the moves of the antelope girl that I saw on the flower boat that day. Damn it! Sueli roared, and slashed out a sharp knife that he had never slashed before. As a pirate with a knife, there are at least hundreds of pirates killed by the knife, civilians and pirate hunters. When this knife is shot, he knew that this kid was dead. With this cut, it is impossible for him to escape. Lynch's figure suddenly disappeared under the knife. His feet suddenly exerted force, stomping the ground almost to the point of splitting, bursting out at an unprecedented speed, and circling behind the pirate Sewell. When Sueli was full of consternation, Lynch supported the ground with both hands, practicing the flexibility of lily gymnastics, supporting upside down, from the speed of the knife to the back, turning his hands upside down. The whole movement is smooth and coordinated, and it can be called it's graceful. Lynch twisted his legs and kicked the pirate's back in the neck. How is this possible? Sewell's neck was bounced with blue veins, his eyes slowly turned white, and he fell softly to the ground. When he screamed, the knife in his hand fell, just pierced him when he fell on the ground, entered from his abdomen, and a blood-red sword tip appeared from his back. Such a cunning pirate who trapped many bounty hunters by offering a low bounty, just knelt and died on a knife. Hey! Lynch gasped violently in the back. Although the fighting time is not long, it consumes a lot of his energy. He squeezed his slightly trembling hands, and exhaled long before he could. Looking down at his feet, Lynch lifted his feet and stamped them, muttering to himself, shaving? Or moon steps? Or lanky feet? Never mind. Anyway, this is a gift of returning life, right? Complete control of the body and increase explosive power. The jet-black visor completely floated from the back of Sueli's head and fell on Lynch's hand. Lynch pressed his visor to his face, and fell on his back, looking at the slanting moon in the night sky. Compared with the Sirius 6 styles, it's far inferior. With this explosive power, compared with the 6 styles Shave and Luffy's second gear speed, it's far too far away. Lynch took a rest for a while, and the faceless pitch-black armor came through the wall and walked towards the corpse of Sueli, who was slowly cooling down. Oh no! Stop it, Jotaro! Lynch got up and patted his butt. This is my record of Chopper and Giorno. In the middle of the night, the reward department of the naval base is patronized. The sleepy seaman opened the door and saw a black-haired boy covered with blood, with a leg that he didn't know who was carrying in his hand, and behind him, there was a trail of blood. The sea soldier immediately awakened. Uncle Navy, this is a good pirate. Lynch grinned, counting you 130,000, I'm really at a loss. End of this chapter. Chapter 60, Young Hunter, 2. Chapter 60 Young Hunter, 2 chapters in 1. Chapter Head Serial Young Hunter 1. Navy Base, a bicycle is slanted on the wall at the door, and inside the slightly open door, the green pheasant pushed the blindfold over his head and picked up a newspaper today. Because of the movement in the room, even the patrolling Marines leaned in. No, this kid really killed the pirate. Pirate Sewell, I have heard about him, and it is rumored that he is far more dangerous than the bounty on his face, but because there has been no evidence, the headquarter did not increase his bounty. Boy, it's really a shame that you can solve him. Couldn't it be found on the way? The Marines talked a lot. Everyone looked at the blood-stained boy and the pirate's body dragged in his hands. Subconsciously can't believe it, such a hairy guy, killed the pirate? But the more experienced Marines can vaguely feel the temperament of this kid is really not kidding from Lynch. That is the temperament that kills people. Pop through. Lynch threw the pirate's dead body at the feet of the Marines. Uncles of the Navy, in order to get this guy done, I'm exhausted and now I don't even have the strength to pick my nose. Lynch said lazily, can you check out quickly so that I can go home and take a nice shower, rest early? He really hasn't lied yet. After all, he put aside the help of the substitute, basically did not rely on the ability of the devil fruit, as the body's first life and death combat. In many places, it seems inexperienced. The most important thing is the distribution of physical strength. People who have experience in professional competitive competitions may be able to empathize. In a state of high nerve tension, physical exertion will become very serious. Therefore, even if it was only a short period of time, Lynch's physical strength was consumed a lot, coupled with the life return skills learned during the battle. The explosive power of both feet has increased sharply, and it has increased the burden on the body. I didn't feel it during the battle. After the fight, Lynch just felt too tired, and just wanted to lie down and motionless. And now, at the level that these seamen can't see, Lynch's whole body is like Iron Man, wearing a pitch-black armor. This is also an application based on the characteristics of B.I.B perfect copy ontology. Warframe. Since it is a warframe, of course it can be worn and used. When Lynch, as the wearer of the battle armor, his physical strength was severely exhausted, and it was far lower than the stand-in who was separated from the original state of physical strength. After wearing the armor, Lynch can directly use the power of the armor. B.I.B is like a plug-in spare stamina slot of Lynch. Lynch took the poor 130,000 Bailey bounty and left the Navy base in the complicated gazes of several Marines. The stars are scarce, and Lynch returns to the hotel by night. On the way to the door of the room, the dark armor on Lynch disintegrated on its own, flying away like mechanical tiles, and assembled into B.I.B behind Lynch. Lynchy didn't even bother to take the key, so he directly opened a hole in the door with the pipe fruit, and he got into it as soon as he rolled on the spot, grunting, rolling on the floor at will, lying in big letters, his head tilted, just fell asleep. B.I.B to enter through the wall. Seeing the body's clothes pocket wriggling, a green phone worm crawled out of it with a whistle. Little Green yelled at Lynch with dissatisfaction, "Bolya twice," as if to say, "You have crushed me." B.I.B thinking about it, and lifted up the deadly sleeping body. The next scene, in the eyes of ordinary people, is in the empty room. The teenager who was lying on the floor sleeping well, suddenly seemed to be picked up from the floor by something. Then, as if it were a horror movie scene, the boy was dragged all the way to the bathroom. The lights in the bathroom soon turned on, and the sound of came again. Shooting. Even sprayed water. Under the shower head, Lynch, who was sleeping soundly, breathed together. It was extremely long. He was too lazy to wake up no matter how he was washed by the invisible hands in the air. And B.I.B noticed that the body, especially the 2 stab wounds on the cheek and arm, as he fell asleep, healed faster than ordinary people. Before the ontology once said that perhaps because he has awakened his substitute, he has the talent for life energy and it is easier to learn to return life. But maybe the other way around. Because the body has the talent in this aspect, it will successfully awaken the substitute. The washed Lynch was thrown onto the bed and continued to sleep. The pitch-black armor sat on the floor, silently waiting for the main body to wake up. The green phone worm called Bolya, as if stepping on a pulley, it slipped and climbed onto the leg of B.I.B, rubbed contentedly, and curled up into the shell to sleep. When the sky is slightly bright. On the street near the bar, there was a scream in the silent morning. A beautiful young woman pointed at the side of the road and woke up with a confused face of a few bare-ass guys. On them, a piece of Bailey fell down. The menacing men carrying farm tools righteously taught the abnormality of running naked in the early morning. Woo! In the hotel room, Lynch woke up in bed, yawning, and straightened a big lazy waist. After a nap, I feel much more comfortable. Lynch laughed. He turned over dexterously and landed barefoot on the floor. Hey? When do I take off my shoes, and change clothes, take a shower, and climb into bed? Lynch touched his head suspiciously, and at a glance, he saw the dark armor standing up. Wait. Don't worry, brother. Lynch raised his hand to stop the B.I.B leaning on him. Being brother, let's go and eat a full meal. Someone picked up the Bailey bill and took a closer look. On the paper bill, there was a line of blood-written empty note Cheng Taro. It was actually a signature. It turns out that you nasty guys provoke that mysterious bounty hunter. Really deserve it. Perverted stuff. More and more people watched, and several bare-ass guys flushed with embarrassment. At the same time, they were confused, and looked at each other blankly, thinking blankly, aren't we following a little demon with money? What's the matter with that mysterious pirate hunter? Last night, what happened? Click. Click. There was still flashing light from the photo. It turned out that it was recently that the hunter named Sorajo Jotaro was too mysterious. It attracted many reporters like sharks that smelled blood to sneak into the island, wanting to squat anytime and anywhere to the naval base that is often on the island. The Kojo Jotaro that appeared, got the first-hand news. It's just a pity, even if the reporters have worked very hard, even if they have chased the figure in the big windbreaker and the star mask several times, they will still be suddenly lost. Is like seeing a ghost. In the restaurant of the hotel, Lynch ordered a large table of food, and what he ate was called a turbulent, magnificent wave. Is almost like a scion. The waiter girl who brought the dishes to the table was stunned. Although it has been known during this time that the boy is very edible, he did not expect to be so edible. B.I.B. sat on one side and waited silently. Lynch soon puffed up his belly and patted his belly contentedly. When he stood up and walked, his bulging belly was shaking. It's just that, with every step taken, the arc of the belly bulges fades by 1 point. When he walked to the door of the hotel with his arm, his belly was completely flat. Snapped. Lynch clenched his fists at the door and touched each other, belching hot air from his mouth and grinning. Then, practice hard today. I don't know if it's the youth version of shaved, moon step, or lanjiao. B.I.B. takes out the tube fruit chip from his back and enters his body. Just as Lynch stepped forward, he shuddered under his feet. After a few steps, Lynch trembled a few times with a distorted face. Fortunately, I ate my stomach first. In the woods on the edge of the town. The green phone bug was placed on a stone by the road by Lynch. Little Green yawned lazily, while Lynch put his hands together solemnly and bowed to it. You can see Xiao He can move so fast, far beyond ordinary phone bugs, and can harden the body to a certain extent, and even change the color of the body. Lynch said, obviously, you are in control of the body, the life energy, and the return of life, you are my teacher. Bolu. A question mark appeared on the head of the green phone worm. It seemed to feel that something was wrong. Little Green's mentality has changed a little. Don't run. In the woods, Lynch ran wildly on the ground. And among the branches above the head, the green phone worm crawled flexibly. Pour consciousness into your feet, let your feet self-act, and burst out stronger power. Lynch's heart turned. He recalled the feeling when he suddenly moved at high speed during the battle last night. Boom! Lynch stepped on the soil under his feet to sink, and the speed increased sharply. So, another few days passed. Naval Base, the boy who claimed to be Corono dragged another pirate today, and kicked him in front of several navies after coming in. 1 million. He smiled brilliantly. The pirate who was kicked over by him was already unconscious with a swollen nose and a bag full of heads. The Navy has taken offense to this boy. From time to time, the child wandered around the island, especially often patrolling the bars and piers. According to him, he was hunting those who were not influential, or suitable pirates. However, a seaman was surprised, alive this time. The experienced seaman was a little surprised, and looked at the boy named Corono. A few days later, this boy seemed to have some kind of reborn change. Be able to stay alive, because this boy has become stronger. The veterans thought in unison. Seeing the youngster proudly weighing the 1 million bounty and turning away from the back, they couldn't help thinking, how great would a child like this be to join the Navy? I really don't know where this boy's future will be in this sea. But to be sure, it will never be on this small island. More remote from the town, it looks more primitive in the depths of dense woods. A young man who looks like a human-shaped beast, swiftly walking through the rugged forest. Lynch has a green phone worm on his shoulder. It's just a phone bug after all, it's not enough for Lynch to exercise foot speed. Lynch is closely following a wild deer in the woods. Don't run, Chopper. Lynch ran at speed, grinning behind him, let me taste you. The wild deer in front was even more panicked. Sayazi sullied and fled. Without paying attention, she jumped to the river in the depths of the woods. A big crocodile broke out of the river and bit the wild deer fiercely. The wild deer looked up, looking at the canine-toothed blood bowl, and the bright eyes and color were lost in the cute eyes. Da-da-da! Lynch exploded with greater strength under his feet, and the speed increased sharply in an instant. Boom! Lynch jumped over the head of the wild deer and kicked the crocodile's head. He rode on the back of the crocodile struggling by the river, raised his fist, his eyes condensed, and he screamed hard. The crocodile's eyes turned white, and his head was smashed in an instant, and his eyes showed gold stars. Japanese word punch. Lynch kept on, and the two fists were like a chariot spinning crazily, crackling and raining on the crocodile's head. The wild deer on the side opened its mouth wide in fright, and retreated with trembling legs. After a hearty morning exercise, Lynch dragged a half-dead crocodile and walked out of the woods. B.I.B. in the pitch-black armor is standing upside down on a rock outside the forest, doing exercises. Even Lynch himself can't help feeling sometimes, this guy obviously looks like a mecha, but he can exercise like a human. It's too shabby. Lynch blew a whistle, beckoning B.I.B. to follow up, and go to have a good meal together. The boy came to the hotel with a crocodile that was killed. This matter is obviously aroused by many people onlookers. The owner of the restaurant called the waiter with a question mark and asked them to drag the crocodile carcass to the back kitchen. This crocodile was really killed by your kid. How can it be possible? Bragging right. Maybe it was picked up by the roadside. You pick one and try. Lynch himself hadn't said anything to the onlookers, and the group of people started arguing with each other. Hello, you are the recently famous young hunter Xiao Luno. At this time, someone was sitting at Lynch's table. Lynch put his chin on the table, waiting boredly for the crocodile meal to be served. Who are you? He glanced at the man next to him with a camera hanging around his neck. Sure enough, the other party smiled familiarly. I'm a reporter from the World Economic News, can I give you a simple interview? We want to get to know you a little bit. Yo! Let's take a look at the newspaper. The other party was silent for a while, smiled and took out some newspapers from the bag, and handed them to Lynch. Yeah, I'm Giorno. Jabana Giorno. I have a dream. Lynch babbled casually, flipping through the newspaper casually, and suddenly stopped. He saw an entertainment news in one of the sections. The picture of the news is a blonde woman he knows. In the photo, the woman still holds a puppy in her arms, rubbing her affectionately. The reporter sitting next to him smiled and said, "This is Victoria Scintillai, a famous and talented female dancer. There was an accident on the stage a few days ago. Fortunately, the puppy she raised rushed onto the stage and bitten. The corner of her skirt dragged her down, and it didn't cause tragedy." Really? Lynch closed the newspaper and smiled, "It's fine." End of this chapter.